course, wearing it would inflict a curse of movement impairment, but it was a curse he could sufficiently endure. It's not me, but the people from the Prasinga order who gifted them. That's true, but if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have received them. By the way, priests, I feel bad just receiving these. No, please think of it as the mercy of Lord Prasinga and be joyful. The two hunters pondered for a moment, then asked as if they had suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, I heard a small dungeon was discovered in the forest outside the bridge gate. Is the Prasinga order not interested? The bridge gate was the southern gate of Grandin City, meaning the dungeon was discovered in the forest about half a day's journey south of the city. It wasn't a large dungeon or an ancient ruin, so it didn't become a sensational topic. Dungeons were found more frequently than one might think. It would be a matter that adventurers could leisurely explore and clear out slowly, but the story was different for the priests in nearby cities. Just as peddlers targeting adventurers would immediately prepare their goods and rush to the site upon hearing news of a dungeon, priests would be on alert as soon as they heard about a dungeon. Even if it was a small dungeon, no one knew what curses might emerge from inside. If a cursed person entered the city, it could potentially lead to an epidemic outbreak. Therefore, religious orders usually sent priests to the vicinity when a dungeon was discovered. It was to prepare for any contingencies. We were already planning to go and check it out. We'll ask the city council for an escort. If it's all right with you, we will escort you. And naturally, in such situations, the priests didn't go alone. They either had a holy knight from the order accompany them or hired reliable escorts to prepare for any eventualities. From monsters to adventurers gone mad, there were many dangers, so these precautions were absolutely necessary. Hunters from the Shadow Patrol or the Wasteland Stargazers were more than sufficient forces. I apologize for imposing such a favor. No, it would be disrespectful for us to just leave after receiving these gifts. The mountain spirits would laugh at me. Indeed, please allow us to help. When the two hunters earnestly requested, Priest Merid realized it would be rude to refuse any further. We'll also assist you. Priest Merid expressed his gratitude for Priestess Tidgling's voluntary offer. Seeing this, Yihan felt a flash of inspiration. This is an opportunity. I will also help you. Mr. Yihan Wardenaz, didn't you come with the professor? It's all right. The professor will handle the remaining work. While Professor Beevil was out for a meal, Yihan planned his escape. What could he do if he said he was going out for a bit to help the Prasinga order? I'll help too. Tap. Nilia placed her hand on Yihan's shoulder as she spoke. She couldn't just stand by when not only the hunters, but even Yihan were trying to help the order in every possible way. But are there that many monsters in that area? I don't know either. Nilia tilted her head in confusion. Weren't you going to help because there are monsters? No, I'm trying to run away from the professor. I'll also check the demand for artifacts among adventurers while I'm at it. Hey. The group quickly passed through the city gate. Yihan looked back. Fortunately, there was no sign of Professor Beevil chasing after them. It seems he hasn't noticed yet. After running along the road past the gate, it didn't take long to reach their destination. Tents and processions set up by the forest could be seen in the distance. Swift peddlers had already arrived with their wagons and set up tents. Adventurers sat around them, sharing information. So you're saying mud lizards came out from inside? That's what I'm telling you. It would be good to bring a bludgeon. I don't want to change weapons just for a mud lizard. Isn't there another way? Wait, I have a book. Mud lizards, forget about monsters. Did anything useful come out? Even if we catch and sell monsters, how much would we get? Something useful is what really matters. Usra. It's a naturally occurring dungeon. We wouldn't even recognize anything useful if we saw it. Why can't we just dig everything out? Whether it's minerals or plants, if we take everything inside, there's bound to be at least one thing that's worth money, right? Have you ever been inside a dungeon? As if you could do that. In that pitch-black place, you don't know what will come out. And how will you verify it after bringing it out? The mages will toy with you. Damn, you have a knack for ruining the mood before we even start. Yihan listened to the conversation with interest. Nilia wasn't particularly interested in such talks. She had heard plenty of them during her time in the patrol. Did you hear that, Nilia? What? Hear what? Don't you feel the need arising from that conversation? I smell a business opportunity. I don't know about that. Nilia couldn't understand her friend's suspicious obsession with business. Does he have to do business? It seemed like Yihan would do well on his own even without doing business. Oh, aren't those the priests? The adventurers brightened up when they saw the priests from the Prasinga order arriving. While the peddlers would charge expensive silver coins for even a simple healing potion, the priests were different. In this place, the only people who sincerely cared about and considered the adventurers were the priests. Move aside a bit. The priests need to sit, but we arrived first. The adventurers tried to secure good seats for the priests by pushing the peddlers aside. The grumbling peddlers were scolded by the adventurers. Don't you have a god you believe in? Won't you go to the temple if you get hurt? Filthy and petty bastards. The peddlers moved their seats while vowing to sell to the adventurers at even higher prices. Priests, we will help you set up the tent. It's all right. Yihan stopped the approaching adventurers and raised his staff. Dig it out. Holes for the tent poles were created, and the surrounding soil was neatly trimmed. Once the tent work was finished, Ihan immediately lit a fire, summoned water into the pot, and sat comfortably. The adventurers watched with awe-filled gazes as magic completed in mere minutes what would have taken others several hours. That's magic. Was that also possible? Of course it's possible. It's magic after all, it's strange. I was once in a party with a mage. I begged him to summon water because my throat was so dry, but the mage absolutely refused, saying it was impossible. He said he had to conserve mana. That guy was lying to you. That bastard. So that's how it was. While the adventurers were misunderstanding, Ihan looked around at the nearby peddlers. Potions, tools, miscellaneous goods. The competition is quite fierce. As it was a matter of buying good quality items cheaply and selling them at high prices, the competition was intense. But there was always a niche market. There are no artifacts. It was natural. What crazy peddler would bring expensive artifacts here to sell? They would be lucky not to get robbed on the way, if I were to make artifacts. As Ihan was pondering with a serious expression, Priestess Tigeling asked Nilia with a puzzled look, is he worried about curses emerging? Well, I don't know. Nilia couldn't bring herself to tell Priestess Tigeling the truth. Priest, my leg, is it a curse? No, it's muscle pain. Aha, as expected, nothing major happened. Occasionally, adventurers would come out with tired faces or with a broken limb. Sometimes an adventurer would come out groaning while dragging a huge monster. Thud, that guy has perseverance, but butchering is also important. Right, just bringing it out isn't enough. Even if you hunted a monster, selling it at a high price required skill. If a magic stone was found inside, it would be easier, but skinning and obtaining good meat was also a very difficult skill. Of course, for the hunters from the Shadow Patrol and the Wasteland Stargazers here, it was a task they could do with their eyes closed. Oh dear, tusk. The knife work was lacking. Just now, I know, right, the two hunters critiqued the adventurers' butchering skills with a hatchet and a utility knife. Ihan also nodded and said if he had cut sideways first and pulled there, it would have been easier to skin. No way, Beishada was surprised. Like last time, that boy from the Wardenaz family was skilled in hunting and butchering as if he had learned directly from the Shadow Patrol. It was truly amazing. Nilia stared intently at Ihan. Ihan slightly lowered his head. No, it's fine. Nilia had a hunch that telling those two hunters, actually I taught him, would only make things troublesome. She was already misunderstood enough. What the hell is social skill? It's not some wicked cult sorcery. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground shook as the underground rumbled. Everyone present was startled by the sudden change. What in the world? Priest, this way. The hunters immediately protected the priests first. Although they didn't know what had happened, it was clear that something had been triggered in the dungeon. What is it? Thud. Fortunately, they could soon find out what had happened inside the dungeon. An adventurer who had rushed out in a complete mess began to babble. People have been teleported. People who were elsewhere have been teleported with monsters. What are you talking about? Out of the way. Another person who had the ability to explain properly rushed out. The knight knelt down and coughed, likely due to severe injuries. However, that alone was enough for people to understand what had happened. It seems a spatial movement spell was cast during the subjugation, and they were thrown into the dungeon along with the monsters. Let's contact the city and urgently request them to send healers. Ihan approached Barherg, first treating the large wounds with magic and giving him potions to drink. It wouldn't be feasible to heal everyone with potions alone, either due to the limitations of their bodies or the potion supplies. Priest Merid was taken aback, startled by how naturally Ihan cast the healing magic. What are you doing? Mr. Ihan, yes, did I make a mistake? Ihan, startled, looked up and down at the fallen knight. After first healing the deep stab wounds, he had administered a potion to enhance the knight's recovery. It seemed like he had followed the proper order, right? What did I miss? No, you can use healing magic. If you use healing magic recklessly. Priest Merid examined the wounds. Surprisingly, despite being quite deep wounds, they had healed cleanly. To the point where Priest Merid had no need to offer any advice. My goodness, I apologize, I had no idea you were this skilled. Ah no, I only used it because it was urgent, but normally. Ihan wasn't particularly confident in his healing magic either. Unlike other magic, a single mistake could worsen the patient's wounds, so how could he not feel burdened? It was just that his hands had moved first because it was so urgent. Shouldn't we bring out the people inside? That's why I'm saying we need to go in with as many people as possible to bring them out. I know that, but why are you giving the orders? Then are you saying you'll do it? Instead of arguing like this, it would be better to go in separately. If you guys go in first and make a mistake, it'll cause damage to those behind. Why are you trying to go in first? If you want to go in separately, come in from the back. The adventurers murmured noisily. Since there were many injured people inside, they had to bring them out, but they didn't really trust each other to do so. Although most of the monsters that had teleported in were said to be wiped out, a dungeon was still a dungeon. If they were forced to enter with unfamiliar members, conflicts could arise, leading to heavy casualties. Wait, aren't you the one who subjugated the King of Ghouls last time? one of the chattering adventurers recognized Yihan, who was casting healing magic. Yihan, who was about to make an excuse and stop casting healing magic, paused at the sudden remark. No, it is him, it's the mage. I heard a lot about you from Gubin. He said if it weren't for you, they would have all died in the dungeon. It wasn't that much. Mage, please lead us instead. I think that would be better. I agree. Yihan was about to retort, asking why they would entrust this to someone who hadn't even been registered as an adventurer for half a year. However, Beishada and Getsi whispered from behind, I think it would be better to just accept it. If you don't accept, the adventurers won't be able to unite. The situation is urgent right now. Yihan thought, then why are you asking me? But unfortunately, there was no time. Suppressing a sigh, Yihan shouted to the adventurers. Whoa, woo-woo, as expected of the mage. Who is he? Didn't you see him using magic earlier? Isn't he too young? Mages originally control their appearance with magic, you know. Only about 1/3 of them knew what Yihan had done, while the remaining 2/3 simply cheered on the side, thinking he must be a great mage since others were saying so. He must be an amazing mage. Well, if he's a mage, he'll do well. He's better than that bastard, at least. The adventurers who had heard rumors about Yihan had high expectations, but the rest were still in disarray. Yihan knew this too, but he didn't pay much attention to it. I'll just do what needs to be done. Eyes pierced through the darkness. Yihan abruptly cast a dark vision spell on one of the adventurers. The adventurers were startled by the sudden casting of magic. He wasn't going to do it for everyone here, so what was he doing now? However, that surprise soon turned into astonishment. Eyes pierced through the darkness. Eyes pierced through the darkness. See crazy. No one had expected that he would cast enhancement magic on all the adventurers. The adventurers now somewhat understood why mages were treated so highly. So this is why they treat mages like that. I think I know why Gubin praised him so much. Let's go, I'll cast the next spell while moving. Feet grasped the earth. Yihan moved toward the dungeon entrance while shouting. The adventurers, who had been standing blankly, shouted as if enchanted. Follow the mage, protect the mage. The adventurers, who had been scattered haphazardly, quickly gathered in an orderly manner and followed Yihan into the dungeon. Beishada muttered at the sight, this is true magic. Don't move, the wound will worsen. Rather than staying here, it's better to get out. The injured tried their best to get up somehow. Staying here would only mean facing more of the dungeon's original monsters attracted by the smell of blood. It would be better to get out first. Everyone, stay still. Light. Yihan first created a light orb, stuck it to the ceiling, and entered the large underground cavern. There were traces of collapsed rocks everywhere, likely from the teleportation. The monsters that had teleported in were wiped out, but the subjugation team's condition didn't look good. They were all lying on the ground, groaning with broken bones and cuts. Damn it, I don't want to use healing magic. Yihan gripped his staff with a grimace. Arise, emotions, space, be perceived. As he simultaneously cast emotion perception magic and space perception magic, the conditions of the fallen injured systematically entered his mind. Yihan searched for the injured in poor condition and ran to them. Please let the wounds be healable. Fortunately, most of the injuries were from close combat. If they were broken bones or cuts, Yihan could somehow handle them. Stick together, heal. After finishing the emergency treatment, Yihan shouted urgently. Bring the potions. Mage, can I give this person a potion? Wait a moment. For major injuries, you need to heal them before giving potions. Potions like wound recovery potions usually worked by enhancing healing power to heal injuries. It was a safe and reliable method, but in a situation with multiple severe injuries, drinking potions would disperse the healing power, weakening the effect. The trick in this case was to first heal the urgent severe injuries with magic and then have them drink the potion. That way, even minor wounds could be healed. How did you do it so quickly? The injured should keep their mouths shut. Yihan finished the emergency treatment for the injured person and handed them over to an adventurer. The adventurers hurriedly placed the injured on stretchers and ran up like the wind. Enhancement magic. The fallen knight blinked his eyes. It was definitely not the movement of an ordinary adventurer. It was the movement of someone wearing artifacts or under the effect of enhancement magic. All of them here. What's going on? I've never seen them before. At first, he thought a famous adventurer party had luckily arrived, but no matter how he looked at it, their equipment and attire had no uniformity. Then it meant that enhancement magic had been cast on ordinary adventurers, but did that make sense? Unless dozens of bored mages with overflowing mana had come out for a picnic. Cough, cough, wait, mage. The knight quickly grabbed Yihan's wrist. Yihan, choked up, almost slapped his face. If you're injured, just stay still. Seeing the injured moving while blood was dripping made him lose his temper. Was this why Professor Alcacis's personality had worsened? What is it? Let go of my hand. Not me, the young knight's here. Please heal the young knights first. Mana. The knight seemed to have quite a bit of experience, as he knew well that mages had limited mana. He brought it up out of concern that if he was healed first, the young knights might not receive treatment. Of course, Yihan ignored it. Stay still. Heal. No. Cough. I said stay still. Hey, the emergency treatment is done, so take him up. Yihan sent the knight, who kept making unnecessary remarks, up. 2 adventurers quickly picked up the knight and ran up. Dan, dangerous. In a dungeon if you do this. The knight muttered even while in pain. He didn't know which dungeon this was, but moving so defenseless in a dungeon was not good. If there were monsters hiding in the darkness, a major accident could occur. But strangely, the path they were taking was too bright. The knight looked up at the tunnel ceiling in surprise. Brightly burning orbs of light were placed at intervals. Beishada had liked the boy from the Wardenaz family, since he chose the Shadow Patrol over the Wasteland Stargazers, but seeing him now, he couldn't help but like him even more. The boy from the Wardenaz family was single-handedly organizing the chaotic scene where dozens of people were sprawled. He cast enhancement magic on the adventurers to unite their will, made the dungeon tunnel as bright as day, and tirelessly healed the severely injured below before sending them up. There were many mages with outstanding talent, but Beishada was certain that there was no mage in the Empire who would dedicate themselves so fully. Grrr. At the sound coming from the path below the cavern, Beishada and Getsi immediately raised their bows. This was the moment they had followed along to shine, so that Yihan could focus solely on healing magic. Move, poison. Yihan extracted the poison from the poison knight's wound, and then he shot the poison away. Shoot forth, crackle. With a burning sound, the monster rolled on the ground. Beishada, Getsi, and Nilia looked at Yihan in disbelief and shouted simultaneously. Focus on healing magic. You can focus on healing magic. Focus on healing magic. Yihan healed one more fallen knight and sent him up. Gradually, there was a lot of empty space in the cavern, and only those with injuries like broken bones remained. Yihan let out a sigh of relief. We managed somehow. When they first arrived here, his heart had sunk, but luck was on their side. If nothing unusual happened, it seemed they could gather the injured and go up. Mage, reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements, that's good. Yihan brightened at the report from the adventurer who had brought the injured out and returned. Did the priests come? Which order are the priests from? No. It seems that since there are so many injured, it's difficult to handle with priests from 1 or 2 orders. Then. They said they called professional healing mages. That's fortunate. It's a relief. Yihan nodded. Indeed, it was much faster to summon healing mages on standby all at once than to contact the orders in the city and find available priests. Usually in such cases, the healing mages called in moved as a group. If there were many injured, a single mage absolutely could not handle it. Now that the healing mages had arrived, the rest could be considered wrapped up. Even if Yihan had made clumsy mistakes, the healing mages would take care of it. Last one, we're done. Let's go out. After taking care of the last remaining injured, Yihan shouted to the people in the cavern. Everyone burst into applause and cheers, preparing to go out. Good work, mage. As everyone cheered, only Nilia had a pensive expression. Yihan asked, puzzled. Is something worrying you? Didn't they say they called professional healing mages earlier? They did. Doesn't anything come to mind, really? Yihan would have normally noticed the crisis right away, but his mind was dull from removing artifact curses during the day and casting numerous enhancement and healing spells on many people in the evening, so he realized it a step later than Nilia. Could it be someone from Einregard? If it were me, I think it would be. Nilia muttered in disbelief. How could someone like Yihan fail to immediately notice something that even she could discern? No, it's probably because he used too much magic. Nilia suddenly felt worried and looked at her friend. As if sensing Nilia's gaze, Yihan whispered, Don't worry. Even if the professor drags me away, I won't mention your name. I wasn't even worried about that. You jerk. What do you take me for? The dark elf professor with the most exhausted face in the world dozed off, nodding her head while supporting herself with a sword. Her appearance looked so utterly fatigued that the adventurers didn't dare speak to her. Professor, we've finished over here. Professor, we're done on this side as well. Professor, this side too. Professor Alcaces nodded her head. This time we handled it among ourselves. If you've managed to provide emergency treatment to that extent before coming up, of course you should handle it yourselves. If you had called for me, you'd be nothing but a bunch of thieves. The disciples were moved to tears by the warm encouragement from their gentle mentor. It was true, but so, am I going crazy from overwork and lack of sleep? Or are the adventurers spouting nonsense? Or is it what I'm thinking? The disciples kept their mouths shut. Honestly, they were confused too. The ones who were treated are coming out now, but are the priests still inside? There's a mage down there. Just one? Only one? Yes, one person treated this many people like this. Yes, adventurer, are you sure you're not hallucinating? How dare you, no matter how much of a healing mage he is, I won't stand by if you insult Mr. Wardenaz. The only Wardenaz we know is that first-year student. Could it be a misunderstanding? That's right. Phil and Chill stepped up to make excuses for Yihan, and honestly, they couldn't believe it either. No matter how outstanding their junior was to save and send out this many people, and he didn't even receive help from others. Securing the dungeon passage, casting enhancement magic on the adventurers, doing all of this while also performing healing magic. It seemed more likely that another mage from the Wardenaz family happened to pass by, saw this tragedy, and helped out. As far as I know, other members of the Wardenaz family don't help out for such reasons. Then did the adventurers really mistake? Before the sentence could be finished, a familiar first-year junior came out with the adventurers, looking tired. The junior looked around at the healing mages and sighed with a resigned expression. Knowing what that meant, Phil and Chill sighed deeply from their hearts. You should have done moderately well. Before the junior could escape, the recovered knights surrounded Yihan. The knight Burherg shouted on behalf of the subjugation knights. Here we have an honorable mage. We express our sincere gratitude to Yihan, the mage of the Wardenaz family. The collapsed knights shouted as if tearing their throats. It was a rare sight to see proud and self-respecting knights expressing their gratitude like this. Excited adventurers stomped their feet and whistled. While the knights were talking, the adventurers had a separate conversation behind them. He managed to bring everyone back without leaving a single one behind. This is what magic is, I thought. I once admired a mage who shot flaming arrows, you know. From now on, I don't think I'll ever do that again. But why does the mage look so gloomy? Tusk. Do you think the mage is someone like you? He must be uncomfortable receiving praise while there are so many injured people. Indeed, he's truly on a different level. If there was a difference between Professor Beevil and Professor Alcaces, it was that feigning illness worked in front of Professor Beevil, but not in front of Professor Alcaces. The moment one claimed to be sick, Professor Alcaces had the ability to immediately heal them. It was very impressive. Yihan was sitting, tied to a chair in front of Professor Alcaces with a tired face. It seemed like he was somewhat tied up, but it was just a feeling. No ropes were visible anywhere. The disciples who had accompanied Professor Alcaces, in other words, Yihan's seniors, were divided in half and engaged in a heated debate. The topic of the debate was Yihan's punishment. With that level of skill, we can really take him along starting from the second semester. No, with that level, we should definitely take him along. I vomited several times yesterday due to lack of mana. That junior alone is handling dozens of injured people. You conscienceless piece of trash. Can you still call yourself a noble after saying that? No matter what, do you really intend to take a first-year junior along starting from the second semester? Do you want to see the junior wither away and die? There were many things said about having you participate in the field starting from the second semester. Professor, I dislike special treatment. Yihan spoke seriously. If it's something that would be a burden to you, Professor, I'm fine. But if you saw what happened today, those who said that would want to rip out their tongues. I don't think it's to that extent. You have a genius-level talent in healing magic. Yes, I might have vaguely thought that. There's no need to let that talent rot away by taking time. Take my hand. I will make your talent blossom. Yihan became quite curious about what would happen if he took the professor's hand. Specifically, he wondered if he would become like the seniors behind him. Why were those seniors with the professor during the break? I'll go to the mansion and think deeply. There's no need for that. It's a talent that doesn't require such consideration. Come to think of it, I have something to discuss with the priests. I'll send my disciples to tell them to wait a moment. On second thought, I also had something to tell the hunters. The professor's disciples formed a human wall to block the hunters' approach. The two hunters were at a loss for words at the absurd interference from the healing mages. What kind of obscene? What are you doing? Sorry. We're just following orders. Yihan pondered whether he should break through the professor's pressure head-on. He would likely be taken by the professor in the second semester anyway, so did he really need to be taken during the break? Even if I face some retaliation in the second semester, it's better to protect the break. Yihan strengthened his resolve while looking at the swords Professor Alcaces was wearing. No matter how strong she was, Yihan was also someone who had undergone rigorous training. He wouldn't back down easily. Are you done? Yihan turned his head at the familiar voice of another professor. Professor Beevil was waiting, yawning, as if he had arrived at some point. When did you arrive? I went to check the dungeon after hearing about it at the temple, and I came after the event had ended. Professor Beevil seemed to have no interest in the commotion that had occurred near the dungeon. He didn't even change his expression despite the injured people lying down with bandages. By any chance did any artifacts come out of the dungeon? As far as I know, there aren't any. Really? Then that's fine. Let's go, we have work to do. Professor Beevil naturally dragged Yihan to the carriage and departed. The remaining people were all at a loss for words and could only stare blankly at their retreating figures. Seriously, is he crazy? The students of Einregard specializing in healing magic couldn't help but shudder at Professor Beevil's behavior. Even Professor Alcaces didn't seem to be to that extent. The hunters asked Nilia in bewilderment, but shouldn't he rest? Didn't he just mention work? Well, yes, he's a bit peculiar. Even so, that's too much. Exactly, Nilia shouted inwardly. No wonder even the priests of the Prasinga order were whispering about it. Yihan returned to the mansion, finished his work with Professor Beevil, and collapsed, and then he slept for nearly a day. I thought I slept in the morning, but why is it still morning? You slept for a day. Yihan looked out the window with a bitter face. Professor Beevil was struggling on the carpet. I should pretend I didn't see it, but young master, another guest has arrived. Yihan momentarily pondered whether he should put up a sign saying no guests allowed in front of the mansion. At this point, he couldn't distinguish between guests and scoundrels. Is it a professor? No, it's not. Is it a friend? No, it's not. Could it be a crazy person? No, then you would have said it was a professor. Who is it? It's Prince Bagajan. Ah, that. They seem to have talked about many things, but what he remembered was, did he say he tried to solve the Kludran village plague incident but failed? Since the royals were so lively in criticizing each other, the only thing that remained in his memory was their criticism of one another. Lord Yehan of the Wardenaz family. I heard the rumors. Are you referring to subjugating the basilisk? Yehan asked, half giving up. Even if he called it an accident, people would hear what they wanted to hear, wouldn't they? Ah, that's not the rumor I was talking about. Is it about the subjugation of the King of Ghouls? Did you subjugate the King of Ghouls? Please tell me about that story in detail as well. Damn it. Yehan was furious at Grandin City. Why were there so many rumors spreading that the person speaking had to worry about it? Then what rumor? I heard you saved the Knights of the Crimson Lotus Forest Subjugation Force. I was truly moved. There are many mages in the Empire, and among them there are outstanding ones, but to jump into a dungeon and risk your life to save the injured, I didn't risk my life. It was a small dungeon where I took all my escorts, and the monsters were almost wiped out. Prince Bagajan was so intoxicated with himself that he didn't hear Yehan's words. How many people would be able to save them? Even Professor Lagrand praised you highly. She said you have the qualities to become a great healing mage. Yehan smiled bitterly. He wanted to tell the prince, telling a pig on a farm that it has gained weight isn't a compliment, but he felt there was no point in saying it since the prince wouldn't understand anyway. Yehan composed his emotions and smiled hypocritically. Then he opened his mouth. I'm just flustered by the excessive reputation attached to an incident I got involved in by chance. What are you saying? Reputation is a reflection of the soul. You have a vessel of a soul worthy of such a reputation. Prince Bagajan looked at Yehan with deep and profound eyes and spoke. Lord Wardenaz, I have a proposal. Please go ahead. I must refuse no matter what. There's a gathering this time, and with me, knock, knock, knock. A servant carefully opened the door and entered. I apologize. Young master, another guest has arrived. Who is it? It's Prince Gainando. At the servant's words, Bagajan showed a deeply shocked expression. As I thought, from the moment he saw Gainando hiding his claws at the previous mansion, he felt suspicious, and it turned out to be true. Surviving as a mage in a magic academy, I must never let my guard down, he realized with a sense of urgency. Trust was a rare commodity among the royal family. The imperial social scene was rife with conspiracies and schemes, with the royals being the most cunning and ruthless players. To have fooled and lulled such royals into complacency, even momentarily, was no mean feat. Bagajan's wariness towards Gainando heightened drastically. Evading suspicion with an act of foolishness, he mused. It was not something just anyone could do. One needed the resilience of steel to endure the barrage of infamy and harsh criticism directed at them. This realization sent shivers down Bagajan's spine. Finally, after much deliberation, I've created a new deck. Upon entering the room and seeing Bagajan, Gainando was taken aback. Who are you? Yehan was at a loss for words. How quickly you forget. Though it was customary for royals to insult each other, it was usually done within the bounds of decorum. Asking who are you was far beyond the pale. Yehan was thankful that no other nobles were present. Lucky it's just the three of us. Bagajan burst out laughing at the sight of Gainando revealing his true colors. He thought his sinister and scheming sibling had finally dropped the facade. Naturally, Gainando was bewildered by this laughter. Is he mad? Professor, is that you? It's Prince Gainando, isn't it? Stop joking around. Yehan placed a hand on Gainando's shoulder. Gainando winced in pain, his brain firing on all cylinders. I remember now, the prince, his highness. Yes, my apologies, your highness. Gainando has a penchant for jokes. There's no need to cover for him anymore, Mr. Wardenaz. Bagajan stood up, his gaze not betraying a hint of disregard for Gainando. Instead, his eyes blazed with the fervor of facing a formidable rival. This can't be good, Yehan thought, sensing trouble. Leaving Bagajan alone with his thoughts in Gainando's room seemed unwise. The more Gainando spoke, the lower his reputation sank. Gainando, do as you did before. Yehan held up 3 fingers, signaling for Gainando to respond only with yes, no, or he. Gainando nodded, rubbing his shoulder. Prince Gainando harbors great ambitions, I've realized. No. Yehan sent him an urgent look, signaling him to deny it. Deny it quickly, he. Gainando misinterpreted Yehan's look. Bagajan nodded as if he had expected this reaction. I'm not supporting anyone. I have no interest in supporting or anything. Please wait. I will soon prove my worth. Bagajan declared solemnly. However, since Gainando couldn't understand the declaration and Yehan found it absurd, the statement had little effect. Then let's meet at the gathering, Prince Gainando. Yes, Yehan sighed deeply within himself. Narrowing the responses to just 3 had backfired. Should I just sew his mouth shut? Young master, another guest has arrived, announced a servant. Yehan considered hanging a no visitors sign at the mansion's main gate. Who is it this time? Princess Jadrantas. HMPH. A step too late, scoffed Bogajun, mocking Jadrantas. She would probably be just as surprised as Bogajun had anticipated. She probably thought her rival was Bogajun. But little did she know, the real threat lay among the young royals. As expected, Jadrantas was just as surprised and behaved similarly to Bogajun. Even her words echoed his. If someone with your discernment, Mr. Wardenaz. Exactly, I'm not saying I agree. Please wait, I will soon prove my worth. Are those two secretly friends? Yihan grew tired of their identical responses. Understood. Then at the gathering, after the royals had left, Gainando cheerfully took out his deck. I made a new deck, want to try? Ouch, why are you hitting me? Yihan started hitting Gainando's back with a staff, and Gainando ran around the room screaming. An hour later, Yihan sighed and held a mage card. He thought about fulfilling the wish of a friend who had endured dozens of blows. Hee. This time will be different. Shut up and be quiet. Okay. Gainando quietly drew a card. The game, known as Mage Cards, involved summoning minions and casting spells each turn to reduce the opponent mage's life to 0 to win. In the early game, players could only use weak minions and spells due to limited mana, but in the late game, they could use stronger ones as their mana overflowed. A good deck needed a balance of both weak and strong minions and spells for early and late game. Of course, Gainando had always stuffed his deck with strong cards he liked, ignoring any rules. Hee. But this time, it's different. Gainando laid down a card confidently. Yihan looked at it, puzzled. Wait, could this be? There was another way to win besides reducing the opponent mage's life to 0 if the opponent's deck ran out of cards. And the dark magic spell card Gainando played discarded 3 cards from the opponent's deck. Gainando, did you create a deck destroyer? Oh no, caught off guard, Gainando avoided eye contact and denied it. This is better than that weird deck you had before. But don't people dislike this kind of play? There are always unspoken rules in the world. The same applied to the game of mage cards. Winning with deck destruction felt like cheating in a cultured and enjoyable gathering. To Yihan, it seemed like a trivial concern. Who cares? I'm going to win. Sure, go ahead. Yihan prepared his cards as he spoke. He planned to barrage the mage with direct damage spells as soon as Gainando finished his turn, ending the game. Unaware that he was seconds away from defeat, Gainando pondered his move with great seriousness. Were you two playing? Yaner and Nilia entered the room, pausing as they observed the mage card game. Is this a dark magic curse deck? So what if it is? Wow, Gainando, this isn't right, really not right. Yaner looked at Gainando with a mix of shock and dismay. She had always sided with Gainando as a relative, but this was a bit much. No, it's not. Winning is all that matters. Why? Winning is one thing, but a dark magic curse deck is a bit of an exception. When Yaner didn't take his side, Gainando turned to Nilia. Is it really such a big mistake? Dark magic curse decks are a bit. Gainando felt incredibly wronged. In a hunter's circle, using such a deck would get you shot in the back. It's not that bad. It's true, seems so. Yihan, taking his turn, unleashed a barrage of spells, knocking Gainando out. Gainando's mouth hung open, his eyes blinking in disbelief. So, Yaner, what brings you here? Oh, there's a social gathering in Grandin City, isn't there? Organizing a social gathering wasn't difficult. Yihan could call a few friends over for food, drinks, and fun, and it would qualify as a social event. As such, a city the size of Grandin would have dozens of such gatherings daily. But the gathering Yaner referred to was of a different caliber. It was essentially a city-wide event in Grandin, attended not just by influential families, but also imperial bureaucrats. And the main attendees of this event were first-year students from the Magic Academy. So this is the gathering the royals were talking about earlier. Yihan understood why the royals had visited earlier. It made sense they'd want to enter such an event with a promising Magic Academy student, essentially declaring we're friends. I thought it best not to enter with Gainando. I was thinking the same. Given the attitudes of the other royals, entering with Gainando seemed likely to cause unnecessary complications. Why? Because I brought a dark magic curse deck, Gainando asked, looking shocked. No, if we go together, it might lead to misunderstandings about factions. Just think of it as because of the cards. Yaner's blunt words left Gainando grumbling. Everyone's just jealous because my deck is strong. But you lost. Quiet. In light of this, there's no helping it. Yihan spoke to Professor Verduz with a tinge of regret. He didn't enjoy attending social gatherings, but if it served as an excuse to avoid the professor, it was worth it. As expected, Professor Verduz asked, perplexed, why on earth would you attend such a pointless gathering? All first-year students are invited. It seems they want to see how Magic Academy students socialize. There was no point in explaining. Professor Verduz continued to grumble, regardless of whether Yihan explained or not. I don't understand why there's a class on dancing in Magic Academy. They should be teaching more about enchantment magic theory instead. I agree, but wait, is there dancing at this social gathering? With an event of that size, it's inevitable, Professor Verduz replied as if it were the most obvious thing. At small social gatherings, perhaps not, but at an event of this scale, a ball was almost a certainty. Yihan frowned. I never thought I'd need to dance in my life. While other students of the Blue Dragon Tower had attended social dance classes, Yihan had taken an extra magic course instead. It couldn't be helped. Even when he was with the Wardenaz family, he had never really practiced dancing. I need to quickly learn the basics as efficiently as possible. His goal was merely to avoid embarrassment. Yihan looked at Professor Verduz with resolve. Professor, are you good at dancing? No. I thought so, then I'll go find someone to teach me. Left alone, Professor Verduz tilted his head, feeling somewhat offended. Yihan was lost in thought. In truth, Yihan didn't need to learn every dance to make a name for himself at the Imperial Ball. It would be enough to learn the basics, dance once with others when they took their turns, and then return to his seat. Outstanding dancers were said to be well versed in the subtle differences of the round dances from each region of the empire, but is that even possible? Yihan, who was inwardly amazed, felt a twinge of remorse. Come to think of it, he who was taking all the schools of magic was in no position to say such things. The easiest way to learn this is probably, it was more comfortable to learn with a friend who was as bad at dancing as Yihan than to learn alone. It was good for asking favors and practicing, and make preparations in advance so they can't say anything unnecessary. Gaynando is not here. Yes, I apologize, but surprisingly, Gaynando was not at the mansion. How? No. That was a rude question. After all, Gaynando can go out and play on his own. Upon hearing Yihan's words, the head butler thought to himself, he might have other friends, but didn't say it out loud. Gaynando had indeed gone out to play alone. It seems he went out to test the new mage cards he got, as expected of the Wardenaz family. That guess has nothing to do with the family. Anyway, I understand. Do we have a guest? From inside the mansion, Gaynando's mother, whom he had met before, appeared. The head butler bowed his head at the dazzling spirit's radiance. Gaynando's mother recognized Yihan's face and was delighted. You're Yihan from the Wardenaz family, Gaynando's Fr. Fry, a Quain, from the same tower. Right, yes, and since we're friends, please feel free to speak comfortably. Yihan could sense the other person thinking, are they really friends? Are they still friends? If I say they're friends and they deny it, it'll be awkward for both of us, so I should be careful. Gaynando's mother still spoke as if she found it hard to believe. I see. What brings you here today? There's a big social gathering hosted by the city soon, and I came to practice with Gaynando. Gaynando's mother looked at him again with an amazed expression. It was a look that seemed to ask why he was going to such lengths to take care of Gaynando. I should pretend not to notice. That's really kind of you. If I had known in advance, I would have locked him up so he couldn't go out. It's fine. I can wait until he returns. The head butler cautiously opened his mouth. If you need any assistance with your practice, we will gladly prepare it. At that question, Gaynando's mother frowned. A noble with strong pride might take offense at such a suggestion. Offering to help with etiquette between noble families could be seen as disrespectful and looking down on the other party at first glance. How rude. A young master from the Wardenaz family should be able to do such a thing on his own, shouldn't he? I apologize. Yihan felt embarrassed. I was going to ask for help. He's someone who can't do such a thing on his own, so it would be better if you helped him. A nobleman Yihan had seen somewhere appeared from inside the mansion. A cold-looking handsome man, wearing a ceremonial robe made of dark blue silk and holding a cane with the unique elegance that only a nobleman could display. His eyes glinted with a wicked mischief. Skull PR. No, principal. I think you were about to address me casually just now, but I'll let it slide as a sign of friendliness. The skull principal tapped the floor lightly with his cane as he spoke. Maybe it was just his imagination, but Yihan thought the skull principal looked very tired. Strange. The skull principal was one of the most powerful mages Yihan knew. A mage of that caliber wouldn't get tired from using a few spells. Did something happen to you, by any chance? What's the reason for your question? You look a bit tired. It must be your imagination. The skull principal glared at Yihan with a scowl on his face. As a result, there was no persuasiveness at all in what he had just said. You said it was my imagination. Yihan pondered if he had done something wrong. Is it because of the King of Ghouls? But that wasn't my fault. It was because the Adventurers Guild didn't investigate properly. Wait, what do you mean by the King of Ghouls? The skull principal interrupted Yihan's words. His foresight magic enhanced instincts were warning him of something ominous. It was telling him that nothing good would come from hearing it. I was harassed by the Emperor until dawn, and don't tell me. The skull principal had faced the Emperor alone at the Imperial Palace from after the break until dawn today. It was closer to a reprimand and criticism than a one-on-one meeting. Oz, I respect your policy. But there are clearly some parts that are too much. I heard that a mage who graduated from Einregard caused another incident recently. Mages are basically crazy, so it's not that Einregard is particularly unusual. The higher proportion at Einregard is because there are more capable mages there, so the incidents naturally increase accordingly. Stop making excuses. I didn't summon you to hear that. I heard an outstanding student from the Wardenaz family enrolled this time. Yes, seeing you agree so readily, it must be a truly outstanding student. Well, it is the Wardenaz family. I will take responsibility and teach him well. Don't try to change the subject. I heard that student is receiving harsh teachings beyond the normal level. Is it true that a freshman is learning magic from all the schools of magic? It's not unprecedented. That kid was a troll mixed blood, wasn't she? Even then, there was a lot of talk about dismissing you. This time, there's no such talk since it's the Wardenaz family, but that just shows how little insight the bureaucrats have, doesn't it? No, do you think a troll mixed blood would endure well or a pure human would endure well? Well, if they're from the Wardenaz family, one can't help but expect some level of extraordinariness. Stop beating around the bush. There's only one thing I want to say. Teach that student well. Yes, O's. When I say teach him well, I don't just mean magic. I mean guide him so he doesn't become twisted. The Emperor's words were not entirely unreasonable. Mages were fundamentally dangerous beings, and outstanding mages were even more dangerous beings, and outstanding yet twisted mages were extremely dangerous beings. Considering the abilities of the mages Einregard produced, it was only natural for the Emperor to speak so gravely. However, the Skull Principal still felt wronged. Why was it the Skull Principal's fault that mages learned magic and caused accidents? He wanted to argue for hours, but the Skull Principal endured. There was no point in saying such things to the Emperor, who was tired from overseeing the Empire's affairs, as it would only be disadvantageous to himself. And the Skull Principal had too many weaknesses that the Emperor could exploit. I will do my best. I'm telling you this in advance in case you try to play clever word games later. Here are some examples of what I mean by guiding him well. If there's a situation where he has to fight a rock drake, make him avoid it. If he's already taking 10 classes, dissuade him from taking an 11th. If there's an intruder from outside, avoid having the freshman fight. Similarly, if the King of Frost Giants is summoned, avoid having the freshman resolve it. I swear I didn't intentionally push for any of those things. Is that so? But your majesty won't believe me, will you? That's right. Don't resent me too much, O's. It's all because you've deceived me too many times. The Skull Principal couldn't say anything because it was his just deserts. This was the consequence of always committing misdeeds and then making excuses, saying it wasn't me. But the incidents related to Yi Han were truly not something the Skull Principal had forcibly pushed. Most of them were things he had volunteered for. From now on, I will be careful not to let the freshman go through too harsh of trials. Hearing that answer satisfies me. I'll trust you, O's, even though I suspect that after saying this, in 3 days, you'll harshly pass on your mantle as you please. No, your majesty, what era do you think this is? Gathering just the disciples who ran away from you, one could establish a magic tower. Anyway, I'll trust you. After enduring the barbaric slander of the Emperor, who insulted an innocent great mage based on unfounded rumors and hearsay, and returning, the very person who was the cause of all this was saying something ominous, so he couldn't help but be afraid. Let me guess. Undead rising from the cemetery. It is about time for that. Idle nobles like to give them grandiose nicknames. Ah, how did you know? But that wasn't the king of ghouls, it was an undead chimera. I tracked it down and caught it with Senior Dyerth. The Skull Principal felt phantom headaches from his non-existent body. He had been away for just over a month, and he was afraid to even ask what had happened during that time. Then did the noble brats cause an incident. They're the kind who don't know what's dangerous and buy this and that to play around with. Oh, you heard, but that was a basilisk. What the hell is wrong with you? In the end, the Skull Principal exploded. Other Blue Dragon Tower brats are wasting their family's wealth and indulging in debauchery during the break, but why are you doing this? Acting like you have multiple lives when you're not even a lick. Not only Ihan but everyone else in Gaynando's mansion was dumbfounded. My friends are all working during the break, though. You must have influenced them. That's not. Or is it? When Ihan agreed, the Skull Principal became even more spiteful. Gaynando's mother stepped forward to defend Ihan originally. He should have been happy about a student's achievements, but instead of being pleased, the Skull Principal sighed even more deeply. What he feared most was the lingering unease that there were still more of Ihan's accomplishments left. After sighing a few more times, the Skull Principal decided to accept reality. At least there's an alibi, fortunately. Even if the Emperor asked later, it was possible to make the excuse that he wasn't in Grandin City at that time. He didn't know how effective that would be, but enough. If he were someone who could be stopped, he wouldn't have had that level of capacity in the first place. Just learn to dance. Lady Kraha, this kid didn't take the social etiquette class, so it would be good if you could teach him. Really? Gaynando's mother looked at the Skull Principal as if asking if it wasn't too much. The Skull Principal immediately realized what misunderstanding she was having. No, Lady Kraha, I didn't prevent him from taking it. Then he just didn't take it. That's right, I see, I understand. The sacred cabinet will break. You explain it. The Skull Principal called Ihan while enduring his headache. Yes, what should I say? It was your choice not to take the dance class, wasn't it? Yes, it was my choice, but do you see? The Skull Principal, who was about to speak, faltered when he saw the shocked look Gaynando's mother was giving him. At that moment, the Skull Principal realized that no matter how he explained it, It was impossible to clear up the misunderstanding. Just teach him to dance. Yihan felt a twinge of guilt. In fact, it was Yihan's choice not to take the dance class at the academy. But the Skull principal was getting unnecessary misunderstandings because of him. I apologize, enough. It seems like a misunderstanding because of the things you usually do. You apologize and then say something like that. Do you think it sounds like an apology? The Skull principal was dumbfounded. Whoever taught him, his skill at turning an apology into an insult was not ordinary. But why did you come here? What other reason would I have for meeting high nobles? The Skull principal placed an imperial gold coin on his palm with a tired expression. He had unconsciously tried to take the gold coin. The Skull principal immediately took back the gold coin and looked at him as if dumbfounded. Were you just trying to take my gold coin? I thought you took it out to give it to me. Seeing you now, it seems that what His Majesty said wasn't entirely wrong. I came to receive sponsorship. Mages were a race that couldn't help but be wasteful. They burned precious gems and ground up rare materials just to try developing a reagent, so there was no way they could be frugal. And then they would nonchalantly say things like, I used up the whole box of diamonds you provided, but there were no results. Can't you provide me with better diamonds again? And make their sponsors grab the back of their necks. And since Einregard was a place that gathered only the most outstanding among such mages in the Empire, the wastefulness was also among the worst in the Empire. Even though the Emperor supported Einregard, despite the opposition of the imperial bureaucrats, the imperial treasurers trembled at the mere mention of Einregard. The budget was always tight. As such, one of the Skull principal's duties was to secure additional sponsorships. Indeed. You must be working hard, Yihan deeply empathized. A professor's job wasn't just researching their own magic and teaching disciples. Securing a budget was also one of a professor's abilities. In that regard, the Skull principal was indeed an amazing person. Wait, he's not extorting them through threats, is he? Why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. By the way, when will you visit our family, the Wardenaz family? The Skull principal looked at Yihan as if he had heard the stupidest thing in the world. There's no reason to visit the Wardenaz family. Do you think a mage busy with his own experiments would give gold coins to another mage to experiment? Mages never gave gold coins to other mages. They might use it themselves, but giving it to another mage was not something a mage would do. Is that so? Did you receive sponsorship from Lady Kraha? Not yet. Receiving someone else's gold coins is not an easy task. I'll have to visit a few more times and persuade her. The Skull principal's expression was serious. It was a much more serious expression than when he used the grand magic of the unique world last time. In fact, securing a budget was a much more difficult realm than magic. It seems persuasion is difficult. Of course it is. Lady Kraha is by no means an easy person. You must have already talked about Gaynando. Do you have any other excuses to receive sponsorship, like the schedule for the second semester? Yihan casually asked. It was easier to prepare if you knew in advance. However, the Skull principal was not easy to deal with. Even if I do, I won't tell you. And are you telling me to talk about how her own son was dragged to the punishment room? The Skull principal looked at Yihan suspiciously. He suspected that Yihan might be trying to get back at him for the grudges accumulated last semester. No, that's not it, Lady Kraha. Did you know that Gaynando has talent in dark magic? Is that true? Gaynando's mother asked back in amazement. Not mage cards. He doesn't have much talent in mage cards, but he's outstanding in dark magic. We take the class together and he's one of the best. In the first place, the number of freshmen taking it can be counted on one hand. The Skull principal was dumbfounded but didn't intervene. Lord Gonidalts, I haven't heard about this. Lady Kraha, I cannot disclose the secrets of the students. This time Yihan looked at the Skull principal as if dumbfounded, trying to avoid talking about sending him to the punishment room with such tricks. I will consider the sponsorship positively. Gaynando's mother nodded with a generous smile. The Skull principal looked at Yihan with a different expression than before. I'm proud of you. Principal, I don't want to brag about myself, but I'm the top student in my year. Yes, top student. I'm proud of you, but I have other families to visit. I'll be going to learn to dance now. Yihan turned his steps as if he hadn't heard. Dancing was not that difficult. Gaynando's mother was a skilled dancer, and Yihan had risked his life to perform movements several times more difficult than this. In fact, if Gaynando's mother hadn't kindly taught him, he might have learned a little faster. It's awkward that there's no attack coming when I make a mistake in the beat. Not knowing what ominous thoughts Yihan was having, Gaynando's mother kindly emphasized, the most important thing in dancing is the beat. If you can just feel the beat, you can somehow follow the rest of the movements. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Seeing Yihan's movements, Gaynando's mother was satisfied like a teacher with a talented student. It was an excellent result to achieve this much in such a short time. With this level of talent, it's a waste to let it rot. How about taking it in the second semester? Actually, I'm taking many other classes. Yihan quickly made an excuse. Even Professor Belatti acknowledged the excuse. I'm actually taking all the magic classes, so one could see the power this excuse held. Is that so? That's unfortunate. Gainando's mother didn't insist any further. If he was the top student in his year, he would probably do well on his own without much effort. I should just say a word or two to Lord Gonidouts when delivering the sponsorship money. Gainando's mother thought she should still say something to the Skull Principal. It could be because of the Skull Principal that he couldn't take it. By the way, is there anything I should be careful about at the ball? Yihan asked for advice. His other friends were also young and lacked experience attending social gatherings, but Yihan was even worse. In fact, he had no interest in social gatherings in the first place. As such, advice from someone like Gainando's mother was valuable. First, it's best not to get involved with the royals. Yihan was slightly flustered. Is she telling me not to hang out with Gainando? As if reading his inner thoughts, Gainando's mother kindly advised him. The royals basically aimed to build their achievements, raise their reputation, and let the imperial social circles know, I'm this great of a person, so please push me as the successor. As such, they took great interest in gatherings where new talents entering the Magic Academy gathered. If an ambitious student joined hands with one of the royals and took sides, it wasn't bad, but if they had no intention of doing so, it was better to avoid them. If you politely refuse to dance or converse, they will also understand and respect your intentions. They have very strong pride, you see. Yihan tilted his head. They don't do that, though. Even when Yihan declined, the royals kept pestering him. They even openly declared in front of Gainando, I will take Wardenaz away. Were the royals I met unusually lacking in pride? I see. I'll be careful. Besides people who become troublesome when you get close, are there any good people to get close to? The city nobles of Grandin are generally not bad to get close to. You'll be staying here for the next few years, so you'll be able to get help from them in some way or another. I received help from them last time when chasing the undead chimera. Gainando's mother pretended not to hear the story of a freshman chasing and catching an undead chimera. It was indeed the skill of someone who had experienced all sorts of things in the imperial social circles. Among them, the people who are especially good to know are. Yihan had high expectations for the summary of the core of Grandin City's social circles that Gainando's mother was about to impart. In the case of Grime from the Boot family, he oversees the materials and reagents of the guild, so it's good for a mage to know. Just hearing the explanation, it felt like the sound of clinking gold coins could be heard. Wait, that won't work. Pardon, why do you say that? Is it because I'm from the Wardenaz family? Yihan was flustered. He was already imagining in his head getting close, monopolizing various jobs, and happily working with his friends until the end of the break. Not because of the Wardenaz family. Grime has spirit blood mixed in him, so he's likely to get scared if he talks closely with Yihan. Yihan was flustered again. What does this mean? Lady Kraha, aren't you talking to me right now? Yihan asked, hoping Gainando's mother would answer. That's true, or well, I was fine, so Grime might be fine too. Of course, the spirits didn't particularly like Yihan, but it didn't make sense for the spirit mixed bloods to dislike. I have a strong mental strength, but Grime is timid and has quite thick spirit blood. Instead of denying it, Gainando's mother confirmed it. Yihan asked in a dejected voice, am I that intimidating? Yes, I'm sorry, but I can't sugarcoat it. Gainando's mother apologized very regretfully. Yihan suddenly became curious and asked, then does Gainando also not feel much pressure from me because he has strong mental strength? He just doesn't feel it because his spirit blood hasn't manifested. I see. The huge hall located in the center of Grandin City was originally one of the city's prides, where city nobles and bureaucrats gathered when there was an important matter. However, today it was being used as a venue to welcome new students of the Magic Academy. Students arriving one by one marveled at the splendid exterior of the grand mansion. Yihan, who had arrived, greeted the students from other towers who had come earlier. Friends who were acquainted with Yihan either greeted him together or avoided his gaze. Why are you avoiding my gaze? Oh, it's a misunderstanding. Wardenaz. Even minor misunderstandings between them were not forgotten and resolved. Nilia, seeing that the dark elf friend's complexion wasn't good, Yihan spoke as if he understood. You don't want to attend the ball. I understand. I don't really want to attend either. That's not why. It's not. Then why? Because I ranked first at the Makin mansion. Nilia sighed deeply and took out a piece of paper. There are many idle hunters in the north, so sending them to the southern coast. They can attack from a distance, so they'll be good at dealing with monsters. If monsters are caught well, people will be happy and political instability will decrease. I'm sorry. Why did I submit this? It's not bad. At Yihan's words, Nilia was startled and raised her head. For a moment, she thought her friend was teasing her, but Yihan's expression was very serious. No, why? Are you Kra? Nilia wondered if her friend, who even ranked first in the year, had gone mad from excessive labor and training. To solve the political instability in the southern coast of the empire, one should use some. What? Anyway, some clever methods, so why call the northern hunters? Yanair. Look at this, hey, Nilia screamed. Yihan had called Yanair instead of looking at it alone. This is why they all said not to trust noble brats. What do you think? It's not bad. Mobilizing mages is too expensive, and above all, there's no certainty that it can be done right away. That's right. The Shadow Patrol is much more reliable in comparison. There might be adaptation issues since the area of activity is different, but will that be okay? If there were such problems, Nilia wouldn't have written it in the first place. True. Nilia flinched while listening. She had just written it without much thought. That's not it. Looking at this, it seems I was thinking too much. The most intuitive method is the best method. Definitely, I agree too. Guys, whether Nilia called them or not, Ihan and Yanair were absorbed in their own world, complementing Nilia's plan. When persuading the local guilds, the hunters might be better. When mana becomes rough and spirits become angry, many people feel more uncomfortable if mages visit for no reason. Nilia was appalled by her two friends adding things she hadn't even mentioned. I've seen it all. Nilia, you truly deserve to rank first in the Macon family. I'm proud that you're my friend, but I didn't do anything. At Nilia's words, the two friends smiled knowingly. So humble. Originally, a drop of humility makes a genius stand out even more. But don't be too humble, Nilia. If the first place is too humble, it's hard for those below. Nilia was dumbfounded by the brazen words of the year's top student who was always being humble. She was so dumbfounded that she couldn't retort, and in the meantime, the two friends finished the conversation on their own. What happens if it's adopted by the Macon family? A method this good has a high possibility of actually being tried out. They'll probably call Nilia and ask. Indeed, I'm looking forward to the results. Nilia, who had been listening blankly, whispered like a growling beast. Both of you help me. Will our help be necessary? I don't think we'll be of much help. Right. Nilia unconsciously tried to take out the bow on her waist, but belatedly realized that she had come in attire suitable for a social gathering. This outfit is really annoying. It feels really awkward. Am I wearing it right? I'm not sure either. Wow, wait, look at Nilia. How did she wear it so perfectly? Nilia has many friends here and there. She probably attends many gatherings, so she's good at wearing these complicated clothes. At the sound of Black Tortoise Tower friends chattering and passing by behind her, Nilia sharply turned her head. What are these jerks saying? Isn't that professor over there? Yanair pointed ahead, looking puzzled. Yihan answered as if asking what she was talking about. What are you saying, Yanair? No, it's not. It's a beaver mixed blood. Right, it's Professor Beevil. It must be someone who looks similar. Professor Beevil spotted Yihan and walked over with a dejected expression. Yihan clicked his tongue blatantly. Yanair looked at her friend as if dumbfounded. You recognized him, didn't you, Professor? What brings you here? Because of an unreasonable order. Professor Beevil waved his staff with a dejected expression. Then the wrinkles caught on a passing student's clothes were smoothed out, and the knots were perfectly tied. An unreasonable order. The principal must have told him to come out and help the kids. Yihan guessed it right away. With the Skull Principal's personality, there was no way he would let Professor Beevil fool around nearby. Why dancing? Time, cost, artifact. Professor Beevil grumbled and waved his staff. Yihan gestured to Yanair with his eyes. Let's get away quickly. However, the bored and idle Professor Beevil didn't let Yihan go easily. Want to try this? What is this? Shoes that make you dance well. Professor Beevil held out shoes that emanated mana. Yanair asked in amazement. There's an artifact like that, SHH. Yanair, if it's a proper artifact, there's no reason to give it to us. Yihan saw through Professor Beevil's true intentions. Surely he must have made the artifact because this place was too boring and dull, so the artifact was unlikely to be ordinary and proper. It probably had something strange or a drawback. Have you made an artifact like this before? Why would I make a crappy artifact that makes you dance well? It's dangerous as expected. No matter how much the shoes made you dance well, it was dangerous to wear an artifact that you couldn't handle. Just like a person who had never swung a sword would only injure their muscles if they held a sword that allowed them to use ancient swordsmanship, those shoes were likely to be the same. What's that? Gaynando, who arrived late, threw a question. Yihan checked the time and asked, Why are you so late? Hee. I won against 3 people. Did you have a dark magic duel? It was a mage cards match, Gaynando snapped. After making a new deck, Gaynando was literally intoxicated with power, to the point of pondering to himself if this was what being omnipotent felt like. They're shoes that make you dance well. Gaynando promptly took Professor Beevil's offer. Yihan frowned and said, They look dangerous. Wouldn't it be better to dance without them? I can't. I didn't practice. Yihan didn't say you should have practiced instead of playing cards. It felt like he was nagging too much. How about making an excuse and leaving? If Mom hears about it, I'll get scolded. You should have practiced instead of playing cards. Not only the Blue Dragon Tower students who enjoyed social gatherings, but also students from other towers greatly enjoyed the banquet. The people of Grandin City welcomed them with a soft and pleasant atmosphere instead of suffocating the freshmen with a stiff and formal atmosphere. Mage, how is life at Einregard? You seem to be having an amazing time. Well, you're learning at the Empire's best magic academy, so there can't be any complaints. If I could enter and learn there, I would have no regrets. Of course, there were occasionally people who hurt the students' feelings, but it wasn't intentional. It's not bad. Yihan was relieved by this atmosphere. If it was this atmosphere, even Yihan, who had little experience with social gatherings, could get through it smoothly. Yihan of the Wardenaz family. I was truly amazed by the magic you showed against Duin from Baldergard. Would you like to dance? Ah, yes, Yihan of the Wardenaz family. I heard Lady Yonan of the Macon family praising you. Would you like to dance? Yes, Yihan of the Wardenaz family. His Highness Prince Bogajun, the Basilisk, the King of Ghouls, the undead chimera in the cemetery this time. I heard you saved the knights. Yihan felt like it was better when he learned swordsmanship under Arlong or Ingirdle. At least then, he didn't have to be so nervous about stepping on the other person's feet. This is driving me crazy. The excuses for dancing at the Imperial Ball were similar to the reasons a drunkard drank alcohol. If the weather was good, they danced because the weather was good. If the weather was bad, they danced because the weather was bad. If the other person accomplished something, they used that as an excuse to dance again. And Yihan was an excuse in itself just by walking around. Thud. Only after dancing to the last excuse could Yihan sit on a chair. What? When Jijil, who was already sitting next to him, stared at him, Yihan was puzzled. Were there any mistakes in my dancing? Number, were there any good requests? No. May I ask why you're staring at me? I heard there's a guy among the freshmen who says he's Gaynando of the Moradi family. I'm wondering if you know anything about it. Jijil spoke coldly. Yihan answered immediately. I'll give Gaynando a stern talking to. Mistaking his own family, what a ridiculous mistake. I heard he has black hair. Gaynando has been interested in hair color conversion magic lately. They say he uses magic better than the second years. Gaynando has talent in magic, you know. Are you confident you won't meet him for the rest of your life? Jijil asked as if threatening. It meant that she would bring Valgaro from the Alpha family, a second-year senior from the White Tiger Tower, to meet him. So Yihan didn't even blink an eye. I don't know what you're talking about. I can just avoid him. If he was intimidated by such things, he couldn't have survived under the professors. Even if the lie was exposed later, he had to be able to insist without blinking an eye right now in order to survive as a disciple. What kind of jerk is this, really? Jijil was at a loss for words. A descendant of an imperial high noble family was insisting more brazenly than a street thug, so she had nothing to say. What the hell was this jerk? Wardenaz. Ah, the professor is calling me. I'll get going. Urea. The one who called Yihan was Professor Kerman Ku, who taught illusion magic. Professor Ku looked at Yihan and blinked. Sorry for calling you when you must be having a great time. Not at all. Yihan was sincere. In fact, even if Professor Ku sent him back, he was planning to return to the hall as slowly as possible. I called you because I need your help. It seems a bit difficult to do alone. Do I need to move some luggage? It wouldn't be surprising if there were a few more professors from the Magic Academy at this place, since even Professor Beevil was here. If there were any chores, Yihan was planning to call Professor Beevil as well. He couldn't bear to leave a bored professor alone. No, it's not that. Then what is it? I need to scare the students. For a moment he thought a crazy professor had finally appeared. It might not be the first time, but Professor Ku was very sane. It's an annual event. We surprise the students and see how they respond. Why on earth at the ball? Wardenaz, a mage must always be on guard. That's what the principal said. No wonder the donations aren't coming in. Yihan realized who the culprit was and sighed inwardly. But do I not have to participate? The principal said to exclude you no matter what. Yihan was about to argue why only he had to be excluded, but he stopped. It was absurd, but honestly, if asked whether he wanted to participate in that gathering, the answer was no. I don't want to be among them. Of course, his friends would want to overcome the sudden ordeal together with Yihan, but Yihan didn't really want to do that. What can I help you with? Wow. When Professor Ku exclaimed, Yihan was puzzled. Why was he doing that? The principal said that if it's you, Wardenaz, you would gladly help. Yihan, whose true feelings were read by the Skull Principal, felt complicated to have such a diligent disciple. As I said before, it seems too much for Professor Bagrak. Not at all. Belati probably thinks the same, but it shouldn't be like that. It's scary that it seems that way. While Yihan was thinking to himself, Professor Ku waved his staff. Then a huge flame beast revealed itself. If an ordinary person saw a huge, fiercely burning beast glaring at them with fierce eyes, they would have screamed, but Yihan didn't even blink. It doesn't seem to suit the ballroom. Definitely, a sharp student would notice. Professor Ku admitted his mistake and readily dispelled the illusion. Yihan slowly opened his mouth. If you need an illusion that can surprise the students, I think you need a plausible monster, not just a threatening one. Plausible, yes. A monster that wouldn't be strange to appear in the ballroom. Is there such a thing? Professor Ku was taken aback. It seemed like any monster appearing in the ballroom would feel strange. If you attach a good reason, even a strange monster can become plausible. For example, if you say the principal released the monster, most students will believe it. Indeed, listening to the conversation, Professor Ku suddenly had a question in his mind. In a way, it was a task to trouble Wardenaz's friends, so was it something to put this much sincerity into? Indeed, he's worthy of being Belati's disciple. In Wardenaz's unwavering refusal to compromise when it came to magic-related matters, regardless of his friend's difficulties, Professor Ku was reminded of Belati. In the end, a disciple couldn't help but resemble their master to some extent. Unaware of Professor Ku's musings, Yihan pulled out a list of monsters. How about a demon-type monster? It seems easy to believe that the principal summoned it. What about this one? A demon with 4 wings exhaling a breath mixed with flames and sulfur appeared. It seems good. Its threatening appearance suits the principal well. Indeed, then let's prepare. Yes, wait, what do you mean? Yihan was slightly taken aback when Professor Ku said to prepare right away without any explanation. What did he mean by preparing? The demon's illusion, of course. I haven't learned that yet. It's okay if it's not an illusion that can move on its own and control senses. It's fine if the appearance is similar. That's what I'm saying, I haven't learned that yet. Yihan was starting to fear how Professor Ku thought of him. Did he think he was a 4th-year student? What? Professor Ku was startled. Then, as if it was a new realization, he spoke again. Right, Wardenaz, you're a 1st-year, so it wouldn't be strange if you didn't know. Yihan was about to ask, you just realized that now. But he held back. The other person was a professor. Yes. No matter how crude, I don't think the magic I can do is at the level of creating an illusion of a monster on the level of a demon. But Professor Beevil said you mastered, which is 4th circle magic. That's also in the illusion magic category, right? If you can do that, you can roughly do a demon's illusion, a magic that summons the illusion of a dragon made of light. Even with the help of a magic circle, it was definitely an impressive feat, enough to even attempt a demon's illusion. Yihan, who was at a disadvantage, changed the subject as if he hadn't heard. So what can I help you with? I was going to assist you on the side when you summon the demon's illusion. How about learning it now? I think you can do it, Wardenaz. Indeed, he's a friend of Professor Belatti. The saying, birds of a feather flock together, wasn't for nothing. If a crazy person's friend seemed too normal, one had to think again. There was a high possibility that madness was hidden behind that normal exterior. But apart from Yihan's rude thoughts, this matter wasn't Professor Ku's fault. It was originally because Professor Beevil and other professors had raised the difficulty level by saying things like, Wardenaz did this much, and Wardenaz could probably do this much. Hearing such words, it was natural to suggest learning a spell to summon a demon's illusion, a suggestion born from pure consideration without any malice. Of course, even if you throw a rock with no malice and a pure heart, a person can still be hit and die. I'm currently practicing many spells. Yihan was gradually learning the knack of dealing with Einregard's professors, a kind of deflection, using Professor B as an excuse against Professor A, and using Professor C as an excuse against Professor B. It could be troublesome if caught, but what could he do? If he didn't, he was about to die right now. Right. Professor Ku wasn't surprised at all. Just looking at the lectures he took in the 1st semester, it was easy to guess that Wardenaz would be practicing many spells right now. What are you practicing? I'm curious. Is there any illusion magic? Illusion magic. I am practicing Aghanin's illusion magic. Yihan hesitated after speaking. Professor Ku was listening with too much interest. Aghanin's. What magic have you mastered, and to what extent? It's not that impressive. It's a different story if it's Aghanin's illusion magic. It's classic and orthodox. The difficulty level has drastically reduced the number of people learning it these days, but I'm glad to hear you're practicing it, Wardenaz, so it's not that impressive. No matter how much Yihan tried to speak, Professor Ku didn't listen. He even called a passing mage, Daruachi. My disciple here is directly learning and practicing Aghanin's illusion magic. What? Aren't the students here today 1st years? He's a freshman, isn't it impressive? That's impossible. When a mage he had never seen before came, Yihan wanted to hit Professor Ku. What was so great about learning from Aghanin that he even called a passerby, Professor, why even another person? This is Daruachi from the Veiler family. He's also a mage who came to help with today's event. Unlike Professor Belatti, Professor Ku had a wide network. The other mage seemed to be Professor Ku's friend, Veiler family. Yihan was surprised that the other person's family name was familiar. Where had he heard it? Nice to meet you. I'm Daruachi from the Veiler family. I'm Yihan from the Wardenaz family. Daruachi stopped in the middle of the greeting and stared at Yihan. Why are you doing that? I heard the rumors, but I didn't think you were a 1st-year. Duin owed you a favor. Yihan finally remembered what kind of family the Veiler family was. Duin from Baldergard, who had a light duel with Yihan at the gathering. Duin's family was the Veiler family. They were from the same family. What happened at the gathering wasn't me winning, but Duin making a mistake. You don't have to be so considerate. The idiot is the one who made such a mistake while competing in magic with a 1st-year student. Yihan wanted to somehow restore Duin's honor, but it wasn't easy. And it was also quite hard to believe that Duin accidentally fell into a state of exhaustion because Yihan had too much mana. While Yihan was feeling sorry for Duin in his mind, Professor Ku and Daruachi had a conversation. If the rumors are true, it's not completely nonsense that he's learning Aghanin's magic. Daruachi. It's not because he's my disciple, but Wardenaz doesn't make false claims when it comes to magic. I'm not saying I don't believe it. Aghanin's illusion magic is so difficult that even if you try to learn and master it, it's not easy. Even if you have the will, you might not see results. We'll know the results when we hear them. Have you mastered any magic? I've mastered in the series of magic and now I'm practicing. Ooh, that's impossible. The two illusion mages were startled. He was already practicing. Any proper illusion mage in the Empire couldn't be unaware of. A defensive magic that spreads an illusory fog to make accurate aiming impossible for external enemies. Of course, there were many illusion spells that created such effects. Among them, there were many spells that were easier to master than. However, the reason was highly regarded was because of its completeness. Illusion magic using heat didn't work properly in places filled with cold, and illusion magic using hallucinogenic clouds had a sharp decrease in effectiveness if the sense of smell was blocked. However, pure traditional illusion magic didn't have such weaknesses. It took a long time to master and was inefficient, but once mastered, it was a highly complete magic without weaknesses. It wasn't for nothing that Professor Ku and Daruachi highly evaluated it. He's already mastered and impressive. I told you, Daruachi. With that level, it seems he's fully prepared to master. You're right, Wardenaz. You said you're practicing now? Try practicing again. We'll watch. No, Professor. Aren't we preparing? It's okay to do that a bit later. Professor Ku is right. What's so important about such a prank? Let's see, is this really okay? Something is strange. The Skull Principal frowned and spoke. Professor Beevil, who was next to him, asked with a brightened face. You finally realized the futility of this useless nonsense. That's not what I meant. It's not. Why are the number of illusion mages gradually decreasing? The Skull Principal didn't entrust the task only to Professor Ku. Considering the size of the hall and the number of freshmen, it was something that couldn't be assigned only to Professor Ku from the beginning. The mana possessed by Einregard's professors wasn't that cheap. He had called and put on standby several illusion mages in Grandin City, including Daruachi, but the number of illusion mages in the ballroom was decreasing one by one. At first, he thought they had deserted because they didn't want to do it, but no matter what, this was a bit strange, unless someone was kidnapping them. The Skull Principal took his gaze off Gaynando, who was stirring up the center of the ballroom like a storm, and went out to the corridor. And he moved his steps to where the life force was gathered. No way. If life force was gathered, there was only one answer, but the Skull Principal denied it. No matter what, how could the illusion mages irresponsibly leave their posts and act on their own? It seems difficult. No, Mr. Wardenaz, please try a little more. That's right. Is a magic too precious to give up like this? I also tried to learn it once, but I failed in the end. I'm sure you can do it, Mr. Wardenaz. I agree. I don't want to highly evaluate failure, but just completing it to this extent is impressive. It would be a shame to stop here. Come on, just one more time, just one more time. Seeing the illusion mages surrounding Yihan and applauding, the Skull Principal truly felt a headache. Ah, Lord Gonadouts, look here. This Mr. Wardenaz is on the verge of mastering, and he's only a first year. The Skull Principal mustered up as much patience as possible to not curse at the faces of the illusion mages who spoke so innocently. That's truly an amazing feat. Right, I knew you would agree. Of course you would be happy as the one responsible for Einregard. Ha ha ha. The illusion mages burst into laughter, but Yihan had a slightly different thought. He seems extremely pissed off. The expression of the Skull Principal in human form was not just icy cold, but looked like he wanted to attack the illusion mages right away. However, the illusion mages were so overjoyed by the fact that Yihan, who was only a first year, might master that they failed to notice the Skull Principal's expression. How about Lord Gonadouts giving a few words of advice as well? That's a really great idea. Listening to that pure conversation, Yihan thought to himself. The rumor that illusion mages were skilled at reading other people's emotions might be false, but there's one thing I'm curious about. What is that? Didn't I ask you all to do something? The Skull Principal asked as kindly and gently as possible. If his true intentions were revealed, the mages might all run away. What was it? Was it to help him completely master? As the illusion mages murmured, the Skull Principal's anger deepened even further. The students, in the ballroom. Ah, right. I remember now, Lord Gonadouts. It was to surprise the students, right? Not just surprise them, but make them all flee in fear. Why do we need to make them flee in fear? The Skull Principal regretted calling these illusion mages for nothing. He thought he had brought some decent ones from Grandin City, but to think they would be this clueless. Forget it, everyone, get ready. Ah, wait a moment, Lord Gonadouts, what is it? We want to finish watching Mr. Wardenaz master before getting ready. The Skull Principal thought about how nice it would be if this were Einregard. Then he could have shoved all those mages upside down into the punishment room. But this was Grandin City, and if he did that to the illusion mages, reports and petitions would immediately fly to the imperial capital. The reputation of Einregard built in the city would be tarnished with violence and fear. He had to endure. Now, since the ball is past the halfway point, shouldn't we prepare quickly? The Skull Principal spoke as nicely as possible. However, the illusion mages were more clueless and persistent than expected. Please, Lord Gonadouts, we're almost there. If he doesn't master this time, who knows how much longer it will take. I'm fine. I can practice again next time. Yihan, who grasped the situation, tried to stop them, but the illusion mages didn't back down easily. Lord Gonadalts, please, Lord Gonadalts, you should know how important this opportunity is. Do as you wish, the Skull Principal let out a very deep and dark sigh. It was so deep and dark that it seemed to pierce through the corridor floor and reach the evil spirits deep underground. As quickly as possible, we will do our best to finish it quickly. Yihan read the Skull Principal's feelings and spoke sincerely. Then the illusion mages threw advice from the side. There's no need to rush. That's right. Haste is a dangerous enemy when mastering magic. The Skull Principal glared at the illusion mages as if he would kill them. When Yihan finally mastered and returned to the banquet hall, the ball was already in its final stages. The Skull Principal sent a suspicious look, wondering if Yihan had deliberately mastered it late, but he didn't dwell on it. Honestly, even from the Skull Principal's perspective, he had mastered it quickly, so he couldn't conscientiously say anything. Fortunately, I wasn't caught. Yihan let out a sigh of relief inwardly. At the end, he had mastered, but deliberately twisted the flow of mana to pretend to fail a few times. Roughly looking at it, it was time for the ball to end, so he didn't really want to return quickly. Gaynando, did you go swimming or something? Yihan was surprised to see Gaynando looking like he had taken a bath in sweat. Gaynando sat on a chair, panting as if his heart would stop at any moment. He was so out of breath that he couldn't even speak properly. The Huff shoes, Huff, crazy Professor Huff. Don't trust shoes given by a crazy professor. Got it. Gaynando kept nodding his head. Yihan noticed that Gaynando was barefoot. He must have had a problem with the artifact and barely managed to break it and escape. I told you not to wear them. While Yihan was feeling sorry for him, a few city nobles passing by saw Gaynando and exclaimed in admiration. It was truly an amazing dance. A dancer of that level is rare even in the capital. If His Highness the Prince shows his face in high society, everyone will be amazed. Yihan was surprised. Who would have thought that Professor Beevil's cursed artifact would turn into such luck? He didn't know how Gaynando had danced, but it was clear that he had shown a dance impressive enough to amaze even the city nobles who were accustomed to social gatherings and balls. But His Highness the Prince has a big flaw, doesn't he? Ah, right. If he doesn't fix that flaw, he might not be welcomed in high society. Yihan was surprised in a different sense. What kind of trouble did Gaynando cause? Even though Gaynando was a bit of a troublemaker, he didn't have many opportunities to cause trouble in the first place. He had spent most of this year at the Magic Academy, and before that, he probably didn't have many occasions to attend social gatherings, so how? Did he misspeak? Did he insult someone? To think His Highness won with a dark magic curse in a mage cards game. Truly, really. Who would have thought he would pull out such vulgar cards in a friendly game that respects each other's honor? Yihan was at a loss for words. No, what? Isn't it too much to say that just because he played a few cards? Mr. Wardenaz. While Yihan was amazed, two friends from the White Tiger Tower approached him. He had heard so many honorifics from the illusion mages today that his ears were numb, so Yihan flinched without realizing it. Rowena, Citran, good to see you. Rowena was one of the princess's followers, a knight from the east, and Citran was a knight who had broken his ankle while playing ball and had received Yihan's help before. Citran asked as if puzzled, but Wardenaz, where were you from the middle of the ball? I didn't see you. I met some city mages and had a brief conversation. Yihan made an excuse. Anyway, it wasn't a lie. Oh, as expected, you're amazing. Citran took it in a different sense. Since Wardenaz had such a reputation, he thought the city mages had come to him on their own and had a heartwarming conversation. It wasn't completely wrong. Of course, it wasn't something Citran should envy either. Mr. Wardenaz, this seems a bit unfair. Rowena grumbled in a sulky voice. Yihan didn't understand what that elf friend was talking about. What do you mean? The princess is also your friend, Mr. Wardenaz, but you only gave such shoes to Mr. Gaynando. Citran, who was listening from the side, spoke as if he couldn't understand. But if she was beaten by Gaynando, isn't it just that her dancing skills are lacking? How dare you? That dance only had flashiness that drew attention. A true dance should have elegance and meaning in silence. Ah no, I don't know much about dancing. Citran sent a pleading look to Yihan for help. Rowena. I didn't give those shoes, Professor Beevil. I heard from the professor that he originally intended to give them to you, Mr. Wardenaz, but you refused, and he gave them to Mr. Gaynando. Is that wrong? I didn't give them, Gaynando just took them on his own, and those are cursed artifacts. Yihan explained that Professor Beevil was crazy and that the artifact was cursed, but Rowena, although convinced, couldn't let go of her regret. Then it would have been better if I had worn them instead. Citran looked at Rowena once, then at Gaynando lying on the floor far away and shook his head. Then he moved his lips and spoke to Yihan. I don't know why she's so loyal. They all seem crazy. Isn't she your tower friend? Don't talk as if it's someone else's business. Wardenaz, you're the babysitter of all four towers. What nonsense is that? Yihan, who was also moving his lips, blurted out in surprise at Citran's absurd words. Rowena apologized in embarrassment. I'm sorry. Was it too rude of me to say I would wear them? That's not it. Rather, Rowena, do the White Tiger Tower guys call me a babysitter? Rowena felt a threatening tone in Yihan's voice and hesitated. I don't know. Ah, princess, princess. Over here. Rowena spotted Adenart and hurriedly called her. Yihan thought to himself. Is her loyalty weaker than I thought? Without realizing that her loyalty as a knight was being doubted, Rowena gestured to the princess. Adenart was holding a plate for snacks and was dragged over without knowing why. I will fill the plate for you. She has hands and feet, so why bother? Just let her eat what she likes. Whether Yihan spoke or not, Rowena hurriedly took the plate and moved. Citran, who was next to him, snatched the plate like lightning and also got up. He keenly grasped that if he stayed here, he would have to face the angry Wardenaz alone. He wasn't a knight for nothing. This is awkward. Yihan thought about calling Gaynando, who was lying on the floor. Even among friends, there were some who were more comfortable and some who were awkward because they hadn't talked much. The princess was a typical example of the latter. Did you have a good break? Nod. The princess lightly nodded her head and opened her mouth. This time, Basilisk, Valor family. King of Ghouls, Undead Chimera, Crimson Lotus Forest Knights. For a moment, Yihan anticipated what the princess would ask and fell into self-loathing. I heard you had a meal with His Highness Gaynando. Pardon, at the completely unexpected words, Yihan paused for a moment. What, is she trying to keep me in check, thinking I'm part of Gaynando's faction? If that was the case, Yihan was planning to say, I'm not part of Gaynando's faction, haha, feel free to fight with Gaynando as you please, I won't care. However, instead of speaking, Adenart threw a gaze filled with subtle emotions in her blue eyes. Yihan felt like he had seen that look somewhere before. To be precise, when Gaynando had a pile of assignments, he would look at Yihan with pitiful eyes, unable to say it out loud. No way, it can't be. Yihan wondered what he was thinking. The princess wasn't someone who would ask for help because she couldn't do her assignments. Comparing her to Gaynando was an insult. I brought it. Rowena returned with a plate filled with snacks. Yihan was puzzled by the sight of the healthy plate filled with vibrant green. Is this for the princess to eat? This is the plate, isn't it? Yihan could clearly see the princess making a dejected expression for a moment. Will that be enough? It doesn't even look tasty. It's delicious, though. Rowena spoke with a slightly discouraged voice at Yihan's harsh criticism. Not all elves insisted on being vegetarian, but some elf families were crazy about vegetables. Yihan knew that too, so he didn't blame Rowena. I take back what I said about it not looking tasty, but considering the remaining schedule, it would be better to eat something more filling. With those words, Yihan snatched Citran's plate. When the plate, which had thick pancakes soaked in honey and syrup, 3 types of fruit tarts, and a crispy 3-layered meat pie stacked up like a work of art, was taken away, Citran made an expression more painful than when he broke his ankle during the last ball game. However, the princess's face brightened slightly. Yihan placed the plate in front of the princess and held out the green plate to Citran. Citran, you eat this. Can't I just go and get it again? Wardenaz, then do that. Citran anxiously got up from his seat again, praying that the pancakes wouldn't be all gone. Rowena, seeing that there was no plate in front of Yihan, said, wouldn't it be better to eat at least something? I'm fine with this, so you should go and fill your plate instead. I'm also fine. What did you say, princess? You're worried? You're the one I'm worried about. The princess looked at Yihan in astonishment while putting a pancake in her mouth, but Yihan ignored it as if he hadn't seen it. Rowena got up from her seat as if she understood. By the way, are you really okay with that plate? It's fine. Yihan didn't particularly like Rowena's vibrant green plate, but he wasn't hungry, and above all, Yihan was used to rough food. Even when his friends from the Blue Dragon Tower were complaining about the hard black bread, Yihan could swallow it down his throat without any problem. As expected, Mr. Wardenaz, you like vegetables. That's not. No, just go and fill your plate. The break is almost over. Yihan sent Rowena away from her seat as well. Then he said to the princess, are the followers bothering you? The princess coughed and choked while eating. Yihan handed her a glass. The princess took a sip of fruit juice and slowly answered, no, they're not. Are you sure? I've been thinking about it since we were at the academy, but I think they're kind of bothering you. The princess was silent for a moment. She seemed to be choosing what to say. They don't have bad intentions. They're just a bit overly enthusiastic. Gaynando should see this. Yihan admired the princess's efforts to not badmouth her followers as much as possible. If it were Gaynando, he would have immediately blurted out, these jerks won't let me eat when I want to eat, won't let me play when I want to play, and force me to study when I don't want to. What kind of followers are they? Can't you tell them to restrain themselves? They would understand with just a word. At Yihan's words, the princess shook her head. The princess shook her head and explained that acting arbitrarily towards her supportive followers would be irresponsible as a royal and would shatter their expectations. Rather than saying I'm not the kind of person you think I am to each and every one of them, a person who silently nods their head without saying anything tends to be perceived as more charismatic. No, what? Yihan was not just amazed, but appalled, to think she had such thoughts. Of course, there could be people among the imperial family members who had such a sense of responsibility, but it was surprising to compare her to Gaynando, whom he had been hanging out with. Could she be about 5 years older than Gaynando? but the number of your followers shouldn't be that many yet, so wouldn't it be better to persuade them from now on? How many followers do you have? Yihan thought of the followers of Bagajan Jadrantas, and though slightly embarrassing to compare, Gainando's followers as well. According to the city's rumors, those considered as Bagajan's followers were a medium-sized Earth Element Mage Guild, a fairly well-known adventure party, 3 merchant groups, 2 banks, a ball game team, and about 5 city noble families. Those considered as Jadrantas' followers were a tower established by mages from Baldergard, a large leather guild, a magic tower specializing in carnivorous plant research, 2 swordsman guilds, and about 3 knight families. If he had to forcibly pick out those considered as Gainando's followers, it would be the owner of a candy store or a toy store in Grandin City, the Palm Tree Knight Order, the Accumulated Rain Mage Tower, the Western Imperial Union Merchant Association, the Cross Brothers Swordsman Guild, the Alodo Party. However, from the princess's mouth flowed a list completely different from Yihan's expectations. The Palm Tree Knight Order was an honorary knight order formed by the great nobles of the Imp. Although their military power was weaker than real knights, their reputation was enough to crush several knight orders. The Accumulated Rain Mage Tower was a magic tower established by mages from Einregard. The Western Imperial Union Merchant Association was a huge capital group formed by the merchant groups and merchants of the Western region joining forces. The Cross Brothers Swordsman Guild was a prestigious swordsmanship guild that had produced many excellent swordsmen. Some knights even went there to learn swordsmanship, so there was no need to say more. The Alodo Party was an adventurer party that even Yihan had heard the name of a few times. Was it to this extent? He had thought that their names frequently appeared in the imperial newspapers, but he didn't expect such big shots to already be supporting her. Moreover, that wasn't the end, and there were more left. Yihan understood why there were so many people among the freshman friends who supported the princess. To that extent, wasn't she the most likely to win in the empire? Even Yihan felt like supporting her. The princess stopped talking and looked at Yihan. As the top student of the year who had accomplished numerous things even during the break, she expected him to give brilliant advice on the current situation as well. Princess, hang in there, the princess glared at Yihan. His words had changed from before. Didn't you tell me to try persuading them? On second thought, sometimes dignity might be better than persuasion. There's a saying that silence is more precious than gold. Look at Gainando over there. When he cunningly used Gainando as an example, the princess couldn't refute. Until the very end of the event, Yihan didn't let his guard down, but there were no unusual attacks. Seeing the Skull Principal exchanging greetings with the city nobles with a gloomy look in his eyes, Yihan let out a sigh of relief. I survived somehow. By the way, Mr. Wardenaz, there's something I'd like to ask you before you leave. Yihan was puzzled by Rowena's words. Is it a proposal to do an adventure mission together? During the break, some of the White Tiger Tower students who heard the rumors would always propose to Yihan whenever they saw him, saying, I found this mission, and if we succeed, we can all sit on a pile of gold coins. However, in Yihan's view, most of them were all absurd requests. They were so unlikely to succeed that no one had touched them to the point where the color of the mission papers had faded. I'm sorry. I haven't heard any new missions about subjugating an existence on the level of the King of Ghouls. Rowena, first of all, I'm not someone who only goes around looking for beings like the King of Ghouls. You're being humble. Rowena smiled as if she would let it go for now. Yihan thought that the White Tiger Tower guys were really all annoying. So what did you want to ask? Rowena took out a thin booklet from her bosom. The cover of the booklet read, To the Honorable Princess Adenart, may this riddle alleviate your boredom. Isn't this truly rude? Yihan couldn't keep up with Rowena's indignation, so his reaction was a beat late. Rowena belatedly explained. Among the princess's followers, there were those who actively believed in and supported her like Rowena, but there were also those who compared, tested, and probed her. These were individuals with considerable power in the empire, powerful enough to indulge in such balancing acts. The riddle received this time was sent by one of the imperial dukes. It was called a gift, but from the receiver's perspective, if they couldn't solve it, their reputation could be damaged, so they had to be very cautious. That's definitely rude. The Duke has sent such riddles before too, doing it repeatedly when once should be enough. No matter how much he rewards with gold coins if he keeps doing this. Gold coins? Pardon, didn't you just say gold coins? Yes, I did, but... Of course, since the other party was an imperial family member, they didn't just send such riddles and end it there. If the riddle was solved correctly, it was the nobility's honor to send a huge gift as a celebration, along with an apology for testing them. Hearing that explanation, Yihan felt immense jealousy towards Adenart. I'm envious. Yihan could also diligently solve such riddles, so why didn't other great nobles send them to him? In fact, Yihan knew the reason well too. It was okay to send such things because she was an imperial family member and one of the empire's successors, but sending such things between fellow great nobles was just the provocation of a madman. Wait, Gainando is... No, forget it. I almost asked something unnecessary. Anyway, so you're all pondering over this riddle together. Yes. Did you all ponder together last time too? Yes. Did the princess keep all the gold coins received? No, she shared them with us, but... Yihan seriously contemplated whether he should have befriended the princess instead of Gainando. Of course, he was quite satisfied even now, but hearing the stories of the princess's followers, he had a bit of regret. Isn't this the mage from the Wardenaz family? Yihan, who was lost in thought, raised his head. The owner of the familiar voice was surprisingly Duke Eicheldoren. What a pleasant coincidence. It's been quite some time since we last met, to meet like this. Of course, it was a lie. The reason Duke Eicheldoren appeared in this area today was to make contact with valuable students from the Magic Academy. And if it was the boy from the Wardenaz family, he could be considered the most valuable card. To be together with Princess Adenart. Could it be that he supports the princess? I heard he was close with Prince Gainando. Duke Eicheldoren had numerous thoughts and concerns even in that short moment. It's a pleasure to see you, Your Grace. If it's all right, shall we have a brief conversation? Rowena openly showed a displeased expression. Ian poked Rowena's back, signaling her to manage her expression. What's wrong? That Duke is the one who sent the rude riddle. Really? Come to think of it, last time, he also sent a huge basilisk egg. Pardon, it's nothing. Whether the Duke kept trying to test the princess or not, it wasn't important to Yihan. And if it was the Duke who gave the riddle, he had to approach him even more. That way, he might be able to find out some hints. Right at that moment, an eerie energy flowed out from the alley. It was a dangerous energy mixed with blatant murderous intent. Duke Eicheldoren's escorts were startled and rushed forward. Please step back, master. It's fine. I will handle it. Yihan sighed and picked up his staff. At that absurd confidence, the escorts were a beat late in reacting, not knowing whether to be shocked, stop him, or get angry. What on earth, Mr. Wardenaz? I know you're a mage from Einregard, but this is absolutely not a joke. I said I will handle it. Yihan looked at the alley, then he shook his head. He thought the Skull Principal's prank was going too far. He should have ended it inside the banquet hall. Doing this outside would cause outsiders to get involved like this. Wait, Yihan felt something strange. The energy emanating from the alleyway was growing stronger, decidedly not feeling like a mere prank. Surviving as a mage in a magic academy, strange. The Skull Principal had a nasty personality, but he wasn't a foolish person. He must clearly know that the banquet hall was located in the middle of Grandin City, so would he harass the students while ignoring the possibility of outsiders getting involved? Could it be that this enemy is not mine, but the Duke's? Yihan glanced at Duke Eicheldoren. The Duke, with his arms crossed, waited without a hint of emotion on his face. His demeanor exuded arrogance, as if nothing emerging from the alley could concern him. If it were an enemy attacking the students, he would have shown more surprise or a different reaction. It's definitely the Duke's enemy. Yihan inwardly regretted. It would have been over if he had just left it to the Duke's escorts, but he unnecessarily intervened. The Skull Principal is not helpful at all. Yihan tried to call the escorts to cooperate, even if it was now. However, the attack of the enemy in the alley took precedence. The energy that had been growing stronger was refined like a blade and leaped out with murderous intent. As Yihan had guessed, Duke Eicheldoren was not surprised. Of course, it wasn't because he specifically knew who the enemy was. Duke Eicheldoren was so used to such attacks that he was sick of them. A Duke of the Empire inevitably made enemies, and Duke Eicheldoren, who had been the most aggressive among them, had made foes ranging from great noble families to criminal guilds. Most of the enemies didn't even dare to touch him and lowered their tails, but when there were too many of them, he would experience such attacks 2 or 3 times a year, like a regular event. Of course, true to his arrogant personality, Duke Eicheldoren was neither intimidated nor cautious in his actions. Instead, he raised his guard tremendously. The defensive artifacts Duke Eicheldoren was currently wearing were worth easily surpassing a dozen or so castles, and the escorts on standby around him had the combat power to slaughter a guild or so. He was like a walking fortress, so there was no reason to fear the attacks of petty assassins. The ones who should be afraid were the attacking assassins. That's why Duke Eicheldoren was truly, not even a bit surprised. By the attack, that is, truly amazing. Duke Eicheldoren made countless speculations in that short moment about what Yihan's actions meant. The reason for intervening in this situation. It could be to raise his value in front of Princess Adenart, or it could be to raise his value in front of Duke Eicheldoren, or it could be both. The Duke leaned towards the latter. The actions shown by that boy from the Wardenaz family were very energetic for a freshman. Many geniuses entered Einregard, but it was rare for a genius to establish their position and build a reputation like that from their first year. I will respect your ambition, boy from the Wardenaz family, but there's one thing you're missing. Having grasped the situation, Duke Eicheldoren noticed a gap in Yihan's plan. That means you have to handle the attack alone in the end. Since he had stepped forward saying he would handle it, he couldn't receive help from the Duke's escorts. And most of those who tried to attack Duke Eicheldoren were strong individuals who had thoroughly prepared to attack the Duke in their own way. You might not know how strong my attackers usually are. No matter how much of a genius you are, it will still be difficult for a freshman to deal with the attackers right. It was easy to misunderstand, because a mage's magic possessed world-shaking power, but the combat power of mages was actually lacking compared to expectations. Magic is powerful when completed, but it is nothing before it is completed. Those who knew this well easily toyed with mages. There were many ways to interfere with magic, from disrupting spells to breaking concentration. Duke Eicheldoren estimated that it wouldn't be easy for Yehan to win against the attackers. If he said that and then received help, it would greatly damage the face of that ambitious boy, but the Duke intended to intervene immediately if Yehan seemed to be pushed back. If Yehan was severely injured, it would be troublesome for him too. Even if I help, don't resent me. It's something you chose yourself. Be careful, master. It's poison. Stop whining. If you're shouting in earnest, then either your eyes or your brain must be broken. The Duke spoke to the escort in a nonchalant voice. The escort's face turned red. With the detoxification performance of the artifacts the Duke currently possessed, even if the entire surroundings melted away with poison, the Duke wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. In fact, despite the escort's shout, the Duke hadn't moved a single step. What kind of monster is it? It doesn't seem like a slime. Perhaps a summoning of spirits or realm beasts mixed with poison. The Duke and the escort roughly guessed the identity of the attacker as soon as it crawled out of the alley. Having experienced so many attacks, they could now estimate just by looking at the appearance. Seeing the amorphous movement while oozing poison, it was likely a slime, spirit, or realm beast, but it moved too fast for a slime. It was likely a summoning of spirits or realm beasts, contaminated or fused with deadly poison. Perhaps the attacker obtained information that the Duke would pass by this area and summoned that poisonous contaminated being in time. The culprit could be traced later by mages after the situation was settled, and now, it will be difficult. Duke Eicheldoren concluded. The situation was too unfavorable. If it were an assassin using complex magic or techniques, it would be different, but it was impossible to deal wisely with an enemy who roughly pushed through like that. It had to be suppressed with force against force, but the poison emitted by that poisonous contaminated being, although not enough to kill the Duke, could easily melt the surrounding walls. It was too strong of a poison for a freshman to detoxify. Moreover, it wasn't slow or weak in strength either, so if a fight broke out, the outcome would be decided with a single clash. If you fall, I'll immediately raise. Bang! Duke Eicheldoren's eyes trembled for the first time in a long while. Surprisingly, the boy from the Wardenaz family had pounced first. He's crazy. No matter how arrogant due to youthful vigor he was, that was an act of a madman. The reason the poisonous contaminated being hadn't attacked immediately was because there were many people other than Yehan present, but he had narrowed down the target to himself by attacking first. It wasn't just digging his own grave, but also making the coffin and getting in. Fortunate, Yehan inwardly let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he could avoid the embarrassing situation of having to borrow help from the Duke's escorts. Fortunately, the opponent's compatibility was very good. Whoosh. The poisonous contaminated being, enraged by Yehan who suddenly rushed in and landed a blow, spewed out a thick poisonous fog. Another mage would have used magic to take control of the poison, but Yehan just left it alone. As expected, the poison had little effect on Yehan. Even when he breathed, the enormous mana diluted the poison like an ocean. Fog spread. Yehan's form lost focus and wavered, shaking. The poisonous contaminated being was greatly startled by the series of incomprehensible events. If the opponent were a cold and experienced enemy, it would be different, but such a summoned being, although physically superior, was weak to such unexpected situations. Yehan immediately cast the next spell. Bones, bind my foe. It wasn't a powerful force, but it was enough to hinder the movements of the poisonous contaminated being. The bone-binding orb was created at the ankles of the poisonous contaminated being at a speed several times faster than other ordinary mages. Shoot forth. Sharp bone fragments were embedded into the body of the poisonous contaminated being like bullets. It wasn't a body with a typical structure, so it wasn't a fatal wound, but the pain was still there. The poisonous contaminated being roared and shot out poison around it. Sizzle. Yehan clicked his tongue, seeing his cloak and clothes melting away. Fortunately, they were clothes bought with his family's money, not his own. I need to be careful. If Duke Eicheldoren had heard Yehan's inner thoughts, he would have been appalled. In the midst of such a fierce battle, he was worried about his clothes first, not his life. It's not a case where the defense or evasion is exceptional like the King of Ghouls. It has a physical form, so inflicting damage should suffice. Having finished his calculations, Yehan immediately took action. Summoning an illusion clone, casting invisibility magic, circling behind, casting a 5-layered enhancement spell on an iron ball in succession, and firing. Thud. His movements were so swift and decisive that the reactions of the Duke's escorts were about half a beat late. The escorts were shocked by Yihan's appearance, casting magic in succession at a speed far beyond their expectations in an intense combat situation. For a freshman to cast magic in succession at that speed in a fierce battle situation, from the perspective of the escorts, who should never be surprised by predicting and preparing for any situation, it was close to humiliation. "I've brought down the enemy. Finish it off for certain." He wanted to set it on fire himself, but Yihan called the escorts, worried that the fire might spread around or react with the enemy, causing unexpected events. The escorts drew their swords and swung them as if they had been waiting. Flames erupted from their swords. The poisonous, contaminated being, which had already been critically hit in the chest and couldn't move, was engulfed in blue flames. The magic flames instantly incinerated the poison and devoured the contaminated being as well. Yihan inwardly cursed, seeing the swords the escorts possessed. They were just watching with those level of artifacts. Of course, Yihan had stepped forward saying he would handle it, but couldn't they have helped a little? It's not like Yihan was narrow-minded enough to pick a fight over that. Excellent. Duke Eicheldoren spoke, belatedly composing his expression in the unexpected situation. Seeing that, Rowena felt pleasure. It was the first time the Duke, who always acted arrogantly without any change in his expression, showed such a reaction. Yihan belatedly realized the Duke's implication. Usually there was quite a difference between Yihan caught it alone and Yihan and the Duke's escorts caught it together for such an achievement. And everyone liked to monopolize, but Yihan didn't particularly care. It's not like there's a bounty on it. It doesn't matter. The Duke would reward them anyway, right? If he reduced the reward because Yihan yielded to his escorts, then he wouldn't be a Duke, but a thug. His friends applauded with emotion, but Duke Eicheldoren wasn't fooled. There was no way such an ambitious fellow would yield for that reason. That was a signal sent to the Duke. "I have ambitions as much as your ambitions. We ambitious ones can make a deal with each other." Duke Eicheldoren felt like he could hear Yihan saying that. There was no other reason to show favor. Ambitious people recognize each other. Age didn't matter. Duke Eicheldoren elevated his perception of Yihan from simply a talented freshman to a young, ambitious person worthy of sitting across the table as an equal. "I understand. I will think positively about the proposal. It wasn't bad." Duke Eicheldoren also needed to obtain information within the Magic Academy. Whatever ambitions the boy from the Wardenaz family had, a mutually beneficial deal was sufficiently possible. "No, your grace, your gra. What the hell is that guy?" Yihan muttered at the Duke's receding back, but Rowena pretended not to hear that Yihan had cursed at the Duke. Surviving as a mage in a magic academy, such a conscienceless wretch, Yihan was inwardly furious. He had treated the Duke with the utmost courtesy, yet the Duke had done such a thing. Who was the target of the summoned, poisonous, contaminated being? It wasn't Yihan or his friends, but Duke Eicheldoren. Of course, Yihan had stepped forward knowing it was the Skull Principal's doing, but that wasn't important. Only the result mattered. But suddenly the Duke was trying to leave, spouting nonsense about thinking positively. No matter how much he thought about it, there was only one answer. The Duke was trying to save on the reward money. Unforgivable. If he were a poor man, it would be understandable. But for someone who lavishly showered gold coins on Adenart for useless riddles to be stingy with gold coins for saving his life, there can't be a more brazen and unscrupulous noble than him in the Empire. Disgusting. No, Mr. Wardenaz, Duke Eicheldoren is rude, but that, Rowena, who was initially happy that Yihan cursed together with her, gradually became perplexed. Duke Eicheldoren wasn't that bad. He was rude, but he was ultimately one of the princess's supporters and didn't cross the line, so. Rowena, I think I understand a little why you consider Duke Eicheldoren a lifelong enemy. Pardon, I didn't say that much. Ignoring Rowena's explanation, Yihan moved his feet. The Duke had already gone far away, but a few of the Duke's escorts remained to clean up the surroundings. Their actions, thoroughly eliminating the burned, poisonous, contaminated being, checking for any contamination around, and calmly gathering traces and evidence of the summoning of the poisonous, contaminated being, showed a familiarity that came from having done it more than once or twice. Seeing that, Yihan became even more certain. It's definitely targeting the Duke. He had a bad taste in his mouth. He should have just watched, but he unnecessarily intervened and lost his clothes. Did His Grace the Duke leave any message? Yihan asked the escorts just in case. The escorts stopped cleaning and tidied their clothes. It wasn't simply because Yihan was from the Wardenaz family. Just based on the performance he had shown, Yihan was worthy of the escorts' respect. If he had that level of combat power as a mere first-year student, it was certain that he would become a prominent mage who would make a name for himself in the Empire as time passed. Moreover, their master, Duke Eicheldoren, also seemed to highly regard Yihan. Didn't he just say he would think positively about the proposal? The Duke never spoke empty words. Mr. Wardenaz, yes, did he leave? There was no such message. Yihan's expression turned serious. Not knowing his inner thoughts, the escort spoke with subtle glances. There's no need for that. That's right. You'll probably talk separately soon. Yihan thought the escorts had gone mad. Why were they suddenly speaking like that, as if they were flattering him? Is the entire household of the Duke also collectively insane? You've worked really hard, Wardenaz. After the security guards came and finished cleaning up and the Duke's escorts left, Citran praised Yihan. Although he didn't have as much experience as the Duke's escorts, Citran also vaguely felt how well Yihan had fought. Yihan held out his hand. Citran grasped that hand. Then Yihan withdrew his hand and took Citran's cloak. I meant to borrow your cloak for a bit. Yihan's top and cloak had become tattered from fighting the poisonous, contaminated being. Yihan put on Citran's cloak and said, Citran, you're from the White Tiger Tower, so you'll often receive missions during the break from now on. I guess so. Don't accept any missions from Duke Eicheldoran. He's a very stingy person. Is that so? But Wardenaz, the riddle. What riddle? Even if you solve it, you might not get anything. Yihan grumbled like that, but he knew it wasn't true. Even if Duke Eicheldoran didn't give Yihan the reward he deserved and ran away, he was definitely giving the princess the reward she deserved. Since gold coins came out last time, they would come out this time too. Thinking like that makes me even angrier. If we solve it together, will I also get a share? That's true, but gold coins aren't particularly important to you, right? Unlike someone like me. At Citran's words, Yihan was about to rebuke Gaynando as well, but held back. He held back once because Citran had lent him the cloak. All right, princess, let's solve it together. I knew you'd say that, Wardenaz. Citran grinned. He felt like he was gradually understanding what kind of person Wardenaz was. Wardenaz often acted warmly even though he spoke coldly on the outside. It's not for nothing that Dalju said that. He thought Yihan would definitely participate this time too. Even if he grumbled on the outside, there was no way Wardenaz would just let it go when it was a matter related to his friends. As expected. What do you know, you brat? I'm already pissed off because of the Duke and you want to provoke me. Sorry. Citran flinched for a moment. Even though he knew it in his head, he couldn't help but be scared. Clatter. Yihan and his friends entered a nearby cafe and sat down. Rowena ordered a juice made by grinding 5 kinds of vegetables. Citran ordered eggnog with a bit more rum. Yihan ordered coffee, and the princess hesitated between chocolate and vanilla before ordering a chocolate cake. Yihan ordered an additional vanilla cake and quietly pushed it in front of the princess. So the riddle, here is a staff. When a mage walked with that staff, the stream opened a path. After crossing the stream, the wind cleared the wall blocking the way. As the wall disappeared, night fell. Then a flashing light illuminated the way. I'm curious about what kind of staff this is. Yihan raised his head after reading it all. Is it asking to guess what kind of artifact it is? Yihan thought that just as the Duke was stingy, he also lacked skill in riddles. Isn't it not a good riddle to guess what kind of artifact it is? If that was a riddle, Yihan could also make a riddle. Something like, what is the third card from the top of Gaynando's card deck? No. It's closer to saying to try making a staff like this directly. Oh, why is that a riddle? Never mind, that's not important. Yihan newly realized how good the riddle of the talking oak tree he had met in the mountains was. This wasn't a riddle, but just can you make a staff like this? A staff with at least 3 elements, water, wind, and light. Is it asking to make an artifact staff? Not only the difficulty level, but the power it requires is too much. No. That's closer to a metaphor, and in reality, it's fine even if the power is much weaker. Even though it wasn't his business, Yihan felt the urge to point it out. If you wrote that the stream opened a path, it should at least be able to part the stream. What the hell is this? While grumbling inwardly, Yihan realized that he was saying the same thing as the professors at Einregard and flinched. There was no reason for Yihan to ruin the mood when both the person giving the riddle and the person solving it were satisfied. Yeah, there's nothing bad about ending it nicely for each other. Let's just take the gold coins. If the power can be weak, then it's just completing a staff with 3 enchantments. Oh, isn't it easy? Yihan, who had been considering the conditions, was puzzled. If the power could be weak, the difficulty level was much lower than he thought. Of course, it wasn't an easy task to cast 3 enchantments, and with different elemental magic at that. Because every time an enchantment was layered one by one, the casting difficulty increased, and if it was a different elemental type, it increased even more. However, for Yihan, who had already experienced the Hellish Bevel course in the first semester, that level was quite manageable. Wasn't it much better than making a shield that floated, moved, attacked, and defended on its own? At Yihan's words, Rowena and Citran became gloomy. The subtle madness of the top student made them dejected. No, on second thought, it's difficult. Yihan noticed their reactions and changed his words, but it was already too late. No, Mr. Wardenaz, you don't need to consider us. That's right. Wardenaz, you don't need to consider us too. It wouldn't be strange even if we look like monkeys in your eyes. It's a misunderstanding. Citran, I've never thought of you as monkeys. Maybe worse than Gaynando. No, never mind. Anyway, it doesn't seem that difficult. At Yihan's words, the princess, who had finished her second cake, raised her hand and said, even if you overlap only 2, the casting difficulty increases as they conflict with each other, so 3 seems absolutely impossible. You can use a magic circle as an auxiliary tool. A magic circle, on an artifact like a staff. The princess slightly raised the end of her eyebrow and asked. The smaller the size and volume of an artifact, the more difficult it was to engrave magic on it. In that sense, a staff wasn't a good tool for engraving enchantments. Of course, truly outstanding enchantment mages would skillfully compress the magic circle and use techniques to engrave it on the staff, but that level of technique was absolutely impossible for a freshman. Then Citran answered instead, if it's Wardenaz, I'm sure he can do it. Right, no. No, of course, unnecessary parts should be omitted. I'll remove all the parts related to maintenance or duration. The princess tilted her head. Rowena and Citran also tilted their heads, but they just tilted their heads because they couldn't follow the conversation, while the princess tilted her head because there was a part she couldn't understand. If all the parts related to maintenance or spell duration were removed, wouldn't the magic disappear a few seconds after being cast on the staff? Then the time, you can make up for it with the amount of mana. If you pour in mana, the maintenance and duration will naturally increase. The princess became confused about whether she should agree with this crude method or not. It was clearly logically correct, but was it okay to do it with such a loophole? The princess turned her gaze, curious about the opinions of the other two. What do you two think? I think Mr. Wardenaz's opinion is correct. Me too. Seeing the two immediately agreeing because they didn't want to be caught not following along, the princess let out an inaudible sigh. Yihan shook his head back and forth, seeing that. It can't be helped if there's only Gaynando around. The despair of being the only one who understands the task in a group project. This despair could only be understood by those who had experienced it firsthand. There was no way to persuade the others to participate by any means, and it was a situation where he had to solve it alone. Yihan nodded as if he understood. Adnart met his gaze with slightly emotionally charged eyes and nodded back. Sipping his coffee, Yihan suddenly became curious and asked Rowena, but even if you try to practice, a staff will be quite expensive, so how do you plan to obtain one? If it's difficult to obtain, you can ask the professors to get damaged staffs and recycle them. Ah, I can get them if I ask the sponsors. Yihan slightly pulled his chair back, seeing the princess's group, whose way of thinking was different from his own. Why are you doing that? It's nothing. Yihan regained his senses. Although the princess's group's luxurious sense of money was dizzying, it was definitely helpful in the current situation. Well, there's nothing good about asking the professors. Even if he asked B, no, the professors, there was a high possibility they wouldn't readily agree. In that case, it was better to receive the favor of the sponsors. Then let's go get the staff. However, Yihan's face was distorted. Seeing that, Rowena whispered in a worried voice, I'm worried that the impact of the earlier battle might still be affecting him. Well, given Wardenaz's personality, he doesn't seem like the type to say anything even if he's struggling. We should have him get examined on the way. Arriving at the staff shop, Yihan asked, not understanding, why did we meet the healing mage just now? Jay, just because my body was a bit unwell, so once. Your body is unwell, wouldn't it be better to rest? Yihan thought Rowena might have overworked, so he spoke slightly, only for Citran to hear, does the princess make you work too hard? The princess's eyes widened with a sense of injustice. That's not it. Seeing you stutter, it seems suspicious. I said it's not. The healing mage they met earlier had examined Yihan and confirmed that he couldn't be healthier. Even if Rowena or Citran said, he fought a poisonous, contaminated being. That's right, please examine him more closely. It was of no use. There was really nothing wrong, so what could they do? Rather, the other three got an earful. It seems you've overused magic recently. You've reached the point of mana exhaustion, so there's still some damage left. It looks like you practiced alchemy all night, but even if you're a mage, you can get poisoned if you handle reagents without proper ventilation, so be careful. Citran quickly opened the door, feeling like he would only receive strange misunderstandings if he said anything more. The sign that read spun around as the door opened. Mr. Puyo is the most outstanding staff craftsman in Grandin City. Located in the central district of the city, the shop's exterior also looked quite old-fashioned, so it didn't seem to have a short history. Just from that, one could tell he was an artifact craftsman with a lot of experience. Would he know Professor Beevil? Well, I'm not sure about that. Rowena also tilted her head. The reason the princess's group could visit Puyo's shop was because the sponsors were acquainted with Puyo, not because they were close to Puyo. In fact, Puyo was far from the type of person freshmen could easily get close to. An artifact craftsman with a lot of experience meant a seasoned enchantment mage. It wasn't easy to be friendly with mages who were decades older than oneself. Is this perhaps your first time meeting him? I greeted him once outside last time, but this is the first time visiting like this. Is everyone here? A tree walked out from inside. To be precise, Puyo was a tree spirit mixed blood. His face, hands, and arms were like tree branches, so they had mistaken him for a tree. It's an honor to see you again, Mr. Puyo. Enough with the unnecessary greetings. Puyo disliked bothersome formalities. In the first place, if it weren't for the earnest request of the sponsors, he wouldn't have let young students into his workshop. You said you needed staffs with no magic cast on them. Ah yes, that's right. Overwhelmed by Puyo's force, Rowena slightly stuttered. Of course, Yihan didn't particularly care. Among the professors, there were far more insane people than Puyo. In fact, even if someone was blunt like Puyo but directly said what needed to be said, they would be in the top 5 in terms of personality. Russell. As Puyo gestured, a few boxes stacked on the shelves opened, and long staffs poured out. They were staffs that had no magic cast on them yet, purely made of wood. Do the work only here. Don't come inside. Don't touch anything in the shop carelessly, and as Einregard students, you should have learned the basics of enchantment magic. The students nodded. Then I trust you won't cause any unnecessary accidents. With those words, Puyo went into the inner part of the workshop. Only then could Rowena and Citran let out a sigh. That was nerve-wracking. I know, I thought I couldn't breathe. Wardenaz, what are you doing? I was looking to see if there were any usable staffs. Yihan had been looking around, regardless of whether the two talked about Puyo or not. He was thinking of taking one if there was a good one. Did you have any thoughts about Mr. Puyo? Not really. Didn't he only say what was necessary? Do the work here, don't cause accidents, don't touch anything else. He really only said what was necessary, so there was no reason to be unnecessarily scared. First, let's classify the staffs. The long ones go here. The short ones go there. Got it. Oh, but Wardenaz, why are we classifying these? At Citran's question, Yihan stared at Citran as if looking at Gaynando. Then he answered with a smile, the longer the staff, the stronger the effect tends to be, right? That's right. The staff, the artifact that most directly assists a mage's spellcasting. As such, even a slight change in the material of the staff could greatly affect its performance. In general, the longer the staff, the greater its power, and the higher the strength, the more stubborn the magic became. Naturally, someone who handled staffs had to memorize these general tendencies like laws. Of course, Citran didn't particularly know, but he answered as if he knew. I think that was the case, Citran. If you don't know, just say you don't know. Sorry, I didn't know. Did you sleep during enchantment magic class? It's in the textbook. Citran felt a surge of injustice. You told me to say it. If he were a student of the Blue Dragon Tower, he wouldn't have fallen for such a simple trick, but the inexperienced Citran had no choice but to fall for it. Puyo put down his tools, trying to focus on his work. After all, with other people in the workshop, it wasn't easy to concentrate. Although he couldn't refuse as Puyo's sponsors had earnestly requested, he did regret it. It wasn't simply that he felt uncomfortable with other people entering the workshop. No matter how much they were Einregard students, they were freshmen. Even if they had learned enchantment magic, the time they had learned it was short, and they were likely to lack experience. Giving high-quality staffs to such students was close to a waste. Thinking that the potential of the staffs, which had not been properly processed yet and had infinite potential, would be chipped away by the students' clumsy magic and become failures, his heart ached. I really can't stand it. Puyo approached the door and peeked at how the students were working. No matter how much the princess and the sponsors had requested, if they were working too absurdly, he had no intention of staying still. He would stop the work and send them out with any excuse. Now, Citran, since you said you understood, tell me now. A mage who specializes in fire elemental magic and summoning magic has come here. This mage's race is a dwarf, and the staff he previously used was a maple staff with a fire spirit stone embedded in it. Then what kind of staff would you recommend? Start with the length. F first, since it's fire elemental magic, prioritizing power make it long. Wrong. Even if it's fire elemental magic, power isn't always important. Rather, control might be more important. Above all, since the person is a dwarf, recommending a long staff will only make it inconvenient to carry around. Did you really learn enchantment magic? Citran was completely discouraged. Rowena, who was next to him, was also terrified and stuck close to the princess. She felt like she would be bombarded with questions like Citran if she moved even a little. Puyo, who was watching, was surprised by the unexpected situation. He thought the students would carelessly handle the staffs and waste them unnecessarily, but they were preparing rather systematically. It was surprising, but can't we just try one by one and get a feel for it? Smack, Yihan hit Citran once with the staff. Do you think we have extra staffs? We do have extra. Citran grumbled inwardly but couldn't say anything more, afraid of Yihan's staff. You have to calculate perfectly before doing it. Now, Citran, answer me. Among water, wind, and light elements, which one should be enchanted first, and which staff among these would be suitable? See, can't you ask Rowena too? Rowena was so surprised that her long ears stood up. She looked at Citran with eyes full of betrayal, but Citran had no mind to care about that now. I need to save myself first. Well, princess. Adnart stared at Rowena. Rowena lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. Instead of saying anything more to her followers, Adnart picked up a staff, an elm staff. You chose well, Citran. The reason water element should be enchanted first is that it's more stable compared to other elements. I should have just said it. I could have gotten it right. Really, just listen. Hearing the students' conversation, Puyo pondered whether he should change his thoughts from earlier. He had heard a lot from the followers about how outstanding the princess's talent was, but seeing it like this, she was indeed exceptional even among the outstanding geniuses gathered at Einregard. Moreover, the boy over there was also remarkable. It wasn't simply knowledge about enchantment magic. As an outstanding craftsman, Puyo could tell a person's skill by seeing the various preparations they made before work. In that sense, that boy looked as if he had done this kind of work more than once or twice. No matter how much he had learned at Einregard, it didn't make sense to become familiar with it so quickly. Wouldn't he have learned the same as the other students? It was clearly an innate talent. Truly amazing, to think such a thing is possible with talent. Not knowing that Yihan had been overworked under other professors, Puyo was purely amazed that such a thing was possible with talent. Now, this is the magic circle we'll use for the water element today. While Puyo was admiring, Yihan flipped through a book and chose a magic circle. Citran timidly asked, Wardenaz, is there a reason you chose this among the water elemental magic? It's a magic circle I'm familiar with because I've done it a lot. I see. This wasn't given as an assignment, right? I did it separately with Professor Beevil. At those words, Citran was amazed. To work separately with a professor, as expected of Wardenaz. That's amazing, Wardenaz. I'm envious. Citran, before saying you're envious, think again about what you're saying and then speak. Citran thought about it again, and upon thinking about it again, he wasn't particularly envious. Even if not as much as Yihan, the students learning enchantment magic had all felt Professor Beevil's madness to some extent. Rowena asked, puzzled, but when did you find the time during the semester? I did it together during the break. Suddenly a heavy silence lingered. Even the princess, who was usually accustomed to silence, was flustered, not knowing how to resolve this atmosphere, and looked around. Were you Professor Beevil's disciple? The one who broke the silence was Puyo. As Puyo walked out from inside, Yihan flinched. I won't be attacked if I say I'm his disciple, right? No matter how he thought about it, if someone knew Professor Beevil, there was a high possibility they had a bad relationship. That's right, when Rowena quickly answered instead, Yihan looked at her with a shocked gaze, but Rowena didn't notice Yihan's gaze and continued speaking with a cheerful expression. Wardenaz here is also studying other magic, but he is receiving the professor's favor. The White Tiger Tower guys really have no sense at all, Yihan lamented inwardly. Without even knowing whether the other person was an enemy or a friend of Professor Beevil, to immediately say he's a disciple, what was that supposed to mean? I see. Do you also know Professor Beevil, Mr. Puyo? He tried to cut up my body before. The atmosphere turned icy. The princess and Yihan simultaneously looked at Rowena. It was a look that said, what are you going to do about this atmosphere? Unlike Yihan, who could quickly intervene even among the demons of hell, Rowena didn't have that skill. Rowena was at a loss for what to do and finally blurted out a sentence. Were you cut? Hey, that's really not it. Citran was also dumbfounded by the absurd statement. The exasperated Yihan interjected, it's truly an unbelievable thing. No matter what, to try cutting someone's body, that's just wrong. I've always thought Professor Beevil's actions were not right, even though I'm learning under him. Why yeah, and Wardenez isn't receiving the favor because he wants to. What kind of madman would want to work under a professor during the break? When Citran made an excuse, Puyo waved his hand as if satisfied. I don't hold a grudge against the disciple just because the master and I have a feud, and I don't fail to understand Professor Beevil either. Even I would have wanted to cut if I were him. A tree spirit mixed blood's body is a precious material, you see. Normally, spirit mixed bloods appeared because there were ancestors who had made a pact with spirits. The power embedded in the bloodline manifested in later generations, awakening as a mixed blood. As such, the body of a spirit mixed blood was a precious material. He's a madman. Of course, that explanation didn't convince the students' inner thoughts. The moment Puyo said, even I would have wanted to cut if I were him, the students had already regarded him as at least half as crazy as Professor Beevil. Are all enchantment mages mad? I'm more curious about something other than what happened between me and Professor Beevil. You're receiving Professor Beevil's favor. There's an element of exaggeration. Have you met separately outside of class? Yes. Have you worked together in those separate meetings? Yes. Did he let you work in his workshop? No. Isn't this just a question that can be answered with a simple yes or no? Yes, so you are indeed receiving his favor. Yihan was genuinely wronged, but no words of rebuttal came to mind. Professor Beevil doesn't usually treat his disciples that way. You must have exceptional talent. It's because of my mana, Yihan tried to explain. I have a lot of mana, so Professor Beevil is like a thug eyeing that mana. Hearing the explanation, the amazed Puyo nodded. I see. Yes, Professor Beevil. That's not what I meant. I felt a fierce, oppressive aura from you when you came in. Yihan belatedly remembered that Puyo was a spirit mixed blood. He thought there was no problem since Puyo didn't say anything. Did you feel that way? I did, but don't worry about it. I've met much more dangerous guests than you. That's not very comforting. Yihan felt bitter, telling someone with an ugly appearance, it's okay, you're better than the Empire's top criminals. Wasn't really comforting, but it's a bit strange. Given Professor Beevel's personality, even if you have a lot of mana, he wouldn't have a disciple with poor skills participate in the work. He must have needed that much mana. Yihan grumbled cynically, but Puyo accepted it and became curious instead. You said you're a freshman, right? How many circles of enchantment magic have you successfully completed? 4. What did you say? I didn't hear properly. A brief silence fell. From Yihan's friends to Puyo, everyone stared at Yihan. No matter how they thought about it, it was unthinkable for a freshman to have succeeded at that level of magic. I see. What happened was, no, you don't have to tell me the details. Puyo, who wasn't particularly curious about the backstory, cut off Yihan's words. Whether Professor Bevel had forced him or Yihan had succeeded by luck, the important thing was that he had succeeded. That was enough to know, so what was the point of getting involved in the circumstances? If you've been working with Professor Bevel, you must have made a few simple artifacts. What did you make? Puyo seemed to have become genuinely interested, picking up paper and a quill to ask questions. Yihan answered carefully, I made magic fireworks. Magic fireworks. That must have been difficult for a freshman. Citran, who was listening, asked puzzledly, was there something like that in the lectures? I was summoned separately to make them. Just how many times was this bastard Wardenaz summoned? It was clear that everyone had the same 24 hours in a day, but something was off. Why did Wardenaz's day seem to be several times longer than others? Magic fireworks. Was that all? There's the shield, isn't there, Mr. Wardenaz? Rowena whispered. Yihan answered gently. Did I do something wrong? A shield? What shield? The floating one with automatic defense. And it reflected too, right? Reflected. When Citran interjected, Yihan tightly closed his eyes. I think I understand why the Blue Dragon Tower and White Tiger Tower are always fighting. I didn't do the reflection on top of them. Reflection attribute 2. Honestly, I'm impressed. The faster Puyo's quill moved, the more anxious Yihan became. Professors usually did such things, and there was rarely anything good that came out of it for Yihan afterward. Puyo persistently asked further and then put down the quill with a satisfied expression. I see. I understand why Professor Bevel worked with you. The professor has never said anything good to me, though. That's just Professor Bevel's personality. You have to look at his actions to understand. I've heard a lot about how outstanding Einregard students are, but this is truly amazing. How about coming this way? Puyo pointed to the inner part of the workshop, which he had not allowed earlier. Seeing that, Yihan felt a sense of foreboding. It was similar to the feeling when Professor Bevel had summoned him. Mr. Puyo, may the princess also come with me? The princess, who had been thinking that Yihan was going to the inner part of the workshop, was flustered. Mr. Wardenaz, see, this bastard Wardenaz has some consideration. Rowena and Citran were amazed at Yihan's consideration, to have the opportunity to tour Puyo's workshop together with a friend. But the princess's thoughts were different. She had a strong feeling that Yihan had called her because he didn't want to be dragged away alone. Do as you please. I didn't ask, but I'm sure your skills aren't lacking. Okay, let's go. The princess nodded at Yihan's words and felt a slight regret. To have doubted the good intentions of a friend who was being kind, just based on a feeling, was an arrogant act unbecoming of a royal. It's nothing. Just help out a bit if Mr. Puyo assigns us any work. The princess looked with a shocked expression at Yihan, who was walking ahead. What? Try refining these staffs. Puyo handed them wooden materials along with papers with drawings. Yihan and the princess sat silently on chairs inside the workshop and began working. Yihan ignored the princess's intense gaze on him. I have to avoid her gaze until we leave. Originally, when a professor summoned him, it was better to go with a friend. They could divide the work, and most importantly, in the worst-case scenario, he could use the friend as a scapegoat to escape. Of course, there was a minor problem that the friend might resent him. Excellent. Puyo was satisfied with the work of the two students. In Yihan's case, in addition to the facts he had just heard, the fact that Professor Bevel had vouched for him raised expectations, and he had not disappointed those expectations at all. This level was far superior to mediocre novice enchantment mages. The princess's case was the same. Although he had been worried based on the words of the other followers, watching her hands move, he could feel her natural talent for magic. Shaping the staff was not something that could be done just by looking at the picture and copying it. One had to grasp the flow of mana around the staff with each shaving and shape it without disrupting that flow. Mages lacking in sensitivity couldn't follow the instructions no matter how much they were told, so the results of the two were even more satisfactory. Puyo gave them a few more assignments after that, and they completed them excellently. Finally, the confident Puyo spoke. How about learning enchantment magic in my workshop during the remaining break? Puyo's offer was not just a job offer. Puyo was an artifact craftsman recognized not only in Grandin City, but also in the Empire. Moreover, Puyo had the fastidiousness of not even accepting most mages as disciples in his workshop. The fact that he was offered to work under such a Puyo was itself a boost to his reputation. Moreover, they were still freshmen. The princess nodded. I will do my best, Puyo answered gratefully. I can't say the work will be easy, but you'll definitely learn a lot. As Puyo was speaking, he realized something strange. Only the princess had answered. "Do you have other plans?" When Yihan hesitated to answer, not only Puyo but also the princess were perplexed. To bring her along and then leave her behind, what kind of nonsensical act was this? Tap, 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 tap. Ignoring the princess's tapping next to him, Yihan carefully opened his mouth. "I have a question. Ask, is there also pay?" It was an important issue for Yihan. Professor Beevil, for example, was already exploiting him without paying a single gold coin, and no matter how outstanding an enchantment mage, he didn't want to add more exploiters like that. "Of course there is." "Are you joking?" Puyo tilted his head, not understanding Yihan's question. That a student like Yihan would ask such a question didn't make sense. "Yes, it was a joke. I'm sorry. I want to work too. I look forward to it. I should be the one saying that." Yihan shook Puyo's hand. If there was pay, Puyo's workshop would be a really good job. Above all, the ability to freely access rare materials was the biggest draw. Among these, there would surely be a few that were discarded. I wonder if he'll say anything if I say I want to take them to practice. While rejoicing inwardly, Yihan suddenly remembered something and asked, "But won't Professor Beevil be upset if he finds out I'm working here?" "You don't have to worry about that." At Puyo's immediate answer, Yihan was relieved. It was undoubtedly that enchantment mages tacitly overlooked such matters among themselves. As expected, among enchantment mages, they respect each other in this aspect. A fool loses what he can't keep, after all. Princess, sensing something ominous in Puyo's answer, tugged at Yihan's sleeve. But Yihan judged that it was still within an acceptable range. He could have cursed much more severely, but he didn't. That's relatively decent among enchantment mages. Puyo could have cursed much more severely than just calling Beevil a fool, but he only called him a fool. In a way, it could be considered kind. Isn't that right? At Yihan's explanation, the princess blinked her eyes repeatedly, seeming to understand. Seeing the other party's silence, Yihan judged that his message had gotten through. "It seems you understand, Ju." The princess was about to point it out belatedly, but couldn't. "Then let's get started." Puyo waved his staff. Thereupon, the shelves, storerooms, and drawers inside moved as if alive, spewing out the items they contained. Rumble, the overwhelming amount of materials piled up made the princess feel overwhelmed. Among the Einregard students, Adenart was one of the top 2 in terms of study volume, but the materials Puyo brought out exceeded her expectations. Could it be that they had to process all these materials themselves? The princess unconsciously turned her gaze to look at Yihan. Sensing that, Yihan whispered as if he understood. "If you start by embezzling materials, even if it's Mr. Puyo, there's a high chance he won't overlook it. Let's focus on the work for now." "What on earth are you talking about?" Adenart, who had always been praised for maintaining the dignity of a royal without wavering, found the exclamation involuntarily escaping her lips. There was a prejudice that mages would do anything for the magic they pursued. Of course, this was a prejudice. Most of the mages Yihan had met were indeed like that, but not all mages were the same. But unfortunately, Puyo fell into that category. As the work began, he showed an overwhelming amount of work, as if it was no wonder he was called the best artifact craftsman in Grandin City. He didn't care at all that they were first-year freshmen. "Refine these staffs further." "Understood." "Once you're done, enchant the ore beads in the box with a luminescence enchantment." "Understood. Looks like you're done. Good job. Rewrite and fill these blank scrolls here." "Unda." As Yihan was answering, he hesitated, seeing the princess glaring at Puyo. Her face was expressionless, but there was a clear murderous intent in her eyes. "This is bad. It's too soon for this." Of course, Puyo was piling on the work relentlessly, but it had only been about 3 days. It was too early for the princess to want to attack Puyo. "If the princess charges at Puyo and gets kicked out, I'll have to do all this work alone." Yihan tried to soothe the princess. "Princess, please endure a little longer." The princess, whose word count had increased a bit since her followers had decreased, fell silent again, glaring only at Puyo. No matter how much Yihan called, she remained silent, only staring at Puyo. Enchantment magic is usually learned this rigorously. "Is that really so?" The princess, who had been reluctant to answer, asked after some contemplation. There was a cold chill in her voice, but Yihan continued undeterred. "Yes, enchantment magic has so many spells to master and so many materials to handle. In truth, all magic required such rigor," but the princess did not doubt Yihan's words. Among other mages, Yihan was known for his extensive experience in rigorous training. Hearing it from Yihan, she thought, it might really be like that. "I understand." The princess stopped glaring at Puyo and lowered her gaze to the materials on the table. Letting out a sigh of relief, Yihan urged the next task. "I'm glad you understand. Well then, please draw the magic circles on all these papers. I'll imbue them with mana as we go." Faced with Yihan's request to engrave magic circles on the towering stack of papers, the princess felt a sense of overwhelming despair for the first time in her life. Mana, mana. Are you not lacking in mana? Engraving the magic circles was already an act that consumed tremendous concentration, but imbuing them with mana while verifying them was also no easy task. Especially the latter part was also very draining on mana. There was a hint of desperation in Adnart's eyes as she looked at Yihan. Ah, you mean my mana, I'm fine. Please proceed with the work. As the princess silently drew the magic circles on the papers with various inks and powders, she pondered. She had met countless people in the Empire, but the boy from the Wardenaz family next to her was the first one she couldn't fathom. After working through the nights for about 3 days, Puyo seemed somewhat satisfied. You all worked hard. The urgent matters have been taken care of. Go back and rest well. I'll call you when it's time to work again. Of course, they couldn't leave immediately. Stifling yawns from fatigue, they had to focus on the staff work that came as a riddle. After investing half a day, they were able to complete one reasonably good staff. The princess handed the staff to Yihan with a careful touch. Then she waited with a tense expression. This seems good enough, then let's go ba. Boom, before Yihan could finish speaking, the chair the princess was sitting on flew back. The princess had stood up too hastily. Without a word, the princess hurriedly picked up the chair and set it upright. Good work. Ah, the princess also worked hard. The princess quickly passed through the workshop door as if afraid someone might hold her back. Seeing that, Yihan felt uneasy. She's not going to stop coming next time, is she? If the princess didn't come, Yihan would have to do all that work alone. That was absolutely unacceptable. Yihan resolved that if such a situation arose, he would visit the mansion and bring her back. Are you leaving now? Hearing Puyo's voice from behind, Yihan felt a chill. Of course, he didn't think Puyo would hold him back after saying they were done and could rest. But enchantment mages were all mad, weren't they? Mad people usually forgot what they had just said. I might have given you too much work. I'm sorry about that. Puyo, sensing that Yihan had hesitated, gave a wry smile. I don't know how to properly adjust and teach. I was taught this way as well. Someone needs to break this chain of resentment. Yihan was genuinely saddened by Puyo's words. Those who learned under Puyo would also create victims in a similar way. But I can say with certainty that these tasks have been helpful. How was it? I've learned a lot for sure. It wasn't just empty words. During the work in Puyo's workshop, he had truly learned a great deal. The method of refining the target to best match the flow of mana before casting enchantments and maximizing the effect. The method of engraving various first and second circle spells on scrolls and enchanting items. Since he had to personally cast all the things that were only briefly touched upon in theory at the academy, the experience couldn't help but accumulate. Normally, he should have been bursting with pride and satisfaction at his own growth, but he was too tired for that. Yes, after all, an enchantment mage's skill grows through experience. No matter how much talent one has, it's difficult to reveal that brilliance without training. That's right, then I heard you made a staff separately after finishing. Yihan regretted sending the princess first. If he had stopped her, he could have used the princess as a sacrifice and left first. Yes. It's good to practice, but at your current level, it will be difficult to make a good staff. Yes, I know, there was not a hint of arrogance in Yihan's attitude. It was a rare humility for a mage with such innate talent. Seeing that, Puyo thought he had worried needlessly. I made an unnecessary remark. Well, if you know that, there's no problem with practicing. But is that staff by any chance a gift from a tree spirit? Ah, yes, that's right. Yihan nodded. Essentially, Einregard students were only allowed to use the staffs provided by the academy. They weren't even allowed to bring in their own clothes, so there was no exception for staffs. However, if they obtained or made it within the school, it was permitted. That was why Yihan could use the staff from the oak tree spirit. I received it from the oak tree spirit in the mountains within Einregard. Excellent. Puyo smiled benevolently, a rare smile of a craftsman in the workshop. As a tree spirit mixed blood, Puyo keenly felt what kind of staff it was. The life force inherent to the spirit was resonating and amplifying the mana of the mage who was its owner. The owner didn't seem to have noticed it yet, but that staff had likely revealed glimpses of its extraordinary vitality many times. Have you tried using any earth or plant-based elemental magic? I've done it a few times, but I don't use them as my main. I see. As a freshman, you probably haven't learned healing magic yet. Puyo was about to ask if Yihan had learned any healing magic that directly utilized life force, but stopped. Now that he thought about it, as a freshman, he probably hadn't even learned the basic healing magic yet. It's a good staff. I can feel the spirit dwelling in the staff following its owner. Is that really true? Is that such a surprising thing? Have the spirits you've encountered always avoided you? The spirits I've met have all kind of avoided me. Instead of elaborating and reopening Yihan's wounds, Puyo changed the subject. But what kind of gem is embedded at the end of the staff? A frost spirit? No, that's a bit strange for a frost spirit. What is it? As Puyo carefully examined the gem, he became more and more puzzled. Since it was a freshman's staff, he had thought it might be a low-level frost spirit, but the energy was rough and tyrannical, distant from a spirit. Is there a monster that wields cold and frost like this? I'm not sure. Can you tell me? The king of frost giants. Aha, I didn't think of that. Wait, the king of frost giants doesn't leave a mark like this, does he? It's a stone I received from the king. Because of the king of frost giants, Yihan had to stay an extra hour at the workshop explaining, even in his exhaustion, instead of returning to the mansion. Puyo, who had heard the surprising and mysterious stories that had occurred within Einregard, asked the first question that came to mind. Why did a first year like you have to face the king of frost giants? There are unspeakable circumstances behind that. Yihan changed the subject. Seeing Yihan's bitter expression, Puyo didn't ask any further. This stone is constantly emitting cold energy. If it weren't for the staff's own vitality, it could have been a bit dangerous. At Puyo's words, Yihan flinched. So he had just embedded something that dangerous. No, the professor saw it, so he should have warned me, right? Why? It was absurd that he just let it go, saying it was well balanced. Especially someone like Professor Belatti, who had seen it up close. Is it very dangerous? It's fine for now, but just in case, it would be better to add some other gems as a safety measure. If you don't mind, I can do that for you. Since we've ended up working together, it's a connection. Yihan was touched by the enchantment mage's kindness. As expected, enchantment mages are people of integrity. The best method is to amplify the energy of fire to suppress it. Please wait a moment. Yihan hastily interjected. The idea of adding the energy of fire to his staff was something he couldn't just accept without consideration. Why not? I don't want to amplify the energy of fire to suppress it. I see. Puyo nodded, as if understanding what Yihan meant. So you're not satisfied with such a simple method? No, Yihan almost burst out for a moment. The unique aesthetic sense of an enchantment mage had nothing to do with the current situation. I'm having difficulty controlling fire magic. A mage of your caliber. Puyo was taken aback by Yihan's words. Fire element was considered one of the easier elements among the various elements. Unlike other elements, fire was something one encountered easily in daily life. Yihan's statement was similar to someone capable of advanced calculus having difficulty with addition. Because of my abundant mana, even if it's abundant, is it really that difficult to control fire? Yes. Puyo was taken aback by Yihan's direct answer, but soon nodded and accepted it. That's truly an amazing thing. Truly amazing. There's no need to emphasize it twice. I see. If I carelessly amplified the energy of fire, it could have the opposite effect, but it's become difficult. That was the best method. There are other methods, but Yihan asked worriedly, is it a costly method? No, it's not the cost that's making me hesitate. The difficulty level is high, you see. It's not just a matter of enchanting, but also requires the skill of the mage who wields the staff. Puyo drew a simple diagram on the paper, the stone left by the king of frost giants. To control the power of this stone, one would need to place an opposing attribute like fire, or perhaps another controllable attribute. If not fire, the next best attribute would be dark element. The problem is, even if I put a dark element gem on the staff, if the mage doesn't know how to handle the dark element, wouldn't that be dangerous? Dark element was one of the most difficult to handle, unlike fire element. If you added the power of a gem with dark element attributes to the staff, it could later affect the mage when casting spells. I can handle dark element. I see, then let's work on it that way. Puyo looked at Yihan with a gaze filled with astonishment. Yaner carefully rolled the dice. If a 3 came up this time, she would be stuck in the fail magic test square and have to rest for a turn. Given her current unfavorable situation, that would make a comeback nearly impossible. Heh. Next to her, Gaynando let out a sinister chuckle. After losing 8 rounds, the time to win had finally come. Hey, shut up and play quietly. Yes, please be quiet. Nilia and Ratford immediately scolded him. Gaynando kept his mouth shut and strategized inwardly. When Yaner rolls, I'll activate the Dark Mage gathering at the graveyard. Card 2. It's Wardenaz. Nilia jumped up, startled to see Yihan entering the main gate through the window. At her sudden movement, the game board was tilted and the pieces fell over. Gaynando cried out and tried to catch the pieces, but Ratford and Yaner also stood up in succession. The board was completely overturned and the pieces were scattered on the floor. Wardenaz, guys, don't shout. It's giving me a headache. Why is Gaynando crying? He's crying because he's happy you're back. Yihan glanced at the scattered pieces on the floor and asked, were you about to win the dice game and lost? No. As Gaynando pushed the pieces on the floor with his foot, Yihan plopped down on the sofa. Ratford asked, puzzled, why didn't you come to the mansion for days? Surely he didn't imprison you in the workshop. He did imprison me. He didn't physically imprison me, but it was essentially the same. Yihan groaned. If he gave him an amount of work that a human couldn't do and set a time limit, he couldn't go to the mansion. He hadn't even slept properly, so where would he have the time to go to the mansion? Nilia was outraged at the sight of her disheveled friend. Isn't this too much? No matter what, keeping someone imprisoned for days and just making them work, even the Shadow Patrol doesn't. Well, they did do that, but to do this in the Empire City, it's fine, Nilia. What's fine about it? The pay is good. Yihan snatched the cocoa Gaynando was drinking and gulped it down. Seeing that, Ratford spoke up. It's one thing about the workshop, but weren't those who took you there the ones from the White Tiger Tower, the bad guys? Those White Tiger Tower guys are the worst. This time, it wasn't really the White Tiger Tower's fault, but the 2 Black Tortoise Tower students cursed the White Tiger Tower. While they were doing that, Yihan explained to Yaner what had happened. So I ended up going to the workshop while trying to solve that riddle, but he said he would pay me if I worked there. Wait, Yaner, who had been listening, tilted her head. Gaynando also spoke as if agreeing. No matter how important gold coins are, a place that doesn't even let you meet your friends while making you work like that isn't a good place. Right, that's what you were trying to say, right? No, that's not it. It's not. The reason Yoner was puzzled was because of the riddle. A riddle about making a staff. It seems more like a real riddle. In Yaner's view, it really seemed like a riddle. If her guess was right, that was a riddle alluding to the moon. She had heard that Duke Eicheldoren had obtained an ancient relic imbued with the power of the moon with great difficulty and treasured it, so she thought he might be referring to that. But then what were you trying to say? Nothing, it's nothing. What? Gaynando grumbled, but Yaner swallowed her words. The princess's followers would probably know better if it was really a riddle or not, and above all, saying it now would be too pitiful. It would be so heartbreaking to tell the friend who had worked hard and returned that it wasn't actually that. From what she heard, Duke Eicheldoren had acknowledged the answer last time. Probably out of respect for the princess's reputation, he would acknowledge whatever answer she gave. So this time would be fine too. By the way, what about Professor Beevil? Yihan asked on his way, curious. Given Professor Beevil's personality, it would be strange if he didn't raise a ruckus if Yihan didn't return, but he was surprisingly quiet, and that made it even more unsettling. He left. Yihan was surprised. Did you happen to ask where he was going? How could I do that? Nilia asked back, as if it was absurd. Yihan understood Nilia's words. She's right. At least the professors have all left now. At Ratford's words, Yihan answered in a melancholy tone. Other professors may come. That can't be. Is student Yihan here? Ratford turned his head and looked out the window. A large troll mixed blood professor was standing politely at the mansion's main gate. See, Yihan was neither surprised nor angry. Ratford whispered urgently, should we say he's not here? It probably won't be effective. Judging by the time she arrived, she must have obtained the information from somewhere. But even Professor Garcia, Nilia spat out, full of betrayal. Among the professors, she didn't expect even Professor Garcia to come during the break and harass the students. Nilia, all the professors are the same. Don't be too disappointed. Even so, I believed in Professor Garcia. I came to help stop other professors from visiting and harassing student Yihan. I'm glad Professor Beevil understood and left. Ah, Professor Garcia. Nilia burst into tears of repentance and hugged Professor Garcia. Professor Garcia looked around at the other students, flustered. Why are you? Yihan bowed his head sincerely. To have doubted such a professor. He was utterly ashamed of himself. Have I lost my conscience while dealing with the professors? But you're really not going to ask for anything? Gaynando asked with a suspicious gaze. Unlike the other friends, Gaynando had not yet let go of his suspicion. Since every professor he met took Yihan away for additional lectures, it was only natural. Professor Garcia could also calm his guard and secretly take Yihan away. What arrogant words are those to Professor Garcia? What if Professor Garcia secretly kidnaps Yihan and takes him away? Seeing the students pointing fingers and fighting with each other, Professor Garcia's head throbbed. The professors must have caused such a ruckus at the Wardenaz mansion for the students to be like this. It's all the fault of the principal. Telling the professor where the student was staying during the break was not inherently wrong, but no matter how she thought about it, the Skull principal had clearly done it with malicious intent. Each professor who heard it came to visit the mansion one by one, turning it upside down. Professor Beevil had done the same just now. It took so much coaxing and persuasion to get Professor Beevil to leave, as he had settled in the guest room and immersed himself in work as if it were his own workshop. I really have no intention of making you do anything. That sounds like a lie. At Gaynando's blunt words, Yihan thought inwardly, in fact, I feel the same way. Professor with no intention of making him do anything. It was such a transcendent concept that Yihan's mind couldn't accept it. I just want student Yihan to rest and do what he wants. Before the professors came to harass him, what was he planning to do originally? Earn gold. Before Yihan could say that he was planning to work, Yaner poked his thigh. If he told the truth here, Professor Garcia would likely worry unnecessarily. Talk about something related to rest, right? Yihan understood Yaner's intention. Well, what is there to say about rest? The top student friend who could answer any question about magic or work without hesitation couldn't immediately come up with something related to rest, making Yaner feel like she was about to cry. What if you say you went to buy something? Not a bad idea. I was planning to wander around the marketplace and buy some things. At Yihan's exemplary answer, Professor Garcia's face brightened. Fortunate. At least Yihan had some planned rest in mind. Could it be mage cards? No, that's not it. Can't we at least stop by once? Ignoring Gaynando's muttering beside her, Professor Garcia turned her gaze towards Yihan. If you all plan to explore the marketplace, let me treat you. Is that really okay? Yihan looked at Professor Garcia, puzzled. Judging from the atmosphere at Einregard, it was not common for a professor to treat their students. Is this really allowed? I usually don't do that, but there are exceptions sometimes. This time I'll treat you. At Professor Garcia's wink, Nilia spoke as if she understood. So it's because he's an exceptional student that he's an exception. No, it's because he's a rather unfortunate student that he's an exception. Yihan became gloomy and followed behind Professor Garcia. Nilia patted Yihan's shoulder, feeling a bit guilty. Even in the bustling streets of Grandin City, mixed with countless races, Professor Garcia stood out. Of course, the people of the large city of Grandin did not flee in a bumpkin-like manner or shout a troll. A troll has appeared in the city, upon seeing Professor Garcia. Instead, they nodded their heads calmly. A walking troll, probably a mage who underwent a troll transformation experiment. Hey, you're not getting scared, are you? Your legs seem to be trembling. What are you talking about? Why are you the one avoiding eye contact? Even if they didn't flee or shout, people's bodies still stiffened involuntarily. Professor, Yihan whispered, and Professor Garcia answered as if it was fine. Student Yihan, you don't have to worry. I'm used to people reacting like that. Ah, that's not. I was going to ask if I could make those people shut up. Instead of worrying about the professor, the real disciple might be the one who wanted to silence those who insulted the professor. But Professor Garcia didn't let it slide. You can't, I can't, no, take your hand off the staff. Professor Garcia spoke sternly. No, whoever it was worrying to her that the student was relying on power too much. But they'll keep blabbering. I said it doesn't matter. Come, the steak sandwiches at this restaurant are really delicious. I'll treat you all. Professor Garcia pointed a finger at the 3-story brick building on the side of the street. The old brass sign with a food illustration hung at the entrance, and a long line was waiting in front of it. Seems like a famous place. And when Professor Garcia joined the end of the line, the people in front suddenly started kindly yielding their place. Oh, I suddenly remembered an appointment. Please go ahead. I owe a mage a favor, so now I always give up my place when I meet one. The students were at a loss for words, stunned. What nonsensical. But Professor Garcia just shrugged her shoulders. She didn't seem very surprised, having seen it many times. They all yielded so nicely. Great, shall we go in? The professor also has a bit of an Einregard vibe at times. Thinking the professor might be hurt, Yihan took a step forward. The steak sandwich was as delicious as Professor Garcia had said. The crispy bread was filled with a thick, well-grilled steak, onions, tomatoes, and sauce, giving a substantial sense of satisfaction with each bite. Gainando looked at Professor Garcia, who had easily entered the popular restaurant without waiting in line, with eyes full of admiration. Professor, you're amazing. This guy has no sense. Yihan thought about splashing the drink in front of him. Fortunately, Professor Garcia didn't get angry or anything, just laughed and answered. It's one of the few advantages of being a troll mixed blood. Can I also become a troll mixed blood? If you practice transformation magic diligently, it's possible. Professor Garcia encouraged Gainando. As long as a student was trying to study magic, even if they were a bit strange, Professor Garcia always cheered them on. But I don't plan to learn transformation magic. Won't that be difficult then? Is it really impossible for me to learn other magic? Professor Garcia pondered for a moment. She was trying to recall what kind of magic Gainando had learned. Eventually, remembering dark magic, Professor Garcia spoke again. Even if you're not a troll mixed blood, as a dark mage, people will avo. Ah, no. Professor Garcia realized she had misspoken. There was no need to tell a student learning dark magic about the sad reality of dark mages. Gainando didn't notice, but Yihan had already caught on. I understand, Professor. Yihan gave a look that said he understood. Professor Garcia felt very apologetic. Eat the sandwich, student Yihan. Have a drink too. Do you want a vanilla egg cream or a soda float? Yihan felt sorry that Professor Garcia was apologetic. The mistake was made by the other professors, so why was Professor Garcia like this? Of course, one couldn't say Professor Garcia had no responsibility at all, but compared to the other professors, Professor Garcia was like an angel. I'm enjoying this so much right now. Aren't you, Nilia? Yes. Enjoying. While really enjoying it, Nilia, who was drinking a milkshake, answered hastily, almost spilling her glass. Suddenly, Professor Garcia's expression changed. Everyone, please continue eating. I'll be right back. As Professor Garcia quickly walked out of the restaurant, the friends looked at Nilia and said, how could you answer like that? I suddenly got asked, so I couldn't think. Isn't the professor angry? Yo, Yaner, let's switch seats. I want to sit next to Yihan. Shut up and just sit still, Gainando. Yihan was curious. Why did Professor Garcia suddenly walk out? Did she find someone she knows? But her expression was a bit stiff, not like that. Professor Crare, come on, hurry up. If you keep nagging, I'll just shove tree bark down your throat instead of the deal, you know. Professor Crare, who taught divination magic to the students at Einregard, spoke in an irritated voice. She wasn't particularly fond of Professor Beevil even on a normal day, but now Professor Crare was in a foul mood, her irritable personality fully on display. She had no patience to tolerate Professor Beevil's whining. But Professor Beevil was not one to be easily dealt with. I got it, so hurry up. You can shove it if you want, just find it quickly. Professor Crare gritted her teeth and tried to draw a counting rod from the abacus. Judging by the way the range was narrowing, they were almost there. Just one or two more times. What the hell are you two doing here? Even Professor Beevil flinched and shrank at the voice that came from behind. At that voice, Professor Crere's irritable personality quickly fled down below. The timid personality that had been forcibly dragged out cursed the other personality and made excuses. Professor Garcia, are you not going to show your other personality? Once again, the irritable personality emerged. Professor Garcia glared at the two and asked, what were you doing here? We were divining. Professor Beevil answered evasively. What kind of divination? Abacus divination. Abacus divination was a method of reading the future by pulling branches from an abacus, and outstanding diviners could read all kinds of omens with this abacus divination. As a master among masters, Professor Crere would certainly be able to find the location of a single student. I was wrong. Forgive me this once, Professor Garcia. Aren't we friends? The friend I have is the other personality, not you, so shut up. Professor Crere shut her mouth. She was afraid of Professor Garcia's tightly clenched fist. Were you perhaps trying to find a student in exchange for a reward? Professor Garcia had already guessed the situation. Professor Beevil was one of the people at Einregard who had the most artifacts, so it was quite possible that he had requested Professor Crere's help by offering one of them as a reward. While Professor Crere's stable personality might not have accepted such a dangerous proposal, the other personalities could not be the same. It was probably the irritable personality that eagerly accepted the proposal. What did I tell you last time when I sent you back? To meet after the semester starts. Then why? I don't know how it happened. At Professor Beevil's shameless answer, Professor Garcia was at a loss for words. Well, what use would threats be against a madman who spoke his mind even in front of the Skull Principal? It was fortunate that at least Professor Beevil was pretending to listen to her words. Go back. You can meet when the semester starts, but then the others will try to share the time. It's not others, it's other professors, and it's only natural to share time. But my magic is more important than the others. Please just shut your mouth. The irritable personality of Professor Crere whispered desperately. While Professor Beevil's life might not be precious, the irritable personality of Professor Crere's life was very precious. I really ask you, please, go back quickly. With the permission granted, Professor Crere quickly turned and left with Professor Beevil. The fear that Professor Garcia might change her mind and unleash her wrathful fist was evident. Professor Garcia sighed, watching their retreating backs. She had thought Professor Beevil wouldn't listen, but to move so quickly in just a few days. Surely the other professors aren't doing the same thing. You're back, Professor Garcia. What happened? At the students' worried looks, Professor Garcia lied. I just ran into someone I knew and had a quick chat. Wow, Professor really does have a lot of friends. Nilia marveled. Could it be that a professor of her standing would find an acquaintance among the passers-by on the streets of Grandin City? Not quite that much. Shall we get up and leave? What would you like to drink? Wine, coffee, tea? Tea would be nice. Great. I'll introduce you to a nice tea house. Professor Garcia led the students to a regular tea house. Unlike the restaurant earlier, it was located deep in the alley, giving a relatively quiet atmosphere, and the fragrance of tea wafted through the ivy-covered wooden walls. I particularly enjoy the green tea here. Everyone should try. Wait a moment. Please continue eating. I'll be right back. As Professor Garcia got up and headed outside again, the students looked at her with suspicion and bewilderment. What could possibly be going on? Professor Garcia returned, panting. Sorry, everyone. I kept you all waiting too long. Yihan was gradually feeling something was off. Professor Garcia was panting as if she had been in a physical altercation. Did she perhaps beat up the people who were causing trouble earlier? But that didn't seem to fit Professor Garcia's inherently kind personality. Professor, please have this at least. As the students offered her a teacup, Professor Garcia gulped it down. She seemed parched. Phew. I'm sorry, everyone. Did you order any snacks while waiting? The tea was enough. No, the snacks here are delicious too. The fruit slices are good. As Professor Garcia was speaking, she hesitated. The students hoped it wasn't what they were thinking. I'll be right back, whoosh. As Professor Garcia hurried out again, Yihan hardened his expression and said, I can't let this go on. I'll go check for a bit. Not once, but repeatedly doing this, Yihan couldn't help but worry as a student. Wait, isn't that dangerous, if you go and end up interfering? Nilia was unsure if she should follow. She understood the desire to help, but the help of someone without the ability was closer to a nuisance. Nilia had experienced that among the hunters as well. This situation of the students going to help Professor Garcia could also be like that. No, Professor Garcia is clumsy at fighting, so in case of an emergency, she might need help. The friends were too flustered to react to Yihan's words. While they were like that, Yihan quickly turned around and rushed out the door. Wah, Wardenaz, what the hell? Among the Einregard professors, Alcaces Lagrand, who taught healing magic, was relatively easy to find. If a group passed by with faces equally pale and tired, they were usually undead or Alcaces' disciples. Professor Garcia panted and said, Lagrand, Professor Garcia. Professor Alcaces curtly bowed in greeting, but Professor Garcia had no intention of exchanging greetings with the other. How many professors are out here anyway? She had just sent one away, and now a new professor appeared. It was as if there was a secret professor gathering around here that only Professor Garcia didn't know about. May I ask what brings you here? I came to find a student. Is it by any chance student Ihan from the Wardenaz family? At Professor Garcia's words, Professor Alcasi's expressionless face moved slightly, seeming a bit surprised. That's right. So the story is quick. Well, you see, Yihan is a first year, and he's learning many majors, so his skills in healing magic are. He single-handedly provided emergency treatment when the knights attacking the Crimson Lotus Forest had an accident. Isn't that enough qualification? Professor Garcia inwardly shouted at Yihan. What on earth did you do with the words I said during the semester? Even if it was just basic healing magic, the moment it became known that a first year could use it, the path of hardship would be wide open, so she had emphasized that so carefully. Professor Garcia sighed, but she couldn't blame her student either. When someone was injured right in front of her, she couldn't just stay still for her own comfort. Seeing Professor Garcia's restless state, Professor Alcaces let out a rough sigh, full of deep fatigue. Professor Garcia, I know Yihan is a disciple you cherish. Look at my disciples. Professor Garcia couldn't help but turn her head, regretting it. They were the most pitiful mages' souls. The students majoring in healing magic under Professor Alcaces were dozing off while standing, occasionally shaking their heads to regain consciousness. My disciples have only slept for an hour in 3 days. The mages of other schools can plan, but my disciples can't do that. Don't you? No. That's. Professor Garcia was at a loss for words in the face of the logic. Unlike the other professors with selfish motives, Professor Alcaces' reason was one that even Professor Garcia as a professor couldn't refute. To save a human life, they needed help. I just need to borrow him for 5 days. I think 5 days will be enough to roughly handle the urgent patients. But even after that, you'll come borrow him again when it's urgent, won't you? Yes, I'm sorry, but if an accident happens, I can't help it. I need at least one more. Professor Alcaces rustled the swords at her waist as she spoke. There was an unavoidable fatigue in the dark elf professor's voice. So where is this student Wardenaz? I don't know, Professor. Professor Alcaces glared at her pleadingly. She had thought Professor Garcia was the one professor she could communicate with, unlike the others, so she was shocked. What can I do if I really don't know? I see. All right, I'll find him. Yes, the healing magic students had conflicting expressions, torn between thinking, can we really drag in a freshman? And if he's a truly outstanding talent, can't we rest a bit? Professor Garcia prepared to send a note to the tea house. She was planning to tell the students to lock the tea house door and absolutely not come out. She can't possibly find. Ah, I found him. Ah, what are you doing? Student Yihan, are you crazy? Professor Garcia was furious when she spotted Yihan right next to the alley, making eye contact with the healing magic major students. Sorry, Yihan apologized, but this was unavoidable. The situation had been too sudden. Just as he was listening to the conversation between Professor Garcia and Professor Alcaces, the search had suddenly started. From now on, I should develop the habit of always preparing an invisibility spell. Yihan bitterly reflected. Einregard wasn't the only battlefield. The world outside Einregard was also a battlefield. A moment of carelessness could cost him his life in this battlefield. I finally found you. Professor Alcaces spoke in a rough, hoarse voice, worn out. Last time I couldn't finish talking because of Professor Beevil, but grab my hand. I'll help your talent bloom. Yihan was torn between trusting Professor Garcia and fleeing, or just obediently following Professor Alcaces. The former risked getting hit by Professor Alcaces' sword if the escape went wrong, and the latter meant being dragged away and possibly having to train in healing magic until the end of the break. The latter is the only option. Yihan decided immediately. The moment Professor Alcaces' concentration wavered even slightly, he would cast all the magic he had and flee. Professor Alcaces' eyes narrowed, intuitively understanding Yihan's thoughts. Among the students at Einregard, the Skull Principal was the best at catching runaways, but Professor Alcaces was also a hidden master. As a professor specializing in healing magic, she must have the ability to catch and bring back fleeing students, not just healing magic. That's why she could tell just from the posture. Is that really a first year? Professor Alcaces couldn't help but be inwardly shocked by Yihan's flawless stance. A student who wasn't even from the White Tiger Tower, showing such a solid stance without any gaps. What was this? She had heard the student had exceptional talent not only in healing magic but also in other fields, but to this extent. Just looking at the aura he exuded, one wouldn't be surprised if he was an experienced combat mage. But still, Professor Alcaces calmly prepared her magic. No matter how talented a genius the opponent was, she was still an immature beast. In a mage's duel, the experienced mage had an absolute advantage. Professor Alcaces had conserved her mana, ready to subdue the opponent as quickly as possible. With his abundant mana, direct suppression magic is unlikely to work. I'll have to summon something from the outside to bind him. I'll immediately cast a fog and invisibility, then cast an enhancement spell and flee. The two mages just stared at each other silently. The air was taut with tension. Yihan instinctively felt he was at a disadvantage. Damn, I can't tell what she's trying to do. He couldn't tell what kind of magic the opponent was trying to use. Moreover, Professor Alcaces knew Yihan had abundant mana. You idiot, what are you doing? Run, don't even look back, just run. Arm wither. At that moment, two of Professor Alcaces' disciples who had been watching nearby rushed out and cast magic at their master. They were seniors familiar to Yihan, Phil, and Chill. Professor Alcaces, despite her disciples attacking her, was not surprised or angry. She just swatted the magic away with her staff, as if it was annoying and tiring. Run, vitality. Phil was subdued with a single swing of the professor. Professor Alcaces had rapidly regenerated the flesh in the airway connected to Phil's throat, causing temporary obstruction. Phil tried to break free, but the professor's skill was as solid as a master tailor's stitching, and it couldn't be easily disturbed. When you wake up, study throat-related things again. Stupid child. Eyes obscure the light. Chill, undaunted by his friend's collapse, targeted the professor's eyes again. After all, the healing magic students didn't get sent to the punishment room even if they tried to escape or rebel, so Professor Alcaces didn't get angry or punish them. Thud, the professor blocked Chill's magic with a dismissive gesture. It was a simple movement, but Yihan and Chill could tell how advanced the technique was. In that brief moment, she had grasped the structure of the incoming magic, then channeled mana into her fingertips to deconstruct the magic. Chill gritted his teeth and shouted. Aren't you ashamed, taking a freshman to brainwash him like us? Aren't you ashamed of that? Damn, you're right, Chill. The senior healing magic students, who had been wavering between self-interest and conscience, threw off their cloaks and grabbed their staffs. Hearing Chill's words, they felt their faces burning. As Einregard students, they couldn't do such a thing to a first-year freshman. Professor Alcaces' gaze grew even darker and more piercing. I don't care if you attack, but I'll kill anyone who wastes mana uselessly. Don't lie. Instead of killing us, you'll just make us work, won't you, Professor? Attack how many times? This time, formation 11. Move in the 11-person formation. How many times have these seniors attacked? The healing magic students, having rebelled more than once or twice, quickly formed a formation and charged at Professor Alcaces. All right, this should be enough. Chill was relieved. Of course, the students would be brutally subdued, but at least they could buy time for the junior to escape. But Yihan didn't run. When Yihan came and stood next to Chill, Chill was shocked. What are you doing? Are you crazy, senior? How can I just run and leave the seniors behind? Chill felt a surge of warmth in his eyes. Tears welled up unexpectedly, overflowing from his eyes. Don't make me cry. Not only Chill, but the other senior healing magic students also struggled to hold back their tears, blurring their vision. In this situation, the junior running away might have been the better choice, but by not running away, this junior had touched their hearts. Did you see that? Today is the day. The junior is in front of us. Show him properly. The healing magic students charged forward, shouting, Is today the day? If it's not the day, we'll make it the day. The day, among the healing magic students, it was known as the day they overthrow Professor Alcaces and succeed in escaping to rest. They had never actually managed it before, but one day that day would come, if you want to rest. Professor Alcaces swung her staff. The charging student read the professor's intent and desperately defended, hardened like steel nerves. Despite the enhancement magic, Professor Alcaces simply took control of the student's nervous system. Losing control of the nerves that connected and transmitted signals throughout the body was fatal in such a duel. The student immediately fainted. Train your magic skills. At the same time, the swords at the professor's waist levitated. As Professor Alcaces lunged forward, the sword, sheath and all, swung fiercely, blowing away the students who were focused on defense. That way you can rest early. How does it make sense for the same people to keep getting hurt? At the anguished shout of his disciple, the professor slightly swung her staff. The student panicked, trying to protect their nervous system, but this time it was somewhere else. A student, robbed of control over his blood flow, turned pale and collapsed. I should have just run. Watching Professor Alcaces subdue the charging students with a single staff motion, Yihan suddenly felt regret. The prejudice that healing mages were weak was wrong. Healing magic itself could be used offensively if one was determined. Moreover, in the case of a master like Professor Alcaces, she could precisely take away the opponent's physical control to subdue them. To take control of the entire body would require an extraordinary mage to pour in mana, but taking control of a specific part was much less difficult. Of course, other mages, even if they could take control, would have difficulty utilizing or applying it. It was a combat method only possible for Professor Alcaces, who had a perfect understanding of the human body. Enough with the regret. Yihan steeled his resolve and prepared. Not running away and abandoning the seniors was half calculation, half compassion. In this situation, if he abandoned the seniors and left, there was a possibility they would resent him later. Now it was because of their resentment towards the professor. but later, when their minds returned and they were doing additional labor under the professor, they might come to hate the absent junior. The human heart was complicated like that. Moreover, seeing the seniors who had been constantly subdued, if Yihan left, the seniors might not be able to drag out the time as long. The seniors knew Professor Alcaces well, but Professor Alcaces knew the seniors even better. And I just couldn't leave them behind. Yihan was usually the type to look after his own interests, but the healing magic majors were truly too pitiful. How could he just run away and leave such people behind? Yihan had a conscience too. The seniors were surprised by Yihan's shout. Surprisingly, the junior was rushing forward with a sword. Close combat. Like the other friends, Chill was appalled. A mage in close combat. I understand, Junior, but what you're doing now. Fighting a mage with overwhelming abilities was absolutely disadvantageous in magic, so engaging in close combat to prevent the mage from using magic was also a viable choice. But we've all tried that. Of course, the healing magic students had already tried that. Since they couldn't win with magic, they had each cast transformation or enhancement magic and charged at the professor. The result, of course, was disastrous. Professor Alcaces' sword at her waist was not just for show. She subdued the students like a rampaging patient, wasting mana. Professor Alcaces frowned as she swung her staff at the charging Yihan. She had tried to subdue him by taking control of his body, like the other students, but belatedly realized. His mana is really insane. Thud, Professor Alcaces lightly tapped the wall of the nearby alley. The wall then undulated as if alive and rushed towards Yihan. Water. As the wall came crashing down, Yihan strengthened his legs and explosively accelerated by infusing them with mana. Not only that, he summoned water in the air, become a platform. Professor Alcaces was surprised by the magic Yihan displayed. She wasn't surprised by the summoning and transformation of water. Of course, the fact that a first year could do it so skillfully was already impressive enough, but what surprised Professor Alcaces was, he could immediately be a battle mage right now without any oddity. Amidst the chaos and confusion, the speed at which he selected and cast the magic, it was the innate talent of a combat mage. Moreover, with such abundant mana, he would be a nightmare for other mages. Clang, not wanting to waste any more mana, Professor Alcaces grabbed the hilt of her sword. Rather than engage in a magic battle, she intended to go in directly and subdue him. It seemed he was charging with enhancement magic, but Professor Alcaces was confident she could subdue him. Here he comes. Yihan tensed his entire body. He had provoked the close combat, but actually engaging in it with the professor made his heart race. He was several times more tense than when facing an excellent swordsman. Swordsmen only swung their swords, but the professor could use both swords and magic. With bad luck, he might not even last a few exchanges before being blown away. Pierced through, boom, Yihan's sword and Professor Alcaces' swords clashed powerfully, and Professor Alcaces was shocked. Yihan's sword Morning Star was momentarily absorbing the professor's mana. They both had covered the swords with sheaths, so it went unnoticed, but Yihan's sword was made of a special ore called black purplestone, capable of absorbing mana. For a mage sensitive to mana control like Professor Alcaces, it was an annoyingly troublesome sword. Given the professor's personality, this will definitely work. Yihan never intended to truly defeat the professor. With this gap in ability, how could he win? What Yihan aimed for was a compromise. From the professor's perspective, she would say something like, "You despicable, filthy brat, I don't need the likes of you." With Morning Star in his hand, Yihan was an irritating existence for the mana-controlling Professor Alcaces, no matter how she dealt with him. If she tried to subdue him with the sword, the mana consumption would be excessive. If she tried to subdue him with magic, the mana consumption would be excessive. Junior, be careful. As Professor Alcaces' eyes flashed, the other students frantically waved their staffs. The wood that had been surging from the ground immediately withered away. Yihan felt a chill down his spine. To have taken advantage of that brief moment when Yihan let his guard down, if the seniors hadn't been there, he would have been hit. Even a moment of carelessness in front of the professor was fatal. Professor Alcaces clicked her tongue disapprovingly and said, "All right, go." The seniors were shocked. They had never seen Professor Alcaces give in like this. Impossible. Is this real, not a dream? Professor Alcaces spoke in a rough, hoarse voice. You're quite persuasive. It was clear the professor had the same thought as Yihan. To subdue him here would require an excessive use of mana, and it was counterproductive to expend so much of the professor's mana just for one first-year student. Regrettable, but what could be done? But you won't be able to keep avoiding me. I'll work hard next semester. At Yihan's words, Professor Alcaces nodded slightly, as if understanding. It meant she would accept the compromise. Go, Professor. Looking at the professor like a ferocious beast baring its fangs, Yihan carefully spoke. It felt like his life was on the line with the one sentence he was about to utter. Please let the seniors rest as well. The air turned icy. The watching seniors were so tense they couldn't even breathe. That madman. You're going to get yourself killed. Professor Garcia, who had been controlling the passers-by from approaching the scene of the fight, also swallowed her saliva. Have you forgotten what I said, clearly in the lecture? I know. But Professor, there must be other ways. Calling in mages from other regions, or even asking the principal. Listening from the side, Chill was worried that the junior was truly insane. The Skull Principal wasn't some summoning beast, and there was no way he could summon more healing mages just because they were short. I think I can at least buy enough time for the seniors to rest. What will you do if I refuse? Yihan brandished his sword. Seeing the intention to go down together, Professor Alcaces eventually sighed and answered, I hope my disciples haven't learned any bad habits from you. All right, I've been overworking you all. Go rest. I can somehow buy that much time. Professor, don't cry, just scram, rest and come back. The students hurriedly fled, fearing the professor might change her mind. Are you okay? The watching Professor Garcia asked worriedly. Professor Alcaces replied tersely, her voice laced with annoyance, do I look okay? Huh, do I seem okay to you? The respectful demeanor she had shown to his student in front of others was now gone. Professor Garcia, reverting to a student, hung her head low. I'm sorry. It's fine. It's not your fault. The disciples need to rest too. They've worked too hard. I'll help too. If you have a conscience, you should naturally do that. I was wrong. And I should contact the principal. He'll help at least once. That's a good idea. He's in Grandin City right now. Is he? Even better. Professor Alcaces' authority, who was saving all the patients in the name of Einregard throughout the nearby regions, was so high that even the Skull Principal couldn't easily refuse. He absolutely couldn't refuse a request for help. Of course, from the perspective of the Skull Principal, it would be absurd. The usually uncooperative Professor Alcaces suddenly contacting him, saying, please help my disciples rest. By the way, please don't tell the principal that Yihan brought it up. Understood. Junior, isn't this exciting? Aren't you excited? Look at this, look at this. The healing magic students were excited, pointing their fingers. What they were pointing at was a fountain in the middle of the city square. Is there some complex magic hidden in that fountain? I'm not sure. There's nothing like that, it's just pretty, right? That's right. Sitting and watching the fountain all day long was our wish. This peaceful watching. Wait, Junior, why are you crying? I'm not crying. Something got in my eyes. Yihan wiped his tears with a handkerchief. Strangely, his vision was blurry. Is it raining? It would be better to eat something. I'll go buy it. No, we should buy it for you. It's hard enough to get juniors to join. If we take your silver and buy ice cream, even fewer will join. The seniors sat Yihan in front of the fountain and walked towards the ice cream stand. I said I don't want to. I can't give in either. Yihan was startled to see the seniors arguing with the ice cream vendor. What's going on? Did they fail to haggle the price? If that was the case, Yihan thought he should go and help. Why are they doing that? The merchants we know don't want to take silver from us. I can't accept it. I won't take it. Haha, you healing mages are mistaken. How much do you think we owe you in gratitude, and you're trying to give us silver? That's right. Oh, I made some crepes here. Have some. What? The healing mages from Einregard are here. As the argument dragged on, merchants nearby began to flock over. Recognizing the students from Einregard, the merchants brought armfuls of their snacks and piled them up neatly. The seniors were at a loss, flustered. It's okay. You're all skin and bones. That's a prejudice. It's true, you need to eat more. We're healing mages. Why are you saying such nonsense? Take this too. The seniors, overwhelmed by the swarming merchants, returned with half-dazed faces, and they laid out a mountain of snacks on the table. Eat a lot, Junior. You'll eat with me, right? Yeah, but we've worked too much and lost our appetite. You need to eat a lot. Yihan thought he should eat even if his stomach burst. At least you're popular, so that's fortunate. Even dark mages sometimes had merchants refusing to take silver, but that had a slightly different meaning. The merchants here, however, genuinely refused to take the healing mage's silver. The seniors each held an ice cream cone, watching the fountain, playing mage card games, or rolling dice on a laid-out board for a horse race. Everyone's faces were filled with tranquil happiness and peace. Rumble, what's that sound? There must have been an accident in the guild district. That's the new building they were constructing, right? Smoke is rising. Is there a fire? The seniors silently stared at the ground, then stood up from their seats. Seniors, don't tell me. Sorry, Wardenaz, you never know. The professor might need our help. No. Before he could stop them, the seniors bit into a donut each and ran towards the scene of the accident. The principal is there, so it'll be fine. Yihan cried out in dismay, but the seniors just waved their hands and left. With only a mountain of snacks remaining, Yihan sighed. If they live like that for a few more years, even the kindest person would turn foul-tempered. The square became quiet as even the merchants went to see the accident scene. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Why are you eating alone like this? Yihan turned his head at the familiar voice. An old mage with a kind, grandmotherly impression was standing behind him. Lady Eumedifos, it's been a while. Eumedifos, a renowned water element mage in the Empire, sat in front of Yihan and pointed at the waffle. Of course you can have it. Without any motion, the syrups on the table rose and gently covered the waffle. Taking a bite, Yumidifos asked Yihan, "Why are you so tense?" Well, Yumidifos herself was a moderately crazy mage, but the mage who would appear after Yumidifos was a different story. "Didn't Professor Bagrak go looking for you to prepare for the second semester's lecture?" "Aha, he did," Yumidifos nodded. "You were worried Baladi Bagrak might not find me." "Ah yes," Yihan answered, managing his facial muscles. Yumidifos continued as if it was fine. "He found me well, so no need to worry." "Yes, Crunch, by the way, I want to see some water element magic. Can you show me?" Yihan gripped his staff. Yumidifos spoke in a gentle but strict voice. "Lift it up, spring forth, transform, become a wall. It's about time you do it all at once. Try it." Yihan's spell casting speed was one of the fastest compared to other mages. It was natural as he was being rigorously trained as a combat mage. As such, there was no problem with casting water element magic in separate steps, but Yumidifos was telling him to graduate from that too. All at once, like an excellent mage. Yihan nodded. "Well, it is time." Of course, if other friends heard, they would have said, "Get a grip, Wardenaz, you're still a first year. What do you mean it's time?" But Yihan's standards had also slightly crumbled because of the other professors. Water become a shield. He neatly compressed the actions of lifting the water and transforming it into a shield into a single spell in motion. "Excellent, I was lucky. It's the element I'm most familiar with. That familiarity comes from your effort, so don't call it luck." Yumidifos waved her hand, and the water from the fountain surged up and turned into a wall. "Let's see some spin properties. Can you pierce this wall? I'll try." Among the advanced properties of water elements, the spin attribute was something Yihan had been consistently practicing since the first semester. Of course, it wasn't that easy. He had used it a few times in a limited way when facing the colossal hungry ghost, but it was inevitable that it would take time. At Yihan's current level, to properly handle the spin attribute, he had to either give up some power and settle for a moderate spin or pour in a lot of time. Yumidifos was curious to see how far Yihan had overcome this problem. Of course, for an average student, it would take more than 2 or 3 years of effort, but the student in front of her was a bit different, wasn't he? Swish. Yumidifos was surprised. Yihan had summoned dozens of water orbs. What is he thinking? Spin. With the spell, a few of the dozens of water orbs lost their shape and disappeared. Due to the clumsily applied spin attribute, they couldn't maintain their form and the magic was cancelled. Yihan focused his mind on the orbs that had proper spin among the surviving ones. As the spin sped up, a few more orbs were cancelled. Yihan accelerated the remaining orbs without minding. Yumidifos was honestly impressed. She wasn't impressed by Yihan's magical talent. She had already been impressed by that before. What impressed Yumidifos was Yihan's way of thinking. Even with abundant mana, mages who could utilize it in such a way were rare, using dozens of other spells as sacrifices to complete a single spell. It was an absurd waste in the eyes of mages, but it wasn't a difficult task for Yihan. In less than a few minutes, a single fiercely spinning water orb was completed. Thud, as the orb easily penetrated the barrier Yumidifos had erected, the old mage applauded. "Well done, I'm honestly surprised." "Is that so?" Yihan was delighted. Honestly, while doing it, he was worried that Yumidifos would say, "You're still only at that level." But seeing her so satisfied was a relief. "Of course you did well. Why are you surprised? I still have many shortcomings. Baladi Bagrak is making you unable to make a proper assessment of yourself. You're doing well." Hearing Baladi's name cursed was always pleasant. Yihan bowed his head. "I was going to give you advice if you were stuck, but with that method, I have nothing to advise." "Pardon, no, please give me advice." Yihan felt wronged. Surely lifting dozens of orbs like that wasn't a good method, was it? The excellent advice of a great mage like Yumidifos would be much more effective than such a crude method. "No, you're doing well." Yumidifos thought Yihan's method was very good. Originally, there was no shortcut in magic. Especially for magic where delicate senses were important, like the spin attribute, it was crucial to keep experiencing and accumulating. The method of lifting dozens of orbs like a madman and applying spin to all of them, as Yihan was doing now, was unexpectedly very effective. If he continued like this, he would soon be able to grasp the spin attribute. "I'm late, my apologies." As Professor Bagrak walked over, Yihan's heart sank. The professor's attire was tattered as if he had just walked out of a battlefield. What in the world did he bring? Since he would face it directly in the second semester, fear couldn't help but rise in Yihan's soul. "Why are you late? The other professors asked me to help with the accident scene. It's surprising that you didn't refuse." "I couldn't refuse because Lord Gonadouts also requested it." Gonadouts, Yumidifos was startled. The Skull Principal wasn't the type to personally step in to solve such things. Usually, he would have the disciples or professors do it. Was it that serious? It wasn't. "I think it was to let the students rest." Yihan, who had been listening, couldn't help but ask, "Did the students end up participating?" "No, Professor Garcia made them rest." Yihan was touched. Yumidifos nodded and said, "Rest is important too. Honestly, the young healing mages at Einregard are overworked." "Yes, rest is important." Yihan stared intently at Professor Bagrak. Was the person who knew that acting like that until now? Now that Baladi Bagrak is here, let's get to the point. I came because I heard you have an aptitude for the cold element. Yihan looked at Professor Bagrak again. As if understanding the meaning of that gaze, Professor Bagrak nodded slightly. Yihan had no idea what the other party meant by nodding. Not quite an aptitude. If you can summon cold, it's an aptitude. Rare elements are hard to summon if you don't have an aptitude. Anyway, the cold element is closely related to the water element, and applying them together is educational in many ways. So for the second semester. I'm not supposed to say that, right? Professor Bagrak nodded again. Yihan stared at the professor's collar. He suddenly wanted to grab it. I came looking for you after catching that. Yihan had no major complaints about Yumadifo's proposal either. Unlike other professors, Yumadifo's taught relatively sensibly. Staying at the mansion and learning about cold element magic wouldn't be bad either. Besides, it'll be an excuse when other professors come. Shall we depart then? Aren't we learning at the mansion? Learning at the mansion is a bit tricky. There's a tower where a mage who owes me stays. Your disciple, not a disciple, but he did receive some teachings from me. Isn't that a disciple? As Yihan was thinking to himself, he paused. Come to think of it, wasn't Professor Bagrak also not Yumadifo's disciple? Is that person like Professor Bagrak? No. I see. Yihan was relieved. Until Yumadifo's next words came out. He's even more rude. Someone more rude than Professor Bagrak is possible. Yihan, about to speak his mind, belatedly realized that Belati was right next to him. Isn't it natural? Most people in the Empire would be more rude than Professor Bagrak. Are you crazy? Yumadifo's was dumbfounded. She was so dumbfounded that she even looked at Professor Bagrak with a gaze that said, "You try saying it." However, Professor Bagrak answered without batting an eye. Haha, I only stated the obvious. Yumadifo's was speechless at the sight of this twisted master-disciple relationship. No matter how much he's your teacher, you should say things that make sense objectively. Forget it, let's depart. Yumadifo's summoned a carriage in front. It was a carriage pulled by water spirits with huge builds. As befitting a mage's carriage, opening the door revealed a spacious interior, different from what was seen outside. As expected of an excellent water element mage, the interior consisted of a sea with winding rivers flowing above it. Yumadifo's casually walked into the sea and leaned her body comfortably. The water parted and supported the old mage's body. Why are you doing that? Lady Yumadifo's. So in what specific way is that disciple more rude than Professor Bagrak? Seeing Yihan whispering in a small voice, Yumadifo's actually suspected that Yihan was judging Belati quite coldly. Nilia and Yaner ate lollipops and whistled. Then a beautiful mermaid singing voice flowed out. It was clear why this was the most popular in the candy store. Gaynando, you try it too. No, Yihan isn't here. Didn't Professor Garcia say he had no choice because something came up? Why does he get kidnapped wherever he goes? Gaynando grumbled and pushed away the candy Ratford offered. He wanted the candy, but was willing to resist to show his displeasure. That's because Lord Wardenaz has a wide network and is favored by the professors. If they favor him, they should cherish him, not kidnap him. As Gaynando huffed indignantly, the other three friends unconsciously agreed. Well, that's true. If it was a cherished disciple, they should let him rest and have fun during the break and give him a chance to recharge, not constantly attempt to kidnap him on the streets. As a result, Gaynando, who had gone out to play only to have his friend taken away by the professors again, was sulking. But this time he'll be back soon. Right, didn't Professor Garcia say it was nothing serious this time? HMPH, how can we trust that? When it's over, they might change their promise and kidnap him again. Gaynando uttered words that Einregard seniors would have said. What a remarkable junior, already realizing the truth. Professors were fundamentally liars. If that happens, let's go rescue him. Rescue. Gaynando was intrigued by Yaner's words. Yeah, the professors have a conscience, so if we go to get him, they'll let him go, right? Certainly. Besides, they'll be mindful since it's in the city, won't they? Gaynando's face brightened. If it was inside Einregard, a professor could send him to the punishment room with a single finger, but this was outside the school. If they made a scene shouting, "People of the city, this crazy mage is exploiting a noble of the Wardenaz family," wouldn't they let him go because it was dirty and underhanded? Yaner, who hadn't yet realized Gaynando's extreme thoughts, nodded. Yeah, let's go rescue him. Right, I'll pick the lock. Then I'll shoot fire arrows and burn it down. Wait, I said let's rescue him, not fight, right? As Yaner was flustered, Gaynando screamed. What? That carriage. What about that carriage? Yihan has been kidnapped. He's being dragged away in that carriage. Such nonsense. Nilia was shocked. The professors weren't professors for nothing. Since they could be tracked if they stayed in the city, they kidnapped him and were trying to leave the city to shake off pursuit. Sometimes criminals of the Empire fled to the cold northern mountains to avoid pursuit. This isn't the skill of someone who's only kidnapped once or twice. Chase, we have to chase Nilia. What? Right, the proud Shadow Patrol. Gaynando was so desperate that he even praised Nilia, which he never did. Ratford chimed in from the side. That's right. If not the Shadow Patrol, who will track the traces of that carriage? Should I stop them now? Yaner followed the three friends, pondering when to stop them. Alsical Penjarin, Umidiffo's disciple though she denied it, and someone more rude than Professor Baladi Bagrak. Yihan couldn't believe it. Is that even possible? From the first time he came to me, Alsical said he was interested in ice magic. I see. Yihan nodded and listened. He still couldn't quite grasp it, so he wanted to learn water element magic. Certainly, unlike other element magic, those two have a close relationship. Yeah. So he told me to teach him water magic to serve as a stepping stone. Yes, pardon. Yihan, who had been listening, paused. Did I hear that wrong? What did you say? To be exact, he said he would grant me the honor of being a stepping stone to help the great ice magic he would one day complete. Is he crazy? Yihan was startled. If you wanted to learn magic from someone, you bowed your head and said, I'll be in your care, not, I'll give you the glory of teaching me. Even Gaynando knew that common sense. Is he from Einregard by any chance? No, and surprisingly, those from Einregard don't do such things. Ah, that's true, Yihan agreed. If he had entered Einregard with that personality, he might still be locked up in the punishment room without graduating. There was a harshness that taught manners even to disrespectful students. That's startling. You taught magic to such a person. He wasn't without talent. Magical talent comes first and personality is next. No wonder she's Professor Bagrak's teacher. Yihan's evaluation of Umidiffo's slightly dropped in his heart. Indeed, old sayings were never wrong. The saying, birds of a feather flock together, didn't come out of nowhere. Of course, I did subdue him so he couldn't say arrogant things in front of me. Well done. So perhaps reflecting on the past, he might have changed. Not at all. Some people's nature didn't change no matter how much they were beaten. And Umidiffo's disciple they were going to meet now was such a case. Not all the geniuses of the empire entered Einregard. Some geniuses entered other magic academies for various reasons, and some chose to self-study instead of entering a magic academy. Alsical of the Penjarin family was one such case. Instead of enrolling in a magic academy, he invited teachers in the name of his family and learned separately. If he had entered a magic academy, his personality would have been somewhat corrected, but learning separately like this, he couldn't even do that. Moreover, even more unfortunately, Alsical's talent was objectively outstanding. Not only did he not enter a magic academy, but he was also only praised for every magic he learned, so it was natural for him to become arrogant and haughty. It wasn't for nothing that he went to Umidiffo's and said, I'll give you the chance to be my stepping stone. Of course, he got beaten up for it. Anyway, Alsical learned water magic from Umidiffo's at the cost of being beaten, and after achieving some results, moved on to the next stage. Like many mages who wanted to immerse themselves in research, he built a tower in a place abundant with nature's mana and set up his own workshop. A tower built deep in a snowy mountain valley. The transportation was the worst, but it was perfect for magic research. What brings you here, Lady Umidiffo's? Alsical asked, somehow pushing back his hair that had grown annoying from not being cut for a long time. The water spirit Umidiffo's sent as a messenger wrote letters in the air. You said you have a disciple I need to teach. The water spirit nodded. That answer seemed to please Alsical a bit. Well, there's no mage like me. I understand Lady Umidiffo's feelings too. The water spirit emitted waves of unpleasant emotions, but Alsical, intoxicated with himself, didn't notice. To be recommended as a teacher by an excellent great mage like Umidiffo's, this was something he couldn't help but be happy about. All right, bring them in, but you should keep this in mind. My teachings are very difficult and abstruse, so it's not my fault if they can't keep up. It's not my fault if the disciple Lady Umidiffo's brought isn't as much of a genius as me. The water spirit made a disgusted face once and then went back. Alsical burst into laughter towards the valley, then belatedly came to his senses and summoned a mirror made of ice in the air. It's a complete mess. I need to brush it. He's surprisingly agreeing readily. Yihan was surprised to see the ice blocking the front of the valley making a path. Do people really need to be beaten? How badly was he beaten by Umidiffo's that he was opening the way as soon as he received such a request? Alsical himself is having a hard time these days. Having a hard time. He hasn't made progress in his current magic research for several years. I haven't heard any news from the Imperial Society. Many mages built towers and set up workshops in deep mountains because they wanted to immerse themselves in research, but not many of them actually produced proper results. Most of them struggled with absurd goals and ideals, then closed their workshops or, very rarely, went mad and tried to dominate the nearby territory. That's how much pressure there was for a mage to research magic. For a mage with great pride like Alsical, the pressure would be even greater. If he teaches another mage, it will be a good change of pace to some extent. Greetings, Lady Umidiffo's. A penguin mixed blood came out from inside, brushing his hair. Yihan was momentarily startled by the cute appearance of him waddling over. Why are the crazy ones always cute races like Professor Beevil? They looked harmless and cute on the outside, making them even more vicious beings. How many people must have been fooled by that impression? Nice to meet. Before Yihan could even greet him, Alsical looked down at Yihan and said, "I'll say this first. It will be impossible for you to keep up with my teachings. I'm telling you in advance not to despair. Understand?" Yihan was dumbfounded but nodded instead of getting angry. Since he already knew he was crazy, there was no need to get angry. There's no need to engage with him. By the way, I had already mastered third circle magic at your age. Understand? This one here mastered fourth circle. Lady Umidifos, don't make such absurd jokes. It's the truth. Alsical looked at Professor Bagrak, urging him to tell the truth. However, Professor Bagrak nodded. It's true that he mastered fourth circle. Actually, the circle isn't what's important. At her disciple's trashy words, Umidifos clicked her tongue. Of course, it didn't reach Alsical's ears. Alsical had the ability to ignore words that insulted him, such ugly words. Of course, magic wasn't all about circles. Circles were the most convenient unit, not the most accurate one. But the audacity of him bringing up circles first, then changing his words when he was losing, that's why he still hasn't come to his senses. If it were someone else, they would have been shaken by embarrassment, but Alsical was as solid as an iceberg. He immediately changed the subject and threw a question. What's more important than circles is the breadth of that magic. At your age, I had mastered not only cold element magic, but also transformation magic and summoning magic. Understand, I think it's best you stop, Alsical. Umidifos spoke up for her disciple. She wanted to make Alsical come to his senses, but she didn't want to do it too harshly. What if Alsical threw himself off that glacial cliff out of humiliation? However, Alsical misunderstood Umidifos' words. No, Lady Umidifos, we must address this. Otherwise, the young mage of the Empire might get his feelings hurt. It was even more surprising that the other party sincerely thought that way, not just putting on an act. He won't be hurt to that extent. There were many more hurtful things after entering Einregard. I'm saying this because Wardenaz here has mastered a wider range of magic than you, Alsical. Don't lie, Alsical shouted, waving his short penguin mixed blood arms. However, when Umidifos glared at him, he immediately corrected his posture and changed his words. Don't lie, please. The memory of being beaten was still vivid in his body. How can he have mastered a wider range of magic than me? It's impossible. What has he mastered? Let's see. Dark magic, summoning magic, illusion magic, enchantment magic, divination magic, transformation magic, healing magic. So which one of those has he mastered? Alsical asked in a slightly curt voice. I'm telling you what he has mastered now. Pardon, Alsical was so shocked that he stood still for a few minutes. Unable to watch any longer, Yihan whispered, "Is it okay to leave him like that?" Professor Bagrak nodded silently and answered, "Penguin mixed blood are resistant to cold." No, that's not what I meant. It wasn't a question of whether he would freeze to death, but whether he was mentally okay. Fortunately, Umidifos stepped in to sort things out. Alsical, do you want to get beaten up again? No. The dazed penguin mixed blood mage's face regained his senses. What does it matter who was better when young? What's important is what magic you're doing now. Wardenaz here has come to learn cold element magic from you. So stop saying useless things and teach him cold element magic. But who is better when young is a very important issue. Umidifos suppressed her subtle anger at Alsical, who was deliberately holding her back even when she was trying to move on in a good mood. Professor Bagrak spoke up. I'll give you the answer. What? Wardenaz here is better. That should be enough now. Seeing Baladi adding fuel to the fire in a burning tower, Umidifos thought to herself, I should have left Baladi Bagrak behind. Be better than me. Baladi Bagrak, are you serious? Seriously. Haven't you gone crazy from overworking at Einregard? Yihan was slightly surprised at the penguin mixed blood unexpectedly hitting the truth. How did he know? In both circles and breath, Wardenaz is better, isn't he? Application. Advanced application attributes will be different. Alsical shouted after pondering for a while. Since he couldn't compete in breadth or circles, he was going to compete in the mastery of applying magic. At that age, I had mastered shape transformation of water elements, Baladi Bagrak. Can I just say I lost? Yihan, tired of this fight, whispered, but Professor Bagrak ignored him and answered. Wardenaz has mastered shape transformation. He's currently mastering spin and evaporation attributes. Shocked by the two mages' ruthless truth attacks, Alsical covered his head in disbelief. Then he tried to run towards the cliff, wailing, Impossible, a genius greater than me. It can't be, he's at it again. Umidifos summoned a water whip, grabbed Alsical's ankle to make him fall, and then bound him. Once the situation was sorted out, Umidifos apologized to Yihan. I'm sorry. Alsical is a bit emotional. It's all right. I think it's more than a bit. His true thoughts accidentally came out the opposite way. Umidifos sighed as if she understood. The inside of Alsical's magic tower was filled with cold. It felt even colder due to the barren appearance with no particular furniture or equipment. Yihan was puzzled by the sight, which was a bit different from the workshops he had seen at Einregard. Does one need to minimize belongings to master cold magic? No. He probably sold the things inside to cover research expenses because his research is stuck. It's a common sight in magic towers built by mages. It wasn't for nothing that mages who built towers to see the end of magic sometimes went mad and tried to dominate the surroundings. That's how tough and difficult magic research was. If the research ended quickly as expected, that was fortunate, but if it dragged on, the costs piled up, the mind became exhausted, life became difficult. It became even more painful when fellow mages sent letters asking them, thoughts like, can't I just occupy the nearby villages? If I do it well, no one will find out, right? If I occupy them and just complete the magic, would creep up. Sob, 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 sob. Alsicle wept sorrowfully, shedding chicken poop like tears. Sitting inside the magic tower, bound by Yumadifo's magic, he looked like a mage subdued by bandits. To think there was a mage more talented than me. I was nothing. Alsicle, didn't I say it's not about early achievements, but... Lady Yumadifos, who rose up with effort without talent, doesn't understand my feelings. Yumadifos gestured for Yehan to go outside for a moment. Yehan nodded and tried to go out. Professor, come out. Why? Just come out for a bit. Yehan tried to grab Professor Bagrak's collar, but grabbed his wrist and dragged him out. Then dull sounds echoed from inside. I was wrong, Lady Yumadifos. You can come in now. Yes, Yehan came in and stood as if nothing had happened. Sob, sob, sob. Now that you've been beaten a lot, come to your senses and teach cold element magic. Wah, 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 wah. Normally, Alsicle would have listened here, but today, perhaps because the shock was particularly great, he just kept crying and ignored Yumadifo's words. Seeing that Yumadifos regretted giving him too much of a shock, Alsicle had an immense pride in his own talent. These days, with his magic research being stuck, his stress must be high, and now even his remaining pride was shattered, so the shock to Alsicle's personality would be several times greater. This won't do. Go out again. Are you going to beat him again? Yehan was slightly startled. Yehan didn't know Alsicle well, but he knew that the problem now couldn't be solved by beating him. It's not beating. I prefer the expression of magical teachings. Whatever it is, I think we should try to persuade him with conversation now. Wardenaz. Yumadifos looked at Yehan with pity. Sometimes in the world, there are people you can't communicate with. As she spoke, Yumadifos glanced very slightly at Baladi. Yehan also glanced very slightly at Baladi. Still, will you give me one chance to persuade him? Well, you are learning under Baladi Bagrak too. I don't think that has anything to do with it. Yehan was slightly concerned that Yumadifos seemed to think of him as some kind of Mr. Penjarin. Alsicle didn't answer, crying and sobbing. Whether you mastered third circle magic or fourth circle magic in your first year, what does it matter? Even Lord Ganidalt said what's important is not the circle of magic, but you're only saying that because you're more talented than me. Right, you're looking down on me. Shocked by Alsicle's condition, which was more severe than he thought, Yehan was appalled. However, Yehan was someone who had dealt with many people crazier than Alsicle. He never wavered at such provocations. Mr. Penjarin, I'm so sad. Yehan suddenly covered his face with his hands and reddened his eyes. If the other party came at him with tears, he was going to fight back with tears too. Do you know why Lady Yumadifos brought me here? It's because I earnestly begged her several times that I wanted to learn from you, Mr. Penjarin. Yumadifos and Baladi looked at him as if asking what nonsense he was spouting, but Yehan continued, laying down an iron plate. I heard about Mr. Penjarin's amazing achievements many times. Do you know how I mastered fourth circle magic? It was in an attempt to follow even a fraction of what you've achieved, Mr. Penjarin. Than that magic too, yes. Alsicle, who had regained his energy and was listening intently, tilted his head. Isn't that too much, even so? Yehan hesitated to slap Alsicle's fluffy cheek once while he was tied up, but he endured. I thought I had to do at least that much to reach you, Mr. Penjarin, but it still seems like you're learning too much. Anyway, that's how much I respected you, but to think you'd use such a trick because you don't want to teach me. A trick? Alsicle asked, dumbfounded. If it's not a trick, there's no way Mr. Alsicle would show such a sight, is there? It must be because you don't like me. I've been found out, Alsicle blurted out without realizing it, his energy fully restored. Yumadifos had to hold back her desire to slap her brazen disciple's face. It's really amazing to see through my acting. No matter how much you act, Mr. Penjarin, it's not easy for a genius to act like a fool. All right, since I've been found out, it can't be helped. Wait there, I'll teach you some cold element magic. As Alsicle regained his energy, stood up, and waddled inside, Yumadifos quietly said to Yehan, I see why you can be Baladi Bagrak's disciple. Did I make a mistake? Alsicle laid out reagents on the floor and had Yehan stand on top of them. Yumadifos, who had been watching without much thought, was startled to see the reagents laid on the floor. Each one was too expensive. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed like they were prepared for research. Is it okay to do that? Pardon. When Baladi asked back, Yumadifos pointed out the price of the reagents. Alsicle needs to do research too, so if he uses all those reagents, it's fine. Did you check the stock, using those? Professor Bagrak shook his head and answered, it's Alsicle Penjarin's business, isn't it? Wait, regretting that she was foolish for even listening to Baladi Bagrak's words for a moment, Eumedifos tried to stop Alcicle. Why are you doing this? Alcicle stared at Eumedifos with a blank gaze. Alcicle Pendurin, what kind of reagents are these here? Lady Eumedifos. At his mentor's absurd question, Alcicle trailed off as if it was regrettable. You can't recognize what these reagents are. Eumedifos considered beating her disciple like a dog for pitying her, but she held back. I'm not asking because I can't recognize them. It's frost deer horn, ice-cold powder, thousand-year snow, and snow emperor pill, isn't it? Then why are you asking? I'm asking if it's okay for you to use these when your financial situation isn't that good. You need to do research too. The biggest problem when learning cold element magic was the attribute of the cold element itself. Life was fundamentally a being that emitted heat and rejected cold. No matter how cold and harsh the surrounding environment was made, it wasn't easy for a living mage to accept cold into their body. So cold element mages often used reagents to transform the attributes of cold into a cold that retained the chill but didn't harm the mage's body. Of course, it wasn't an easy task and required expensive reagents. The more expensive and rare the reagent, the better the performance, so it wasn't a bad choice for Alcicle to take out such expensive reagents. It's just that it looked like Alcicle's entire fortune. Oops, Alcicle seemed to have belatedly realized his situation. Seeing him hesitate and look around, Eumedifos sighed at his pathetic appearance. Even now, surely it's because Mr. Pendurin doesn't need such reagents much. Eumedifos and Alcicle simultaneously looked at Yihan. However, Yihan continued speaking without changing his expression. An excellent mage doesn't choose their staff, right? That's true, but what Alcicle is trying to do. Right, Mr. Pendurin, oh of course. Alcicle nodded at Yihan's question. For me, such reagents are just, like decorations. I should say I can just go out and pick up a snowflake without needing such things. I knew you'd be like that. Now, please proceed. Eumedifos thought she should never leave Yihan alone with Alcicle in the future. At first, she was worried that Alcicle might bully Yihan, but now it seemed it wouldn't be surprising if Yihan just devoured Alcicle when left alone. Whoosh, despite being inside a sealed magic tower, a snowstorm colder than the snowy mountains outside began to rage. What was amazing was that this cold snowstorm had no effect on Yihan's body. Snow that was cold but not cold. It was a phenomenon that only magic could create. Originally, cold elements are difficult to use unless in a specific environment. Alcicle waddled and pointed to the ceiling. The huge magic core placed on the tower's ceiling was scattering cold. As cold elements were one of the most difficult to maintain naturally among the elements, the reality was that it was inconvenient to use unless in a specific natural environment or with such a magic device. It wasn't a problem at all for mages who had reached a high level, but the problem was for mages who were newly learning. Alcicle rummaged through the corner and took out a staff. His expression was full of pride. Now look at this. See it. This is, yes, it's a frostagon egg. The huge insect egg embedded at the end of the staff emitted a strange light, scattering blue cold energy. Such a staff with cold attributes was a great help to mages who were newly learning. This staff is so rare that at an auction gathering of cold mages in the north where it appeared, 3 people were seriously injured and 7 were hurt. Listening, Yihan thought to himself, why were there casualties at an auction gathering? I'll lend you this staff, Wardenaz, for a talented person like you who is M. Not as well, it will suit you well. Alcicle couldn't bring himself to say that Yihan had more talent than him, nor could he say less, so he ended up expressing it indirectly. Think why. Wardenaz, you should have a stone given by the King of Frost Giants. Yihan cursed himself for not sending Professor Bagrak out. Damn, I was complacent. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Professor Bagrak had a knack for ruining the atmosphere not only in his own lectures but also in others. Alcicle, who hadn't grasped the situation yet, blinked and asked, a stone given by the King of Frost Giants. That's, No matter how eloquent Yihan was, he couldn't find the right words in this situation. The kind Professor Bagrak answered for him. He has a stone from battling the King of Frost Giants on his staff. It's better than a frostagon egg. Yihan could see tears welling up in Alcicle's eyes. Alcicle turned his head for a moment and sniffled, then turned back. His expression was noble, but his eyes were red. Then, you won't need the staff, that's right. Can't you go out for a bit, Baladi Bagrak? Alcicle spoke to Professor Bagrak in a very sulky voice. However, Professor Bagrak answered seriously. If there's a wrong part in the education, it should be pointed out. Alcicle couldn't refute Professor Bagrak's words. Unlike Baladi Bagrak, who had a lot of experience teaching students as a professor at Einregard, Alcicle had no teaching experience. Of course, Yihan found it absurd. I knew you had no conscience, but you're really amazing. To tell such a blatant lie when there was no one to testify about Einregard. First, call the cold freeze. With Yihan's spell, cold energy began to gather at the end of the staff. The surrounding air became even colder and goosebumps formed on Yihan's skin. You have the basics down. Let's start with shape transformation. cone shape, cold into a cone, arrow shape, cold into an arrow. Shield shape, cold into a shield. When Alsicle suddenly fell silent, Yihan thought he had made a mistake. Are you learning cold magic for the first time now? Pardon, no, I've learned it from Professor Bagrak before. What? Alsicle shouted with a brightened face. Then you should have said so. You startled me. Alsicle had been shocked, thinking Yihan had mastered it in one go. When he heard that wasn't the case, he suddenly felt warm inside. Professor Bagrak, who was watching from the side, spoke up. He doesn't do such diverse shape transformations. Now, what's the next teaching? Firing. Alsicle swung his staff. Then the piece of ice floating in the air flew quickly with an ear-splitting sound. Clang, it's probably because of this that Lady Eumedifos had you learn cold element magic. Water isn't a suitable element for firing, but isn't it fine if you use control? Yihan asked as if puzzled. Firing and control looked similar but had different principles. What Alsicle had just shown was firing a piece of ice after completing precise trajectory calculations and inputting a strong force at once. In contrast, the water orbs or iron orbs that Yihan often used were a method where the mage directly aimed at the target and controlled each one individually. It allowed for delicate control, but it required immense effort to become skilled enough to use it. Why bother doing that? You can just learn another element and learn firing magic. To quickly respond in emergency situations. At his disciple's words, Professor Bagrak nodded. However, Alsicle couldn't understand Yihan's words. There aren't many situations where you'd encounter that, right? In the first place, I think you can just act in a way to avoid getting into such situations. If you try to prepare for everything like that, you have to prepare for everything. Above all, it would take too long to achieve a usable power with control. Yihan unconsciously looked at Professor Bagrak. Professor Bagrak looked puzzled as to why. If you want to use it for combat, it's better to learn attributes suitable for combat. Let's take a break and practice firing. I'm fine though. No, even if you seem fine now, there will definitely be mana consumption. Alsicle pulled the cork stopper of a mana recovery potion and took a sip. Then he threw the potion to Yihan as well. Drink it and recover your mana. Cold elements consume more mana than you think. If you think of it like other elements, you can get seriously hurt. You didn't know this, did you? Alsicle seemed very excited to be able to teach Yihan. Usual. Before Professor Bagrak could lower the room's temperature further with useless words, Yihan cut him off and drank the potion. Of course, it had no effect. Firing was a concept used in many elemental magics. Flame arrows, ice arrows, rock arrows, etc. To form something and shoot it, one had to master this firing attribute. Of course, mastering this wasn't simple. Basically, one needed a sense of distance and direction, and had to learn how much mana to input to obtain an appropriate force. Clang, did it hit? The piece of ice Yihan shot precisely penetrated the target. The firing attribute wasn't easy, but for someone who had achieved control, which was much more difficult, it had to be relatively easy. Alsicle's mouth gaped. He said he had already practiced shape transformation, but he definitely hadn't practiced the firing attribute. Average, it's average. Is that so? Yihan was puzzled. It didn't seem like he had made any mistakes, but it was average. What should I fix? I said water elements and cold elements have a pretty close relationship, right? This is one of them. Alsicle pushed on, unable to take back the words he had uttered. Sizzle. As he swung his staff, the piece of ice stuck in the wall evaporated, strongly absorbing the surrounding heat. Then the cold energy spread around the piece of ice, exploded and expanded. You have to at least use an exploding ice arrow combining the evaporation attribute to receive a high evaluation. As he spoke, Alsicle glanced at Baladi Bagrak. Even he thought what he was saying was too much nonsense. An ice arrow firing magic was already third circle, but adding the evaporation attribute to it. Considering the difficulty of the evaporation attribute, it was one of the most difficult even among fourth circle magics. Sizzle. As Yihan cast the magic, the piece of ice that flew hit the wall and evaporated, dealing damage. Succeeding on the first try, Yihan was very happy. He had mastered the evaporation attribute with water elements, but he didn't expect it to be applied so easily to cold elements as well. I succeeded. It's still a little lacking. Is that so? Yihan started to become a bit suspicious. This seemed above average. Aren't the standards for cold element mages too high, Professor? Is cold element magic originally this dry? No. Yihan, who was about to ask Professor Bagrak, quickly gave up. There was no point in asking someone meaningless. I understand. What should I fix this time? You have to be able to compress each process and cast it all at once. Alsicle shouted with a bright face. He had come up with a pretty plausible condition. Certainly, to prove proficiency, one had to be able to cast the magic all at once, not by dividing the process step by step. That will definitely take some time. Right. Alsicle nodded repeatedly, very happy. Is this something to be so happy about? Professor Bagrak spoke up from the side. I'll help, it's fine. Of course, declining didn't work. Professor Bagrak, who understood his disciple's refusal as admirable humility to avoid inconveniencing his mentor, picked up his staff. Yihan also picked up his staff as if he had been waiting. Alsicle, who hadn't grasped the situation, looked at the two in confusion. They were glaring at each other tensely as if they were about to duel. What are you doing now? What are you doing? Instead of explaining, Professor Bagrak showed it through action. Swish. Water droplets from the water orbs floating in the air began to transform into needles and fire. Professor Bagrak properly demonstrated how the firing attribute was different. Even without complex trajectory changes, each water droplet made a brutal sound as it shattered the walls and pierced the floor. What is it? What are you doing? However, Yihan was no pushover either. The moment Professor Bagrak picked up his staff, Yihan was already chanting a spell from his mouth. Grasp the earth, casting possible enhancement spells, Yihan dashed through the inside of the magic tower. If he stopped even for a moment, the water droplet needles would pierce through him. Fortunately, he had precast the spell. Yihan aimed at the orbs summoned by Professor Bagrak while gaining distance. Ice become arrows and shoot forth. Professor Bagrak's brutal pressure sharpened Yihan's instincts even further. The spell was chanted quickly, and cold energy condensed at the end of the staff, transforming into the shape of an arrow and firing out. Even while Professor Bagrak was destroying the surroundings, Alsicle was startled and widened his eyes in surprise. Again in one go, he thought it would take time to compress those processes and achieve it, but he did it again in one go. From Alsicle's perspective, who didn't know how rigorously Yihan had trained during the first semester, it was bound to be surprising. Sizzle, too late. The magic succeeded, but the orb summoned by Professor Bagrak leisurely changed its position and dodged the ice arrow. Yihan clicked his tongue, having failed to shoot it down. With this, he had just succeeded in bundling several processes together at once, but in terms of time, it took a bit long. Professor Bagrak had moved the orb after seeing Yihan chanting the spell. Faster. I need to cast faster to shoot it down. To overcome this situation, he had to shoot the arrow faster than he had just cast to bring down the orb. Stop it, you crazy bastards. Alsicle swung his staff and began scattering cold energy everywhere. The magic core summoned on the ceiling controlled the surrounding mana with a powerful force. The orb summoned by Professor Bagrak lost power and dispersed, and the ice arrows shot by Yihan also lost power and disappeared. What the hell are you? Why are you interfering? What are you saying? Fighting with your disciple in someone else's magic tower. It's not fighting. At Professor Bagrak's words, Alsicle was dumbfounded. If what just happened wasn't fighting, then what was it? Was he saying it was education? What is it? Teaching. For a moment, Alsicle thought Baladi Bagrak had finally lost his mind and looked at Yihan. It is teaching. Should I send a petition to His Majesty the Emperor? Alsicle sat on a chair with Yumadifos and watched Baladi and Yihan's do. No, teaching. No matter how I think about it, that's a bit much, isn't it? But it's effective. At least that's what Baladi Bagrak claims. I knew he was crazy, but I didn't know he was this crazy. Since they had both learned under Yumadifos, Alsicle thought he knew Baladi Bagrak to some extent. Although he wasn't from a prestigious family like Alsicle, as a renowned combat mage and duelist in the Empire, Alsicle thought he would act within common sense, but, Yihan was hit by a water droplet and tumbled. He had been constantly moving and finally got surrounded and hit. However, Professor Bagrak didn't give him a chance to rest and launched another attack at the fallen Yihan. Despite being knocked down, Yihan didn't show any openings and immediately bounced back to gain distance. Is that really teaching? Is it really okay to teach like that? Short break. When Professor Bagrak declared a break and returned, Alsicle unconsciously asked in a cautious voice, Baladi Bagrak, do you have to teach in such a way? Do you have something to say? Well, I mean, it seems too dangerous, violent, and primitive. Alsicle tried to say it in a roundabout way, but it didn't really work out. Yumadifos, who was listening from the side, clicked her tongue and tutted. However, since the listener was Professor Bagrak, he didn't get angry or react to the rudeness. It's effective. There's no way such a method can be effective. Alsicle's words were cut off. Certainly, the achievements of that boy from the Wardenaz family were truly remarkable, to the extent that it was doubtful whether it was possible with just talent, no matter how outstanding his talent was. Really, is it true? Alsicle became frightened, wondering if Baladi Bagrak's teachings were really effective. Compare it to yourself. There's no need to say that, Baladi Bagrak. Alsicle glared angrily. Wasn't he being too harsh for a guest visiting another mage's magic tower? Do as you please, you're a professor too, so you must have your own thoughts. Alsicle doesn't know well because he's not from Einregard. Yumadifos clicked her tongue inwardly. If he were from Einregard, he would never think, since he's a professor, there must be meaning in his actions. Tat 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 tang. When the break ended, Professor Bagrak summoned orbs again and began shooting at Yihan like crazy. What was amazing was that the speed of Yihan's spell casting was getting faster and faster. Alsicle was appalled, feeling himself swayed by Baladi Bagrak's teaching method, which he was seeing for the first time in his life. No, that must be because of talent. Thinking about it, when he acknowledged the talent possessed by the boy from the Wardenaz family, Tears welled up in Alsicle's eyes. To think there was really a talent superior to his own in the world. Of course, from Yumadifo's perspective next to him, Alsicle just looked like he suddenly had teary eyes. Are you worried about Wardenaz? Don't worry. Baladi Bagrak won't make a mistake in that regard. Sob, I'm just sad thinking there's really someone with talent superior to mine, so tears are. Yumadifos threw a contemptuous gaze and turned her head. As Alsicle kept sniffling, he felt something strange. Professor Bagrak, who was unleashing attacks, was occasionally drinking mana recovery potions, but Yihan, his disciple, wasn't drinking anything. What is it, Lady Yumadifos? Why is only Baladi Bagrak drinking mana potions? Wardenaz has a lot of mana, so he doesn't need to drink them. Still, shouldn't he at least give him one bottle? No, he really doesn't need to drink it. No matter how much he has, there's no way he won't be burdened at all engaging in such an intense battle. As he spoke, Alsicle flinched. Yumadifos was telling him with her eyes. Is it true? Yes. Alsicle quietly walked to the back. Then a pitiful wailing sound burst out from the back. Why didn't the world give me such talent? Crash, crash, crash. Yihan, who had broken through the autonomous ice shield and rolled to Yumadifos' feet, coughed and made eye contact with the old mage. Ah, Lady Yumadifos, where did Mr. Penjarin go? He went to the restroom for a bit, I see. Cold become fog. Yihan cast the second circle magic. It was one of the elemental magics he had learned from Alsicle. The cold fog spread around lowered the speed of the incoming water droplets and cooled them. Seeing him spamming fog-type magic, which consumed a lot of mana, with cold elements that already consumed a lot of mana, Yumadifos unconsciously admired him. Damn it, it's not hitting properly, Lady Yumadifos. I'll borrow this for a bit. As Professor Bagrak's orbs kept dodging the ice arrows, Yihan kicked and shattered the wooden chair Alsicle was sitting on, then cast on the fragments. Cold, infuse. Yihan manipulated the wood pieces, scattering cold energy with telekinesis spells and launched them. Just ice pieces would shatter after penetrating a few water droplets, but the wood pieces would last a bit longer. However, Professor Bagrak wasn't flustered and calmly concentrated his attacks, shattering the wood pieces in the air as well. This doesn't work either. Lady Yumadifos, I'll borrow that too. Seeing Yihan trying to break the table too while Alsicle was away, Yumadifos momentarily pondered whether she should stop him. He was definitely achieving rapid progress, but when the sun set and the training concluded, Alsicle brought over the frozen sardines he had put in the corner. I'll do the cooking. Yeah, these are delicious even if you eat them as is. Yihan prepared mushroom and vegetable stir-fry for Professor Bagrak and cream stew for Yumadifos. Alsicle was amazed as he chewed on the frozen sardines. Why are you cooking? It's to show respect for the mentor. You should learn too. If I had servants, I would have had them serve Lady Yumadifos. Yumadifos didn't know where to start pointing out. Alsicle, who had swallowed a whole sardine, asked Yumadifos, so how many of the magics taught today did he master? Alsicle had taught several more magics besides ice arrows. Lesser cold fog the moment he taught it. Professor Bagrak pushed him aside and started attacking. Lesser cold infusion likewise. As soon as it was over, Professor Bagrak intervened. It seemed he had taught everything he could teach among the low circle magics possible with cold. Despite it not being his specialty, Alsicle was definitely a mage who had reached a high level in cold magic, being able to teach various things like summoning, illusion, infusion, and transformation. He mastered all of them, except summoning. The magic to summon a cold spirit was one of the easiest among what he learned today. Hearing that, Alsicle's shoulders drooped even more. Was it perhaps too easy that you didn't even want to do it? That's not it. It seems to be the case. Gulp. Just eat your sardines. Yumadifos, who became too lazy to explain, threw a sardine into his mouth. He still lacks a lot in speed. Professor Bagrak spoke up. In fact, it was natural. Compared to the simplest first circle magic, the magics he mastered today were second and third circle. As there were more processes, it was difficult to keep up with the casting speed. However, that was Professor Bagrak's dissatisfaction. Is that so? That much is enough, you crazy bastard. Do you want to be called a disciple-killing demon? Although Alsicle maintained his dignity as he was from a noble family, his true thoughts slipped out because there were too many shocking things today. Of course, Professor Bagrak ignored whatever Alsicle was babbling. He thought Alsicle's teaching skills were inferior to his own. The food is ready. What were you talking about? We were talking about how you worked really hard today. Yumadifos spoke kindly. No matter what, it was undeniable that this boy from the Wardenaz family had done well today against the two lunatics. What mage could perfectly master the basics of cold magic like this under Alsicle and Baladi? Bang, bang, bang. Wardenaz. Wardenaz. Someone pounded on the door of the magic tower and called Yihan's name. Realizing it was Nilia's voice, Yihan was startled and stood up. Nilia, how did you get here? What's the matter? The prince is in distress. What? Alsicle was also startled and stood up. The prince is in distress. This is no ordinary matter. I'll go search for him myself. Tell the other followers to stay inside the magic tower. Are there other followers? There aren't. Nilia and her friends avoided eye contact with embarrassed expressions. It seemed that Penguin Mixed Blood Mage was misunderstanding something. It's not like the Empire's nobles would thank them for saving Gainando. Yes, tell the other followers to stay inside the magic tower. No, there aren't any. When even Yihen started spouting nonsense, his friends became more flustered. Mr. Penjarin, let's hurry and go find the prince. If the prince goes missing, the Empire's high noble families who are close to him will be very worried. Oh, okay, wait. Alsicle waddled and hurriedly walked out. As Alsicle himself was from a prestigious family in the Empire, he could imagine how renowned a royal family member would be to be close to the Empire's high noble families. How troublesome would it be if such a royal family member went missing near Alsicle's magic tower? He absolutely couldn't ignore it. Yaner whispered to Yihan while brushing off the snow stuck to her hair. Are there high noble families close to Gainando? If I had to say, maybe the Wardenaz family and the Macon family. Yaner was dumbfounded seeing her friend skillfully deceiving the mage with wordplay in a short moment of less than a second. So how did Gainando end up in distress? Wait, more importantly, why are you guys here? We thought Wardenaz you were kidnapped. Nilia hesitantly explained what had happened. Now that she thought about it, it didn't seem like he was kidnapped. Hearing the explanation, Yihan tried to clarify. I wasn't kidnapped, that's right. When Professor Bagrak agreed from the side, Yihan momentarily flinched. Wait, was I kidnapped? Sometimes, when a disciple stayed under a professor for a long time, they would develop Stockholm Syndrome. Then even when being kidnapped and dragged away, they would say things like, haha, the professor must need my help. It's no big deal, so don't worry everyone. No, was I kidnapped? To be honest, we're not that different from other professors. Eumedifos spoke with a slightly remorseful face. However, Eumedifos also had an excuse. I knew the professors at Einregard were vicious, but I didn't know they harassed students by chasing them around during the break. If I had known, I would have left you alone to rest. Yes, they should let them rest during the break. When Professor Bagrak agreed with Eumedifos' words, Yihan unconsciously widened his eyes. Professor, why are you doing that? No, it's nothing. Yihan swallowed the shout he was about to make. Professor Bagrak must have thought that his teachings were different from the teachings other professors chased students around to give. Maybe he thought it was like a restful teaching. Of course, it was a ridiculous delusion. The two were the same. This way, he disappeared from here. Hearing Nilia's shout, Eumedifos swung her staff and stopped the carriage. As the water spirits pulling the carriage stopped, Alsicle immediately jumped out. Pat, the falling snow suddenly began to rise back up as if time had rewound. Alsicle swung his staff to clear away the snowstorm and immediately stepped on the air. Then an ice platform appeared in the air, and Alsicle's body soared upward. Mages didn't need to rummage through the valley below while being hit by a snowstorm. Moreover, for a mage like Alsicle who had reached a high level, even more so. Ice disappear, snow hide your appearance. Alsicle cleared away the ice and snow covering the valley below the snowy mountains. The mountain that had been so white instantly turned dark gray. Amazing. As a fellow mage, Yihan couldn't help but admire Alsicle's skills. To clear away ice and snow of this scale at once. Spirits find the living being. Is it this way? Yes, this is big trouble, big trouble. If the prince gets hurt, what will the people of the Empire think of me? They'll think I'm a fool who can't even properly take care of a guest who visited the front yard of my magic tower. Calm down, Alsicle. Prince Gainando is a mage, so he has the ability to protect himself. Eumedifos tried to soothe Alsicle, but Alsicle shook his head as if he didn't want to hear it. Meanwhile, Yihan talked with his friends. He disappeared from here. Yeah, when I looked back, he was gone. Nilia and her friends had ridden horses to chase after him for a quick pursuit. If Professor Bungiger had seen it, she would have been pleased, saying, you all learned properly in the first semester at their excellent horsemanship. However, Gainando, who was in the rear, had disappeared by the time they arrived at the magic tower. Why did he disappear? Could it be that a monster appeared or he was possessed by an evil spirit? If a monster or evil spirit had appeared, you guys would have noticed. Could it be that he found someone collapsed? At Yihan's words, all his friends answered at the same time. There's no way that's the case. Mr. Wardenaz, does that make sense? It would be more likely to say he found a mage card dropped on the ground. Seeing his friends' cold-hearted reactions, Yihan felt a little sorry for Gainando. This won't do. Doppelganger, help me. Alsicle took out the magic he had been saving due to mana. The ice doppelganger took shape and transformed into a form that looked exactly like Alsicle. Among doppelganger magics, one that created a doppelganger indistinguishable from the mage was of a very high level and difficult. Seeing him complete such a doppelganger with the already challenging ice element, Yihan was amazed once again. Amazing. Do you like that magic? Pardon. Yihan was startled by Professor Bagrak's question. He had let his guard down by mistake when the professor was next to him. No. Before he could stop him, Professor Bagrak approached Alsicle and said, teach the magic you just used. What are you babbling about? Why should I teach this? Of course, Alsicle jumped up. He was busy as hell and suddenly he was told to teach his secret doppelganger magic. What mage would agree to that? He wants to learn it, doesn't he? Do I have to teach everything someone wants to learn? I taught everything, though. When Eumedifos spoke from the side, Alcicle flinched. Indeed, Eumedifos had taught everything without hiding it from people who came to learn. This magic is difficult, so it's not time for him to learn it yet. He needs to build a stronger foundation. As he spoke, Alcicle recalled the magic Yihan had shown today. There didn't seem to be any foundation that needed to be further strengthened. He needs to master more intermediate magic instead of the basics. Didn't I say earlier that he needs a challenge? Is this what you meant by that? They had definitely had a conversation when only Eumedifos and Baladi Bagrak were present. He's learning a bit faster than I thought. A bit. Eat your sardines. If he masters it this quickly, his motivation might weaken, so I should consider giving him a task with some difficulty. Mages tend to become stronger when they have a desired goal. The basics were certainly important, but it was also dangerous to have a mage with outstanding talent practice only the basics. They might lose interest. After all, mages needed a grand goal, a strong goal for which they could cross any thorny path. So he had been pondering what cold element magic to set as a goal, but this wasn't it. This was a magic he really cherished. It's all right, Mr. Penderin. You must not find me satisfactory in your eyes. Yihan smiled bitterly while pretending to stop him. Feeling guilty at that smile, Alcicle hesitated and eventually shouted, "Fine, this can be the next goal. Baladi Bagrak, you bastard. Why are you getting angry? Shut up." While the two kept arguing, Nilia shouted, "It's nice that you're all fighting, but there's smoke rising over there." As Nilia said, smoke was rising from a place far from the valley. It's something I should naturally do as someone born with the duty to be noble. Gaynando still didn't know what noble meant, but he had no hesitation in using it. The noble with a broken ankle nodded with a moved expression. "If it weren't for your highness, I don't know what would have happened. Moreover, I was surprised that your highness knew how to do even this. It's something any Einregard student can do, and humble too, it's not humility." Gaynando put a splint on the noble's broken ankle and pushed him into the cave. Although he couldn't perform healing magic like Yihan, Einregard students had no choice but to learn at least how to put on a splint. When Gaynando rummaged through his bag and took out cookies, the noble declined, saying he was fine. "I'm fine." Grunge, grunge. What did you say? And nothing at all. It was close to a miracle that Gaynando found the unconscious noble. He had fallen off his horse, rolled down next to the valley, and lost consciousness, and a snowstorm was falling. If it weren't for the mage card the noble had dropped, Gaynando wouldn't have even glanced over. "By the way, your highness, moving to cave to avoid the snowstorm was a wise decision, but, will your companions really come to find us? You don't need to worry." Gaynando tapped his chest confidently. "I told them before I left. They'll definitely call others and come to help." Of course, Gaynando's shout of "just a moment" wasn't heard at all because the snowstorm was fierce and the sound of horse hooves overlapped. Gaynando nodded proudly. The noble's face also brightened. "That's a relief. Smack. Ack, why did you disappear without saying anything and make your friends worry?" The noble was startled and blinked, seeing the prince's friends hitting and scolding him as soon as they arrived. "Are they not? Friends, I did say it. I did. Those guys are lying. Did you perhaps just say something, then change direction without checking?" Gaynando, at a loss for words, fidgeted. Yihan sighed and said, "Still, it's a relief you're not hurt. Did you really save someone? SHH. Ratford, Gaynando will hear." His friends were very surprised. "Think he really got into distress while trying to save someone?" Gaynando asked, not knowing his friend's wicked thoughts. "You followed the markings I left, right? What markings did you leave?" "I drew arrows on the ground as I came." Yihan sighed, wondering how to scold this friend who drew arrows on the ground while a snowstorm was coming. "Your highness, are you hurt?" Alcicle, who landed after Yihan, hurriedly ran over. Then seeing Gaynando's face, he tilted his head. "I'm seeing you for the first time." "Who are?" "I'm Gaynando. You don't seem to be even 20 years old." Alcicle looked at Yihan in confusion. He definitely thought the prince would be in his 30s or 40s. Why yeah, that's true, but, Alcicle felt he had been deceived but tilted his head, not knowing exactly how he had been deceived. Meanwhile, the collapsed noble got up from his spot. "Alcicle Penderin, it's an honor to meet you like this." Alcicle hiccuped and avoided eye contact. Yihan was curious to see Alcicle so surprised. "What is it? Is the other person an assassin? Who is it?" This is bad." What was surprising was that even Eumedifos had a worried expression. Judging by the attire, he's an inspector. An inspector sent by the investors who invested in Alcicle's magic research. He came to check the progress. Yihan could sincerely empathize with Alcicle's pain. Surviving as a mage in a magic academy, this is bad. For a struggling researcher, there was no more terrifying phrase than "let's take a look at how your research is going these days." In fact, Alcicle was trembling so much that his teeth were chattering. "Alcicle Penderin, get a hold of yourself. Are you going to show weakness in front of the inspector?" I know, if we kidnap the inspector." "I said get a hold of yourself. Why yes, I understand. You may have been a bit lost lately, but you're an outstanding researcher. You can do well. Just accurately explain what you've been attempting. Yes. As an experienced old mage, Eumedifos was not shaken even by the inspector's visit. She calmly soothed Alcicle and headed out of the cave. Gainando asked, looking at the inspector, "Could it be that I saved a villain?" "I'm not a villain." The inspector felt wronged. Of course, he knew well that mages were wary of people like inspectors. "Ah, it's an inspector. You think you'll be safe after this. When this magic is completed, I'll cast it on you first. You won't be able to get drunk even if you drink alcohol. What does someone like you know about magic? Great magic is supposed to be born by wasting enough gold to fill a castle. Mages who received investments for their research couldn't possibly like inspectors. However, people like inspectors were also necessary for the empire. Without these watchful eyes, who would protect the investors? It's just that mages are a bit wary." Gasp. "I'm a mage too." Gainando thought he might have saved an enemy. The inspector was flustered, but Gainando was already slowly backing away. "Stop it, Gainando. He's just doing his job." The inspector was moved by Yehan's words. No one had even said that much for him. However, Yehan's true feelings were different. This is serious. Come to think of it, Yehan had recklessly used Alcicle's rare, high-quality ingredients when his research was already at a standstill. He didn't know how the situation would unfold, but he couldn't help but worry. Even if bribery is impossible, now that it had come to this, there was no choice but to pull the inspector to their side. If they became friendly, wouldn't he look at things in a way that was slightly favorable to them? Before leaving, the inspector politely thanked him. Gainando looked at Yehan with a proud face. See what? Don't disappear without saying anything and make your friends worry from now on. HMPH. Gainando grumbled and followed behind Yehan, then suddenly remembered. Wait. Come to think of it, Yehan also often disappeared without a word and made us worry. Yehan did the same thing too. Is that the same as this? Don't talk nonsense. Alcicle, who had returned to the magic tower, cleared his throat and formally welcomed the inspector. Of course, his eyes were slowly avoiding the inspector. "Alcicle Pengerin, I have come here today as a representative of 4 people, and this letter bears the seals of those 4. I see." Alcicle glared at the letter as if he wanted to swallow it. "Yes, if it's not too much trouble, regarding the magic research currently in progress. Wait, do you see that boy from the Wardenaz family over there?" Alcicle suddenly pointed at Yehan. Yehan was puzzled. Has he gone crazy from the pressure? "Yes, I see him, but I had the opportunity to teach that boy this time, and that boy is truly amazing." "Is that so?" The inspector, who had come from the capital, had not yet heard the rumors of Grandin City. As such, he simply reacted with, as expected of the Wardenaz family, "He must be good. It's not just that. He has more outstanding talent than me." "Is that so?" Even the inspector was a bit surprised by this. To think Alcicle of the Pengerin family would say such a thing. In fact, Alcicle's pride was hurt, and he was so upset that his eyes welled up with tears. Take a look." Yehan understood what Alcicle was trying to do. He was trying to change the subject somehow to avoid the inspector. "My heart aches." As a fellow mage, and as someone who had ruined Alcicle's magic tower warehouse while learning cold element magic, Yehan vowed to do his best to help. Cold, become a shield and float. Yehan summoned an autonomous ice shield along with fog. Fog, spread out. Darkness, gather here. Although the inspector was not a mage, he had seen and verified numerous magics, so he knew well that Yehan's continuous casting of magic was remarkable. Moreover, he was still a young student. Bones. No. Not that shine. Yehan rapidly fired off the magic he had. The inspector constantly exclaimed in admiration. "Truly amazing. How much have you mastered?" "Alcicle Pengerin. Sorry." Alcicle shouted without realizing it, then came to his senses at the inspector's words. Yehan had drawn attention well, but he had drawn it too well, causing even Alcicle to be distracted. What in the world is Einregard? At this point, rather than being amazed by Yehan's talent, it was suspicious whether Einregard was teaching too harshly. "Is this okay? Einregard's education." "No. Anyway, isn't it amazing?" "Yes, it's amazing. Today, while teaching. Alcicle Pengerin, but I want to see the research." Right. Did you happen to enjoy the scenery on the way here?" "I didn't have the leisure to enjoy it because I fell off my horse and broke my ankle." Sorry. I should have had spirits on standby. "I was distracted because of the guest. It's all right. His Highness saved me." Yehan and Yanair blushed and lowered their heads. Gainando himself was standing there blankly, not even knowing they were talking about him. Wait, are you talking about me?" "Probably not." The inspector was startled. "Is that so?" "Indeed, judging by the appearance you showed, I didn't think you would lack fame." Right, that's right, but Alcicle Pengerin, I want to see the research." Alcicle was on the verge of tears. His eyes were brimming with tears. Unable to bear it, Yehan fake coughed. "Please wait a moment. Everyone must be exhausted from wandering around in the snowstorm, so I'll bring out some warm drinks." I'm fine, Inspector." "No, you're not. I know you're robust, but you need to rest a bit after tumbling like that. Besides, the other students too." Yehan gestured with his eyes. Then Yanair, Ratford, and Nilia hurriedly coughed. Cough, cough. Ahem, I can't feel my fingertips. I shouldn't ask Nilia to do this in the future. Her frostbite acting was too realistic, making it stand out instead. Look, even the professor here has turned pale from the cold. Eumedifos was dumbfounded seeing Yehan say such things to Baladi Bagrak. She knew he was fearless, but what was surprising was that even Baladi Bagrak was quietly standing there and going along with it. I understand. It would be better to rest a bit. Yes, I'll bring out the drinks soon. Having bought some time, Yehan asked Eumedifos, by the way, what kind of research is Mr. Penjarin doing? Alcical Penjarin is challenging the extreme cold. Eumedifos tapped the floor with her staff. Then the ice fragments covering the magic tower floor soared into the air. Do you know that, surprisingly, even cold element mages often don't know the true characteristics of the cold element? Is that so? Yes, it is. Originally, when all magic delves into the extreme, it shows a different appearance. Although he hasn't reached the true extreme cold yet, when he reaches a similar level, he can see unique phenomena. By the standards of mages, even the flesh-cutting snowstorm raging outside was considered ordinary cold. When one descended to a level of cold that made such a snowstorm feel like a warm spring breeze, then one could see unique phenomena. Mana freely moving without any consumption or loss, or matter losing its viscosity and transforming into peculiar forms, or time stopping. You don't seem very surprised. I was listening in amazement. In fact, Yehan wasn't particularly surprised by such things. Whenever one reached the extreme, a world that surpassed human imagination always unfolded. Moreover, even more so with magic. Of course, to challenge this, it's impossible with just the mage's power alone, so he's attempting it in various ways. When Eumedifos said that, Yehan, who had taken Alcical's reagents, felt quite sorry. Those reagents would probably be included in those various methods. Still, if he has been diligently researching, it would be difficult for the inspector to say anything, right? There should be records too. Given Alcical's personality, I don't think he would have recorded the research journal in such detail out of laziness. Yehan asked Professor Bagrak, Professor, do you have any advice you can give to Mr. Penjarin? Professor Bagrak pondered for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth. When escaping, it's best not to leave traces. Yehan was about to ask what kind of experience he was giving such advice based on, but stopped himself. I mean, other than that. In the current situation, that seems to be the best method. Professor Bagrak gestured forward with his eyes. Yehan turned his gaze and was shocked. Alcical was looking around and hurriedly packing his belongings. What are you doing? It's nothing. I just suddenly wanted to gather some things. No matter what, escaping is not allowed. Escape. What are you talking about? I'm not trying to escape. However, Alcical's eyes were rolling around restlessly from side to side. Yehan persuaded Alcical. The inspector doesn't know much about magic anyway, right? It would be better to prove that you have diligently researched and haven't wasted anything else. I did buy a lot of sardines, though. Yehan ignored it as if he hadn't heard. Do you have any journals, any data, over there? Wasn't that a trash pile? At Yehan's words, Alcical made a slightly hurt expression. Gaynanda will be dealing with the inspector, so let's find it as quickly as possible. Yehan began rapidly sorting through the trash pile. No, the warehouse where the journals and data were piled up. Dusting off, separating by the dates written on the papers, and quickly organizing, Alcical watched with a moved expression. Can't I take you as my disciple instead of sending you to Einregard? Eumedifos gave an ambiguous smile at Alcical's question. If he did that, the professors at Einregard might raid Alcical's magic tower. It wouldn't be bad to try if you want to. No, you'd want to happily and enjoyably spend time with your friends at Einregard. I didn't need such things, but still, Alcical decided to be considerate of Yehan. Of course, Alcical had learned magic alone because he didn't need things like friends, but among nobles, there were many who considered it happiness to hone their friendship together with friends. Yehan was probably such a case too. Happily and enjoyably. Pardon, it's nothing. It's all done what? Alcical was startled. While he was talking with Eumedifos, Yehan had finished organizing. Already, all of that. What have you been doing? Eumedifos looked at Alcical disapprovingly. To think he had just piled up and neglected an amount that a first-year student could organize so quickly. No, I was going to organize it too, but it had that kind of impossible complexity. Eumedifos and Alcical sat on chairs and began reviewing the organized data. The data was important, but it was also crucial to show the experiments to the inspector. Among these, they had to directly show the inspector the experiments with the highest potential and the best ones. This 23rd experiment looks good. 23rd experiment. Why did I start cold element magic? Should I have just done fire element instead? To form extreme cold, I cast magic on all the nearby heat sources. Don't forget to order 3 boxes of sardines. Observed phenomenon, confirmed objects falling nearby slowing down. He sure scribbled a lot. If you confirmed objects falling slower, that's quite an achievement too, but that requires Frost Deer Horn. Then what about this 44th experiment? The fact that bricks lost their shape and transformed freely is quite a meaningful result. but that requires thousand-year snow. Who told you to waste ingredients? Enraged, Eumedifos created a water club and whacked Alsicle's back. Alsicle groaned and made excuses. Who knew the inspector would come? And even if I had them, there's no guarantee those experiments would succeed. They failed more often. Now you're saying good things when we need to show results soon. How great. Eumedifos sighed. Even though she said that, Eumedifos wasn't entirely without responsibility for Alsicle's predicament. If we don't have them, we'll have to make do. This snow emperor pill was probably added to increase stability when controlling the surrounding moisture to maintain the cold. I'll handle it. The thousand-year snow was probably to amplify the cold element attribute, right? Yes, can't be helped. Wardenaz, can I borrow some of your mana? Yes, it's all right. Alsicle was flustered by the conversation between Yahan and Eumedifos. No, Eumedifos. Be quiet for a bit, Alsicle. We don't have time, but that's. The thousand-year snow placed in the magic circle was a powerful reagent that amplified the power of the cold element dozens of times. It wasn't impossible to substitute that with mana, but even with a rough calculation, it was definitely not an amount a young first-year student could handle. Is she tormenting him? The thousand-year ice was probably used to fix the amplified cold. Baladi Bagrak, yes. When Eumedifos called Baladi Bagrak, Alsicle felt relieved. Unlike Yahan, he didn't feel too sorry about exploiting that guy. I'll control the amplification, so can you fix it using Wardenaz's mana? Professor Bagrak nodded. Of course, Alsicle's eyes widened. Eumedifos, this is really not. Shut him up. We don't have time. Eumedifos, who became too lazy to explain how much mana Yahan had, gave an order to Professor Bagrak. My goodness, I can see why your highness has so many followers. Ho ho. Gaynando was having a pleasant time with the inspector. I'm telling you, lightning spirit cards are overrated. Avoiding fights and depleting the mage's stamina. That's cowardly. You're right, I've always thought the same. The two mage card enthusiasts had a heartwarming conversation, evaluating each other's cards. By the way, your highness, what deck do you use? I use the dark. Ack, Gaynando screamed. His friends had stepped on both his feet from either side. Why are you doing that? Gaynando mainly uses honorable knight cards. Ooh, as expected. Gaynando wanted to say, why would I use such boring cards, but his feet hurt too much to shout. Inspector, the experiment is ready. Ah, time has already. I'm sorry. The conversation was so enjoyable. It's all right. The inspector felt something strange. Yahan didn't come out from inside the tower and was just standing still. Focus. Yahan shuddered, feeling the flow of enormous mana. The movement of mana flowing in the laboratory inside would inspire awe in any mage. Even Alsicle, who had initially resisted roughly, was now desperately cooperating with a determined face as the magic circle was prepared and the mana began to move. Are you okay? You're really okay, right? You're not just saying you're okay because you're being threatened, right? Really? Yahan couldn't answer because he was concentrating. Rather, Alsicle talking to him made him lose focus. Feeling the unstable flow of mana around Yahan, Professor Bagrak kicked Alsicle's leg. Alsicle screamed. I told you to focus, Alsicle. Why yes. At Eumedifos' shout, Alsicle turned his gaze. Currently, Eumedifos was on Yahan's left, and Baladi Bagrak was on Yahan's right, each absorbing mana and transmitting it to the magic circle. When they said they would substitute a first-year student's mana for thousand-year snow or thousand-year ice, Alsicle thought Eumedifos had gone crazy without him noticing, but surprisingly, the magic circle was functioning properly. Is it okay? Is it really okay? It seems okay for now. Does it make sense? Will he cough up blood and collapse? Alsicle Penderin. Ah yes, I'll begin. Alsicle, who had been worrying internally, waved his staff at the inspector's words. The neatly organized research journal flew in front of the inspector. The inspector admired it. Amazing. It's rare for mages to organize it like this. Oh, of course, it's something that should be done responsibly. When Eumedifos and Baladi stared at him, Alsicle blushed. The observed phenomena. Ooh, remarkable. The progress is substantial. Alsicle didn't mention that those phenomena would barely occur once even if the same experiment was repeated dozens of times. With this much, the investors will surely be satisfied. What phenomenon will you show? I think it would be better to see it with your own eyes. Alsicle avoided giving a specific answer. Since they had removed all the necessary ingredients and were improvising, he couldn't know exactly what phenomenon would occur. I understand. Please show me. Mana, circulate and amplify as determined. Circulate and amplify. Circulate and... Alsicle began chanting in a deep and intense voice. While combat mages valued fast and concise chants, most mages didn't really care about that. The purpose of mages was the completion of magic, not combat. Accuracy was more important regardless of how long the chant was. Cold swell. The price is thousand-year snow, the amplification of that power. Was there thousand-year snow? The inspector tilted his head. He didn't seem to see it in the magic circle. Cold linger. The price is quadragigic. In the center of the laboratory's magic circle, dense mana began to distort space as it was compressed. It reminded him of when the Skull Principal scattered mana to pressure the incoming students. However, the purpose was different today. The mana was converted into cold, and the temperature inside began to drop to near extremes. Tuck, 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 tuck. Oh, the sword-shaped icicle formed inside the magic circle. That icicle was imbued with pure mana without any loss. Seeing the vivid mana flowing along the icicle's blade, the inspector nodded excitedly. To think it would accept the enchantment magic completely without a single loss of mana. It was a material that all enchantment mages dreamed of. This is what you wanted to show. This absurd thing. Ah, it's nothing. Alcicle was startled and shouted next to the inspector, then belatedly came to his senses. The result was better than any experiment he had done so far. What in the world? Swish. Look over there, the snowflakes aren't falling. Are you kidding me? I developed an illness from researching magic alone for a long time. Oh, I see. From phenomena without mana consumption to time-stopping phenomena. Originally, he had to throw in reagents just to observe them one by one, even briefly, but to have two phenomena occur simultaneously and for several seconds at that. It was joyful and moving, but at the same time it was confusing. What in the world? What? Clap, 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 clap. The inspector applauded. Alcicle was now starting to feel frightened. Could it be? Look at the water droplets inside. The properties of the water droplets are changing. Alcicle Penguin, you are a genius of magic. To manifest three phenomena for this long. I'm nothing. And humble too, I'm telling you I'm nothing. The inspector recorded the results in great excitement. To maintain three phenomena simultaneously for 7 seconds. If the investors saw this, they would say, as expected, a genius is different, and decide on an additional investment out of admiration, and the Cold Element Mage Society would decide on an admiring field trip, saying the genius has done it. However, the genius who achieved that great feat was lying inside, groaning. Are you all right? You overexerted yourself for the experiment. It might be a mental illness. Pardon, it's nothing. Anyway, I'm glad you're satisfied. Yes, I truly had an eye-opening experience today. I already knew Alcicle Penguin was a remarkable mage, but to think he was this amazing. If someone asks me who the best among the Empire's young mages is, I will definitely answer Alcicle Penguin. From inside, Alcicle's mournful coughs burst out continuously. Eumedifos decided to send the inspector away quickly for her disciple's sake. Yes. Take care, Eumedifos, and Yehan approached the penguin mixed-blood mage lying down. Alcicle turned his body with a gloomy face. To think something this simple until now. It wasn't simple, Alcicle. It's because of those countless trials and errors that you were able to do it today. Think positively. You could have struggled even more. Even with Eumedifos' consolation, Alcicle burst into tears. Enough. The cold element must have been dissatisfied with my research too. If that Wardenaz had researched it, he would have shown the truth much faster. What nonsense are you spouting about? The cold element is not a person. As soon as I get up, I'll send a letter to the cold element mages, saying that I've wasted my life and Wardenaz will continue my research. Yehan, who had been silently listening, flinched. What kind of do? No, what absurd words are you saying, Mr. Penguin? Yehan had remained silent, thinking Alcicle would come to his senses on his own if left alone, but if it flowed like this, it was a different story. My research should be done by a genius like you. No, Mr. Penguin, what kind of nonsensical words are you saying? Wasn't it you who prepared this magic circle and magic? If I had to compare, we just sprinkled some salt on an already made soup at most. Is that analogy correct? Honestly, who can't blow in this much mana? It's possible with magic stones too. It's impossible. Impossible. Yehan choked up seeing Eumedifos and Belati, who were supposed to be comforting Alcicle, arguing about whether it was magically correct or not. Magic stones are ultimately just substitutes. To replicate the purest mana, a mage can create with magic stones. Is that important right now? Yehan pointed at the penguin mixed-blood mage lying face down and spoke to Eumedifos. He wasn't particularly curious about how difficult it was to replicate high-quality pure mana with magic stones. It was much more important whether the crazy mage was trying to pass his research task onto him or not. Mr. Penguin. Come to your senses. Even if it's difficult to do with magic stones, that part can be substituted with other methods anyway. What part is impossible to substitute? It's the brain of the mage who designed this experiment and devised the magic. Yehan clearly saw Alcicle flinch. Feeling hopeful, Yehan grabbed Alcicle's back skin and began shaking him back and forth. Mr. Penguin. If you give up here, what will happen to the countless cold element mages who entered the field of cold element magic after seeing you? Will you disappoint all of them? Ow, ow, it hurts. It should have been a situation where he felt pleased, but Alcicle screamed. Yehan's strength was too good. Ah, I'm sorry. Anyway, disappointing these mages. I got it. Calm down, I'll think about it again. When it seemed like Yehan would grab his back skin again, Alcicle hurriedly stopped him and spoke. Seeing that, Eumedifos thought to herself it would have been fine to just attack him. In the end, Alcicle calmed down and regained his composure. In fact, what Yehan said was accurate. Alcicle, who had implemented the extreme cold to this extent, was definitely a remarkable mage. The problem was that the reason the experiments that had failed until now suddenly succeeded was due to Yihan's mana. Unless Alsicle was a fool, he naturally analyzed the cause. Why did the reckless improvisation succeed when it had failed even when using various top-grade rare reagents like Frost Deer Horn, Cold Jade Pill, Thousand-Year Ice, Thousand-Year Snow, and Snow Emperor Pill? The answer lies in the quality of mana. No matter how much you try to maintain mana with various reagents and magic circles, its purity and quality are inferior to directly infusing a mage's mana. Indeed, Yihan, who was listening in front of Alsicle, suddenly asked in puzzlement, "But why are you telling me this?" Yihan didn't understand why a first-year student like him had to hear this when it would have been enough for Umidifos or Belati to hear it. Where did the mana that just succeeded come from? It came from me. Then how should one obtain that mana? Should I go to other cold element mage gatherings and post a notice? No, it's not that simple. If the mana of all mages had such high purity and excellent quality like Yihan's mana, Alsicle wouldn't have had to suffer like this. It's difficult to obtain such mana. Oh dear, that's unfortunate. Help me. When Alsicle tried to cling to Yihan's hand, Yihan lightly dodged. He had been taken advantage of by professors so much that he was on guard while Alsicle was opening his mouth. I'm sorry, that's too much. Why? I have a life too, so working here 24 hours a day during the entire break is a bit. I wasn't thinking of that. Alsicle was shocked by Yihan's terrifying idea. Not only did he have to invest mana, but if he overworked like that, even a remarkable mage would quickly collapse. Moreover, the other person was a first-year student. In the first place, I don't do that many experiments. It would be about 2 or 3 times a year. Ah, is that all? That's plenty. If it was that much, he could help since he owed him. When permission was given, Alsicle's face brightened. Alsicle nodded his head repeatedly and said, "I'm not particularly happy about that." Yihan cursed inwardly at Alsicle, who was trying to pass on his own research when it was already difficult now. He was the embodiment of an evil mage. That's good. Let's start right away. There's no time, so hurry up and pass it on. I was planning to return to the city on the weekend. At the urging of Belati, Bagrak, and Umidifos, Alsicle grumbled. Unlike basic magic, my visionary magic can't be learned quickly. As he spoke, Alsicle looked at Yihan and changed his words. Well, you might be able to do it, Warden As. No, I can't. Yihan firmly denied it, but the 3 mages didn't even pretend to listen. It was a fourth circle magic. Unlike other doppelganger magics, it had an appearance so similar to the owner that it was indistinguishable from the outside shared vision with the doppelganger, and even allowed close-range attacks using the cold element in case of emergency. Considering the magic's efficacy, it was strange that it was in the fourth circle. Of course, the difficulty of the cold element doppelganger magic was also in the upper ranks among fourth circle magics. It was just that Yihan's sense had become strange after succeeding in a few fourth circle magics, but originally, it was definitely not a difficulty level that a first-year student should challenge. Although you've mastered low circle cold element magic well, I don't think you'll quickly master this magic. That's a relief. Unlike earlier, Alsicle was calm, so Yihan felt relieved. Ah, of course, I'm not ignoring your skills. You should be able to do the doppelganger up to the previous stage. Isn't that sufficiently difficult too? Yihan became afraid, thinking that even Alsicle was being influenced by Professor Bagrak and Umidifos. The lowest stage in the doppelganger series of magic was a doppelganger with a noticeable form and no movement. Yihan could currently replicate this similarly with illusion magic. If he cast, and it would appear as if there were multiple Yihans from the outside. To go to a higher stage from here, he had to adjust the doppelganger's form and add movements to make it more plausible. Succeeding in both of these was the magic. In other words, this previous stage meant that at least one of the form or movement was completed. Even that alone was at least third circle. This magic applied many magics from other schools to avoid casting it at a high circle. That's why it has more difficulty. Did he ignore what I just said? You said you're learning transformation magic and enchantment magic too. You're very lucky. Yes, one regrettable thing is that dark magic is quite helpful when practicing this doppelganger magic. Unlike other summons, undead summons have no complaints even if you cast cold element magic on them, so it's good for practice. One of the best ways to practice handling the movements of multiple doppelgangers was to practice with undead summons. Undead summons had few complaints and didn't greatly refuse even if they were given weapons with cold elements or had cold elements wrapped around their bodies. Casting cold element magic on these undead summons and delicately moving them as desired was good practice. I'm learning dark magic too. What? Umidifos also spoke as if it was strange. Didn't I say I was learning dark magic? Yihan had definitely mentioned dark magic when talking about the magic he had learned. Did you? Why does it feel like I didn't hear it? Anyway, are you saying that summoning undead with dark magic and practicing is very helpful? Feeling sorry for the dark mages for no reason, Yihan hurriedly changed the subject. Alsicle nodded. The more magic you cast and the more you try to move them directly, the better. Can you summon undead by any chance? Yes, I can summon skeleton warriors. Good, skeleton warriors. The more the better. Can you do up to 3? Yes. Oh, can you do more? How many? They can't move yet, but up to 15. Alsicle was surprised in many ways. First, it was surprising that the summoned creatures couldn't move, and it was also surprising that he could summon up to 15 skeleton warriors. Even a decent summoning mage would have their soul shattered, mana exhausted, or brain burned. I'm learning a bit of an old-fashioned dark magic. When Yihen explained that he was learning old-fashioned dark magic from evil dark mages, Alsicle was very interested. So it's more difficult to handle. It would be even better for practice. You're really lucky. Yihen felt like he knew why Alsicle was Yumadifo's disciple. I'm the crazy one for having expectations. Surprisingly, Yumadifos, Baladi, and Alsicle were all surprised. Yihen did not complete the magic in the remaining time. Of course, Yihen wasn't surprised. In fact, only the 3 mages were surprised. Did I teach it wrong? For the first time in his life, Alsicle began to have healthy doubts about his own abilities. Seeing that, Yumadifos was amazed. I didn't expect it to go this far. I'm sorry if I taught it wrong. It's all right, as long as you know. Yihen glared at Professor Bagrak once and spoke again. I won't forget what you taught me. I'll practice it even after I return. I hope you complete it quickly. I'll prepare the next magic too. It will be a bit more difficult, but you'll be fine. Yes, Yihen pondered whether to practice cold element magic a bit later. Ah, can I call you this fall? Fall is during the Einregard semester, Alsicle. When does the semester end? At Yumadifo's answer, Alsicle counted on his fingers and calculated. If he stayed in the academy until the end of this year, you can't come out. Did you think a first-year student could freely leave the academy? At Yumadifo's disapproving tone, Yihen flinched. How did she know? Can I visit? For an outsider to visit, they would need permission from Lord Gonidalts. It wouldn't be an easy task. A great mage like Lord Gonidalts wouldn't bother with such matters. He'll generously allow it. Yihen and Yumadifos were puzzled at the same time. Well, try your best. He might allow it if you ask nicely. Yes, I'll be waiting for your visit. At Yihen's words, Alsicle smiled brightly. Yes, I'll visit in the fall, yes. As he got into the carriage and left the magic tower, Yihen looked back. The sight of Alsicle waving his hand somehow left a deep impression on him. He won't be dragged to the punishment room after meeting the principal, right? It'll probably be fine. Probably. Diarth moved her steps towards the Wardenaz family's mansion with her friends. Senior, I heard a strange rumor. They said professors fought on the street to take away a first-year student from the Wardenaz family during the break. Is that true? Does that make sense? Say something that makes sense. Diarth's juniors learning dark magic rebuked their friend. But why is the Wardenaz family's bloodline trying to learn dark magic? Are you ashamed of dark magic? A little. Actually, me too. Everyone be quiet. Diarth silenced her juniors. Unlike other schools with many disciples, the dark magic school at Einregard was so small that seniors and juniors all knew each other's faces and names. That wasn't a bad thing. Dark mages already had a hard time making a living. If they didn't stick together, it would be even more difficult. So whenever Diarth had time, she would gather her juniors, introduce them to each other, and have a time for conversation. I'm worried that the Wardenaz family's junior might take dark magic lightly. I heard he's a genius and is learning many other types of magic, so he might use dark magic as a formality to add a line to his reputation. I told you he's not that kind of person. At Diarth's warning, the grumbling junior shut his mouth. However, the dissatisfaction didn't disappear. HMPH, how do you know he's not looking down on dark magic? The dark mages who arrived at the Wardenaz family's mansion were startled. In the front yard of the mansion, skeleton warriors were standing with bone swords emitting cold energy. See, I told you, he's really serious about dark magic. I've never seen someone summon undead in a mansion of that level. Is he crazy? How is he going to clean? The juniors quickly acknowledged that the Wardenaz family's freshman was serious. However, they couldn't be sure if the freshman was in his right mind. The dark mages didn't stay near the cemetery because they liked cemeteries. Of course, some peculiar dark mages did like cemeteries, but it was rare for a mage to choose a cold and gloomy cemetery over a warm and cozy fireplace. The reason dark mages stayed near cemeteries was because it was advantageous for dark magic. By becoming familiar with the energy of death, they could become closer to undead summons, gain additional mana for various dark magic, and above all, conduct magic experiments without worrying about others' eyes. In fact, the last reason was quite important. Most people didn't want dark mages to conduct research next door. Even the dark mages themselves didn't want to research in their own mansion's front yard. If all kinds of poisons were sprayed on the flowers and undead trampled on the lawn, even the most beautiful front yard would turn into a cemetery, let alone the mansion of a renowned and historic great family. Ah, Senior, you're here. Yihen, who was controlling the undead in the front garden of the mansion, was delighted to see Diarth. The undead bowed their heads with slow and awkward movements. Seeing that, Diarth was surprised. He's come this far already. She knew that Yihan was having difficulty controlling the undead. In a way, it was natural. A mere first-year student was trying to control undead in the ancient dark magic style. Rather, it was remarkable that he had made them move like that. How did you make them move? I'm still far from it. They should move elegantly. The truly elegant and orthodox way was to intricately weave dozens or hundreds of commands into one. Walking was as easy as breathing for a living creature, but making a skeleton warrior with no will of its own walk required dozens or hundreds of detailed instructions like put strength in the foot bones, put strength in the shin bones, transfer it to the thigh bones, and so on. Of course, one couldn't do all of this one by one, so the mage had to weave these dozens or hundreds of commands into one in order, walk. That complex flow and understanding of mana was definitely not something a first-year student could achieve through trial and error. Numerous experiences were essential, so Yihan resorted to a shortcut. I just infused more mana. Instead of giving detailed instructions one by one, he poured an enormous amount of strong mana into the command walk. Of course, the effect was miserable. In fact, the undead were extremely slow. If he had given detailed instructions one by one, they would have been much faster. But the important thing was that they moved. Once he made them move, it was possible to adapt sensibly by repeating it. Moreover, that junior had so much mana left over even after such an absurd waste. It might be a much faster path than calculating each command and overworking the brain. That's a very good method, senior. Yihan looked at Diarth with a slightly hurt expression. Diarth was flustered. Why? I'm not a fool, and I can understand words that don't match your feelings. You don't have to force yourself to praise me like that. No, hey, Diarth felt very wronged. Of course, it was a crude method, but she had said it was good because the result was good, but this junior, I told you it's not like that. Yes, if senior says so, then it must be so. At the junior's words that made her look like a mean senior who oppresses juniors with authority, Diarth flapped her wings in frustration. Meanwhile, Yihan snatched the luggage Diarth had brought. I'll carry it for you. What is this? Ah, that's a visiting gift. Yihan glanced inside the box. It was full of unidentified bones. When he probed the mana, he clearly felt the negative energy. Really, Diarth made a slightly embarrassed expression. She had thought about it and chosen the gift, but she didn't know the junior would like it this much. Please sit here. I'll prepare something to drink. I'll also. You came as a guest, so you can't do that, but the others. These kids are also juniors learning dark magic. Indeed, Yihan's eyes flashed for a moment. Seniors from the same school. Please sit down, everyone. I'll bring something to drink soon. Oh, okay. Cough. Well, it's not bad. The dark magic school students did their best to show that they were very accustomed to this treatment. Of course, they all looked awkward, making Yihan think differently. Are they not feeling well? As Yihan politely bowed his head and disappeared, the dark magic school students, who were sitting in an awkwardly arrogant posture, immediately relaxed their posture and whispered, What's this? Did you curse him? Was it a threat? Diarth regretted bringing these brats for nothing. What kind of talk is that? It's already surprising that a student from the Blue Dragon Tower, and from the Wardenaz family at that, is learning dark magic. Why is he so polite? It's creepy that a Blue Dragon Tower student is acting like that. He's not from the Blue Dragon Tower, right? The dark magic school students whispered among themselves. Basically, Blue Dragon Tower students didn't learn dark magic. Why would those who had to worry about many external things like honor, reputation, and family learn dark magic? Even if there was a really peculiar Blue Dragon Tower student, the problem still remained. Why was he being so polite? Indeed, Diarth could understand her junior's bewilderment. Basically, the students of the Magic Academy didn't go out of their way to be so polite if they weren't seniors from their own tower. Inside the Magic Academy, they could be beaten up like a dog, so they at least didn't act rudely. But outside, there were many cases where they ignored others, saying, Do you know who I am? Especially the Blue Dragon Tower students were even more so. Inside, they bowed their heads in fear, but why would they do that outside? In the first place, they rarely met each other, and even if they did, the Blue Dragon Tower students were the type to just ignore them and do their own thing, and that was even more annoying. It would be better if they growled and snapped at each other like the White Tiger Tower. It's because we met in the punishment room. We became close while he was taking care of me in the punishment room. You senior. No, he did take care of me though. The juniors looked at Diarth with a mixture of shock, suspicion, and bewilderment. How did she make a Blue Dragon Tower student from a great family serve her in the punishment room? No matter how much they tried to believe her, only one thing came to mind. It's a curse. 100 a curse. No, it's poison. Poison is cleaner and less detectable than a curse. On the condition of giving an antidote every week, shouldn't we stop Senior Diarth? If another article appears in the Imperial newspaper, I don't know what you're thinking, but it's all a misunderstanding, you brats. When Yihan personally brought a teapot and a glass bottle filled with juice so cold that dew formed on it, the dark magic school students looked at Yihan with pity. Junior, please explain. These kids think I'm blackmailing you right now. What nonsense. I'm not being blackmailed. Even with Yihan's words, the dark magic school students nodded their heads with a pitiful look, as if to say, yes, that must be the case. It seems meaningless no matter what explanation I give. I'm the crazy one for bringing them. What's so good about these guys? Did you invite other first years? Yes, I invited them. Hearing the purpose of today's gathering, Yihan had also invited other friends. Come to think of it, there was even a prince among them. Senior will clear up the misunderstanding. Yihan passed it off as Dyerth's job to figure it out. Honestly, it was bothersome. Can I ask a few questions? Yes. Yihan felt that not all the seniors present were favorable to him. It was natural. In any world, if there were people who viewed a new member favorably, there were also those who viewed them adversely. What the newcomer was thinking, how sincere they were, and so on. At this time, one had to show the right attitude to make things much easier in the future. I'm ready. Yihan also knew his own weaknesses. He was learning magic from too many schools at the same time. Although this wasn't intentional, it could be seen in a slightly negative light anyway. However, Yihan was confident that he could make up for it sufficiently. Honestly, where would there be a first-year student who worked as hard at dark magic as Yihan? I saw earlier that you summoned skeletons. Is it okay to do that in the front yard of the mansion? The front yard will get dirty. If it gets dirty, it's even better. It will help when practicing dark magic. I noticed earlier that you seemed to summon undead in a slightly different way. Yes, I've always had a great interest in dark magic, and now I have the ambition to personally research dark magic that isn't commonly used and make new discoveries. Fortunately, Professor Mortem positively evaluated my ambition, so I was able to practice like this. What the Skull Principle and Professor Mortem had forced was portrayed as Yihan's own voluntary choice. The dark magic school students, unaware of this, only looked at Yihan with admiration. Why would such a talented person choose dark magic, HMPH? However, unlike the other students, the senior who asked the question didn't easily let it go. As if to show that he was different from others, he shook his head a few times and threw more persistent questions. Anyone can have ambition. The important thing is how you achieve it. I'm curious if you're good at the basics. Do you know how to curse? Yes. Poison? I can make acidic poison. Dyerth intervened from the side. He also knows how to handle the dark element. At those words, the senior made a surprised expression and heavily nodded his head. Although he didn't say it out loud, it was a sign of surrender, indicating that he had no more questions to ask. I'm sorry, Junior. Agoldos isn't usually such a prickly guy. While the other students were drinking their beverages, Dyerth took Yihan aside for a moment and apologized separately. He's quite serious about dark magic, so he dislikes it when new juniors touch it for a bit and then disappear. I understand. He has every right to feel that way. In fact, seniors like Agoldos weren't particularly unpleasant in Yihan's eyes. The real crazies were among the professors, not the seniors. No matter how wild they got, seniors couldn't become as mad as the real deal. Sometimes I wonder if I'm really poisoning and blackmailing you, for such a remarkable junior like you to choose dark magic. But I'm also learning all other types of magic. I know, so be quiet. Dyerth explained a bit more about how often these gatherings were held and why they were held. Dark magic students exchanged information and shared job opportunities or chances they could use during the break. I heard a rumor that professors fought on the street to take you away. That's fake, right? No. It's true, but where is Professor Mortem? Professor Mortem. When we have a gathering, he's usually in Grandin City. Wait a minute. Did you say it's true? He's in Grandin City. Why? He tells us to invite him to the gathering without hesitation if we need help with magic research. But usually we don't talk about magic research even at the gathering. Hey, Junior, but earlier. Senior, wait a moment. Yihan felt something off and stopped Dyerth from speaking. Professor Mortem wasn't around, but strangely, it felt like he could hear his voice. A voice saying, invite me too. Actually, doesn't Professor want to participate in the dark magic gathering? Not all professors in the world were like Professor Belatti. Among professors, there were more cases than one might think where they wanted to tactlessly mingle with students. Especially if it was an unpopular school like dark magic, it was even more so. It would be difficult to get along with other professors at Einregard, so the loneliness would be even greater. What, however? Dyerth reacted with surprise at Yihan's words. That's not it, he's not the type to do that. Is that so? I've also invited him a few times, but he refused, saying it's fine. Yihan fell into thought while making a humming sound. Dyerth was an outstanding dark mage and an excellent senior, but she wasn't a cunning disciple like Yihan. Especially when it came to professors, there were often cases where they said a with their mouth but said b with the rest of their body. One had to understand the language of these professors to become a cunning disciple. How did he refuse by any chance? He said, what would he do by participating there and that it would interfere with the student gatherings? Indeed, Yihan nodded his head as if he understood. It was a typical fake statement. Did he happen to add that if you need help with magic research, you should call him? Dyerth's eyes widened. Did you just use divination magic? Not divination magic, just a prediction. Senior, if it's all right with you, I'd like to visit Professor Mortem's workshop now and invite him. I don't mind, but will it be okay? Professor might get angry, saying you're unnecessarily bringing up something he kept refusing. Don't worry, want to go together? No, Yihan stopped Dyerth. If a disciple who had worked under Professor Mortem for a long time like Dyerth was beside him, he might stubbornly refuse out of embarrassment. I'm enough alone, then I'll be back. Oh, okay. Be careful and come back. Wait a minute. Hey, Junior, what was that about professors fighting on the street? Dyerth shouted as she belatedly recalled, but Yihan had already disappeared down the street. As professors at Einregard, they were mages who had reached a certain level, so they each had a mansion or workshop in Grandin City, and Professor Mortem's workshop was located in the central noble district. Next to the cemetery in the district. Is it really okay? Of course, it was a much more dignified space than the nameless public cemetery on the outskirts of the city, as it was a noble family cemetery. Beautifully carved marble tombstones and beautifully tied flowers were refreshingly placed here and there, but nevertheless, the gravedigger's tower used as a workshop gave off a somewhat eerie feeling. At this point, it seemed that the problem was not the cemetery but dark magic. Professor Mortem, are you there? Cough, I clearly told you. I said I'd finish it by next week. If you rush me one more time, I'll mix up your organs. Is it you, Wardenaz? Professor Mortem, who had opened the door while speaking fiercely, was surprised to find an unexpected disciple. This is a surprise. Do you have another appointment? Cough, I'm not surprised because of that. There were so many professors who went to catch you that I thought you'd be torn into pieces by now. For a moment, Yihan almost cast a curse spell on the professor. If you knew, you should have stopped them. Stay calm. Professor Mortem is still better. From Yihan's perspective, a professor who did his own thing and occasionally invited him, like Professor Mortem, was better than a professor who came to find him and drag him away. Both were like immature children, but the latter was a bit more. Who were you talking to just now? Ah, cough. I took on a request, but they keep bothering me to rush it. It seemed that a noble from a family had died, and they had come to Professor Mortem wanting to find the inheritance that noble had hidden. They had entrusted it to a few divination mages, but due to lack of clues, it had failed. They had to at least salvage a fragment of the dead person's memory through dark magic. Even such requests are possible. Yihan newly realized that a mage's job was truly broad. Perhaps later, it might not be bad to try controlling skeletons to sweep up the work of a transportation guild or attempt street performances. It's not a good request. Cough. But it's good for dark mages to accept such requests. Is it because of connections with noble families? No, cough, such expensive requests don't come often. So, what brings you here? If you want me to stop other professors from chasing you, it's impossible. I'm not in a position to stop them. I know that. How could that be? And it's an honor for professors to come looking for me. I'm lacking, so it's more than I could ask for them to personally come to me. Cough. You have a really good personality for a dark mage. If it were me, I would have released all the poison. During a student's break, Yihan almost nodded for a moment, but clenched his teeth and endured. I came today because I wanted Professor to participate in the gathering. What gathering? Professor Mortem answered a beat late. That was enough. Yihan was convinced that the other person knew today was the gathering day for dark magic school students. The gathering where seniors learning dark magic gather to pass on knowledge to juniors. Cough, that one. Yes, I'll pass. Professor Mortem waved his hand and spoke. Cough, if you have something you don't know while researching magic, you can come and ask. Well, they don't ask much anyway. A flash of disappointment appeared in Professor Mortem's eyes and disappeared. Yihan spoke firmly. Professor. Why are you suddenly shouting? The seniors always want to ask you questions, but they had no choice but to hesitate, knowing that you are always suffering from heavy workload and overwork. Even if you say it's okay, if you don't directly participate in the gathering, the seniors won't be able to ask. What kind of cowardly? I'm sorry, but please understand. Although his words were blunt, Professor Mortem's face was slightly relaxed. Gaynando, Raphael, and I were all curious about the golden experience you have accumulated as a dark mage. We couldn't hear it during the semester because of busy lectures, but we went expecting to hear it at the gathering during the break, but we were all disappointed that you weren't there. Is that so? Yes. When we were disappointed, the seniors asked us why. So when we spoke honestly, the seniors said, we also want to invite him, but we can't because we're sorry. That, Professor Mortem let out a sigh. He knew his disciples were timid, but he didn't know they were this timid. There was no need to be that afraid anywhere, so I gathered the courage to come. I thought you might be a little lenient since I'm a first year. Cough, of course it should be like that. What mage would get angry at a first year's mistake? The skull principle immediately came to Yihan's mind, but he stayed quiet. All right, cough, if you say that much, I have no choice. I can't let the already few new students disappear. That's right. If Professor participates in the gathering, would the new students drift to another school? Professor Mortem picked up his staff and stood up, and he patted Yihan's back and walked. Cough. Wardenaz, I have a really good disciple. No, Professor, I'm just embarrassed. Yihan swallowed the smile of a successful hunter inwardly. It would be nice if other professors were this easy too. How convenient would it be if everyone became happy like Professor Mortem? Why were there only professors who said, "Since I'm in a good mood, I'll teach you more magic," when they were happy? Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen Professor Mortem so happy. Did he poison him? No, it's a curse. What else would he have to mix to make him that happy? A laughter curse and an intoxication curse. Some seniors were shocked to see Professor Mortem, who usually frowned, coughed, and was full of complaints, looking satisfied. Of course, Dyerth was the same. H. Howe, Sr. The professor just wanted to participate in the gathering. Dyerth looked at Yehan with a thrilled gaze. First-year junior who hadn't been here for long suddenly felt like a reliable comrade, to the point where she felt she could entrust her back to this junior when dealing with crazy professors. Am I crazy? To a first year, cough, the thieves were stubbornly holding out in the fortress, so I turned the captured thieves into undead and had them charge. In the meantime, I turned the newly captured thieves into undead and had them charge again, and again. Then they surrendered, truly an educational story. I want to try it too. Without Yehan even needing to set the mood, the dark magic school students showed deep interest in Professor Mortem's speech. So, you're saying you're a prince? Yes. In the meantime, the seniors' attention turned to the other juniors, excluding Yehan. Wouldn't a royal family member be criticized for being interested in dark magic? Huh, is that so? Yehan casually intervened. Remember to mention when I used black magic in front of the nobles during the basilisk incident. That's because you stopped Midwa. Yehan pinched the back of Gaynando's hand. Gaynando immediately understood. When the basilisk appeared, I protected the nobles with dark magic. Oh, the seniors were surprised by those words. To think he would take out dark magic in front of nobles without much thought. The idea that there is no class distinction in magic, and if one is confident in oneself, the gaze of the world isn't that important, right? Class distinction. The world. Yehan pinched Gaynando again. Gaynando understood again. Yeah, the first-year juniors this time are really amazing. The seniors whispered in amazement. However, their gazes had changed to be very favorable, because if they weren't sincere about dark magic, they couldn't show such an attitude. So, White Tiger Tower Jr. Why are you learning it? The White Tiger Tower is also quite rare in dark magic. You're not learning dark magic destruction techniques, are you? Raphael felt cold sweat running down his back. There's no one as sincere about dark magic as Raphael, despite the misunderstanding he receives for being from a knight family. Really? Yes, because every time we explored the undead realm, he was always at the forefront. Isn't that just a pervert? The seniors looked at Raphael with a bit of a different meaning, surprised. What's so good about the undead realm? He just likes undead and takes the initiative. That's being a pervert, right? Raphael stood still with a flushed face, unable to do this or that. Perhaps understanding it differently, the seniors didn't ask any further. I see. You're all unique, but you're sincere about dark magic. I'm glad to have juniors like you. Of course, one person's taste is a bit strange, but I'll respect it. You're not going to ask about Immerg. He's from the Black Tortoise Tower. Right. Gaynando's mouth gaped open in disbelief. What kind of petty seniors? When the seniors' barrage of questions ended, Yehan lightly tapped Raphael's shoulder. Raphael glared at Yehan for a moment and then opened his mouth. No matter what, it was true that Wardenaz had covered for Raphael. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed from the earlier situation. No, you crazy bastard, seriously. What a shameless guy. Now that you've escaped the crisis, you're saying you can't pay. Yehan looked at Raphael as if he couldn't believe it. There's such a conscienceless guy in this world. Are you really a knight? Gaynando also looked at Raphael as if he couldn't believe it. Raphael exploded and shouted, "Who said I won't pay? I'll pay. I said I'll pay." Strongly denying it like that makes it even more suspicious. Shut up. Raphael snapped at Gaynando and turned away. As expected, those White Tiger Tower guys have a temper. They even beat up seniors if things go wrong. At the dark magic school seniors' whispers, Yehan flinched. He recalled the time when he went with Umidifos to learn water element magic behind the mountain range and ambushed the third-year seniors to take their belongings. The White Tiger Tower students aren't that bad. Are you covering for them because they're your friends? How kind. But Wardenaz, how come you, a Blue Dragon Tower student, are close with the White Tiger Tower? Yehan answered with a hypocritical smile. We all came here to learn magic, so there's no reason to fight each other just because we're from different towers, right? Is this kid really an Einregard student? Strange. Did the rules change starting this year? Yehan gave a textbook perfect answer, but it didn't work on the seniors. Unfortunately, the seniors were already thoroughly twisted due to their life at Einregard. How unfortunate. They're all twisted. Yehan sincerely felt sorry for the twisted seniors, unlike his very normal self. When Professor Mortem's speech, which started with a life story that would make any dark mage shed tears and ended with the tragedy of the Mound Fortress, where countless dark mages' tears were buried, ended, the dark magic school students began their own stories. I'm trying to summon a Hrokel this time, but it's difficult. After all, it's an undead that lives in the water. Underwater undead are even more difficult. Their poison is strong, so it's hard to defend against. What are you using as bait? I'm throwing rotten meat, but this bastard just eats it and never tries to make a contract with me. Ah, should I find another undead realm? Senior Dyerth, are you going to the 5th year? I'm considering it. I think it would be better to stay at Einregard if I want to continue my current research. Dyerth answered and turned her gaze to Yihan. She had been curious since earlier but hadn't had a chance. By the way, Junior, about professors fighting on the street. Senior Dyerth, I have a concern. Should I stay at Einregard next year too? Shall we have a separate counseling session later? My original goal was to take over as the gravedigger near the town, but I think I can sufficiently take over with my current level, and my parents seem to want me to come and settle down. I can still do research there, but, it's difficult, really. Dyerth swallowed her regret and comforted the junior who was worrying about his career path. Think about the magic research you're trying to do now once more, senior. I received a somewhat suspicious offer this time. They're looking for a dark mage skilled in curse magic, but they won't tell me where to cast the curse. Should I accept this offer? No, you shouldn't accept offers that don't specify the details, especially for dark mages. Senior, I'm in urgent need of silver coins to buy a new staff, and the adventurers of Langian are looking for a dark mage. Is it okay for me to participate here? Interesting. Yihan listened attentively to the conversations between the seniors. Next to him, Gaynando was playing mage cards with Immerg and was getting beaten up senselessly, his face pale. This is cheating, right? You cheated, didn't you? If I had cheated, you would have lost even more miserably. Yihan, be the judge. This is cheating, right? No, you lost because you're bad at it. You didn't even look. Yihan ignored Gaynando's words and played with his quill. Seeing Yihan diligently writing, Professor Mordum asked with a puzzled expression, Wardenaz, it's not like you'll be taking missions during the break, so why are you writing those down? I am planning to take them. Professor Mordum looked at Yihan with a gaze that said, you're really a strange fellow. I think I know why the principal likes you. You're similar. No, your words are much. Yihan shouted in anger without realizing it. It was an insult that even Yihan, who was good at controlling his emotions, found hard to endure. Too much. It's an overstatement, is that so? I thought you might feel bad. But even considering that, Lord Gonidalts is indeed a great mage. Professor Mordum seemed to already know the Skull Principal's eccentric personality well. Well, anyone who's with him can't help but know. If they had eyes, no, even without eyes, they had no choice but to know his personality. If you like working during the break. There will be an overlap phenomenon soon, so how about participating in that together? Professor, the Dark Magic School seniors were more surprised than Yihan. Professor, he's a first year who faced the King of Frost Giants and survived. It's fine for him to participate. The King of Frost Giants, why did a first year face that? How did he face? Has Einregard gone crazy? No, it was already crazy, but, seeing the juniors murmuring, Dyerth lowered her head in embarrassment and covered herself with her wings. She vowed to bury Koholti and Cumandas upside down in the cemetery when she returned to the academy. Is the overlap referring to the phenomenon where realms overlap? That's right. Wow, you're really amazing. One of the seniors exclaimed in admiration and began to explain. Originally, for mages to visit other realms, quite complex magic was required. The magic circles installed by Professor Millet, who taught summoning magic, may have looked simple, but they were magic circles that contained advanced wisdom. Even after visiting like that, the restrictions were considerable. In the first place, it was natural since they were forcibly visiting a world that wasn't their own. However, there were moments when such means and restrictions disappeared, when the other realm overlapped and mixed with this realm. Yihan also had something in mind. Is it an overlap like when the King of Frost Giants appeared? At that time, the upper corridor of Einregard was a place that was the academy but not the academy. The realm of the Frost Giants had overlapped, so the blade-like cold had spread to the surroundings. This phenomenon could also occur in the undead realm. Recently, we found a place where the undead realm will soon overlap. The mana was really pooled there. Shouldn't you release it if it's pooled? Yihan asked, recalling what he had experienced while performing the Gravedigger's request last time. The fact that mana was pooled meant that abnormal phenomena were more likely to occur. In principle, that's true, but if it's accumulated to that extent, it's a waste to just release it. That's also an opportunity. Yihan looked at the seniors suspiciously. The seniors understood the meaning of that gaze and hurriedly explained. It's all done with the Empire's permission. If that's the case. Professor Mordum coughed and continued the explanation. For dark mages, opportunities like this where the undead realm overlaps are very good opportunities. Is it a chance to make a contract with a powerful summon? The dark mages gathered at the place showed an unexpected reaction to Yihan's words. You can't just go in and make a contract with a powerful summon like that. Preliminary investigation is necessary. If it was a low-level summon, it was fine to just go in and sweep the surroundings, but it was difficult to do that with a renowned, powerful undead in a rough manner. First, they had to gather information about that undead, carefully investigate how to make contact and how to make a contract. Isn't Furkuntra such a powerful being? Something else is more important than a contract. What? Everything. Professor Mordum moistened his throat with juice and spoke. The soil, the bones stuck in the soil, the mushrooms growing on those bones, the bugs eating those mushrooms, the trees those bugs grow on. Everything in the undead realm is a good material and reagent. Cough. Normally there are many restrictions, so it's not easy to collect them, but it's different during an overlap. Of course, it doesn't mean you can dig up just anything. You need a discerning eye. If you're really lucky, you can take a break for a year with just one item. Yehan's eyes shone at the suddenly interesting topic. To that extent, yeah, a considerable number of the things that come out are reagents that only dark mages use, but occasionally there are also reagents used by other mages or materials coveted by nobles. The price of those skyrockets. Senior Dyerth here is a legend. In her second year, she found the sunless grass. Yehan looked at Dyerth with several times stronger respect than usual. Of course, Dyerth was more dumbfounded than pleased. He's looking at me like that because of this. Anyway, even though it looks good, it's quite dangerous to enter the overlapped undead realm. After all, it's difficult if you're not a dark mage who knows how to deal with undead. It's usually a bit tough for first years. As Professor also said, if you give me the opportunity, I will do my best. The seniors nodded at Yehan's words. Above all, there was no reason to stop him when Professor Mordum had vouched for him. Will he really be okay? But what exactly happened with the King of Frost Giants? Was it the one that caused the snowstorm last time? I thought Senior Koholti resolved it after being cursed out. Yehan, who was listening, suddenly became curious and asked, by the way, seniors, have you heard anything about the basilisk or the mage from the Vaylor family or the king of ghouls? Anyway, things like that. I came here 3 days ago. I don't really go around the city much. I only read books in the dormitory. Did something happen? Yehan was moved. There were few people as simple and comfortable as dark mages. I don't usually say this. I hope you don't misunderstand. Yonan cautiously brought up the topic. Aren't you doing too many things right now? Pardon, is that so? Yehan, who was carefully melting and extracting a white-gray metal with a green flame next to her, asked back in surprise. Rather, I thought I had some free time in the past few weeks because the professors didn't come. All right, please continue the extraction. When a person meets someone crazier than themselves, they relatively become normal. Yonan was originally the type to say, let's focus on work a bit when an assistant spoke, but honestly, I'm curious. Just from what she directly heard from Yehan, he had magic studies, work at Puyo's staff workshop, and visits to the undead realm scheduled. And if she included the rumors she heard, there was a professor brawl in broad daylight and even the subjugation of the king of ghouls. Yonan was originally the type to not have any other thoughts while working, but in this case it made even her non-existent curiosity spring up. Shall we stop here? We can also call the alchemists of the workshop and have a meal together. There are impurities in the composition. We'll have to do it again. This much might be fine. It was a statement so surprising that Yaner would have fainted if she heard it, but Yehan shook his head. No, it's not. Can't we do it after having a meal? No, if we do that, there will be waste in the extraction. Yonan glared at her past self, who had thoroughly taught him all of that for a moment. Then she walked back and called a servant. Excuse me? Yes, Lady Yonan, call Yaner. When Yaner arrived at the workshop after receiving the message, Yehan was still frowning and glaring at the flask. It's still not done. Yehan, let's eat lunch and then do it. No, there are still impurities left. It's fine to have that much left, so just give it. It needs to boil enough to be completed, not just be completed. The person who ordered it says it's fine, so why? Yaner was dumbfounded, but Yehan didn't back down and glared at the flask. Having no way to handle it, Yaner decided to sit next to him and watch what Yehan was doing. Yehan shook the flask, turned it this way and that, slightly exposed it to fire, and focused with a stubborn attitude. Seeing that, Yaner recalled how her older sister Yonan had evaluated Yehan's work last time. She had made a fuss about how neatly and well he had done it, and was excited that he was several times better than the previous assistants. Yonan had said that alchemists these days were so impatient and lacked persistence that even with the same extraction, the results often turned out unsatisfactory. If the fire was too strong, the undissolved dregs would make the liquid cloudy, and if the fire was too weak, the properties would change midway. It was rare to find an alchemist who could handle the work just right like this. Recalling that, Yaner's heart softened a bit, and she regretted her own attitude toward Yehan. Not really, she just got up and forcibly dragged Yehan out. Yaner had no intention of playing along with the crazy perfectionists like her sister and Yehan. Stop it. Eat and then do it. No, Yaner, just once, if I do it just once more. This is the Makin family's workshop, not the Wardenaz family's workshop. Yaner took out the workshop key stuck next to the furnace and put it in her pocket, then pushed Yehan's back. By the way, Mr. Wardenaz, I have something I'm curious about. Not only Yonan, but also the other alchemists working in different parts of the workshop had many questions for Yehan. Seeing her subordinates asking curious questions on their own, Yonan inwardly smiled with satisfaction. As expected of her subordinates, their work skills were not ordinary. "Ah, I also have something I'm curious about. Ask anything." I'm currently preparing the ingredients needed for Dobruk's sulfur mercury potion, but I'm stuck at the process of melting and liquefying the silent spirit silver. It seems that the impurities haven't completely disappeared. Ah, that can sufficiently happen. The sulfur mercury potion is quite tricky. The color of the solution is a murky mud color even after melting silver, right? There's a limit with a mage's mana, so you need to change the flame. There's jade fire clay in the workshop, so try sprinkling that and changing the properties of the fire. The alchemist was surprised by Yihan's words. Then it's well melted. There are a few grains left. That much is fine. No, it's not. If you compromise carelessly and there's a problem with the potion, it's hard to fix. The workshop alchemist stared intently at Yonan. Although they didn't say it out loud, it was a subtle, reproachful gaze that said, "Didn't Lady Macon just ruin a young mage?" Of course, Yonan was not swayed by such gazes. If she was someone who would be swayed by such gazes, she wouldn't have been able to run this workshop with madness and obsession in the first place. I clearly taught him not to be too obsessed with perfection, and that it's okay to do it moderately, but it's because Warden Az's personality is too perfectionistic. Thinking thoughts that would have made Yaner clutch the back of her neck if she heard, Yonan opened her mouth. "By the way, I'm curious about the professors fighting on the street. Ah, Lady Macon, may I ask about the magic you used earlier when making the test solution? It seems similar to the solution rotation magic, but different. The magic I used earlier wasn't solution rotation magic, but magic that inverts it up and down." Yonan, who was explaining, came to her senses and realized that the topic had gone far again before returning. Before going back, Yihan grabbed another alchemist and threw a question. "But, gulp, about this. No, how can you say that while eating all the food? Yes, what are you curious about?" After Yihan asked about 3 more questions, the dishes on the table were all emptied and lunchtime was over. The alchemists got up from their seats and stretched. "Time has already passed like this. Let's not take a walk today and start right away. Let's go, Lady Macon. We need to finish the work we couldn't complete in the morning." Yonan walked after them with a slightly sulky expression. As work piled up, Yonan put aside the questions and focused on work as usual. Yaner was terrified by Yonan's appearance of making people work obsessively like a madman. Even at Einregard, her friend was someone who could live without the law, right? Yaner flinched, worried that her friend might grab her by the collar and summon water orbs right away. However, Yihan solved all the nitpicking as if he was used to it, without any complaints. Good work. Now that it's time to slowly prepare to return to the academy, is there any potion you want to learn? The manufacturing method of potions was not something that could be easily obtained. Of course, the manufacturing methods of basic and easy potions that were widely spread throughout the empire could be obtained at any bookstore in the city. Basic potions and their manufacturing methods, such as. However, the manufacturing method of potions that involved the individual efforts and research of alchemists, such as, could not be obtained even if gold coins were offered unless the alchemist side allowed it. In the case of alchemists' guilds or workshops, they were even more thorough. They considered the manufacturing method of these potions to be more important than their lives, so if they were mishandled or copied, an assassin would immediately come. As such, it was clearly a favor for Yonan to teach Yihan the manufacturing methods of various potions at the Macon family's workshop. Although it didn't feel like a favor, Yonan recommended Yihan to name one potion that would be useful as a student returning to Einregard for the second semester. Since there would be many things to do once he entered the academy, it would be quite helpful to know a useful potion in advance. Yihan cautiously asked back, "Is it really okay?" The offer was so generous that it made him wary. Surely she's not planning to withhold compensation in exchange for the manufacturing methods. You're Yaner's friend, so I can give you a gift like this. And you've also done a good job to that extent. Yonan's words were sincere. Compared to other assistants, Yihan deserved such a gift. "Yaner, what potion do you think would be good?" Well, Sister Yonan is thorough with me about this too. Even if she was a cherished younger sister, she didn't teach her all the secrets of the workshop. Work was work and personal matters were personal matters. You probably don't need a transparency potion. You have magic and artifacts for that. How about a thought acceleration potion? That's not bad either. I'll write it down for now. A potion that can prevent tracking or interfere would be good too. A magic enhancement potion wouldn't be bad either. Should I also write down a smoke screen potion to throw at pursuers? Yihan, haven't you been talking about potions for rather limited situations? Is that so? Yihan was puzzled. They seemed like potions that could be used in general. Can't you recommend one, sister? You're leaving it to me. Yonan smiled as if dumbfounded, but also seemed to not dislike her younger sister's clinginess as she fell into thought. A mana enhancement po. It's fine, it's okay. All right, if not that, this would be better. Yonan picked up a quill and began to write down the list of ingredients and manufacturing method in a single stroke. In an instant, neat handwriting filled the white paper. Here, take it. What kind of potion is this? You'll find out when you make it yourself. It's a potion that uses relatively easy to obtain ingredients, so it won't be difficult. Yihan received the paper and fell into thought. What is it? It seems like an enhancement type. It won't be mana enhancement. By the way, can you tell me about the rumor of professors fighting on the street? Now that work is over, slowly. Ah, was that what you were curious about? It seemed like Yonan had been trying to ask something since earlier, and it was this. Yihan prepared to spill the story of the crazy professors. Lady Macon, I think you need to come right now. Cauldron number 7 is completely boiling over. At this rate, we'll have to throw away all the ingredients that went in. Let's see each other next time. Go. Yonan quickly said goodbye and walked into the inner part of the workshop, following the alchemist. Yihan somehow felt that her back was filled with anger. Is she perhaps angry? Yeah, but Yihan, you don't need to worry about it. It's all her own fault. Eug, Nilia let out a painful groan that seemed to be pulled from deep within her body. Gaynando asked worriedly, Are you okay? Why are you doing that? Why did I have to rank first? Sorry, I wasn't listening because I was thinking about something else. What did you say? However, Gaynando had already turned away after glaring at his friend with a look mixed with contempt. You tried to deceive me to show off. Were you all studying? Yihan, who had finished work at Puyo's magic staff workshop and returned, was puzzled to see his friends rolling around in the spacious reception room. Gaynando held up a textbook to cover a magazine and said, Yeah, why are you always on page 1? I see, eat some snacks. More importantly, what's wrong with Nilia? She's being harassed for ranking first. HMPH, there are people like that. Gaynando grumbled while biting into a cream puff. Ah. Has there been progress on what we talked about at the mansion? Yihan spoke as if he understood. At that time, Nilia's opinion was quite excellent, so it wouldn't be strange even if it actually proceeded, not just ending with ranking first. I thought so. What do you mean you thought so? What's going on? Yaner, who came in late, asked with her head tilted. Are they actually trying out the answer Nilia gave? Ah, that, yeah, it seems like they'll give it a try. Wow, impressive, right, impressive indeed. Yihan, Yaner, and Ratford looked at Nilia with eyes full of respect. Of course, Nilia was so anxious that she couldn't even sleep. What if I fail? What do I do? The Macon family has a lot of money, so it doesn't matter, right? That's right. A failure of that degree doesn't matter. It's okay. If Yaner gets in trouble, I won't get in trouble. Even if it fails, it's the fault of the people who were chosen. Yihan nodded in agreement with Yaner's words. If it succeeds, shouldn't the Macon family give something as a token of gratitude? Right, I should mention it. Stop it before I shoot you both. Nilia's stomach stung at the sight of her friends assuming success even before it started. Of course, the Macon family wasn't rude enough to make Nilia take responsibility and proceed. In any case, it was the Macon family's practitioners who would directly do it after taking Nilia's opinion. There was really no need to feel burdened, but unfortunately, the anxiety didn't go away. If it fails, it's because of the opinion I gave. If it fails, it's because of the opinion I gave. As Nilia became too anxious, Yihan asked Yaner, if it's really the Macon family, they would have done it well on their own. Right, yeah, there was also talk about inviting Einregard professors. Oh, Nilia, did you hear that? Even Einregard professors. Then can I skip one lecture in the second semester? How could that be possible? Listening to the conversation between Gaynando and Yaner, Yihan flinched. Wait. Even if they prepare now, the work will start during the semester, so can they go out arbitrarily? Will the skull principle allow it? Didn't seem like the skull principle would allow the professors to arbitrarily take a break from lectures and go out due to his personality. What is it? It's not like they'll take students with them. Yihan, who was lost in thought, suddenly felt an unidentifiable anxiety rushing in. It was an anxiety that he himself didn't know why he felt it. Is anyone there? The friends on the second floor looked out the window beyond the front gate. They saw the familiar face of a friend. It was Rowena, a follower of the princess. It's suspicious. Aren't the professors hiding behind her? No way. Could it be possible? Tell her to raise both hands and come in slowly, so we can close the door right away. Yihan's heart ached at the sight of his friends having an ominous conversation. The professors of Einregard were corrupting his friends. Raise both hands and come in slowly. Of course, that was that, but Yihan accepted his friend's advice. It was really possible that the professors were hiding behind her. What? Mr. Wardenaz, why? Don't try anything funny. My staff is pointing at you. Gaynando shouted loudly. He was ready to cast a curse at any moment. Rowena was confused, wondering what she had done wrong. What on earth did I do wrong? I'll go and check. Ratford hurriedly went down and cautiously poked his head out the front gate. No professors. Ah, I'm sorry. We were worried that the professors might be hiding behind. At Ratford's serious explanation, Rowena was confused whether they were joking with her or not. Are you joking? No, I'm serious. Rowena had come to visit the Duke Eicheldoran's mansion together with them. Even me, Yihan was puzzled. He knew that the princess had received a riddle packaged as a bribe from Duke Eicheldoran. Didn't they work together at the staff workshop to solve that riddle? If his memory was correct, they made it well, so why visit together? Yes. Mr. Wardenaz, you helped with the solution, right? Of course, the honor should be shared. I'm fine with just sharing the reward. Rowena showed an awkward expression at Yihan's words. It was a joke that was hard to react to. I'm not good at jokes. It wasn't a joke, but anyway, I understand why you came. But there won't be any trouble for me, right? If the answer to the riddle was wrong and it flowed to, Wardenaz gave advice but it was wrong, things would become troublesome. Originally, when the results of a group project are bad, the one who takes the most responsibility is the group leader with good grades, right? How could that be? Rowena was startled and denied it. Adnart was never the type to shift responsibility to her followers. Yihan, isn't it suspicious that she's denying it so strongly? I can even swear on my honor as a knight. Isn't it more suspicious that she's going that far? Gaynando's ability was to be shamelessly nitpicky without hesitation. Rowena glared at Gaynando, feeling angry and wronged. She couldn't understand what kind of ill-natured motive he had for interfering with the princess's work. He's really too much. If no one was here, he would have been hit. Calm down. Visiting Duke Eicheldoran's mansion isn't a difficult task. In fact, it was a task where they just had to go, eat some food, drink some drinks, say the mansion is really pretty, haha, and greet the Duke. When Yihan seemed to accept, Rowena's face brightened. It's not the first time for me. Have you been there before? Rowena tilted her head. During the break, the boy from the Wardenaz family was so busy that he needed several more bodies. He said he had visited the Duke's mansion before. Did he visit in the past? I don't think they had a close relationship. Not the city mansion here. Yihan slightly changed the topic. There was no point in revealing that he had visited the Duke's mansion during the semester with Professor Belatti, as it would only bring trouble if the Skull Principal ever found out. There's no need for any special preparation, right? We just need to visit. Yes, the Duke will also be waiting with a commemorative gift prepared. Wait, a gift? Yihan was surprised. What gift? The Duke always gives gifts to students who visit the mansion, saying they are the pillars who will be responsible for the Empire's future. So what is this gift? Rowena, slightly overwhelmed by Yihan's force, stammered. Last time he gave an accessory like this. Is there a problem? When Rowena took out a small medal made of pure gold, Yihan's eyes wavered. The number of the princess's followers would be quite a lot, and he was scattering such things whenever those students came. Amazing. That wealth was surprising, and it was also surprising that despite having such wealth, he didn't give any reward when Yihan defeated the venomous pollutant that attacked the Duke last time in his place. In fact, the latter was mostly the case. Yihan still held a grudge against the Duke. Only taking care of the royals like that, he must be a cowardly fellow who succumbs to power. He's a kind person. But apart from such a grudge, if he scattered such gifts, it was impossible not to receive them. Is it okay to bring other friends too? At Yihan's question, Rowena nodded as if she had been waiting. Whoever is here, the Duke said he welcomes them. Even if they weren't the wicked prince or of the Macon family's bloodline, Duke Eicheldoran welcomed any student from Einregard. In fact, when inviting the princess, he said to bring friends as she wished if she had any. There's no limit to the number of people. Yes, he said the more people you bring, the happier he will be. I see. Yihan nodded and began to write a letter with his quill. To my dear Salco of the Tutanta family, I know you don't like getting involved with noble families, but even considering that, I'm contacting you because a really good job has come up. Surprisingly, you can earn 1 or 2 gold coins just by having a meal. The first-year students of Einregard gathered at the city square were surprised. Today's not the first day of school, right? For a moment, I thought it was Einregard. To that extent, students from various towers were mixed and gathered. Even priest students from the immortal Phoenix Tower were invited and present. I hope everyone has a hearty meal at the Duke's mansion. Wait, Mr. Wardenaz. The reason you invited us today isn't because of the meal, right? Of course not. The priests were relieved by Yihan's words. Yihan had sent a letter saying, there is a place where you should participate as an Einregard student to grace the occasion, so they were a bit flustered when he brought up the meal. After all, there was no way he would call the priests and take them to the Duke's mansion just to have a meal. There must be another reason, of course. There must be a reason for the priests to be in the banquet hall of the mansion. The boy from the Wardenaz family didn't do useless things, but why aren't the White Tiger Tower guys here? I sent an invitation, but they all said it was difficult because they had a schedule. I think they're too absorbed in adventure missions, even though they're good. Nilia and Ratford looked at Yihan as if he were a thief. Wasn't he the one most engrossed in adventurers' missions? I never thought you would gather this many people. Rowena blinked in surprise. She newly felt Yihan's wide network. Adnart did have followers, but there was a limit after all. When they received an invitation saying, please bring the princess's friends, the followers reacted like, can we dare call ourselves her friends? The followers, who were seriously contemplating, eventually said, it would be better for the princess to invite friends separately instead of us. But Adnart, not wanting to disappoint the followers, said she would take Rowena as a friend instead of calling friends. Everyone was moved and let it pass, but Rowena was worried that Adnart had no friends. As a knight, if the person she served had no friends, it was loyalty to forcibly make friends for them, so Rowena had been worrying a lot about this part recently. Mr. Wardenaz, how do you make friends? Fry, friends, Yehan flinched. Of course, he was close with some students, but the students from other towers were a bit. Can I call them friends? I'm not sure if I can call them friends. He's even humble. Rowena admired Yehan's generous attitude. It was indeed the attitude of someone with a wide network. If it were the wicked prince, he would have boasted, saying, because I'm great. Then I'll change the question. How can you call people like that? I think it's sincerity. Sincerity. Rowena trembled at the textbook like yet difficult answer. If I sincerely cross swords and then sincerely propose to recruit them as the princess's friends, will it work? I'm not an expert on friends, but I don't think that will work. Duke Eicheldoren regretted his own decision to invite Einregard students indiscriminately. It was a mistake to call those filthy, vulgar, and stupid knights. The Duke originally didn't like knights. Even if they were nobles of the same empire, the rough appearance shown by knight families felt closer to barbarians rather than nobles. He thought it would be fine if they were students who could enter Einregard, but their actions were just the same. Drink, drink, drink. This glass is for the Duke who prepared today's banquet. This glass is for the monsters we hunted. This glass is, I don't know, I'll just drink. Clang. The White Tiger Tower students, who were drunk and excited, threw the glasses they were holding on the floor, threw the dishes, went out to the banquet hall corridor, headed to the kitchen, brought the wine barrel directly, and chugged it down. The White Tiger Tower students staying in the knight's quarters had to eat only rough and solid food instead of greasy and abundant meals. Of course, compared to Einregard, it was edible food, but compared to the luxurious feast in this banquet hall, the food in the quarters was garbage. Splat, this bastard. Who threw the pie? I'll throw it too. Me too. Duke Eicheldoren, who was sitting at the head table, maintained a calm expression. Of course, he was cursing inside. There's no way these idiots have any information to dig up. Long live the Duke. Long live the Duke. Ha ha ha. I'm happy that everyone is eating and drinking happi hangul, kogiya anus. A cake that someone threw by mistake flew towards Duke Eicheldoren's face. The guard immediately deflected it, but the Duke's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. I'm going crazy. When everyone is crazy, only the sane ones suffer. Students like Jijil Moradi and Daljiu Choi put down their forks and were watching the Duke's reaction. No matter how much he had a smiling face, they couldn't help but be conscious of the mess being caused in the banquet hall right now. M. Moradi, is this really okay? Is it okay? What do you use your eyeballs for? Did you sell them along with your head? Don't say that to me. We should stop them first, shouldn't we? Even though a cake flew at the Duke, these crazy students were drunk and couldn't come to their senses, causing a mess. But if the two of them stood up and put on a serious face, the atmosphere would become chilly in its own way. It was the same as spitting on the face of the White Tiger Tower. Creak. Meanwhile, the door to the banquet hall opened. A White Tiger Tower student, who was too engrossed to notice the door opening, accidentally threw a roasted turkey with sauce towards the door. Yehan tilted his head and dodged. Gaynando, who was behind him, screamed and fell. Are they crazy? What the hell is this? While the students outside the door were whispering in shock, Yehan walked with big strides, and he struck the solar plexus of the closest White Tiger Tower student with his staff. The White Tiger Tower student, who was properly ambushed, collapsed on the spot. Another student next to him shouted in surprise. Wardenaz, yeah, what are you doing? Why are you attacking us? Are you crazy? You guys threw the turkey at me first. We were playing around. It was a joke, huh? Yeah, I see. Yehan chanted a spell while swinging his staff. Then wine gushed out from the wine barrel and formed into orbs. Seeing that, the White Tiger Tower student's face turned pale. Even while heavily drunk, the drunkenness seemed to disappear. Yehan's water element magic that every White Tiger Tower student knew. Everyone dawed. What are you dodging, you crazy bastards? Wardenaz is here. Wardenaz is here. Hey, stop chugging alcohol. I said Wardenaz is here. The White Tiger Tower students sitting near the banquet hall corridor noticed the anomaly and screamed, but it didn't get through because the banquet hall was too noisy. The White Tiger Tower students, who were happily throwing food at each other in the spacious banquet hall, belatedly discovered Yehan. Why the hell? Cough, help Wardenaz. Salko, who came to his senses belatedly, shouted fiercely. The Black Tortoise Tower students rushed in and attacked the White Tiger Tower students. No matter how skilled the White Tiger Tower students were in close combat, their hands and feet didn't match in this heavily drunk state. You cowardly bastards. When we were drunk and off guard. Hiccup. Jijil got up from her seat and moved her position towards the Duke. She didn't want to get involved in that pathetic mess. I apologize, Duke. It seems like everyone's jokes went a bit too far. Yehan apologized after pushing the White Tiger Tower students aside. In fact, he realized that Duke Eicheldoren was sitting at the head table a little after the fight started. The White Tiger Tower guys were playing around so freely that he didn't even think the Duke would be in the banquet hall. Are they really crazy? Throwing wine glasses and food while playing around in front of the Duke. It was a gut that surpassed Gaynando. Anyway, since the Duke was present, he had to apologize, at least for courtesy's sake, for causing this brawl in front of him. Yihan bowed his head. No, it was enjoyable to feel the boiling passion of young talents. Duke Eicheldoran's face looked really happy. Seeing that, Yihan thought to himself, he has unique tastes. To think he would like the White Tiger Tower students making a mess by throwing pies and cakes at each other like that. If he went to see a pigsty, he might even give a standing ovation. I feel so refreshed. Duke Eicheldoran looked at Yihan with great pleasure. He had been eyeing him as a talent, and today's display was very impressive. How satisfying it was to see him firmly subduing the piglets grunting in the banquet hall. The cleanup is all done. The banquet hall, which had been a mess, was cleaned up in an instant. Yihan and his friends came in and took their seats in the banquet hall. Should we not wake them up? The White Tiger Tower students were lying down and snoring in the corner of the banquet hall. Both Yihan and the Duke ignored them, pretending not to see. To think this many Einregard students would visit. I'm really happy. If you wish, I will invite more and bring them next time. At Yihan's words, Duke Eicheldoran's eyes flashed sharply. That boy from the Wardenaz family was an ambitious person who caught the venomous pollutant last time and blatantly hinted at his own value to the Duke. Such an ambitious person wouldn't act like this without any thought. The reason for bringing so many Einregard students, connections, even among Einregard graduates, there weren't as many people with wide friendships as one might think. The Duke also knew that Einregard was divided into towers and they didn't mix with each other. But for Wardenaz, who belonged to the Blue Dragon Tower, to bring students from other towers like that, although his relationship with the White Tiger Tower seemed very bad. It was an amazing capacity that couldn't be shown to just anyone, an appearance that could only be shown by someone born with the dignity of a great noble. He's only a first year. His future is frightening. The Duke had upgraded Yihan from simply being a talented new student to a young, ambitious person worthy of sitting across the table as an equal at their last meeting. But at today's meeting, he felt a very faint sense of wariness. He was genuinely afraid of his future appearance. Shall I bring something to drink? At the servant's question, Yihan firmly said, please prepare some food. Yes, the servant had cautiously asked if he should only bring drinks because of the students who had caused that mess earlier. He was a bit worried for nothing, but what could he do? The servant withdrew to contact the kitchen. Refusing drinks and asking to prepare food. Is he trying to buy time instead of talking right away? Why? Duke Eicheldoran was lost in deep thought alone. Seeing that, Dalju asked Jijil in an anxious voice, is he angry? Are you going to keep asking what you can know even with just eyeballs? If you're going to do that, pay silver coins and ask. Yihan whispered to Salko, eat as much as possible. Salko, this is free. Wardenaz, you really should have come to the Black Tortoise Tower. It was fortunate for the servants. The meal of the 3 tower students was much more peaceful and quiet. The priests carefully used knives to cut the steak and thanked the Duke with a polite attitude after each bite. Duke Eicheldoran, who usually didn't get emotionally moved by such greetings, couldn't help but feel pleased after seeing the White Tiger Tower students' mess earlier. The Duke thought he should send some donations to each temple when this banquet was over. The meal of the Black Tortoise Tower students was noisier than the priests, but it was only to the extent of being friendly. Considering they were students, it was rather good because it was fresh. How do I eat this? Give it to me. I'll cut it for you. You don't cut it with force, but cut the joint part here and then peel off the shell. Nilia, as expected, Nilia is different even if she's different, right? There's dignity in her actions. It's not for nothing that she can mingle with nobles. Ratford stopped Gaynando, who was trying to stick his nose into the plate, by pulling the back of his head, and Yihan lifted the plate and placed it in front of the princess. Adenart, who had been looking at the terrine made by hardening venison with seasoning but couldn't reach it due to the distance, slightly bowed her head in gratitude. Seeing that, Rowena asked in surprise, how did you know what she wanted? She kept glancing at it. Is that so? I thought she was contemplating the riddle today. I don't think anyone would contemplate while looking at a plate. Rowena pondered for a moment and asked, if you take care of her like this, wouldn't you already be friends? Is that what you call a friend? More like a servant, a nanny, a butler would be better. When other Blue Dragon Tower students coldly commented, Rowena became gloomy. After taking care of everyone around him who needed to be taken care of, Yihan turned his gaze to the Duke. The Duke was waiting with a smile on his face without any change in expression. Such behavior showed the true nature of people, excluding their usual stinginess towards those not of royal blood. Duke, I have something I'm curious about regarding the riddle. Ask me anything. When Yihan spoke, the Duke brightened up like a person who had skipped a meal and received food. I thought the riddle you gave was a metaphorical riddle for something. For example, the moon. You guessed it perfectly. Suddenly, Yihan's face froze. Yaner's face next to him also froze. The two quickly exchanged glances. Was it really a metaphorical riddle? I thought it was a bit strange. Not knowing that the two's expressions had stiffened, the Duke continued. It was natural for the person who gave the riddle to feel embarrassed when the person who was supposed to solve it couldn't and brought a strange answer. The Duke had been contemplating whether he should make it easier for them to understand because the princess's followers kept forcibly bringing answers to the riddle he gave. Although the possibility was slim, there could be rumors like Duke Eicheldoren acknowledged the wrong riddle as correct out of consideration, so he had been quite troubled. But to think they brought the correct answer like this. That's right, that was the correct answer. I see. Yihan unconsciously glanced at the princess and her followers. It seemed like they hadn't heard the conversation between the Duke and Yihan yet because they were eating. Rowena, yes, put the staff you brought down and never take it out. Pardon, why do you say that? Just don't take it out. When Yihan spoke seriously, Rowena was startled and nodded. Yihan thought he should apologize later. After the meal, the Duke threw questions at the students. They were mainly questions about Einregard. How are you doing at Einregard? We are doing satisfactorily. Li, I'm also doing all right. Even the students who initially tried to tell the truth gave up and chose a safe answer when their tongues stopped due to the oath. What does the meal have to do with keeping secrets and knowledge? Damn that oath. I heard that the teachings of mages are very harsh. I think that's because of the rumors from the past. That's right. Those rumors tend to leave a strong impression, so even more so. The Duke was very confused. He clearly obtained information that life inside was quite difficult, but why was nothing matching both last time and this time? The more he knew, the more he felt like he was falling into a labyrinth. That's right. If it weren't for Mr. Yihan of the Wardenaz family, it might have been a little more difficult. When the story of Yihan came up, the Duke listened with interest. He already knew that he had a high reputation among the students, but still, hearing it like this allowed him to obtain information from a different perspective. He saved my life several times. Some crazy bastards attacked. I was lucky. At Salco's words, Yihan answered as if it was nothing. However, at that moment, the Duke received a shock as if struck by lightning. He was instinctively convinced. No way. The people the Duke had sent into the academy, the crazy bastards that the Black Tortoise Tower student was talking about now, could only be them. In an academy like Einregard, there couldn't be anyone else who would attack students, right? Does that make sense? Duke Eicheldoren was not easily shaken, but this incident crossed the line. It wasn't that he had sent some random people, but those expensive guys. They weren't novices either. They were guys who were used to dealing with mages. Even if it was inside a magic academy and there were professors, does it make sense that they couldn't subdue a single new student? No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand. In the end, the Duke lost his patience and brought up the question. By any chance that attack? No, it's not. Escape, it's nothing. The other students ended with a bitter expression, saying no. The Duke could only be more confused, and the most confusing thing was, isn't it too coincidental to be a coincidence? The person who stopped the attack is now approaching this Duke Eicheldoren. The Duke suddenly felt suffocated. It felt like he was a puppet being played on someone's palm. It was a profound pressure, unfamiliar except when facing the Emperor. Duke Eicheldoren felt cold sweat running down his spine. To think that the young boy had come not to make a deal with him, but to manipulate him. Are you all right? The escorts shouted in surprise when their master's condition suddenly changed. It was extremely rare for the Duke, who was protected by all kinds of expensive magic, to show such an appearance. What on earth happened? It's nothing. I'm feeling a bit unwell. We will call a priest right away. No need. I'll feel better after resting for a bit. I'm sorry. I'll take my leave first. Duke Eicheldoren got up from his seat. He needed some time to go over this confusing situation. It was truly unbelievable. For he himself, the Duke, to be so frightened and be the first to back away like this. He had never been like this even in front of the patriarch of the Wardenaz family. What kind of monster have you created, Wardenaz? When the Duke got up from his seat and left the banquet hall, Yihan frowned. Why is he doing that? Strange. Someone of the Duke's status couldn't suddenly feel unwell. He was in a position where he could pour potions and magic scrolls on his body just by moving a finger. Duke Eicheldoren, who wore artifacts worth more than a castle, wouldn't skimp on magic either. That's certainly true. Rowena was amazed by Yihan's insight. She had simply thought the Duke was feeling unwell, but this boy from the Wardenaz family had noticed something. There's only one reason. What is that? He's pretending to be sick because he doesn't want to give souvenirs. Pardon, Rowena, who had been listening with great anticipation, was taken aback. There's no other reason than that. I don't quite understand. No matter how much Rowena respected Yihan's insight, this hypothesis was a bit hard to accept. Not knowing that Yihan was making a very rude misunderstanding in the banquet hall below, the Duke took a rest. The magic circles installed in the study refreshed his mind and boosted his energy, but as long as the cause remained, his troubled heart did not disappear. Should I withdraw from Einregard? At this point, he felt like he shouldn't have touched Einregard in the first place. He had poked it, trusting his own power, but the more he put his hand in, the more he felt like he was sinking into a bottomless swamp. If only he had definitely retrieved the subordinates he had sent, he would have seriously contemplated it. Master. A cautious voice was heard from outside. Those who had served the Duke for a long time could tell that the Duke's mood had turned rough. Everyone was being extremely careful, afraid of being scolded for no reason while delivering a message. The night order has arrived. What does that mean? The Duke's voice dropped even lower. It was cold enough to feel a chill. Was there a night order scheduled to visit this residence today? Well, it seems the night order mistook the date and visited. A sound of something breaking came from the armrest of the chair the Duke was sitting on. Eek, are all those night bastards idiots? Can't they even count numbers? Originally, this wasn't something to get so angry about. Because mistaking the date and visiting wasn't such a big mistake. As long as the invited party was important, the Duke didn't care if they visited a few days earlier or later. However, the events that happened today were wearing down the Duke's patience. In the morning, the beast-like students from the Night families created a mess, and in the afternoon, the Night bastards couldn't even count numbers and came on a different date than they were invited. Should we send them back? Forget it, those idiot bastards won't be fixed even if I scold them. Prepare to entertain them. I'll rest for a bit and come out. Still, the Duke coldly calculated. Rather than shaming the Night bastards and chasing them away, creating unnecessary complaints, it was better to feed them well and send them off than turn it into praise. Treating invited guests well was also the duty of a great noble. A moment later, the attendant came to the Duke again, who was resting with his eyes closed. The attendant was trembling all over and spoke, as if he really didn't want to deliver the message. The Knights say they want to meet Duke directly and express their gratitude. Tell them to sit still and eat before I kill them. The attendant couldn't bring himself to deliver the message and waited. The Duke sighed shallowly and said, "Tell them clearly that I will rest more and come out. If anyone comes to call me again, I swear I will bury them. Understood?" "Well, yes." The Whitewood Night Order was a gathering of knights who traveled throughout the empire, helping the weak, jumping into danger, and pursuing knightly honor. But in fact, the Whitewood Night Order belonged to a unique category among knight orders, who would enjoy traveling throughout the empire without any reward. No matter how knightly they were, it was a difficult and painful task. Most of the knight orders in the empire were much more comfortable and profit-oriented gatherings formed by the local knight families to protect the region or for friendship. The Chestnut Tree Knight Order also belonged to the latter. The Knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order, who were active in the area a little far from Grandin City, were very excited about the Duke's invitation. Not just anyone can receive an invitation from His Grace Duke Eicheldoren, one of the great nobles of the empire. It is possible because of the glory that the name of Chestnut Tree holds. Those good-for-nothing bastards. They're talking about glory. They probably just gathered and played mage cards. Be quiet. The young squires of the Whitewood Night Order, who were moving together with the Chestnut Tree Knights, grumbled. The knight who brought them along gave a warning as if to be careful. "I will not forgive you if you are rude to the knights of another order, but those guys are too arrogant. I told you to stop." When the knight showed his anger, the squires shut their mouths tightly. The knight also understood their feelings. The Chestnut Tree Knight Order, as was often the case with wealthy knight orders, tried to act more like nobles than knights. If they were to act together with the squires of the Whitewood Night Order, they should respect each other and show courtesy, but they kept looking down on them based on their attire and weapons, so the squires couldn't help but be angry. "Wait, why are you guiding us this way?" One of the knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order noticed something strange and asked. The Duke's residence in the city was large and spacious, so there were several spaces that could be used as banquet halls. However, among them, the most central banquet hall was obviously the hall located in the center. But the place the servants were guiding them to now was the banquet hall located on the left, wasn't it? "There are other guests present." "Other guests," the knights murmured. It was surprising that there were guests who had arrived before them, but it was also surprising that they had taken the better banquet hall. They didn't feel very good about it. "Who are they?" "They are students from Einregard." Dissatisfaction rose on the faces of the knights. If it had been the heads of other families visiting, that would have been understandable, but to have their seats taken by mere students from a magic academy. Of course, if they thought about it coldly, they could calculate what the average status of these Magic Academy students would be, but instead of calculating, the knights started to argue. Did Duke assign it to them? How could that be possible? From the servants' point of view, they couldn't use the Duke as an excuse for such a question. Even if they had several necks, it wouldn't be enough. Then what happened? We don't know either. It seems the students went in first. The knights understood the servants' cautious answer in a different way. They're still young, so they might have misunderstood. "Can't we just use the left banquet hall?" The knight of the Whitewood Night Order cautiously spoke up. Considering the status and position of the Einregard students, he didn't want to make a fuss over a single banquet hall. Then the knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order answered with a start. "Why should we yield the banquet hall that we should rightfully use? Just because they're students doesn't mean we should leave them be. We have to tell them when they're wrong. The squires of the Whitewood Night Order may be satisfied with this treatment, but we are not." At the remark that blatantly disregarded the squires, the knight's eyebrows twitched. When the fierce-looking knight exuded his force, the knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order also seemed to realize their mistake and change the subject. Go and deliver the message. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. That warden-as bastard ruined the fun party. Yeah, it was a truly unrestrained and joyful time. If anyone keeps muttering, I'll shove them upside down into the wine barrel, so shut up and eat. When the awakened White Tiger Tower students grumbled and ate, Yihan warned them. Just thinking about what they had done earlier, it was a waste to even give them food. Excuse me, Mr. Wardenaz. When a servant ran over and whispered with a pale face, Yihan was puzzled. What was it? They're not asking me to take silver coins, are they? It was a truly absurd thought, but the Duke's evaluation within Yihan had already fallen that much. The knights. Yihan tilted his head in confusion after hearing the explanation of the situation. His friends, who realized that something was wrong, also gathered around and murmured, "Why are the knights here? And today of all days? It's strange." Students from noble families knew well that they wouldn't invite multiple groups on the same day. Could it be that they mistook the date and came? No way, they can't be that crazy. Look at the White Tiger Tower guys. They're stupid, but not that stupid. Tutanta, do you want to die? Shut up. You guys who collapsed drunk in someone else's banquet hall. We didn't collapse, we passed out after being hit by that warden-as bastard. Hey, keep it down, it's embarrassing. While his friends were chattering, Yihan asked the servant, "So now they want us to yield the banquet hall?" "Absolutely not, warden-as." "That's crazy." The White Tiger Tower students reacted the most fiercely. They had a lot of experience gathering with knight families, so they couldn't help but be sensitive. Unlike the gatherings of noble families, the gatherings of knight families often had violent confrontations. Trying to enter a banquet hall that someone else was already using like this was one of them. As someone from a knight family, they absolutely couldn't yield. "Can't we just yield? We're done eating anyway." "I said no, warden-as. Come to your senses. You're not usually like this. You're the kind of guy who would crush the bones of anyone who picks a fight. I can see how you think of me." Not only the White Tiger Tower students, but also other friends showed a negative reaction. Then Yihan readily agreed without saying more. "All right, if you don't want to leave, I'll tell them we refuse." The servant, who was unfortunately caught in the middle, bowed his head to the point of pity and ran out, and he came back and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Wardenaz. The knights are asking if we could lightly test our skills to decide. Is the banquet hall coated with honey or something?" Yihan couldn't understand the knights, who were obsessed with the banquet hall like crazy people. "Is there some kind of magical vein flowing here? Why are they going this far? Mew, mew, ha ha ha. They're digging their own graves, those idiots. Chestnut Tree Knight Order bastards. You still don't know how vast the empire is. You're dead today." The servant who delivered the message was taken aback by the reaction of the White Tiger Tower students. He had expected them to refuse the absurdly rude suggestion. What on earth? The Chestnut Tree Knight Order was not a knight order that engaged in intense real combat, but still, there had to be a difference in skill between a formal knight of the order and students who were still learning magic at Einregard. Of course, the Chestnut Tree Knight Order also had many eyes watching, so they naturally had to hold back, but even considering that, the students seemed too disadvantaged. The servant couldn't understand at all why the students were happy about it. "Let's trample on those arrogant bastards, warden-as. Don't forgive them at all. They won't know that you can use a sword. Let's hide it and finish them off at once. They'll be so surprised when you take out a sword after attacking with magic, they'll fall for it." At the vulgar shouts of the White Tiger Tower students, students from other towers looked at them with perplexed gazes. Salco muttered, "Are those guys really knights?" Some White Tiger Tower students couldn't lift their heads out of embarrassment for their friends. They were acting so high and mighty, not even stepping up themselves, but leaving it to Wardenaz. "Excuse me, are you really sure about this?" The servant asked hesitantly. "Don't worry, Wardenaz is here." Isn't it the mage who's going out?" The servant's innocent question brought the White Tiger Tower students back to their senses. We're weaker than Wardenaz." Aha, I see." When they became awkward with each other, the servant shouted to change the mood. "I think if I were a friend, I could go out instead. Isn't that what friendship is about? We're not really friends, though." When the atmosphere became very awkward, the White Tiger Tower students unconsciously looked at Yihan. You'll go out, right? Wardenaz, we can't exclude you from the White Tiger Tower's power." "Hey, you crazy bastard. Wardenaz is from the Blue Dragon Tower." Oops, out of habit." Regardless of the White Tiger Tower students' foolishness, Yihan took the opponent's provocation quite seriously. Before the match, he called Daljiu and Jijil to thoroughly confirm the opponent's strength. "The Chestnut Tree Knight Order isn't that powerful or renowned. Are you sure?" "I'm sure. Are you really sure?" "What do you mean by asking again?" Jijil held back from adding bastard or jerk at the end and asked. Instead of answering, Yihan looked at Daljiu. Daljiu glanced at Jijil and nodded. "It's cert, Yihan, they're not that great of a knight order. That's a relief. But Yihan, even if they're not masters like Mr. Baikelance or Professor Ingirdle, if they're representing the knight order, their skills won't be easy to deal with at all." Daljiu spoke with a worried tone. Unlike the other White Tiger Tower students who had a strange illusion about Yihan's strength due to being beaten up so much, some White Tiger Tower students seriously argued that if Yihan took out the forbidden magic he had hidden and fought against the Skull Principal, they might be evenly matched. Daljiu and Jijil were quite realistic. Although Yihan was strong, he was still a student, wasn't he? In comparison, the opponent was a knight with experience. It was always the knight who caught the mage. Don't worry, Daljiu, I have it all figured out. Now that things had flowed this way, Yihan had no intention of letting it go smoothly either. No matter how crazy they were about the banquet hall, there had to be a limit, right? Regardless of what the opponent was thinking, he intended to show them what he was made of. What are you planning to do? Jijil asked out of genuine curiosity. She knew that Yihan was a cunning, despicable, and meticulous strategist, but she couldn't even guess what he would do in this situation. Just watch. Yihan approached the servant and whispered, "It seems too harsh for the students to face the knights in this situation. I think we should make some more concessions. Try to say this well." The servant was more surprised than moved by the silver coins coming into his sleeve. "No way, even this. Of course it's something I should do." "You don't have to give me silver coins. I'll do my best." "Oh no, keep it, keep it." Yihan grabbed the resisting servant and stuffed the silver coins into his pocket. The servant, who finally gave up and took the silver coins, went out and returned after a while. "They say you can prepare magic in advance." Jijil thought she understood now. It was a simple but effective method. Of course, it was absolutely not a method that someone from a great noble family would use. Is he really crazy? "Here, one more. What? It's really Oka. Go back and tell them that it seems the students are in the mood to just refuse the suggestion, so they should make more concessions." The servant went out with a dazed face, not knowing what he was doing, and he came back and said, "They say they can do 3 against 1. I see. Wait, don't go yet. The students ate a lot today and their bodies are heavy, so more concessions." "Wardenaz, this is big trouble." At the sudden shout, the 3 students turned their heads. It's not just the Chestnut Tree Knight Order. The Whitewood Knight Order is here too. They're the guys who came to the academy last time. Yihan was startled. This was definitely a big blow. If the squires of the Whitewood Knight Order were to tell what had happened, it becomes difficult to make them let their guard down by pretending to be weak. But we had the friendship of crossing swords together last time. Is there no possibility they'll keep it a secret? At Yihan's question, Daljiu and Jijil shook their heads and answered, "I don't think those guys would do that. If those bastards do that, I'm not from the Moradi family, I'm from the Wardenaz family. Isn't that too much?" While Yihan was thinking that, someone opened the back door of the banquet hall and carefully entered. It was a familiar squire from the Whitewood Knight Order. Slur, shh, be quiet. I came in secretly. I came to give you information." The squire hid his body among the students while looking outside. "But what did you say just now?" "Slur." "Didn't you mishear the sound of slurping? Is that so?" The squire turned his head and looked at Yihan as if he had no interest. Then he quickly poured out his words in a very small voice. "Right now, the Knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order are off guard outside. Those guys don't know how evil you are, Wardenaz. Evil. I misspoke because I was in a hurry. They won't know how skilled you are in both swordsmanship and magic and how deep your schemes are. The guy who's stepping up as the representative uses a sword and shield together, and he uses his left hand for the sword, right? His swordsmanship is." At the friendship of the squire who was directly telling him the weaknesses, Yihan looked at Daljiu and Jijil. The two avoided his gaze. The Duke, who had finished resting, opened the door and came out. The escorts and attendants were waiting in front of the study without even breathing. It was an unnecessary action, but the Duke walked ahead as if it was natural. There was a noisy commotion coming from the center of the first floor located below the grand staircase. At first, he thought it was coming from the banquet hall, but upon thinking about it, the direction was different. What's going on? The attendants held their breath without grasping the situation. While the Duke was resting, they had told the servants not to disturb him and had been waiting in front of the study as if a mouse had died, so they weren't fully aware of the situation. "I'll go check and come back." One attendant hurriedly went down. He went down so fast that he almost slipped and fell several times. The attendant who went down felt his heart sink at the sight of the knights and students huddled together on the first floor, having something like a duel. What on earth is going on? There was a problem with which banquet hall to use. The servant also grasped the situation from the attendant's serious face and made excuses with a tearful expression. "You told us not to come up, so we had no choice. You should have mediated, not let them engage in swordplay inside the residence." "It's not swordplay, it's a practice match." It was fortunate, but the situation was still not good. If a knight and a student fought, wasn't it obvious who would win? Even if they won nicely, the students would be dissatisfied with the Duke's handling of the matter, and if the knight used his skills roughly, just thinking about the aftermath was dizzying. The attendant ran to the Duke as quickly as possible and explained the situation. After hearing everything, Duke Eicheldoren froze coldly. He had crossed the threshold of anger. So why are you telling me that as it is? Are you saying that I have to solve it myself? Huh, I will go and resolve it right away. The attendants and escorts immediately shouted and ran downstairs. They intended to stop this matter even if they had to beat up the knights. This is against the rules. I don't know why it's against the rules. You were hiding magic. Didn't you say we could cast magic in advance? However, the sight unfolding before the escort's eyes was the exact opposite of their expectations. Yihan, Dalju, and Jijil walked out after casting reinforcement magic as much as they could, while pretending to be as weak, scared, and nervous as possible. Dalju, relax your eyes. You look strong. So sorry, Yihan, it's hard to act. Think of yourself as Gaynando. I am Gaynando. I am Gaynando. It didn't end there. Yihan boldly asked for time to complete the spin by floating water orbs. The opposing knight lightly agreed without even knowing what magic Yihan was preparing. He had already judged that he had won based on the three's tense appearance. Bang! As a result, the opposing knight was sent flying through the glass window into the garden next to the residence. Tell them you didn't send him flying on purpose. Yihan, sorry, I failed to control my strength. The knights, who came to their senses belatedly, strongly protested. This is against the rules. Originally, they had planned to fight somewhat evenly and give the opponent the excuse of haha, I let my guard down because they're young students. But now that they had accidentally sent him flying with a single blow, Yihan didn't have many options left. Brazenly go out, I don't know why it's against the rules. You were hiding magic. Didn't you say we could cast magic in advance? Yihan insisted with a face that said, I know nothing. In fact, the knights had nothing to say. It was something that had already been permitted beforehand. This cunning trick. Enough, Duke. The knights were delighted by Duke Eicheldoran's visit. We were just having a simple match, so if it's all right with you, could you judge? Why, pardon, I asked why you're having a match in someone else's residence. Well, there was a small dispute. If a small dispute arises, is it okay to have a match in someone else's residence? Is that the way of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order? Only then did the Knights of the Knight Order realize that the atmosphere was unusual and shut their mouths. They used to walk around with their shoulders back as members of a knight family on their own land, but if the Duke unleashed his anger, they would be blown away. Duke, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Do you think I'm an idiot? To the point where I can't even understand your words. And no, that's not it. I generously overlooked your mistake, and now you're trying to insult me. The Duke spat out coldly restrained anger. Seeing that, Yihan thought to himself, he seems different from the rumors. The person who was laughing happily when the White Tiger Tower students were making a fuss was getting so angry over a match. Contrary to the rumors, he had quite a fickle and eccentric personality, and he was also stingy. It was rare for Duke Eicheldoran to lose his composure and erupt in anger in such a disgraceful manner. Even if he was furious, the Duke's way was to prepare a dagger in his heart and stab with it rather than exploding outwardly. The reason why the Duke was unleashing his anger like this was partly because the knights had continuously gotten on his nerves today, but above all, it was largely due to falling into suspicion and delusion because of Yihan. No matter how cold-hearted the Duke was, it was inevitable when fear and confusion filled his head. It's strange. What is? I've never heard of Duke Eicheldoran acting so emotionally. Jijil tilted her head beside him. Rumors are often wrong. The Duke is more emotional and stingy than you think. Is that so? Jijil was honestly surprised. Weren't the two words Wardenaz just said the least suitable words for Duke Eicheldoran? But there was no way Wardenaz would make a mistake in such aspects. Perhaps the reason why Duke is so angry is because he cherishes the students that much. Rowena added. From Rowena's point of view, there was no other reason. Jijil also seemed to agree, thinking it wasn't wrong. He wouldn't get that angry just because they caused a ruckus in the residence. Ah, right, he was extremely mindful of the royalty. Rowena, who was listening beside them, felt something strange. It was Yihan and his friends who had a confrontation with the knights, not Adenard. Then wasn't he getting angry because they messed with Yihan, not because they messed with the princess? I apologize, Duke. The Knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order seemed to have fully grasped the situation now. They had been mistaken because the Duke had treated them generously, but the difference in power between them and the Duke was like a firefly and a full moon. It was fine when the other party let it slide, but if he wielded his sword with determination, there was no way out. Why did you come in mistaking the date? Does the appointment seem that trivial to you? We really didn't know. It wasn't on purpose. Is that so? Are you saying my judgment is wrong again? That you're right, that's not it. Then shut up. If you act arrogantly one more time, I'll behead you on the spot. The Duke scolded them so harshly that even the Knight of the White Wood Knight Order was taken aback. He had hoped that the Knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order would be humiliated, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Mr. Wardenaz, is there any way to calm Duke's anger? Pardon. Yihan looked at the knight as if he was saying something absurd. What method could Yihan have when someone like Duke Eicheldoran was making a fuss? In the first place, Yihan wasn't even close with the Duke. If Yihan said, please calm down, there was a high possibility that the Duke would react with, who are you to butt in? There's no way. Is that so? The knight widened his eyes and whispered, what is it? But those knights caused all kinds of trouble. Do you really have to save them? At those words, the knight glared at the other knights. These guys who call themselves knights have such loose tongues. I won't deny that it was rude, but they are knights who moved together with us. We can't just abandon them, can we? Why does it seem like only good people always suffer in this world? Looking at the Knight of the White Wood Knight Order, Yihan was reminded of Dalju. The White Tiger Tower guys cause trouble, but Dalju cleans up. If you tell me the method, I will definitely repay you. He didn't think much of it, but to think the other party would go this far. Originally, he would have taken gold coins, but Yihan also had a conscience. He knew what kind of Knight Order the White Wood Knight Order was and had been indebted to them before, so he wasn't heartless enough to extort money. Then lend me your sword just once next time. Do you need an escort? Something like that. I'll gladly do that for you. The knight readily accepted. Borrowing a knight's sword wasn't actually an easy request. In the worst case, what if he asked him to kill someone? However, the knight trusted Yihan. Judging from the character he had shown last time and the things Baikelance had said, Yihan was definitely not someone who would make a request that went against morality. I'll have to use it during the swordsmanship lecture in the second semester. Professor Ingirdle wouldn't even imagine that the Knight of the White Wood Knight Order was already being bribed. And the knight himself was the same. But what is the method? Just watch. Yihan stepped forward with confidence. Due to the Duke's anger, the Knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order couldn't even breathe, but Yihan was certain. It wasn't because Yihan was particularly brave or ignored the Duke. Yihan had a special card. Princess, come here. Adnart, who had been quietly standing and watching, hesitated when Yihan suddenly called her, not knowing what he was thinking. Still, thinking there must be a reason, she approached. Duke, please calm down. Yihan spoke in a clear voice that everyone could hear. Since he can't refuse royalty, if I use the princess as an excuse, it will definitely work. If he added reasons like the princess wants to show mercy, the princess wants to forgive them, even the Duke would have to pretend to be defeated and let it go. All right, I went a bit overboard with my words. As soon as Yihan brought it up, Duke Eicheldoran stopped his anger and regained his composure. The princess tilted her head beside him. No. Their rudeness was too much, and they even acted roughly towards the students I invited, so I couldn't control my anger. All right, I should stop at this point. I apologize to everyone for ruining the pleasant occasion. The Duke quickly wrapped things up and left. The attendants and servants, who hadn't expected his reaction, were startled and chased after him. Yihan couldn't understand why the Duke was acting like that. He was truly the most eccentric and fickle person he had ever seen. Fortunately, he's not a professor at the Magic Academy. Of course, the Duke had quickly withdrawn, thinking there might be a trap when Yihan intervened like that in a situation where he was confused about Yihan, but Yihan couldn't know that. That's amazing. The Knight of the White Wood Knight Order exclaimed in amazement, blinking his eyes. When Yihan said he had a method, he didn't doubt it, but he never imagined it would be such a miraculous method. To calm the Duke's anger with just a single sentence. How on earth, how did you do it? Yihan was curious about that too, but he couldn't show it. Instead, he gave a meaningful smile and smoothly passed over it. If he didn't say anything, the other person would interpret it on their own. I'm really glad it was resolved well. Indeed. As Yihan and the knight walked away, the princess stood still and looked at their backs with a dumbfounded expression. Then why did he call? The students who returned to the banquet hall talked about what had happened. Yihan, be careful. Those knight bastards are cowardly and persistent, so they might take revenge for today's events later. That's right, Wardenaz. Knight bastards are all equally vicious and evil. At Gaynando and Salco's words, the White Tiger Tower students beside them glared. When did we ever? Did the Whitewood Knight Order handle it well? Curious, Yihan opened the door of the banquet hall and stepped out into the corridor. Unlike the noisy and lively atmosphere of the students, the atmosphere of the knights who had caused a big incident was bound to be very gloomy, but still, the situation had ended somehow, so they must have taken care of it. Yihan moved his steps to see how it turned out, show some concern, and ask if they had plans to come to Einregard during the second semester. A diligent student always starts preparing for the next term during the break. Yihan was startled to see Jijil coming out. Jijil also had a surprised expression, just like Yihan. Don't tell me you too, yeah. You're really amazing, I'll give you that, Jijil said as if surrendering with both hands. The reason Jijil came out was to get acquainted with the knights, especially in the case of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order. Even though they had caused a big incident in front of the Duke, they still had influence among knight families due to their wealth. For a family like the Moradi family, which frequently interacted with other knight families, there was no harm in getting friendly with them. Right now was the opportunity. You're amazing too, Moradi. Stop saying things you don't mean. No, I'm serious. Trying to find out the lecture content for the second semester in advance. The other White Tiger Tower guys should learn from you. Why? Jijil was dumbfounded. Yihan said what he had to say and walked forward. He didn't want to be disturbed by Jijil if he was late for no reason. However, before he could even go halfway, he noticed people loitering near the corridor pillar. They were the Knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order. Their appearance of wandering around, waiting for someone, was very suspicious. No way. The words Gainando and Salco had said earlier quickly flashed through Yihan's mind. They're already waiting to take revenge. They're not just petty, but nightly petty. What? Revenge? Jijil was taken aback. No matter how much the Chestnut Tree Knight Order had been humiliated, they weren't crazy enough to attack again in the residence after receiving the Duke's forgiveness. There's no way that's possible. Didn't you say earlier that there was no way the Knight of the Whitewood Knight Order would help me, Wardenaz? At Yihan's words, Jijil was at a loss for words. This bastard, arbitrarily changing the family name of. If you're so confident, why don't you take the lead? Wardenaz, I'll admit you're right, so don't change the family name as you please, you crazy bast. While the two were talking, the Knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order spotted them first. As the knights approached, Yihan stopped the argument and raised his staff. Damn it, there won't be enough time to cast reinforcement magic. I'll summon undead, so step back. I'll spread fog and buy time. Jijil was curious about how he could even use undead and fog despite being in the same year, but instead of asking, she grabbed her dual swords. Yihan's momentum was so serious that she unconsciously went along with it. Later, when she thought about it, she would think, why did I go along with it? But when Yihan spoke with a serious face, most people would waver and think, I guess so, I'll block the front, so focus on your magic. Got it, Moradi. You finally have a Konskai. Focus on your magic, you do. The Knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order bowed deeply and shouted in unison. Jijil quietly put away her half-drawn sword and glared at Yihan as if she would kill him. Yihan whispered without changing his expression. It could be a trap, you know, shut up. The knights continued, not knowing what misunderstanding the two had. We reflected on our actions. It was truly rude behavior, but to think you would cover for us despite that. The knights couldn't believe they were the same people who had come earlier and acted arrogantly about changing the banquet hall. If it were Einregard, they would have suspected it was the Skull Principal's magic. I can't believe it, Yihan muttered. People don't usually change so easily like that. Why are they doing that? Isn't it a trap? Jijil honestly agreed with Yihan's words. Originally, people didn't change so easily like that. If they changed that easily, why would Jijil suffer so much in the White Tiger Tower? No matter how much the White Tiger Tower students were beaten and locked up in the punishment room, they always chose the joy of the outdoors over studying. Even baby beasts would listen better than them. Moradi, what do you think? It does seem sincere. Unlike the two who were very suspicious, the Knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order were truly sincere. Yihan didn't feel it, but the fear felt by the knights who directly faced Duke Eicheldoran's anger was on a different level. It was a fear that made them think they could really die here. Such fear had the power to make one reflect on their own actions and repent. The knights who barely escaped the crisis were sincerely ashamed of their actions. Well, it was nothing. I'm glad everyone is okay. Unable to know the other party's intentions, Yihan gave an appropriate answer for now. He planned to keep a distance after going along with them. Is the knight who was hit and flew? No, fell back quite far earlier, all right. Some bones were broken, but he's fine. Doesn't seem fine. Yihan subtly stood behind Jijil. It was to prepare for any unexpected situation. It was truly amazing magic. I knew the students of Einregard were skilled, but no, that's. Yihan and Jijil simultaneously tried to deny it. Not only did they cast all the reinforcement magic before the duel started, but in the case of Eumedifos's water bullet, didn't they stall for time until the start to complete it? In fact, if Yihan hadn't cheated, it would have been a foul that wasn't allowed, but they were packaging it as magic skill. There's a hidden story behind it. You're being humble. Originally, magic that takes this long isn't acknowledged as being properly mastered. You're truly humble. There was a limit even if they were knights who didn't know magic. Yihan tapped Jijil's shoulder. It meant for her to speak on his behalf. Of course, Jijil ignored it. Wait, when did he move behind? Realizing that Yihan had moved behind her, Jijil turned her head and frowned. This guy. We want to repay you. What repayment? Will teach you swordsmanship. Yihan and Jijil looked at the knights with great surprise. It was more common than one might think for knights to teach swordsmanship to nobles. There were quite a few nobles who learned swordsmanship for education, hobby, or light self-defense, and naturally, only knights could teach them. No matter how skilled they were, not many nobles would learn from adventurers or mercenaries whose identities were unclear. It was a good opportunity for nobles to learn swordsmanship, and for knights to make connections with nobles, but in Yihan's case, it was a little different. Didn't he properly learn swordsmanship intensively in real combat, beyond just education or self-defense? The fact that he had one of the top skills in Einregard's swordsmanship lectures meant that he wouldn't fall behind even when compared to squires of the same age throughout the empire. To develop swordsmanship skills like Yihan's, one shouldn't teach lightly with education or self-defense in mind. One had to dig deep with determination and make them directly break through and overcome obstacles. No matter how I think about it, it doesn't seem like they said it with that level of resolution. Yihan's thoughts were the same as Jijil's. No matter how they looked at it, it felt closer to teaching lightly. If they carelessly crossed swords and found out about Yihan's skills, it would be an embarrassing situation for both sides. Yihan decided to trust and leave it to his friend. You reject it for me. Moradi, what kind of crazy talk is? What should I say to reject it? How about saying I'm too weak to learn swordsmanship because I'm sickly? Jidal looked Yihan up and down as if he was crazy. If she said he was sickly, Jidal might become known as a blind person. You usually make up lies like breathing. Don't you have any other lies? There's no way I can think of something like that right away. You have a better relationship with knight families than me, so try rejecting it for me. Are you spouting nonsense right now? It was quite burdensome to flatly reject the sincere offer of the knights who were speaking like that now. Yihan might not be from a knight family, but wasn't Jijal from a knight family. They might hold a grudge, saying, the bloodline of the Moradi family prevented repaying the favor. It seems we made another rude request. We just wanted to repay the favor somehow. The knights seemed to have noticed Yihan and Jijal whispering to each other, and suddenly became gloomy. You probably don't want to learn swordsmanship from knights like us. I understand. Ah no, it would be nice to learn swordsmanship. I want to learn. Is that true? Yeah, Yihan gave up. Rather than Yihan becoming a bad guy, it seemed better for the knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order to be embarrassed. It's resolved well. Then Moradi will also learn together. As expected, the knights became embarrassed in less than 30 minutes. Your swordsmanship is excellent. Yihan silently nodded his head. Yihan did his best. It was almost their own fault that the knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order were embarrassed. Do you know how to infuse mana into the sword? I haven't completed the circulation, but I at least know how to infuse it. The knights became even more awkward and exchanged glances. They were sending each other looks of, what should we teach now? If it's like this, there's nothing to teach, right? What should we teach? To go further from here, it's impossible with what we teach today. How about teaching other swordsmanship? He has already mastered one swordsmanship and is digging deep into it, so what's the point of teaching other swordsmanship? More importantly, wasn't he a mage? Why is he so into swordsmanship? The knights were feeling the same emotions that the White Tiger Tower students had felt. Why is he so sincerely into swordsmanship? No matter how they thought about it, it wasn't a hobby that a mage born into a great noble family would have. While the knights exchanged glances without a word, Yihan waited while managing his expression. It was awkward for both sides, but eventually, when there was nothing more to say, the other party would also be embarrassed and send him off. Then Yihan could also say, it was fun today and leave. There's no choice. I'll have to teach you one of my secret techniques. A secret technique. There were countless swordsmanship styles in the Empire, and quite a few techniques of the famous ones were well known. Right now, techniques like that Yihan learned from Azure Rock style were quite famous to the point where those who had properly learned swordsmanship would know about them. As swordsmanship became famous, the swordsmen who learned that swordsmanship also became famous, so naturally, the techniques they used would also spread. However, swordsmen didn't reveal all their techniques. Revealing all the techniques was like asking others to exploit the weaknesses of one's swordsmanship. Experienced swordsmen tried not to show some techniques unless it was absolutely necessary. Those techniques were secret techniques. Even if he teaches it now, can I learn it right away? It was surprising that he was going to teach a secret technique, but it was also questionable whether Yihan could learn it. Even in the case of Arlong, who taught swordsmanship to Yihan, he didn't bother teaching secret techniques or difficult techniques until Yihan was completely proficient in Azure Rock style. It was Arlong's belief that a swordsman who faithfully followed the basic forms was much stronger than one who used difficult and complicated techniques that they couldn't handle well. I doubt I have the skills to learn it. Is it really okay? It's sufficient. With that genius talent, surely. I don't think it's to that extent. The knight took Yihan to the courtyard. It was a technique he hadn't shown to other knights either. He couldn't teach it where everyone could see. Yihan slowly began to feel intrigued by the knight's cautious attitude. No matter how much the Chestnut Tree Knight Order wasn't known for their strength, weren't they still knights? For a knight to cherish a technique to that extent. What is it? Yihan felt a moment of rising anticipation. A technique that helps with mana circulation, or a technique that helps with infusing mana into the sword, or if not, a technique that condenses mana. Watch closely. Swish. The knight drew his sword and thrust quickly. It was an ordinary thrust with nothing special. However, at that moment, the tip of the sword lengthened. Yihan exclaimed in surprise, "Did you create a sword blade with aura?" When one goes beyond the stage of infusing mana into the sword and stably circulating it to the point of being able to condense it, the mana contained in the sword becomes not just an aid, but a deadly weapon in itself. Just as mana woven by a mage's will becomes the miracle called magic, mana woven by a swordsman's will becomes the invincible spear called aura. But to go a step further from that stage of aura and even disguise its appearance as a blade. It was enough to astonish the opposing swordsman, an aura that pierces through ordinary armor like cutting butter, and it even changes its appearance like that. It might look like nothing special, but it was a tremendous technique. Unlike when there was only an aura, if its appearance was indistinguishable from the sword, the opponent couldn't let their guard down. Facing a sword that slightly lengthens and slightly shortens, one would not only have to worry about the sense of distance, but also whether an aura was being used or not. It was fatal in a fight between equals. What? Was he a truly amazing swordsman? Oh, it's not an aura. It's not, that's right. The knight seemed a bit embarrassed by Yihan's fuss, so he cleared his throat and thrust the tip of the sword into the wall. Surprisingly, nothing happened. If it were an aura, a hole would have been made in the wall with ease. Is it an illusion? As a mage, Yihan realized the identity of the blade that had formed at the tip of the sword. It wasn't an aura, but just an illusion. A very limited illusion realized through swordsmanship, not magic. In terms of magic, it was nothing special, but it was a different story for swordsmanship. After all, even Yihan was about to be fooled. That's right. Of course, compared to something like an aura, it might seem like a slightly shabby technique, but this is quite useful. The knight started making excuses as if he was unnecessarily concerned. Wouldn't he want to use an aura if he could? But there were things in the world that one couldn't do even if they wanted to. Rather than giving up completely, even a technique close to a trick like this is a really good technique. You think so? The knight's face brightened a little at Yihan's reaction. The reaction was much more enthusiastic than he had thought. I thought it wasn't that great of a technique, but hearing you say that makes me embarrassed. Yihan spoke with sincerity. It wasn't difficult to learn, and it was a good technique to confuse the opponent by applying it right. It was a technique that perfectly suited Yihan's taste. Satisfied with the mood, Yihan said something the other party would like to hear. I knew the knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order were excellent, but I didn't know they were this excellent. Truly splendid. The knights watching from the side looked at their comrade with slightly envious eyes. He was receiving far too much praise than they had thought. Thinking about how he would receive praise from others with that anecdote after returning to the Knight Order, they couldn't just stand by. Wait a moment. There's one more secret technique that might interest you. Aren't secret techniques not supposed to be revealed to others like this in the first place? Of course, Yihan's question was meaningless. In the first place, if they were people who acted sensibly, they wouldn't have engaged in a duel at the Duke's residence. I'll teach you my secret technique, so compare it with the secret technique you just learned. Yihan was already starting to feel bothered by how he should respond. From now on, I really shouldn't get involved with knights. Regardless of finding it bothersome, surprisingly, the knight's secret techniques were more useful than he thought. From a technique of quickly drawing out a hidden knife inside the cloak to instantly thrust, not only quickly drawing it out, but also cleverly hiding it in the cloak was important, to a technique of momentarily making the sword elastic like a whip to confuse the opponent. Of course, if a knight like Arlong saw it, he would lament, "You don't need to learn such miscellaneous techniques." But Yihan's way of thinking was different from Arlong's. Of course, when reaching a higher level, such miscellaneous techniques wouldn't be needed, but wouldn't they be useful before that? So whose secret technique is the best? Everyone can be called the winner. Oh, the knights, who had been waiting for Yihan's evaluation with tension, applauded and respected each other. When it seemed to have ended satisfactorily, Yihan opened his mouth to finally leave. Then I'll be going. Please wait a moment. When the knights called him again, Yihan hesitated. Now he was almost scared whenever the knights called him. What are they going to say again? There will be a gathering of knight families soon, and we want to invite Mr. Wardenaz. If we tell them about what happened today, everyone will be truly amazed. This was the first time he disliked attending a gathering so much. Yihan almost turned serious for a moment. Why would I go there? In the first place, he wasn't even from a knight family. Of course, it was a pure goodwill of the knights to let other knights know about what happened today and widely spread Yihan's generosity, but from Yihan's perspective, it was a nuisance. Oh dear. Unfortunately, I'll be inside Einregard at that time. Oh no, the knights were genuinely disappointed. If they listened, the knights from other families would want to see Yihan in person. We'll directly ask Principal Gonidalts for permission. Haha, go ahead and try. What did you just say? Understood, the knights promised to visit and tell him during the second semester. Finally freed from the knights, Yihan let out a deep, dark sigh. Jijil, who was watching from the side, asked as if she couldn't understand. You don't want to go to the gathering? Yihan stared blankly at Jijil, wondering what she was talking about. Why would he want to go to that gathering? In the worst case, the knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order might be lying in ambush, saying, Tusk, he hasn't learned enough at Einregard to fall for such tricks. Is there a reason to want to go? It's an opportunity to build friendships with families, isn't it? The Chestnut Tree Knight Order lacked strength a bit, but it was a knight order with other strengths. Considering the names of the knight families attending the hosted gathering, there was no harm in getting acquainted with them. Moreover, judging from what the knights said, there was a high possibility of becoming the main character of the gathering that day, not just a mere participant. If it was a position where she could receive that much attention, Jijil would crawl to escape from the Magic Academy, even if both her legs were broken. What would I do by participating? You can use it if there's a need. Where would I use that? If it were a mage family or even a guild family like construction, transportation, or baking, Yihan would have been tempted. A family renowned for baking. Do you happen to have any short-term job openings suitable for a top mage from Einregard, confident in firepower and with a permit from the Afar Order? But Yihan really had no business with knight families. They weren't wealthy, and Yihan didn't need a swordsmanship instructor. At Yihan's question, Jijil was unusually flustered. It was such an obvious question to Jijil that she couldn't grasp his intention for asking. What? You can intervene in the Empire's affairs or get involved politically when there are necessary rights and interests, can't you? To that extent. Jijil was angry when the other party suddenly pretended to be innocent, thinking they would naturally have the same thoughts. Why are you pretending not to know? I was just joking. Yihan decided to just let it go because it seemed the other party wouldn't believe whatever he said. I knew it. What did you know? While returning to the banquet hall with Jijil, Yihan suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, do night gatherings also give out highly cashable souvenirs like here? Good work, everyone. What work? We ate deliciously and even received these. What work? Warden, as you should start a merchant group. The Black Tortoise Tower students praised Yihan with a very satisfied face for the first time in a while, and they each handed over a silver coin. Yeah, have a safe trip, everyone. The Black Tortoise Tower students, who had eaten their fill and even received gold accessories, happily left. Seeing that, the immortal Phoenix Tower priests were flustered and said, we don't have silver coins. I don't know what you're talking about. I just invited you, you know. You just received silver coins, didn't you? You must have seen wrong in your coin pouch. Maybe you mistook it for returning borrowed money. Come on, hurry up and go back. The temple will worry if you return too late. The priests hesitated, thinking they were the only ones who received the treat for free, but Yihan quickly pushed them out. The earnings are quite good. Not only the Black Tortoise Tower students, but also the gold souvenirs. Yihan slightly raised his evaluation of the Duke. Although he acted eccentric and strange in many ways, he didn't forget to treat the visiting students with sincerity. Maybe I thought too badly of him. Still, he might be a person with the basics. Mr. Wardenaz. Spotting Rowena, Yihan held out his hand first. The black-haired elf tilted her head and shook his hand. Good work. No. Give me the money you received from the Duke. The answer to the riddle was the gold coins the Duke offered to the princess as a gift. She participated because she could share and keep those gold coins among the followers. Otherwise, there was no reason to join. But the princess was curious about why you called her earlier. What? I don't know. Did that happen? You called her earlier. Wait a moment. Let me check. Yihan focused intensely on the gold coins in the pouch Rowena handed over, similar to when he dodged Professor Bilatti's attacks. It's an amount that soothes the rage. The sum was sufficient to respect all the riddles and tedious formalities as meaningful imperial customs. Yihan put the pouch inside his cloak and nodded. I didn't do much, but why didn't you really take out this staff? Yihan lied, thinking the followers would be hurt if he told the truth. The Duke developed a phobia of staffs. So I only explained to him what kind of staff it was. It's really hard to believe. Indeed, that's how things in the world usually are. I thought his complexion seemed a bit off earlier, but you still ended it so calmly. It's truly amazing. The Duke is embarrassed, so don't spread rumors. Understood, of course. Rowena nodded, moved that Yihan trusted and told her. Among the many followers of the princess, the fact that he only told Rowena meant that he thought she was the most trustworthy. Do I really have to wear this outfit? Gaynando asked with a sorrowful face. The undead realm overlap phenomenon invited by Professor Mortem. The seniors were very concerned about the first-year students participating and gave some advice. Participate in the following attire. And what else do you need? A backpack and bring a lot of fresh water. Yihan, can't I summon water? You'll have a hard time summoning water due to lack of mana, and it will quickly spoil due to the mana spread throughout the realm. It takes several times more mana to purify that. Then I guess I don't need to bring it. Are you rebelling against your senior now? There were many useful pieces of advice, and one of them was about the attire. To be specific, I look like a farmer. It's not bad. In fact, when walking around the city, it was better to look like a farmer than a dark mage. If a farmer walks around, people will think, he must have come to the city with rice and wheat and feel pleased. But if a dark mage walks around, people will be horrified, thinking he must have come to the city with corpses. There's a reason for all the attire. Diarth walked over from behind, yawning. Wearing a shabby hat and dragging a magically moving cart behind her, she looked like a farmer with 20 years of experience. The moment you reveal yourself as a dark mage inside, the undead will immediately start attacking. We won't use dark magic as much as possible until the necessary moment. The undead in the realm they were about to enter didn't like intruders. As such, it was advantageous for dark mages to hide their identities as much as possible. The reason for entering the undead realm was to gather useful materials and reagents and come out, not to engage in a life or death battle with the undead. But why like a farmer? Yihan asked, puzzled. There seem to be many other harmless-looking outfits. The clothes are cheap. It's good for carrying heavy things, and it's okay if they get dirty. Indeed, what do you mean indeed? Gaynando grumbled, but Yihan and Dirth ignored him. By the way, this is an exceptional permission for you guys. Only enter up to Area 1 and gather things. Got it? Yes. Originally, first-year students weren't taken into the undead realm when it opened. It was a special permission from Professor Mortem since the opportunity was unpredictable, but still, he couldn't take them deep inside. How far is Area 1? Well, it's a bit difficult to explain in words. You'll know when you go in. You can definitely feel it. According to Dirth's explanation, mages could definitely feel it. The changing atmosphere when passing through the outermost region of the realm and entering further inside. For convenience, dark mages classified that as Area 1 and Area 2. Aren't you scared? In response to Dirth's question, Gaynando answered confidently, why would I be when Yihan is here? Yeah, wait a minute, this junior here will enter Area 2 as well. What? Gaynando was startled. Yihan is a first year, isn't he? Gasp, don't tell me. No wonder he was so good at magic. Didn't I say this junior received special permission from Professor Mortem? What about us then? That's why I'm telling you to stay in Area 1. When Gaynando looked at her with teary eyes, Dirth sighed and said, all right, I'll watch over you guys until you come out. Seeing that from the side, Yihan handed a piece of chocolate to Dirth. Please have it. You're really working hard. I'm only doing it this time, so don't misunderstand. I don't think so. Of course, people like Dirth who suffered losses always said it was just this once and their hearts softened. Yihan looked at his senior pitifully. I brought snacks, so tell me any time if you need them. Chocolate tart. Where did you buy it? I made it myself. The dark mages gathered at the city's main gate, boarded the pre-rented carriage, and departed. It was like going on a picnic. Creak, 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 creak. If only it weren't for the old carriage that creaked as if it would break down at any moment. Cough. I'll have to recast the magic. Stop for a moment. The seniors stopped the carriage and rushed out to cast magic on the wheels, axles, and doors in turn. Seeing that, Yihan felt ominous, as if he had glimpsed an unfortunate future with divination magic. I think this should do it. It's still creaking, though. If we cast magic to the point of completely fixing it, the mana waste would be too severe. We have no choice but to endure this much. Hee. If we dig up some decent mushrooms in the undead realm this time, we can change the carriage too. Aren't you excited? Yes, Yihan resolved to learn magic to eliminate the creaking sound first when the second semester began. As they took the Imperial Road and moved away from the city, the number of houses gradually decreased, and only forests and fields began to increase. Gaynando munched on a tart while looking outside the carriage. Raphael, who was sitting by the window, annoyingly pushed Gaynando's head away. Stop. At the end of the quiet road, armed soldiers and a knight were seen. They stopped the carriage, wary of it. What is your purpose for coming? Cough. We are mages who have come to study this phenomenon. Professor Mortem took out a permit and handed it to the soldiers. Seeing the document stamped with a seal, the knight's face relaxed considerably. So you were mages. As the Empire's territory was so vast, controlling the unusual phenomena occurring in various places was no easy task. In the case of the undead realm overlapping phenomenon, if not properly controlled, it could lead to a situation where undead waves occurred in all directions. Even if it was discovered first and barely controlled, they still couldn't be completely relieved. As the Empire's territory was so vast, there were also many crazy people who would rush in to try to take advantage of that phenomenon. It was natural for the knights and soldiers controlling this remote and quiet place to be on edge. Cough. You're all working hard, seriously. I don't know why the undead realm had to overlap. Our luck is rot. It would have been better if it were the plant spirit realm. The plant spirit realm would have caused quite a bit of damage too. Still, wouldn't it be better than the undead realm? Well, by the way, which school are you mages from? Cough, cough, cough. Professor Mortem suddenly coughed as if he had choked on something. The disciples beside him patted their teacher's back and said, Professor, here's some water. His health is quite poor. Oh dear, I apologize. I kept an unwell person for too long. Hey, let them pass. As the soldiers stepped aside, the carriage sped off. Professor Mortem stopped coughing and raised his head. Cough, are they gone? They're gone. The first-year students watching inside the carriage looked at Dirth with shocked eyes. The permit was properly obtained, right? I told you we got it. Junior, of course what just happened was a bit unsightly, but we're not reckless enough to handle this without permission or forgery. Dirth began to explain. When such unusual phenomena occurred, the nearby passages were placed under control by deploying troops to block crazy people from approaching. There was a high possibility that they were forming a siege using the nearby military camps or a few small villages to prevent access. What does that have to do with what you just did? Listen till the end. In other words, not only the soldiers they just saw, but quite a few people were staying in this area. It wasn't just soldiers standing guard, but an ecosystem of sorts had formed in this area, with people helping them stay in the village, people bringing them food and drink, and people buying mage cards for them to do while staying still. Of course, Yihan didn't understand. What does that have to do with I'm a dark mage just now? If it becomes known that we're dark mages in this situation, we'll be the first to be suspected when an incident occurs. That's why I avoided answering a bit. When the first-year students didn't respond, the seniors asked in an anxious voice. We didn't deceive them. The professor just coughed a little, that's all. That's right. I told you we properly obtained the permit. Juniors, you're not thinking of changing schools because of this, are you? I should go around saying I'm a plant element mage. Yihan glanced at his staff, who knew the staff of the tree spirit would be helpful at times like this. The dark magic school students who got off the carriage were divided into the pre-rented inn. As Dyerth had said, the villagers weren't surprised even when a group of travelers visited. Apparently some people were already wandering around the village. There were curious people who heard the rumors and came to directly confirm the truth, mercenaries who seemed to have come to solve suspicious missions, and mages dressed like flame element mages for anyone to see. Cough. Good work, everyone. Let's rest well today and start working inside from tomorrow. Wander around the village moderately. Can I have some hot green tea? Yes, mage. The respect that imperial people usually showed to mages could be seen in that gesture. How does it taste? It's all right. That's a relief. I used quite good green tea leaves. I'm glad it's not another guest but a mage drinking it. Anyway, the guys who came to the village because of this incident are all suspicious and unpleasant. The Empire says they'll compensate us when it's over, but how gloomy will the village atmosphere become in the meantime? It would be nice if only people like you mages came. Cough cough. As Professor Mordum coughed, the students quickly threw down their luggage and scurried out of the inn. It would be troublesome for both sides if they stayed and were asked what magic they used. There might not be much to see in a village like this, but don't wander around too much. Don't drink alcohol. It affects your magic tomorrow. Don't talk to suspicious people for too long. Actually, we look the most suspicious. Avoid talking about magic as much as possible. Rumors spread quickly in a small village. The seniors gave strict instructions as if they had experienced it a few times. Even if they were dressed like farmers, as long as they were holding staffs, people couldn't help but be curious about what kind of mages they were. Where are you going, senior? I'm going to meet the merchants to check what materials are needed and the market price. I'm going to meet the knights. If we ask the knights, they can drive away suspicious guys. Yihan admired the surprisingly competent seniors. You can go and look around a bit. No, I'll help too. At Yihan's words, Gaynando pulled on the edge of his clothes with a disgusted look. He wanted to wander around and play. It's really okay. You said it's okay. Yihan, what's there to do anyway? There's plenty to do. Yihan, you go over there and look around. After chasing away Gaynando, Yihan followed Dyerth and approached the nearby merchants. It's not that difficult. There are merchants here to sell goods, but there are also merchants who have come to obtain materials. Merchants also knew that materials would come out when an overlap phenomenon occurred. As such, quick-witted merchants swiftly rushed over and waited in front. Tired adventurers didn't take all the materials out with them. It's good to know in advance which materials are expensive or have bounties on them right now. Will the merchants readily tell us? They usually tell mages well. They often need help. There was an imperial proverb that said, if you're not a fool, don't make an enemy of a mage. It meant that there were many occasions when one would be indebted to a mage. Merchants also had no reason to fight with mages as they came here to do business. I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Dyerth was taken aback. Did they find out they were dark mages? What's the reason? Mage, I'm telling you this out of respect for you. There's an adventurer who made a contract first. Other merchants will probably be similar to me. Oh no, Dyerth clicked her tongue inwardly. If there was an adventurer who received a mission from a merchant, the story would be different. It would be troublesome if they carelessly revealed the expensive materials now and someone else took them. Does this happen often? No, they don't usually hire anyone. There's a higher possibility of not finding them even if you send 1 or 2 parties. From a merchant's perspective, it was more convenient to just buy what anyone brought, rather than hiring a party and sending them in, which was risky in many ways. If that party returned empty-handed, they would spend silver coins and gain nothing. I don't know what material it is, but there must be competition. I didn't know they would invest that much. Yihan was lost in thought, wanting to help his hardworking senior, but no method came to mind. If they were knights, it would be possible to deceive them with a single word, but merchants weren't that easy. Wait, that pattern. Yihan realized that the pattern on the merchant's carriage was familiar. It was the pattern of the Richmond family. The family of Shiles Richmond from the Black Tortoise Tower, which operated one of the top transportation guilds in the Empire. Are you perhaps from the Richmond family? Ah, yes, I'm really close with Shiles. Oh, is that so? You know Mr. Shiles? Yes, I can say he's my closest friend. The merchant was flustered and hesitated at the sudden appearance of the close friend of the family's young master. In the meantime, Yihan talked about how close he was with Shiles and the things that happened during the lecture. Due to the sudden heavy snowfall, we were all isolated. Shiles shouted at me to leave him behind. I couldn't just leave Shiles, so I threw my cloak to him. I did receive silver coins, but that's not important, and Shiles thanked me with tears in his eyes. I see. The listening merchant felt something strange. Why was there heavy snow at the school? Just as I helped Shiles also wanted to help me with anything if it was my business. He's such a kind friend, isn't he? When I go back, I'll tell Shiles that I met a merchant from his family here by chance. I'll only tell you two. You really can't tell anyone else. Seeing that, Diarth put her hand on her forehead and shook her head. The other juniors should have directly witnessed this. Why is the mountain ring mushroom so popular? Diarth tilted her head after hearing the list. In fact, the mountain ring mushroom wasn't a very popular ingredient. Popular ingredients were usually good for health or versatile ingredients that all mages could use well. In comparison, the mountain ring mushroom was an ingredient mainly used by dark mages. It was an ingredient frequently used as a reagent when making curses that reduced or consumed the opponent's mana or poisons. Isn't it important that it's expensive? You're really a first year, aren't you? While talking, other dark magic students could be seen talking to the knights up ahead. It didn't seem to be going well, as the students kept making requests with troubled expressions, but the knights firmly shook their heads. It seems they're not having much luck either. Senior, yeah. By any chance, are there any knights over there who are related to the Choi, Moradi, Alpha, Growl, or Bark families? Or are there any knights related to the Chestnut Tree Knight Order or the Whitewood Knight Order? Surprisingly, there was. My family does belong to the Chestnut Tree Knight Order. What a coincidence. I happened to receive an invitation from the Knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order. You received an invitation. The knights were quite surprised by Yihan's words. It was rare for mages to be invited to gatherings of knight families unless they were greatly indebted. The Knights of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order were truly excellent knights. They were so insistent on repaying the favor to me. Our knight order is indeed like that, the knight who heard Yihan's praise said with a relaxed face. Of course, Yihan inwardly cursed that night. What do you mean it's like that? I didn't know you were a mage who was so close with the Knight Order. I know, right? If we had known, we would have invited you as soon as you arrived at the village. Becoming close with one knight allowed one to become close with the other knights around him. From the knight's perspective, there was no reason not to welcome Yihan, who seemed to have a great friendship not only with their colleague, but also with the Chestnut Tree Knight Order. After a moderate amount of conversation, Yihan casually asked his seniors, "By the way, what were you trying to request?" To deal strongly with the suspicious guys in the village and drive them out, as expected. Even if it sounded like a bit of an unreasonable request, it was something the knights could sufficiently do if they put their minds to it. The reason the knights didn't drive away the travelers flocking to the village wasn't because they lacked the ability or authority, but because they didn't want to create more disturbance than necessary. If the driven away travelers spread bad rumors or caused a commotion here and there, it would be troublesome for nothing, so they let those who had permission pass for now. As such, it was easy to find an excuse and drive them away if they wanted to. The seniors didn't ask to drive away all the other travelers, and only asked to drive away the obviously suspicious people, so to this extent. And asked them to block other travelers from entering while we go in. Let's ask again without that part. Yihan was appalled by the shamelessness of these seniors. Surprisingly, the knights even granted the shameless request. You're a benefactor of the Chestnut Tree Knight Order, so we should at least do that much for you. What is a knight's honor for? This seems more like corruption than honor. Yihan thought so but kept his mouth shut as he was in a position to benefit. I can't believe they even granted that request. From your perspective as mages, you can't help but be concerned if there are suspicious travelers. We'll escort them out of the village and adjust the order of entry for you. The knights escorted Yihan's group to the village square. Seeing the knights waving their hands and shouting to be careful going in, the seniors said, "The Wardenaz family student didn't bribe those knights, did he? Even if he bribed them, I don't think it would be to that extent. No, we're just acquaintances. That's being acquaintances. Oh, acquaintances were this powerful." The seniors were confused by Yihan's excuse that didn't sound like him. If that was being acquaintances, then what had they been doing all this time? Why don't you play around in the village like the other first years? We should be the ones doing this originally, so I feel bad that you're doing it all. How dare you use a dark magic curse deck? Are you looking down on me? What does it matter to you what cards I use? Don't make excuses after losing. Don't play around like that. Hurry and go stop them. At Diarth's shout, the seniors rushed out. Bagjugal, dressed like a curious traveler enjoying a trip, was sitting on the first floor of the inn. Like other mages or travelers, Bagjugal had also rented the entire inn. It was convenient for activities and anti-magic extremists were usually not welcome guests in the Empire. Such Bagjugal was sitting there, bewildered. They were expelled? Yes, explain it again, so well. The subordinate was also quite flustered and calmly explained again. First, 2 parties were expelled from the village by the knights for being suspicious, and another party was driven out after a big fight broke out while playing a mage card game. Bagjugal's mouth opened wide. He had gone through the trouble of hiring parties and obtaining permission for these parties to enter the realm, and now they just had to wait and go in. 3 out of 4 parties were expelled. It was so absurd that he couldn't believe it. Bagjugal scratched his cheek and lowered his voice. We weren't found out, were we? That's absolutely not the case. The subordinate hurriedly denied it. Because he knew well that inside the appearance of a loitering wealthy idler, there was a cold-blooded person who could kill a subordinate at any time. If we were found out, there would be no reason for them to drive away only the other party guys without touching us, right? They would only raise suspicion unnecessarily. Indeed, Bagjugal thought the subordinates' words made sense. If their identity as anti-magic extremists was discovered, they would have immediately surrounded the inn instead of unnecessarily driving away other underlings and raising suspicion. It must have been a coincidence. Either the superior of those night bastards came, or there must be another reason they're picking on us. Damn it. Bagjugal closed his mouth and pondered what to do. The top priority for Bagjugal's gang right now was to gather as many mountain ring mushrooms as possible. For the grand plan, they needed a mountain of these rare mushrooms, so he brought adventurers and mercenaries, but before they could even start, their manpower was reduced. We have no choice. First, send a message to the people waiting outside. What should I send? Tell them to retrieve the gold coins from those who were expelled. Mr. Bagjugal, considering the temperament of the hired guys, I don't think they'll readily hand them over in this situation. Usually those who took on such missions were a bit shady and rough, so even if they failed the mission due to their own mistake, they often didn't readily return the contract money. Of course, you shouldn't tell them to hand it over with words. Tell them to kill and take it. I apologize. We can only enter with one party. Rather than the night bastards picking on us, I can understand that, but what the hell is that bastard who got expelled for playing a mage card game doing? Tell them to kill him, especially painfully. I think he got angry because the opponent used a dark magic curse deck and won. Goodness, our luck is really rotten to encounter such a foul bastard in this remote village. Yes, it's truly unbelievable. Enough, then just tell them to kill him comfortably. Bagjugal retracted his previous words. If he encountered such an opponent, he could understand the commotion a little. You know that I won't forgive you if things get more complicated, right? No more mistakes can happen now. I keep that in mind, don't worry. I've already grilled the knights properly. They'll let us know at least a day before the others. Everyone come out quietly. The realm is getting closer. It will open within an hour. When the knights carefully knocked on the inn door and entered late at night, whispering, Professor Mortem was bewildered. Then he looked at the dark magic school students and asked, how much money did you give them? You didn't use all the public funds, did you? No, Professor. This junior here persuaded them. Professor Mortem looked at Ihan like he was a monster and nodded. It's good that they informed us in advance. Let's go in. As the mages came out, the knights said confidently, we'll try to hide this fact from others as much as possible. If we do it well, we can buy you more than 2 days. Is this really okay? Ihan tried to hold back, but he couldn't help but ask, is this really okay? For the sake of honor, this much is nothing. Have a safe trip. Ihan moved his feet, pondering what a knight's honor was. As it was not even dawn yet, the students yawned and walked along the trail. Ihan's expression hardened first. Seeing that, Professor Mortem spoke as if admiring. You already detected mana. Even I haven't yet. Gaynando ate all his share of snacks. Professor Mortem felt awkward for nothing, and the group walked again. Could it be that you really detected mana? Yes, excellent. Professor Mortem praised Ihan. Fortunately, this time he really did detect mana. Negative mana is gathering. Is this the overlap? That's right. The stagnant mana is explosively causing abnormal phenomena under the influence of the surrounding environment. Professor Mortem pointed ahead. It was already dark, but the mages could feel an even darker darkness settling over that darkness. It's coming. Juniors, stay in the back. Don't get hurt by being in the front for nothing. Bang, a powerful wave of mana that only mages could feel burst out. It was so strong that the nearby seniors staggered, stumbled, or knelt down. Diarth barely maintained balance and looked back at the first years. Is everyone all right? Only Ihan is all right. Gaynando, who fell over Raphael, grumbled and got up. Everyone except Ihan was rolling on the ground. It's open. Let's all go in. Yes, for gold coins. For abundant dark magic research, shouting a slogan that was embarrassing to shout in front of others, the seniors began to run. The knights tilted their heads and asked, what magic was that just now? Then I'll see you next time. Ihan also took his friends and hurried in. Damn it, it's a cave. Our luck sucks. Think positively. Mushrooms actually come out more often in caves. The dark magic school students who passed through the realm gate grumbled. Originally, the terrain of other realms didn't turn out as the mages wanted. Luck had to be on their side to some extent. The best was open, easy-to-move terrain. Terrain like dark, narrow, and complex caves wasn't very good. Everyone, keep in mind what you learned. Use magic as carefully as possible. Be even more careful when using dark magic. Avoid fights if possible. With those words, Professor Mortem waved his staff. The dark vision magic was cast on everyone present. Move slowly, don't make loud noises. Don't warm your body. Professor, I have a question, Yihan carefully asked. Cough, what is it? Is my mana okay? Because I have a lot of mana. At Yihan's words, a senior next to him said it was fine. It gets a bit more twisted if you have a lot of mana, but it's okay. I'll buff you. Cough, that won't work for him. And it doesn't matter. With your level of mana, the undead in Area 1 will run away. The seniors were shocked. Of course, they learned that having an overwhelming amount of mana beyond just a little gave off a threatening aura, but to think they would actually see it. Senior, WH, why are you calling me Sir Junior? Ian slightly frowned. Please call me informally. I am calling you informally. What I just said slipped out by mistake. The senior belatedly tried to regain their dignity. Of course, it was surprising that Yihan's mana was at an unheard of level, but weren't they the seniors who entered Einregard first? They couldn't abandon their dignity as seniors. But exactly how much do you have? Even if there aren't strong ones among the undead in Area 1, does it make sense for them to run away just by sensing mana? Wasn't the professor exaggerating? It made sense. The seniors who witnessed the ghoul hound that appeared in the opposite passage whimpering and running away looked at Yihan with eyes that had seen something unbelievable. How many times is it? 6 times. Isn't it much more effective than an undead repelling potion? We won't need it, right? Originally, exploring the undead realm was a lonely and suffocating task. Mages had to cast a dark vision spell and carefully take slow steps, even minding their breathing. Loud noises, heavy breathing, sweat, or body odor attracted the undead, and while fighting the undead, more undead would flock to the commotion. At this point, gathering or exploring became meaningless, and they had to focus solely on combat. To avoid this situation, they had to thoroughly avoid enemies from the beginning. Using an undead repelling potion to prevent their approach was also a good method, but it had the disadvantage of consuming a lot of potions. However, today they discovered a new method. A living human undead repellent. This way, Junior, I detected undead. Junior, walk quickly in that direction. Yes, that's it, the undead are running away. Stand here for a bit, so they can't come. Seeing Yihan standing still, Diarth apologized in a sorry voice. Sorry, Junior, are we overworking you? No. Honestly, this much is easy. I see. There are shadow bugs here. I'm going to get the collection net now. Seeing her juniors running over with equipment at Yihan's shout, Diarth thought to herself. I wonder if the positions of seniors and juniors will be reversed in about half a year. About 2 days after Yihan's group entered, Bagjugal, who was in the village, slowly began to feel something strange. It's strange, it was rare for there to be a 2-day deviation from the scheduled overlap date. Other parties in the village seemed to have felt it too, as they could be seen chatting and murmuring in the square. What do the knights say? They keep saying it hasn't opened yet, and that they'll let us know first as soon as it opens. Those bastards couldn't have. Bagjugal felt an ominous feeling creeping up. In the Empire, people with some brains didn't trust knights. Knights had their own solid internal logic, so they often arbitrarily broke promises. Check the surroundings first, see if any parties have disappeared or not. You understood, and keep probing the knights. If they show a strange reaction, push them hard. Even the knight bastards won't be able to come on strong if they have something to feel guilty about. As they sent people to poke around here and there, a clue quickly emerged. A group of mages who had arrived a few days ago hadn't been seen for a while, and 1 or 2 of the knights avoided eye contact. As the answer became clear, Bagjugal became so furious that his face turned red. How dare these knight bastards? I'm sorry. Go and call all the guys that have been resting. We'll depart now. Bagjugal gritted his teeth, vowing to repay this debt someday. The goal was more important, so he let it slide, but these knights were truly infuriating. Sir Knight, is it true that the realm has opened? What is this? Why were you hiding it? Other adventure parties gathered in the square were already confronting them first. Those who heard the rumors late shouted in great anger. Answer us. It seems to be a misunderstanding. What? The realm opened an hour ago today. What does that? We heard, 2 days ago, something black was spreading in the forest. Isn't that when the entrance opened? It's a false rumor. It's common for false rumors to spread along with such unusual phenomena. These bastards are really shameless. The adventurers were amazed by the knight's iron wall, never admitting their faults even in this situation. It wasn't for nothing that not just anyone could become a knight. Then why are you telling us now that it opened an hour ago? If we had announced it right after it opened and let you enter, how much damage would there have been from fighting each other? Look at the situation now. At times like this, an orderly entry is necessary. The adventurers realized that arguing further would only be a loss for them. Damn it, curse them. They grumbled and obediently moved their feet toward the realm's entrance. Bagjugal also followed behind with his party. He wanted to start a sword fight right away, but he couldn't cause a commotion. I'm sorry, I will definitely find and secure the mushrooms. Of course you should if you don't want to die. Properly scout the other parties. If there are guys who found the mushroom location, At the superior's words that seemed to reek of blood even when spoken quietly, the subordinate nodded while trembling. Found it, I found it. Quickly dig it out. Should I help too? No, you can just stand still. Don't waste your energy. Your mana will be consumed. Gaynando and Raphael grumbled as they pulled out the mushrooms from the ground and put them in a basket. I'm good at standing still too. Unlike Yehan, the other first-year students received no special treatment. They had to work as much as they came. It was huge that we came before others. It seems we swept up everything in Area 1. Right. It seems we obtained everything we could get now. The seniors put their heads together and compared the maps they each drew. We checked everything here. This side is all done too. We dug out all the shadow stones stuck on the walls. Maybe we should slowly head towards Area 2 now. When Gaynando gave a pitiful look, the seniors spoke as if they understood. We'll let you guys out and go in, so don't worry. Unlike other times, we bought a lot of time, so it's enough. You opened it 2 days late. Hee. It wasn't very difficult. The students who came out, having bought a lot of time and completed the map, were surprised to hear the explanation from the knight, to think they would buy them 2 days. I thought it was strange that I didn't see other people. Hearing that, Yehan suddenly thought of something and asked, wait, then the people who entered late won't have anything to take from Area 1, right? That's right. But what can we do? If they're upset, they should have come early. Or go into Area 2. At the shameless response of the Dark Mages, Yehan thought he understood a little why Dark Mages were cursed in the Empire. You don't have to feel sorry at all. Junior, we did what we had to do. Let's rest and organize the materials a bit before going in. It's nice to be able to rest a bit before entering Area 2. The seniors spoke with joy. Of course, since they had to save on expenses, resting only meant eating some rough food from the inn and lying down, but it was much more comfortable than wandering around in the gloomy undead realm with nerves on edge. What if I ask the merchants to bring more food? If you only eat what comes out of the inn, you'll probably lack energy. The merchants will also welcome it if we trade them a little, as they're short on mountain ring mushrooms now. Junior, can't you just move up a grade and come to our year? The students were moved to tears at the sight of a junior presenting such a tempting suggestion that was music to their ears. I was going to kill them anyway, so this is perfect. Kill them, how dare you? As Bagjugul's subordinates began swinging their swords, the other side was startled. They thought at most it was a young master who heard the rumors and came to watch, so they picked a fight, but it was such a sudden ambush. Kill them. These bastards took what we were going to take first. Destroy them and take it. The parties that entered the empty Area 1 late were suddenly embroiled in internal strife. At first, the parties wandered around thinking it was just bad luck and that something useful would come out soon, but they became on edge and began to suspect other parties. Those bastards must have taken it first and came out, right? I thought it was suspicious that they moved first, but could it be? Air was taut with tension. The one who burst this situation first was none other than Bagjugul. He had no intention of taking these unnecessary competitors with him anyway, as he had to gather materials. Bagjugul's subordinates, who were going to kill them anyway, thought it was perfect when they even picked a fight, so they rushed at the other adventurer party, swinging their swords. Block them. It's an ambush. Lower your heads. Raise your shields. Arrows are coming. Don't let those bastards use potions. Scrolls? What about scrolls? Shouts flew here and there, and other parties who heard it from afar also began swinging their weapons, swayed by it. If you approach, I'll kill you. Don't come near. You're the guys who were fighting earlier, aren't you? Don't come close, if you don't want to be suspected. The atmosphere was on the verge of exploding, ready to mercilessly swing weapons if they clashed. Bagjugul didn't care. Now that it's come to this, get rid of them all. Will it be all right? Looking at the situation now, it's better to deal with them all than to leave them alone. Even if it's a bit tiring, let's endure it and handle them. Area 2 comes after that. The students who finished recharging entered again. This time, the number of people was reduced by about half, because the target was Area 2. You'll feel the difference as soon as you enter 2. Cough. The undead in Area 2 will attack even if they're scared of mana. They're that ferocious. Of course, if you avoid them well, you won't encounter them, so you don't have to worry about that. Rather than that, Junior, should I carry your luggage for you? The seniors were worried that Yehan might get tired if he carried luggage. If Yehan got tired, his mana would also decrease, and then the undead repellent of Area 1 would also weaken. Wait, Professor Mortem frowned and spoke. A fight broke out. You mean inside here? How long has it been since it opened? It wasn't a rare occurrence, but it wasn't that frequent either. The students were already puzzled by the sight of other people fighting. Cough. Normally we don't intervene, but this time. The fight Professor Mortem saw with his remote viewing magic showed one side unilaterally attacking the other. Should we prepare to fight? No, cough. Their skills are quite decent, so there's nothing good about fighting them. Can't we send the undead to drive them away instead? They're people too, so won't they get tired if the undead keep flocking? At Yehan's question, Professor Mortem was about to say what nonsense that was, but he hesitated. It seems like it could work. It's not dangerous either. We have an undead repellent here, so it's sufficiently possible. Hey, you idiot, the junior is listening. Direth gently brought her palms to both of Yihan's ears. Yihan pushed her away, feeling displeased. Wouldn't it be dangerous to lure the undead from another realm? Cough, it usually is. Professor Mortem readily agreed with Direth's point. One of the common mistakes made by talented mages was entering another realm and acting as usual, only to meet a miserable death. Using dark magic and summoning undead in the undead realm was similar to smearing honey and approaching a swarm of starving insects. No matter how much dark magic was used outside, there was no particular resonance, but in a realm with different rules, the mage wouldn't know what changes might occur. Bluntly put, with bad luck, using a curse just once could attract a great demon who felt a special displeasure from the mana's vibration. And besides that, gathering undead in one place was just a dangerous act. An undead army gathered in one place would grow in scale on its own like a snowball rolling down a slope until it became too large for anyone to stop. But there is a method. What? Using this Wardenaz. No, borrowing the power of Wardenaz. Yihan gave a bitter smile at the sight of Professor Mortem speaking like Professor Beevil. You reveal your true colors after I went through the trouble of having you attend the gathering. Cough, the fact that the undead avoid Wardenaz. In other words, it means we can also guide the movement of the undead, without the need to use complex magic to lure the enemy. Professor Mortem intended to use only a few very simple spells, just detecting the location of the enemy and the undead, and conveying it to Yihan through telepathy. With Professor Mortem's skill level, he could completely hide the flow of mana leaking out, and it wasn't dark magic, so it could be considered safe to this extent. What about the risk of undead gathering in one place? It's all right, Senior, Yihan answered instead. Direth was puzzled. Why? The enemies will end up fighting each other first anyway, so if it seems strange, we can stop then, right? Why yeah, Direth wondered if the junior was angry. You're not angry, are you? Huh, no, I'm not. Chase them and finish them off. Yes, as the enemy's vanguard, who had persistently endured with shields and heavy armor, finally collapsed, Bagjagul gave a fierce order. The frightened enemy party turned their backs and fled in a fluster. Now all that remained was the time for slaughter. Screech. Damn it, how many undead were there around here? Ghouls from the side. The subordinates who were about to chase shouted in frustration at the sight of undead rushing out from the side passage. The undead had been coming out since earlier, prolonging the fight, and now they were coming out again. Deal with them. If we let them chase from behind, it'll be annoying. I know, the subordinates tried to sweep away the undead like before and pursue. However, before that fight even ended, a new group of undead appeared from the back. Zombie lizards, as huge monsters resembling long-legged crocodiles approached from the back with heavy footsteps, the subordinates let out sighs mixed with irritation. Dealing with such large monsters alone was no ordinary task. Allow us to use potions. You think we have potions to spare, but, Tusk, use only one. Bagjagul finally allowed the use of potions. He had tried to limit the usage because there was still a lot of work left to do, but he could see that the subordinates were gradually getting tired. Clang, whoosh, as a potion bottle was thrown into the passage, blue flames erupted. The approaching undead hesitated, not daring to approach. Bagjagul and his subordinates had naturally prepared accordingly to enter the undead realm. That was worth its expensive price. Deal with, no, what? The subordinates shouted. The undead, who normally wouldn't even be able to approach the flames, suddenly started rushing in as if they had eaten something wrong, even enduring being burned by the flames. As if something more terrifying than the flames was chasing them from behind. I'm going to kill that alchemist bastard. Split in half and respond. Shouting curses and yells, the subordinates confronted the monsters with all their might. An hour later, Bagjagul's subordinates moved their feet, drenched in blood, filth, and sweat. This won't do, let's go out for a bit and come back in. Normally, there would be no time to spare due to being late, but the battle was too intense. If they kept pushing forward like this, even the most loyal subordinates would inevitably rebel. Bagjagul gave up and decided to go out for a while. Rest. Drop your weapons and raise your hands, adventurers. If you don't comply, we will attack. Bagjagul and his subordinates were startled by the brutal siege network completed near the entrance. Not only the knights, but also the nearby soldiers seemed to have been called, forming a tight siege network near the entrance. The sight of crossbows and bows sharply aimed and ready to fire was not ordinary. This was on a different level from a typical arrest. I don't know the reason. You are suspected of arbitrarily attacking others inside the realm. Drop your weapons. It's a misunderstanding. It was purely self-defense. There was a reason for Bagjagul's frustration. Attacking another party inside a realm or dungeon was indeed a clear crime. However, in practice, it was a meaningless statement. How would they prove what happened inside? Even if they investigated or inquired, parties that caused problems in this way often cleverly provoked the other side. They would push until the other side attacked and then claim self-defense. As such, even if they heard testimony that a fight broke out inside and they were attacked, the response was usually lukewarm at best. Giving a warning or expelling both sides, that sort of thing. But for some reason, these knights seemed to have eaten something wrong this time, bringing all the nearby soldiers to make a definite arrest. This was not a typical situation. Should I kill them all? Bagjugal felt his murderous intent squirming. It was hard to endure the knights constantly picking fights without knowing their place. Why were these knights acting like this? This is the final warning. If you don't drop your weapons, we will attack. Let's drop our weapons, Bagjugal spoke while gritting his teeth to the point of bleeding. The siege network was so tight and solid that if a fight broke out, half of his subordinates would die. It was better to be arrested and pay gold coins to be released as quickly as possible. Take their weapons and tie them up tightly. Keep them separately so they can't collude with each other and keep a close watch. Sir Knight, I have a question. Why are you imprisoning those guys to that extent? A soldier who had been called from guarding another area asked, tilting his head. Hearing what had happened, they didn't seem to be the type to respond this strictly. At most, there were only 1 or 2 testimonies that they had acted violently or started a fight inside the realm. You still don't know justice. We must subdue suspicious individuals in advance to protect innocent imperial citizens. In my eyes, they are very suspicious. Is that so? They don't seem that suspicious, though. The soldier thought so but didn't ask further. As knights, to some extent, he believed they must have some insight. You even asked the knights for a favor, Dyrth asked in a surprised voice. Yes, they seem to be quite violent individuals, and I thought nothing good would come from being with them, so I asked the knights. You did well, but it won't have much effect. They might inform us in advance, but there's a limit to holding them. There was a limit with just testimony that they started a fight. In most cases, trying to determine who was at fault first in a place like this was fruitless. They'll probably be questioned for a few hours and released. I thought even that much was okay. If they keep being annoying, they might get frustrated and back off. At Yihan's words, Dyrth chuckled. Yeah, that would be nice. The two never imagined that the knights outside would have deliberately held them. It's Area 2. Is everyone ready? At Professor Mordham's words, the students nodded and took steps forward. Whoosh. From the sudden change in the feeling of the air, Yihan understood why the seniors said, "You'll know when you feel the area inside the realm change." Even the color of the soil on the ground was different. The soil that had been white until now had turned gray. The mana with strong dark elements will gradually become darker in color. Wow, it's wide. The student who passed through the passage first exclaimed with joy. The narrow and winding cave path ended, and a wide open wilderness came into view. The sky without a single starlight was rippling with black turbidity. Crack, the sound of a bone fragment being crushed under someone's foot was heard. Bones were scattered like weeds everywhere. Cough. Fortunately, it's bones. Is there something unfortunate? If there's a lot of poison instead of bones, it becomes quite troublesome. Aha, Yihan understood and then hesitated. Isn't poison more convenient for me? Why are you like that? I was thinking it's fortunate that it's bones. Cough, don't think it's too fortunate. Bones can also become troublesome in their own way. Then let's each move. Professor Mordham stuck his staff into the ground. Then the staff grew like a giant tree and transformed into a marker. Everyone will remember, but I'll say it again. Don't move in a hurry, don't move noisily, cough. Don't use a lot of magic, don't go far, I'll keep that in mind. The seniors began to move, each holding a staff and basket as if they were used to it. The seniors who had entered not just Area 1 but Area 2 were students with some confidence and experience. Unlike the group action in Area 1, they had the confidence to take care of themselves, so they began to move in search of the ingredients they each wanted. Let's go together with me. Yihan expressed gratitude for Dyrth's kindness. To think she would try to protect her junior like this. I wonder if I can really protect him. Dyrth was momentarily confused by Yihan's words. She wondered if she had the skill to block enemies that the junior couldn't handle. I'm not sure about protecting, but I can teach you how to find your way in the undead realm. Just trust me. Junior, wait, why are you not sure about protecting? Oh my, look at that, Junior. It's a bone tomb. We're really lucky, right? I suppose so. A poison swamp. There's even a poison swamp next to it. Does this make sense? Is that so that terrain itself is cursed? Dyrth, who had been shouting excitedly alone, came to her senses belatedly. In the eyes of the junior who didn't know what that was, she probably looked like a strange person. What that is, senior. There's a monster over there. Yihan stretched out his finger and pointed across the poison swamp. A poison predator the size of a troll, seemingly made by entangling several types of undead, was mumbling and swallowing poisonous mucus. Even such a thing appears. According to what he heard, the poison predator was quite a strong monster, but to think he would see it like this. It wasn't another realm for nothing. How do the seniors deal with such things? What should we do? It's a big problem. Dyrth whispered with a pale, frightened face. It wasn't a monster that should have appeared in Area 2. As there were no rules in the realm, there were cases where stronger monsters appeared in places where much weaker monsters would normally appear at other times. But a poison predator in Area 2. It meant that not only the appearance of that thing but the entire Area 2 was so dangerous that it was brutal. Lower your voice and quietly slip away. It doesn't seem to have noticed us yet. Ah, I see it's not the type of monster that usually appears. Of course not, Diarth almost raised her voice for a moment. If it was an area where such things appeared frequently, how could she have brought a junior? If that were the case, the students wouldn't have entered either. The poison predator mumbled, turned its head, and spat something into the bone tomb. Then it grabbed another squishy lump and put it back in its mouth and started mumbling again. Diarth was puzzled. What was it doing now, Senior? As far as I know, predators eat and swallow other beings to increase their size and strengthen themselves. If such a thing spits it out like that without swallowing, we should see it as an intention to offer it to a stronger being than itself. That's. Diarth, who was surprised by those words, suddenly felt curious. But how did this junior know that? How do you know that? I learned it from the professor. You learn such things in your first year. No, during additional lectures. Diarth had to hold back to avoid suddenly feeling sad in the midst of this. Why are you turning your head? It's nothing. Anyway, if what you say is true, Junior. If the poison predator was regurgitating food to offer it to a stronger being than itself, that was a creepy thing in its own way, because it meant there were many more dangerous monsters in this area. Let's go back quickly and report. Yes, Yihan and Diarth quietly lowered their postures and turned around. However, new undead were already wandering on the way back. It was a group of colossal hungry ghosts. Diarth frowned. We have no choice. Yes, prepare to fight. What? No. I'm saying let's go back. Ah, is that so? Yihan lowered his staff with an embarrassed expression. He had automatically prepared to fight out of habit. Senior, you're back. Did you encounter them too? Diarth, who had returned to Professor Mortem's staff marker, was surprised that the juniors had arrived first. What do you mean, predators? We encountered a poison predator on our side. And colossal hungry ghost too, a poison predator. That must have been really serious. The junior's reaction was not the reaction of someone who was frightened by the appearance of a strong monster. It was the reaction of someone whose mind was distracted. Yihan whispered in amazement. Seeing that you're not afraid of a poison predator, you must all be confident in combat. How could that be? What's going on with everyone? Why is everyone excited as if they're drunk? Senior. The professor discovered ruins. Diarth was startled. Ruins. Finding intact ruins on the outside was already difficult and rare, but discovering ruins in another realm was truly a rare occurrence. So many mages went their entire lives without discovering ruins in a realm even once, so there was no need to mention its rarity further. Really? Yes. Senior, didn't you say it was dangerous when you came earlier? Yihan was puzzled. Diarth's eyes were suddenly flickering with a strange light. Specifically, it was a bit like the eyes of Professor Belati or Professor Beevil. But other realms are usually dangerous. Yihan lamented inwardly. Even the normal Diarth had become strange. Is the foundation of Einregard bad? Does it corrupt even pure people? Senior, you clearly said earlier that we should prepare to leave quickly when we arrive. Diarth had said this on the way. There's no benefit in wandering around here now that colossal hungry ghost and even predators have appeared. We've gathered enough in Area 1, so it's okay to leave Area 2 alone. It's sufficiently profitable. But won't the other seniors who couldn't find what they wanted be dissatisfied? I'll make them listen even if I have to hit them, so don't worry. Junior, but to change like this, that's when there were no ruins. Ruins are worth taking the risk. Not only Diarth, but the other seniors also whispered in an enchanted voice. Think about it, Junior. What kind of artifacts might be inside the ruins? It's certainly intriguing if it's a dark magic artifact, but dark magic artifacts are no good. The students reacted firmly. Dark magic artifacts aren't expensive and are difficult to sell, so the professor will use them for research. It has to be other magic artifacts. That way they're good to sell. Soon the professor will return and tell us what kind of ruins they are. Just then, Professor Mortem came riding a skeletal pony from afar. The professor coughed and coughed even after being gone for a short while. How is it, Professor? How is it? Cough, everyone can rejoice its proper ruins. Oh my. To have such luck in life, do I even need to return for the second semester? Can I throw my withdrawal letter in the principal's face? Let's throw it together. Professor Mortem grinned at the sight of his happy disciples. Even Yihan, who didn't have much expectation for the ruins, started to feel slightly excited seeing the seniors like that, joining the seniors and throwing a withdrawal letter in the skull principal's face. Just thinking about it made him happy. Junior, what did you like about what was just said? Diarth was puzzled by Yihan's changed reaction. He had been worried until just now, but why suddenly? I admired how cool it was when you said you'd throw the withdrawal letter. The professor is really generous too. Diarth understood what he meant. He doesn't care much whether the disciples he doesn't cherish withdraw or not, and he prevents the disciples he cherishes from withdrawing. I see. Yihan nodded and suddenly became curious. I wonder if I'm included among the cherished disciples. Probably not yet. Even among ruins, there was bound to be a difference in their grade. The ruins that mages liked were intact ruins. Regardless of the type of ruins, there were usually many things to salvage in ruins that had no external intrusion, looting, or weathering. In comparison, ruins that were half destroyed and devastated were mostly difficult to expect much from. Such ruins made Sais naturally escape from the mouths of mages. In that regard, the ruins of the realm discovered by Professor Mortem were amazing. Surprisingly, the palace-shaped ruins remained intact as a whole. The palace, built in an unknown complex style, stood silently in the realm. Cough. From now on, you can use any magic you want. If you think it's dangerous, use it unconditionally. Professor Mortem spoke to the students. Although there was a risk of stimulating the beings of this realm, considering the danger around here, they had to be prepared for that much. Mana, lose your power. Walls, widen. Let's go in. Professor Mortem cast a great magic to prevent the remnants of the magic used by the students from leaking out and took the lead. Then the students also began to prepare for their own exploration. Come out, doggy. Ulkas, protect me. Fog of poison, engulf. Curse, detect hostility. From those who summoned undead to those who prepared curse magic or poison magic, Dirth even took out a small crossbow. It has a surprisingly good compatibility with poison element magic. Wait, Junior. Yes, Dirth, who hadn't seen Yihan for a moment while preparing poison magic, was shocked. From a leopard monster with a body made of malachite solution to over 10 skeleton warriors, she couldn't believe he had increased them to that extent. Is this enough? Ah, of course not. Yeah. If you think it's too much, you can reduce the number. I need to cast enhancement magic on the weapons of the undead. Enhancement magic is essential because their movements are slow. That's not what I meant, Junior. The combat styles of dark mages who controlled undead were diverse, but they basically followed the principle of sending undead forward to lure the enemy. In the meantime, the dark mage in the rear would strike or confuse the enemy in various ways. Thud, they're here. Sentinels. Everyone be careful. As soon as they passed through the entrance of the palace, human-sized golems walking out from both walls attacked. Despite being surprised, the students used the summoned undead as shields and slowly caught their breath and prepared magic. A third-year student spoke to Yihan. Look, even when enemies appear, never panic and calmly from the back. Many mages failed their magic due to the tension when they found themselves in a combat situation, but it was a bit different for dark mages. They could complete their magic while the summoned undead bought time. However, there were exceptions. Someone who had undergone rigorous combat mage training from the beginning and could quickly cast magic even in this situation. Thwack, Yihan fiercely sent out spinning water orbs, knocking down golems and pounding their torsos. The golems that were constantly hit collapsed, revealing their cores. Why yeah, my advice was very helpful, right? Dirth inwardly thought the third-year junior was a really shameless guy. A summoned skeleton great warrior clashed with a golem in strength and crushed it. As Professor Mortem lightly waved his staff, dark elements permeated the skeleton's body, and its power was further amplified. Bones shoot forth, bones explode. Another dark mage student managed to drive bones into the solid body of a golem and made them explode. At the loud noise, Professor Mortem admonished, "Cough, attacking is good, but refrain from noisy magic. I apologize." It was very powerful when bone element magic, poison element magic, and curse magic were combined and burst out. Moreover, the undead summons that the mages had summoned in advance left no gaps. Thud, 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 thud. And Yihan was alone, taking care of the right side and knocking down the charging golems. There was no need for others to help him. Yihan's skeletons shot bone arrows, inflicting frostbite and poisoning on the approaching golems. It didn't matter if their movements were slow. The over 10 skeleton warriors were threatening in their own right. Bones, shoot forth. Yihan used bone element magic like the other mages. Certainly the power of magic. He seemed to understand the reason for the undead realm. Even though it was the same bone element magic, the power was much more brutal. Q quickly defeat them. The junior is taking them all. I know, don't rush me. It was just Yihan doing his thing, but it was a different story for the seniors. The seniors, who were desperately catching up while muttering under pressure, managed to finish slightly ahead of Yihan. When Yihan finished and turned his gaze, the seniors nonchalantly pretended as if nothing had happened. Finished catching them all. Yes, we finished catching them all a while ago. Well, it's still impressive. Is that so? You're amazing. When Yihan genuinely admired them, the seniors felt a bit guilty. Do we have to go this far to maintain the dignity of a senior? Cough, how strange. While the seniors struggled to maintain their dignity, Professor Mortem was examining the inner passage of the ruins. Sentinel golems appeared and blocked the way, but that wasn't really a significant obstacle. Considering the ruins he had seen so far, it wouldn't be surprising at all even if there were many more dangerous traps. Why is that? There's nothing special inside. Dirth nodded at the professor's words. Certainly, the resistance was weak for ruins this intact. No notable enemies were seen except for the sentinel golems placed at the entrance. Darkness spread out and resonate. Even with this, nothing. Cough, it's really strange. Professor Mortem, who cast various exploration magic by extending it toward the inner passage of the ruins, stared into the darkness and became lost in thought. Could it be? No, what were you thinking? I was wondering if these ruins have an owner. Cough. If the ruins have an owner, they wouldn't lay unnecessary traps. Most of the ruins that mages in the Empire could discover had owners who had disappeared long ago. However, there were occasionally ruins where the owner remained. In that case, the mage found themselves in a quite difficult situation. It was almost like trespassing on someone else's land. If there was an owner, we wouldn't have been able to enter this easily, right? Diarth tilted her head. If it were ruins properly managed with a living owner, there should have been some signs before entering. Not only warnings to prevent outsiders from approaching, but also subordinates patrolling the surroundings to prevent access. With the outer area of the ruins empty like this and entering through the entrance without any signs of people, there was a low possibility of an owner being present. Cough, that's right, you're correct. If there was an owner, it wouldn't be managed like this, unless the owner is trapped somewhere or recovering from serious injuries. Ripple. Professor Mortem and Yihan were the first to feel the change in the flow of mana inside the palace ruins. Yihan looked around. The walls, floor, and ceiling around the palace entrance began to ripple as if they were mucus. Although transformation magic could change the properties and shape of matter, to think he would directly witness magic on this scale. Everyone, don't move. Professor Mortem, who felt something ominous about the current situation, immediately took action. Gone was the sickly appearance of his usual coughing, and Professor Mortem's eyes shone as he swung his staff. I command, open the path of Yin, the ropes of darkness shall bind. Instantly, a door connected to the Yin realm appeared behind the students, and ropes made of dark elements shot out from inside. Originally, it was a magic that temporarily pulled enemies into the Yin realm by opening a door using dark elements, but Professor Mortem adapted this magic to use it as a spatial movement magic. If adapted, it became a powerful defensive magic that could temporarily protect the students. The students who passed through the Yin realm popped out next to Professor Mortem. The students felt dizzy as if they were about to vomit from the sudden contact with dark elements. Gurgle. However, it was quickly revealed that Professor Mortem's judgment was correct. The floors that had been fine until now began to ripple and descend below, and the walls approached each other as if they would collide, erasing and changing the space. If he had tried to move directly and bring them, a few would have fallen along the way. Professor, creak. Professor Mortem extended his palm to calm the frightened students and began to bring the surrounding bones under his control. A huge bone platform appeared in the dark void where a solid floor had been until now. The remaining bones enveloped it like walls. Only then could the students let out a sigh of relief. Professor, calm down. A trap like the floor disappearing isn't even that dangerous. Seeing this kind of reaction, this ruin isn't that dangerous either. No, the junior disappeared. At first, when the seniors moved to the Yin realm through teleportation, leaving only himself behind, Yihan thought he had done something wrong to Professor Mortem. Did I do something wrong? However, seeing the dark elements and the cracks between realms bouncing off as they tried to envelop his body, he understood what had happened. Professor, this is what happens when you adapt attack magic to everything. As Professor Mortem's magic bounced off, just like the poison or other curses had, it was more absurd than frightening. As he felt the sensation of the floor disappearing and falling downward, Yihan immediately levitated an iron orb. Move. It wasn't originally a magic meant to endure falling, nor was it a magic capable of supporting Yihan's weight, but Yihan's crude mana fixed the iron orb in the air as if it were nailed. A strong impact rose to his shoulders. Yihan endured by infusing mana into his body. Feet grasp the earth. Space be perceived. There's a floor. Yihan levitated a sphere of light. Then, changing the position of the iron orb, he began to descend while vowing to definitely learn slow fall magic as soon as he returned to the Magic Academy. I should have learned it right after the incident with the rock drake. I'm suffering like this because I didn't study, Yihan lamented. It wasn't for nothing that the professors said, "Are you studying to give it to others? It's all for your own sake." He would study more diligently in the second semester. Thud, as something swiftly fell beside him while he was safely descending, Yihan was startled and turned his gaze. What? Arm, my arm. Senior. Agoldos, a second-year senior, was rolling around next to him with a painful groan. Unlike Yihan, Agoldos wasn't bold enough to chant spells while falling in the void. It was fortunate that he had laid out his pre-summoned undead as a cushion otherwise. Not just his arm, but his entire body would have been shattered. Are you all right? I'm fine. It's okay. Agoldos waved his hand, sweating with a pale face. As a senior by 1 year, he didn't want to show weakness in front of his junior. Moreover, hadn't Agoldos suspected that juniors like Yihan or Gaynando weren't sincere about dark magic? He couldn't receive help from a junior to whom he had said such things. Your arm is broken, right? I said I'm fine, a splint. By the second year at Einregard, students were capable of emergency treatment for injuries to a certain extent, excluding instant death. Agoldos tried to chant a spell while holding his staff, however it wasn't easy due to the pain. The spell went astray several times and the mana scattered. Senior, just let me do it. It's fine. Ihan, who was getting annoyed, thought for a moment and grabbed Agoldos' shoulder, overpowering him with strength. Even if he got on the Skull Principal's bad side, he would have a hard time at the Magic Academy for several years at most, so how hard would it be to get on the bad side of a second-year senior from another tower? What are you doing? Arg, stick together. Surprisingly, instead of applying a splint and performing emergency treatment, the junior swung his staff and cast a spell. Agoldos screamed at the sudden healing magic. Stop, what are you doing? No, Agoldos, who remembered a second-year priest failing a healing magic and rotating his friend's slightly sprained finger by 360 degrees, desperately tried to stop him. A sprained finger was already dangerous, but a broken injury was even more. Try moving it. Agoldos moved his arm, dumbfounded. Surprisingly, there was no pain. Ian silently nodded and said, I had no choice but to cast it first due to the urgent situation. Agoldos pondered and pondered, then tried to open his mouth. Thaw, growl, it's painful. Oh dear, your injury must have been severe. Growl, Sharakin, you shouldn't treat him like that. It's not like the senior wanted to get hurt. Agoldos had never sat on a bed of nails. A third-year senior claimed to have sat on a bed of nails in the senior's room in the basement of the punishment room. Agoldos was still confused whether it was a bluff or not, but fortunately, Agoldos didn't have such an experience. However, right now, Agoldos felt like he was sitting on a bed of nails. Damn it, the magic. Mages were delicate creatures. Not only the shock of failing magic, but also the shock of the surrounding walls dancing and the floor disappearing, causing them to fall, could shake their mana and make them unable to use magic for a certain period. No matter how hard Agoldos tried to concentrate, the flow of mana inside his body was twisted and wouldn't move. Senior, it's all right. I can use magic. I said I'll do it, just a moment. It's fine. What did you say? What is it? No, that. Never mind, it's fine. Agoldos tried to say something about the name of the skeleton warrior, but stopped. It was a mage's freedom to name their summons whatever they wanted, but... Isn't that a bit too free? Ihan walked forward. Except for Sharakin and Ganidalts, he had unsummoned all the other skeletons. They were too slow and hindered movement. Of course, from Agoldos' perspective, it was perceived a bit differently. Because of me, that's... Ihan stopped walking. An eerie scene caught his eye at the other end of the underground passage. Agoldos, who still had the dark vision magic remaining, blinked and said, a prison. Punishment room. Ah, a prison. Out of habit, surprisingly, the place connected at the end of the passage was an underground prison. Ihan was amazed that such a place existed underground in the ruins. I thought ruins were all broken and damaged places. Walking through the passage, there were cells arranged in a circular pattern. One peculiar thing was that there were no iron bars. The walls that should have blocked the prisoners from coming out were nowhere to be seen. For a moment, Ihan thought someone had come first and ripped off the bars. Who is it? Which fearless intruder is wandering the king's prison? Ihan was startled by the fact that he hadn't noticed the other party who was this close to him. Unless the other party was a more skilled mage than Ihan, he would have definitely sensed their mana first. You'd better hide quickly. If you're caught, you won't be able to stay unharmed. The one who spoke was an undead mage inside a nearby cell. Ihan realized why he hadn't noticed the other party. When the other party removed the cloak they were wearing, only then did he feel their mana. Seeing no hostility unique to monsters, Ihan carefully asked, Who are you? Who am I? I'm a sinner who couldn't keep the king's command. Then who is the king? What are you saying? How did you enter here? Did you come in without knowing that this is the palace where the king of ghouls reigns? What about the soldiers outside? At the somewhat familiar name, Ihan hesitated. It couldn't be right. Ihan threw questions at the undead mage to extract more information. The undead mage, also very curious about the situation outside, readily answered Ihan's questions. Originally, this palace was used as a residence by the king of ghouls, and the king's royal guard protected the throne, while the king's soldiers patrolled around the palace, firmly blocking the approach of wandering intruders. Although the king of ghouls was a violent tyrant, his power was real, so even when chaos erupted nearby, the king's palace burned with darkness, lofty without a single flicker. There was nothing like that. What? There was nothing like that. No burning darkness. It was just an ordinary building. We could easily enter. Although the undead mage had no flesh or muscle on his face, he could still express shock with just bones. Impossible. The flames of omnipotence have been extinguished. The arrogant king wouldn't have just watched that happen. Shouting at me is pointless. The undead mage was confused for a while, not knowing how to react to this unbelievable news from outside. At that moment, a clanking sound came from the opposite passage. This is bad. The prisoners are coming. Aren't you a prisoner too? Our circumstances may be the same, but our status is different. Those guys enjoy struggle and pain. Those imprisoned in the dungeon of this palace had the same circumstances but different statuses. Some, like the undead mage, were imprisoned for refusing the orders given by the king of ghouls, while others, like the ones walking from the opposite side, were caught and thrown in for violently enjoying fights. In the latter case, rather than despairing about being trapped in an inescapable prison, they tried to maintain their hobbies even inside. They attacked and tried to defeat fellow prisoners inside the prison. Anyway, even if the undead prisoners in this underground prison were shattered and collapsed, they were set to recover and resurrect after just a week. It was a place of unparalleled happiness for battle maniacs who loved to fight. Do you know why there are no bars here? It's because the king wants the prisoners to fight each other. I understand. So what should we do? What should we do? Don't resist and accept it. They'll like it more if you pick a fight. The undead berserkers in the underground prison were fascinated by fighting itself. Unless they hid and luckily avoided it like the undead mage, confronting them would only stimulate the opponent. Of course, for Yihan, the undead mage's words were nonsense that couldn't be accepted. I can't resurrect. Let's fight together. What do you mean fight together? Why should I? If the enemy approaches, I'll definitely draw them in anyway. Don't regret it later and fight together from the beginning. I don't know where you came from, but you must have been born with a vile bloodline. The undead mage spat out curses and walked out of the cell. Still, the mage seemed to dislike the undead berserkers who caused trouble every time more than an intruder like Yihan, so he gave sincere advice as soon as he came out. They are tough and numerous. As a result of attaching the flesh of strong ones and grinding muscles while wandering this prison for an uncountable long period, the defense of the undead berserkers was so persistent that ordinary magic couldn't penetrate it. Moreover, they didn't wander alone but formed groups, so from the undead mage's perspective, no matter how much he tried to compete with magic, there was no answer. To counter this, one magic is not enough. So what magic can you use? Instead of answering, Yihan cast a spell. As there was no time, he couldn't wait and explain one by one. When over 10 skeleton warriors took their positions in the corridor, the undead mage looked at Yihan as if it was quite impressive. I don't know which kingdom you came from, but you seem to be at least a chief mage. Agoldos, who was being supported next to him, felt it was so absurd that he couldn't even speak, but their movements are too slow. It seems you haven't practiced undead summoning much. Yes, I'm still very lacking. As soon as he finished speaking, Yihan cast cold magic on the spears and bows held by the skeleton warriors. When the cold magic he learned from Alsical was cast, a chilling cold air emanated from the blunt-boned spears and arrows. Indeed, you focused more on other areas than undead summoning. Cold magic is a good choice. Fog spread. When Yihan even used illusion magic, the undead mage was amazed. Even illusion magic. It's rare for a dark mage to use illusion magic. Hands tear the enemy apart. When enhancement magic appeared, the undead mage was not only amazed but also puzzled. Wait, which kingdom did you say you were from? If there was time, the undead mage would have wanted to ask in detail where Yihan worked in which kingdom, but there was no time for that. As soon as he roughly heard Yihan's magic, the undead mage began preparations. If that entrance is breached, consider it a definite defeat. There's no chance of winning if we engage in close combat with the berserkers. The undead mage set up a barricade made of bones at the end of the prison corridor and positioned Yihan's skeleton warriors there. Then he began to summon his own undead summons. 2 undead knights wearing armor appeared, emitting a blue light from their eyes. Just by looking at the strength of the summoned creatures, one could gauge the skill of the mage. I'll do my best to block them. Yihan picked up the bone bow of a skeleton warrior and began casting, and the low-durability bone bow creaked and screamed, but Yihan precariously cast the spells with the determination to just get through this time. The undead mage was too distracted by reinforcing the path ahead to notice Yihan casting continuous enhancement magic. If he had seen it, he would have been surprised and asked why he was wasting magic in such a strange way. They're here. Along with the undead mage's low shout, Shuriken began to growl. A flesh berserker who seemed to easily exceed 2 million in height flashed his eyes and let out a roar. It seemed like he was happy that a worthy opponent had appeared. Yihan didn't wait and immediately shot. Swish, what? While the undead mage was surprised by the trivial attack, the bone arrow was half stuck in the berserker's chest. Both the undead mage and the berserker were amazed by the attack that tore through the tough muscles and tenacious skin. Explode, the undead mage was the first to come to his senses and seized control of the bone arrow and detonated it. The gas inside the bones reacted with mana and exploded, dealing damage to the berserker. With a growling sound, the berserker tried to pull himself together. The undead mage immediately cast the next spell, bind him and drag him out. Bone fragments covered not just one part but the entire body of the berserker. As his movement slowed, the undead mage took a deep breath and drew up mana. Come forth, fangs of deadly poison melt him away. Unlike other spells, from the unusually long and strong spell casting, Yihan could tell that the undead mage's specialty was poison. Poison of a complex mana form that he had never seen before appeared and transformed into the shape of an arrow and was shot out. In terms of hardness or speed alone, it should have bounced off without penetrating the berserker's muscles, but the deadly poison arrow melted the flesh and muscles, creating a path. However, as if not feeling any pain, the berserker began to shake off the bone fragments while bursting into laughter. Two nearby skeleton warriors were blown away by the brutal motion of swinging a club. Stab, but other skeleton warriors remained. Yihan issued a command while infusing mana to the point of bursting. The bone spears couldn't penetrate the berserker's body like the arrows Yihan had directly shot, but the cold imbued at their tips made the berserker slightly slower. As continuous attacks came in, the berserker was annoyed and tried to swing his club again. Cold, become arrows and shoot forth. Yihan swung his staff and shot out ice arrows. As the ice hit, the cold burst out and the berserker's movement stopped once again. Shuriken charged forward with a war cry. Persistently aiming for attacks that would sever the ankles, the berserker gave up his offensive and tried to deal with the surrounding enemies first. Creak. As about half of the skeleton warriors were annihilated with a single attack, the undead mage lamented. He knew undead summoning wasn't the junior's main specialty, but to think he was this clumsy. If he had known, he would have just told him to save mana and use it for other elemental magic. Rise, warriors made of bones. Yihan chanted spells quickly without even breathing. It was an urgent situation where things could go wrong with a 1-second difference. He couldn't let his guard down at all. The shattered skeleton warriors rose as if nothing had happened. The berserker glared at Yihan as if it was absurd. Don't waste mana like that. I'm calculating it myself, so you don't need to worry. Is that true? If so. The undead mage honestly didn't believe it, but he decided to acknowledge Yihan's words for now and move on. There was no time to question the truth in the current situation. He seemed to be a mage with a fairly high position in the kingdom, so he probably wouldn't tell such an absurd lie. Poison, poison that melts bones and burns muscles, rise again from within. Mages who used poison had various tricks. One of them was the technique of pre-summoning poison and storing it somewhere in the body. It was a very dangerous method, but it utilized the characteristics of the poison element to quickly respond in an emergency, so outstanding poison element mages were skilled in this technique as well. The undead mage spat out the stored poison and simultaneously consumed mana to refill the poison. Just by doing that, he felt his mana gradually running out. Bones offer your mana to your master. As a last resort, the undead mage was absorbing the residual mana left in the bones he had shot earlier to recover, but he was shocked when he looked to the side. Yihan was recklessly firing ice arrows like a madman. Pap 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 pap. Ice arrows raged to the point where frost formed on the berserker's body. Although there were no attacks penetrating the body, the cold penetrated as the skeleton warriors were already holding on and clinging, noticeably slowing the berserker's movements. In the anxious situation, Yihan quickly calculated while gathering his thoughts. Should I go with arrows? Not only is time an issue, but there's a limit to the damage. Jade bullets, that's too much if it's the lightning element. As lightning began to gather, flashing from Yihan's staff, the undead mage shouted, "Don't use lightning, it's a waste of mana. They have a strong resistance to lightning." Is that so? Yihan cursed Furkantra. What a useless spirit. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I'll teach you my secret multi-poison. You create and use the poison. I'm not very familiar with poison element magic. A chief mage of a kingdom should be able to master it quickly. The theory itself is not that difficult. It's the combination that's difficult. I'm not a chief mage of a kingdom, and I'm not familiar with poison element magic. Ignoring Yihan's words, the undead mage immediately began explaining poison element magic. The poison of dark mages was closer to creating non-existent, imaginary poisons, with the mage's power rather than ordinary poisons found in nature. Outstanding dark mages often combined and fused multiple of these imaginary poisons to create even more complex and vicious poisons. Naturally, the undead mage was also a mage of that level. To complete the multi-poison, you need to start with 15 basic poisons. First, mix 3 poisons. The undead mage was definitely saying something, but it wasn't registering in Yihan's mind. That's how high the level of poison element magic was. You heard it all, try it. Poison, bloom, and boil. The blooming poison is. Although he didn't understand even half of it, Yihan tried chanting the spell first due to the urgent situation. Poisons appeared, gathered, and changed colors while swirling in the air. Shoot as soon as it's complete. There's no time. Move, the poison took shape and flew much faster than the one the undead mage had shot earlier. The undead mage couldn't keep up with Yihan's bizarre elemental control. While the undead mage practiced higher-level magic without bothering to learn such techniques, Yihan had trained rigorously. Excellent. However, the undead mage misunderstood Yihan's peculiar magical ability in a different way. He judged that such movements were possible because he was an inherently outstanding mage. With such high expectations, the undead mage was very disappointed when Yihan's multi-poison failed to completely melt the berserker's body and only burned the muscles. Sizzle. Ah, what? Why are you even doing dark magic if you're slow at undead summoning and can't handle poison? The undead mage stomped his foot in disbelief. Judging by the fields of magic he handled, his ability to chant magic, and his elemental control, he seemed to be a more outstanding mage than himself, so why were there so many mistakes? I apologize. Although it was incomplete, honestly, it was still remarkable to have succeeded to that extent in the current situation. Objectively, it was a situation where he could get angry, but Yehan apologized. He was already used to the unreasonable demands of crazy professors. Instead, the one who got angry was Agoldos. Don't apologize. Why should you apologize, you crazy undead bastard? What did you say? I don't know how many hundreds of years old you are, but is it right to teach incorrectly and then get angry at a young mage? The principal wouldn't do that. Wah, what? The undead mage was confused. Judging by the way they spoke, these two mages felt quite young. Whoosh. In the meantime, flames erupted in front. The undead berserker spat out bodily fluids and ignited them through friction. Yehan was shocked by the madness of setting himself on fire to drive away the cold. It was a brutal tactic that only the undead could do. He's coming. The undead berserker swung his burning body and pushed back the skeleton warriors once more. His movements were still slow, but anyone could tell that he would soon break through and charge. Senior, do you have any ideas? Even if I did, Agoldos felt like his chest would burst from frustration. He himself was only a second year, so how could he come up with a clear solution? The curse magic, bone element magic, and poison element magic he knew how to use were likely to be ineffective against that berserker. Didn't that undead berserker show terrifying stamina in the earlier battle? The barricade was broken, the cold element magic was destroyed, and it was difficult to restrain his steps with mediocre bone or poison magic. Summons. If I can somehow use summons to buy time. If Sharakin, who was left alone to target him, was ignored and he charged this way, there was no way to stop him. They needed to place a sturdy summon in between. Agoldos, who was desperately racking his brain, suddenly thought of something and asked, "Can't you reduce the number of skeleton warriors and combine them?" "Pardon," I said, "can't you reduce the number and combine them?" Now was not the time to summon multiple weak summons. Even if it was just one, they needed a summon that could somehow endure. Usually summons that were contracted and summoned couldn't be arbitrarily combined or fused by the mage, but Yehan's dark magic was a method where the mage directly summoned them. If the number was reduced and combined, their power would increase and control would become easier. Return and rise, warriors made of bones. Yehan swung his staff as his senior said for now. The skeleton warriors collapsed and returned to their original reagent, bone fragments. Those bone fragments combined again and rose as a single skeleton warrior. Because he poured in dozens of times more reagents than ordinary magic, the amount of mana used in the spell and the amount consumed for maintenance was enormous, but the result was clearly visible. A skeleton warrior with a stiff and sturdy body, as if compressing over 10 skeleton warriors, was born in front of them. It really worked. Agoldos was startled. He had shouted in a hurry, but upon reflection, reducing the number and combining them wasn't an easy task. Agoldos also knew well what it meant to overinvest reagents and mana into a set magic. Yet that junior succeeded in a magic close to gambling, befitting his reputation as a genius. Just by looking at the size of the summoned skeleton warrior, it was evident that he had combined quite a lot. Agoldos let out a sigh of relief without realizing it. Thank goodness. Wait. You could do this, why did you summon over 10 and fight? Agoldos couldn't understand. If he could do this, shouldn't he have done it from the beginning? The undead mage also seemed quite curious about that question and turned his gaze to Yehan. I forgot. What? I summoned a lot while practicing and fought like that because I was distracted. I apologize. The undead mage and Agoldos wanted to scream at him, asking if that was something to say, but they couldn't. The berserker was charging. Beh. The berserker had taken all kinds of damage, from penetration to poison to cold to flames, but his strength was brutal. The skeleton warrior blocking the passage creaked and was pushed back. Yehan swung his staff. Shoot forth. Along with Yehan's spell, bone fragments were fired from the skeleton warrior's torso. It was a method possible because Yehan had directly assembled it, not a contracted relationship. However, the berserker pushed the skeleton as if he didn't care even if bone fragments were embedded in him. As creaking sounds continuously erupted, Yehan gritted his teeth and reinforced the skeleton. By Bevel's rule, mana be emitted, cold be imbued, poison, bloom, and boil. The blooming poison is. Yehan cast mana emission enchantment, which he learned from Professor Bevel, on the skeleton warrior's bone fragments and imbued them with cold and poison. Amplified mana, cold, poison. As these three elements collided, the skeleton warrior became unstable as if it would collapse at any moment. Yehan injected more mana and somehow performed emergency treatment. As bone fragments mixed with poison and cold were continuously fired, the undead berserker also became impatient and drew up all the strength in his body to somehow overpower them. Agoldos suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Wait, you said you know how to use the dark element. Why aren't you infusing dark elements?" I forgot. Hurry up and do it, please. Unable to bring himself to get angry at a junior who learned too much magic, Agoldo screamed again. As the dark element was infused into the skeleton warrior, the skeleton's bones turned black, becoming sharper and sturdier. Shoot forth, shoot forth, shoot forth. Papapapak. Bone fragments were embedded like buckshot into the berserker's already tattered body. Can I detonate it? Pardon, that skeleton, I mean, please do. When he asked for Yihan's permission, the undead mage nodded and drew up the mana he had barely recovered. The gases imbued in the bone fragments reacted with the mana, causing a chain explosion reaction. Quack 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 quang. As the reinforced skeleton exploded, the undead mage shoved Yihan and Agoldo's into the room next to them. The air in the passage swirled madly due to the aftershock of the explosion. Yihan was impressed by the undead mage's skill. I didn't expect it to be this powerful. How much crazy mana did you pour in? The undead mage shouted and stared at Yihan. He definitely didn't intend for it to be this powerful. There were countless things to say, such as the situation in the outer passage, the secret to maintaining such a reinforced skeleton, and why he didn't stop him when he said he would detonate the skeleton, but the undead mage's first choice was Yihan's age. You're not even 20, can't you tell by looking? Agoldos replied sullenly. Do you know how many years I've been an undead? I don't know, just as you can't guess my age. Naturally, I can't guess your ages either. You all look the same. The undead mage shook his head and lamented. He thought he might be the chief mage of a kingdom because he used a variety of magic and had overflowing mana, but he turned out to be a greenhorn not even 20 years old. Indeed, there were too many clumsy parts here and there. Wait, you're not even 20, but how did you follow the multi-poison? Rumble. As the sound of collapsing came from outside again, the undead mage slightly poked his head out. Yihan also poked his head out and said, Senior, I have good news and bad news. Wah, what is it, Ray, really? Wait, what's the bad news? More undead berserkers are coming. Agoldos could be certain of one thing about Yihan. That junior had the worst sense of humor. How much mana do you have left? I haven't consumed any. You haven't consumed any. I said I haven't consumed any. Wah, what? No, okay, then can you summon skeleton warriors again like before? I used up all the bone fragments as reagents. Ask for them, aren't they here? Agoldos shouted and placed a reagent pouch in Yihan's hand. Yihan spoke with a slightly touched expression. You call that help? Damn it, it's fine. Summon them quickly, before they get close. But that was just luck that it ended like that last time. If we do it again, I can't guarantee safety. Of course, it'll be dangerous to fight. But we can't not fight, Agoldos shouted, dumbfounded by the undead mage's words. However, the undead mage shook his head and replied, I'm talking about detonating the reinforced skeleton. Can't we use it and avoid it like before? I said we were just lucky last time. Can't you finally control the mana to match the detonation? I tried it for the first time today, so how can I control it delicately? The undead mage clicked his tongue at the reasonable argument. It was certainly a difficult statement to refute. Why is he not even 20? Thud. A rock suddenly flew in. It was a rock thrown by the berserker. The undead mage hurriedly pulled back his skull. When there was no attack after that, the undead mage poked his head out again. The berserkers gathered in front of the ceiling debris were murmuring and pointed upward with their hands. What are they saying? An offer to surrender. To Yihan's question, the undead mage spoke as if it was hard to believe. They're telling us to go up first. Yihan gritted his teeth at the detestable enemy's suggestion. Those despicable bastards. They want us to take the traps above first. There are no traps above. Pardon, I said there are no traps above. Why would there be traps above when it's not a prison? Yihan became confused. Then why are they telling us to come out? Is it a trick to prevent us from using magic? They're not that kind of guys. Then what is it? I don't know, the undead mage honestly admitted it. It was the first time he had seen the berserkers of that prison behave so obediently. Yihan slightly poked his head out. The undead berserkers who were watching gestured for them to come out with blunt movements. It's too blatant for a trap. Feeling uneasy about just going out, Yihan waved his hand. It was a signal to back away. Surprisingly, the undead berserkers backed away. They're backing away. Both the undead mage and Yihan were surprised. Were they really the same group as the berserkers who had charged at them like madmen earlier? I'll go and check. Agoldos spoke while supporting his body with his staff. He couldn't stand the guilt of only holding back his junior since falling here. At least doing something, even if it was like this. Pardon, it's fine. Let's approach together after spreading fog. Agoldos felt his determination crumble. Although they approached cautiously, the undead berserkers really didn't charge at them. They just watched Yihan's group climb up to the ceiling, entangle and become stairs. They really didn't come. Could it be that magic is needed to go up? The magic has already been dispelled. Originally, the ceiling couldn't be breached. The undead mage spoke while climbing up the ramp made of bones. The underground prison where prisoners were confined was protected by powerful mana. Originally, to the extent that it couldn't be breached no matter what. Although the explosion earlier was tremendous, if the underground prison had been normal, the ceiling would have been intact. The undead mage now had no choice but to acknowledge what Yihan had said. Something happened to the owner of the palace. It's really surprising. To think something happened to the king. Yihan broke out in a cold sweat. Agoldos saw that and worried inwardly. Is he really okay? Did he use too much mana after all? If I ask, will it seem like I'm saying something unnecessary? So, you're still loyal to the king. From what I see, he seems to have a lot of personality issues. Kings are originally violent. Is that so? If he's violent enough to imprison people when he's bored, shouldn't his head be cut off? Of course, whether you resent the king or not is a separate issue. I resent him for ignoring my loyal advice, but I'm loyal because he's my king. Originally, the strong have the right to reign. Wait, then what happens if he becomes weak? Then he should die. A weakened king has no right to be king. There was a sound of nodding from behind. Yihan's group turned their heads. The undead berserkers had stopped following them and were nodding their heads. Agoldos made a choking sound. When did they? What the? They don't seem to be attacking now. Right, it seems so. Don't provoke them. Despite the undead mage's words, the berserkers followed quietly. When Yihan's group stopped, they also stopped, and when Yihan's group started walking, they also started walking. When fear is repeated, one becomes accustomed to it. Yihan began to wonder what actions those undead berserkers would tolerate. Could you please pick up some bone fragments for me? I told you not to provoke them. The undead mage was about to shout, but the berserkers surprisingly picked them up willingly. Oh, we need to experiment. The undead mage's eyes also changed. The mage spoke to Agoldos. You try asking too. Please pick up some bone fragments. At Agoldos's request, the berserkers stood still, dumbfounded. It was as if they were asking, who are you to give orders? Agoldos glared at the undead mage with an embarrassed face. What is it? Yihan hoped for the undead mage's wisdom. It seems they've accepted you as one of their own. For a moment, Yihan thought he had misheard. Passing a test, being acknowledged after winning a fight, or at the very least, not being touched because of too much mana. There were many other good things, so why did he say they accepted him as one of their own? Does that make sense? Since they're guys who like to fight and have gathered together, it's not that nonsensical. When do I like to fight? Didn't they misunderstand that you were the one who caused the undead explosion earlier? Yihan protested in anger. This mage did it. However, the undead berserkers gave him a dumbfounded look as if asking what he was talking about. The undead mage spoke as if telling him to give up. If they were the type to listen when told, there would have been no reason to suffer until now. They're not the type to communicate with. But what? Yihan, who had suddenly become one of them, looked at the berserkers with a displeased expression. It's not urgent now, so let's move. Actually, being treated as one of them isn't bad, right? If not, we would have had to fight to the death down there earlier. If it's not bad, you can be one of them, Mr. Mage. Go and tell them. At Yihan's words filled with hostility, the undead mage backed away, slightly intimidated. I told you they don't listen. I understand. So how much further is it? The undead mage's goal after escaping the underground prison and ascending into the palace was one: to check the throne in the depths of the palace and find out what happened to the king. Yihan didn't strongly object. He also had to find other people and get out anyway. If the undead mage, who was familiar with the geography of this palace, reached the throne in the depths, he would be able to find the others scattered throughout the palace using the palace's power. The king is not here, and Yihan had a conviction that the king would not be there. Because Yihan had defeated him. We're almost there. It's really surprising. I can't believe it's like this. Has the king really left? The mage muttered and tapped the wall with his staff. Then the wall opened and a path appeared. The place that had been a path until now disappeared underground. Yihan's complexion changed. From a certain point, the quality of mana felt in the air had changed. The undead mage noticed the change in Yihan's complexion and said, "You're sharp. You must feel the pressure due to the powerful mana. Even more so since you're still a young mage. I don't feel it." Due to the immense amount of mana, he never felt pressure from something like this, but Yihan roughly went along with it. Yes, it's because of the mana emanating from the king's space. It's the power and core that sustains this palace. When the king was sitting inside, it was to the point where you couldn't even breathe. Creak. A huge stone door opened, revealing a vast audience chamber. When it was confirmed that no one was inside, the undead mage made a tusk-tusk sound by clacking his bones. It's really surprising. Get out. The undead mage was also surprised by the voice coming from the throne, but Yihan was the most surprised. The king of ghouls he had defeated before. The voice was exactly the same as that king's. Has he already fully recovered? He knew that the king had been driven out of the continent and returned to the realm where he originally was, but to think he had already recovered from that blow. Yihan bowed his head deeply. Agoldos didn't understand and was puzzled. Are you the king? That's right. How dare you enter my audience chamber? Even the most terrible punishment would not be enough, but I will forgive you this time. Get out. Let's get out, Yihan whispered. Fortunately, it seemed that the other party had not noticed Yihan's identity. If he got out when he said he would forgive him. However, the undead mage replied in a sarcastic voice. It doesn't seem like you're the king. What did you say? The king's subordinates have all disappeared, the flames that illuminated the palace have been extinguished, and the walls that guarded the prison have vanished. What kind of king is a being without subordinates, a palace, or authority? Do you have to provoke him? Yihan tried to persuade the undead mage, but it was meaningless. The logic pursued by the beings of the undead realm was the logic of power. It was okay for the king of ghouls to be a tyrant because he had the power to match it. However, in the current situation where he had become weak, that logic was applied in reverse. A weakling like you dare to say this. It seems you've been greatly injured. I don't know how you ended up like this, but if you want to die, I'll kill you. Try it. Not only the undead mage, but also the berserkers behind him suddenly walked forward. There was not a hint of loyalty in their eyes, only the desire to test how strong the one above them was, and the berserkers patted Yihan's shoulder and pointed to the throne. No, wait, don't tell me. Were they telling him to fight together as one of them? Yihan pondered how to convey the message, I am human and you are undead. In the meantime, the undead mage initiated the attack. Now, fake king, why don't you show your abilities again? Damn it. Why are mages all different from their appearance? The undead mage, who had been cold, calm, and rational until now, immediately turned hostile upon seeing the king of ghouls weakened. It was the logic of power that only the undead could understand. The mana in the vast audience chamber began to gather toward the throne. The king of ghouls, who had forcibly absorbed the mana inside to recover his strength, growled, Do you think I'll lose to a mage like you even if I'm seriously injured and recovering? As the undead mage speculated, the king of ghouls was drawing in all the resources of the palace to recover from the severe damage he had suffered on the continent. From the flames outside to the subordinates, the damage was severe as he had been sealed for a long time and had just been released only to be defeated. However, he never even thought he would lose. He was confident that he could sufficiently deal with those prisoner bastards with just the strength he had recovered in this palace. Poison. As the berserkers charged, the king of ghouls looked at them with annoyance. Those prisoner bastards from the underground prison were not dying and crawling out, making things bothersome. He had left them alone because he found it admirable that they attacked other prisoners. Die. Quagic. The king of ghouls concentrated his flickering form and appeared in front of one of the berserkers, and he delivered a brutal blow. The thick body of that berserker was penetrated. It was a spine-chilling attack, but the undead mage and the berserkers were not intimidated at all as if they had already expected it. As fog, a vicious poison cloud spread around the throne. The king of ghouls distorted his form and tried to quickly escape the poison cloud. Then the berserkers chased after him and unleashed attacks. The king of ghouls nimbly transformed his body to avoid the attacks. Blaze forth. At that moment, flames flew in pursuit of the king of ghouls. The size was not great, but the heat emanating from those small flames was tremendous. The king of ghouls instantly felt threatened and pulled his body back. The king of ghouls felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and displeasure rising. The opposing mage had his face covered with a bone mask. Surviving as a mage in a magic academy, just a worthless piece of trash. When no follow-up attacks came, the king of ghouls lost interest in the masked mage. Agoldos and Yihan were not much of a threat to the king of ghouls at the moment. There were many more guys in this place that needed to be dealt with first. Let's see how much value you have. Avoiding the attack of the charging berserker, the king of ghouls inflated his body like black fog, and that fog enveloped the berserker. With the sound of shattering, a terrible feast unfolded. He has recovered quite a bit more than I thought. While the berserker was being devoured, the undead mage calmly thought. He did not regret drawing his sword against the king of ghouls. It was the law of the undead realm that if you don't trample on the enemy when they are weak, the opportunity will never come again. However, the king of ghouls had recovered well in that short time. He must have recovered quite a lot of strength by devouring the subordinates around the palace and absorbing the laid-out mana. It would have been better if they had come a bit earlier. Regardless of the regret, the undead mage's spells continued smoothly. Poison fog continuously erupted and began to fill the space. Do you think just scattering poison will make a difference? The king of ghouls snorted and grabbed another berserker and devoured him. The king of ghouls, who had risen to his current existence through numerous battles and victories, starting as a ghoul, possessed various powers befitting his achievements. The power to dissolve his own body and move as fog, the power to directly absorb the existence of the opponent, the power to summon contracted undead. Despite being unable to use a considerable number of powers due to not being fully recovered, the king of ghouls still displayed a brutal combat power with just his remaining strength. Quagic, another berserker, melted away. The king of ghouls, who had been spinning and evading to maintain distance, charged in to take advantage of an opening and sank his fangs. Even that formidable berserker was toyed with like a scarecrow when directly confronted by the king of ghouls. However, the undead mage remained calm. It was because it didn't matter even if the opponent had recovered faster than expected. From the beginning, the mage had assumed that the king of ghouls possessed a more powerful combat ability than them. The reason mages are feared is because they can create schemes that pierce the gaps in the situation, regardless of the strength or weakness of combat power. The undead mage had been preparing magic that could pierce the king of ghouls since the time he was submitting under him. Are you sure this is okay? Ian spoke in a startled voice as he watched the king of ghouls roaming the hall and tearing apart the berserkers. Unfortunately, he had become much stronger than when they last met. Wouldn't it be better to retreat? Don't worry. I've been preparing a way to pierce the king since I was submitting as his subordinate. Then don't say you're loyal in the first place. It was absurd that he said he was loyal when asked earlier, but now he said he had been preparing from the beginning. The common sense of the undead realm was too difficult for Yihan to understand. What is that method? You'll find out when you see it. Buy as much time as possible. With those words, the undead mage grabbed a berserker and began absorbing mana. He lacked the mana needed for the magic. If you need mana, would you like to absorb some? Isn't it better to absorb the berserkers? Those guys. The undead mage who thoughtlessly extended his bony hand to grab Yihan was startled. The mana that had been depleted from using magic until now instantly rose. How is it? Excellent. When I signal, run back here and fill up my mana again. With this, I'll be able to complete it much faster. Did I tell him for nothing? The king of ghouls defeated more than half of the berserkers and let out a joyful roar. Then the undead mage standing in the corner caught his eye. HMPH. If it were the king of ghouls' original personality, he would have swept away all the berserkers first and then dealt with the mage, because these berserkers were the most powerful among the prisoners in the underground prison, and the undead mage had not dealt any significant damage to the king of ghouls. Although he was a powerful poison element mage, his compatibility with the king of ghouls was not good, and with just his innate elemental resistance and powerful movement powers, the king of ghouls could neutralize the undead mage. Rather, from the king of ghouls' perspective, the guy flailing around with low-level elemental magic on the side was more annoying. Even though the level of magic was low, its movements were fast and accurate beyond prediction, and its firepower was strangely powerful. Originally, he would have left such an insolent guy who climbed up despite lacking abilities until the very end to instill fear while dealing with him, but, strangely, he felt irritated. The king of ghouls himself didn't know, but the recent defeat had changed his arrogant personality. His thoughts had changed. The undead mage was startled. The king of ghouls had started moving to target the mage before the preparations were finished. What? Stop him. The remaining berserkers shouted and blocked the way. The king of ghouls tried to pass through the berserkers by lightly transforming his body into black fog. Cold like fog, a bright blue ice fog spread out in the air. For someone of the king of ghouls level, he could tell the level of magic just by looking at the structure in which it was created. What had just been cast it was a low circle magic at a level that made one yawn. The king of ghouls tried to ignore it and break through. However, at that moment, an eerie chill flowed out from the fog. The king of ghouls hurriedly twisted his body to avoid the fog. In the meantime, the undead mage fired another poison cloud and gained distance. I don't understand why the fake king is acting like this. Has the plan gone awry? Yihan also shouted while gaining distance. The undead mage spoke as if he couldn't understand. If it were his original personality, he wouldn't have attacked me first because of his pride. He would have thought it would hurt his pride to do so. That's why I thought it would be okay, but why is he? Could it be that his personality changed due to the defeat he suffered? Yihan cursed his past self. No matter how much he liked silver coins, this is what happens when he recklessly enters caves. How long are you going to run away? If you charged in to take the throne, shouldn't you at least swing something, if you keep running away like that? The king of ghouls inflated his body to blow away the poison cloud and tried to chase the undead mage again, but hesitated. He felt something strange. Wait, the king of ghouls turned his gaze to the floor. Without him noticing, a magic circle with a bizarre pattern was densely filling the floor of the hall. This bastard. The king's eyes glowing in the fog shone brutally. He belatedly realized that the undead mage, who had been acting pathetically, was actually preparing a grand magic. Things have gotten complicated. He wasn't this perceptive. I apologize in advance. No, it's not. Originally, he should have got angry at the undead mage, saying, because of you, I'm about to die too. But Yihan didn't, because he had some responsibility. Do you think you can die safely after doing this? I'll grind you to pieces. Undead, return to your original positions. Although it was not completed, the undead mage had no choice but to activate the magic circle. Surprisingly, a holy power erupted from the magic circle. It was a holy magic series used by religious orders. The holy judgment shall bind and banish you. Both Yihan and the king of ghouls were surprised. Of course, an existence weaker than the king needed extraordinary methods to pierce the king, but to think that the mage, who was also an undead, would bring out holy magic. A holy radiance began to linger in the place where a dark clash between undead had occurred until now. How can an undead? Yihan was surprised. No matter how much he borrowed the power of the magic circle, for an undead to manifest holy magic, it was no ordinary obsession. With a flood of light, the king of ghouls began to scream as if burning. The other berserkers couldn't even move and were rolling around. The undead mage also seemed to have taken damage as he knelt down and staggered. If it weren't for the precast magic barrier, he would have been shattered long ago. How dare you? The undead mage threw a shocked gaze. The king of ghouls charged out and slammed the undead mage against the wall. You shouldn't be able to move. I knew your shallow tricks from the beginning. The king of ghouls spoke, revealing the armor embedded in his form. Fake king, you have become much wiser. You weren't like this before. Shut up, you scheming rat bastard. The king of ghouls gathered strength with the intention of quickly disposing of the undead mage and dispelling the magic laid out in the hall. At that moment, Yihan swung the morning star. As the black blade cut the king of ghouls, the king let out a fierce howl at the sensation of mana being absorbed. Wah! Rather than anger at being struck, confusion came first. The king of ghouls was perplexed, unable to identify the identity of his opponent. Could it be? Could it be? When will the magic be completed? It's impossible. The undead mage's voice was weaker than before. He had been seriously injured just from the blow the king of ghouls had dealt. Instead, complete. Does that make sense? Contract. Summon. The undead mage spoke while alternately pointing his fingers. Originally, he would never make a summoning contract with a young mage from another realm, but in an urgent situation like this, he had no choice. I understand, my true name is Verduz. Summon me now. Even in this startling situation, Yihan almost lost his concentration for a moment. What kind of name is that? Pa. As the spell was chanted and the contract was formed, powerful mana was infused into the undead mage. With that mana, the undead mage caught his breath and squeezed out the last of his mana to complete the magic circle. You bastard, the king of ghouls, who had come to his senses, charged with the most vicious anger he had ever unleashed. He had finally realized Yihan's identity. It was so presumptuous that it couldn't be expressed with the word insolent. To chase him all the way here to bring him down, despite having just luckily repelled him, on second thought, this is better. Here. As the undead mage blocked the way, the king of ghouls brought him down with a single blow while consuming his existence. While being unsummoned, the undead mage poisoned the king of ghouls as a last struggle, and he thought to himself, this is the first time I've seen him this angry. It was clear that the holy magic the undead mage had prepared had properly scratched the king's temper. Satisfied with that fact, the undead mage collapsed. Dying. The king of ghouls tried to kill Yihan first, regardless of the consumption of his existence or the poisoning. That's how deeply his resentment was ingrained in his bones. Quah. However, a holy magic power of a different realm than before engulfed the king of ghouls. The king of ghouls knelt down under the pressure that made it impossible to move any further. Agoldos muttered without realizing it. Did we get rid of him? Senior, please don't say such things. Get rid of me. In your dreams. The king of ghouls glared at Yihan while kneeling. Do you think you've won? Do you think this magic circle is some kind of omnipotent sword? This magic circle can do nothing more than bind me. If I stay inside, I will become weak. But that's all. How long do you think you can maintain this magic circle? You must be out of breath already. Yihan had been listening to the king of ghouls' words with tension, but then he let out a sigh of relief. It seems to have settled for now. Settled? What exactly has been settled? What do you mean settled? Agoldos shouted in surprise at his junior's words. Normally, he wouldn't have paid attention to the words of an unfavorable enemy, but what the king of ghouls said now was not wrong. A magic circle of that level could not last long. It seemed to be maintained solely by the mage's mana without any other supporting devices. We need to get out before the magic circle ends. I'll take care of it, so get out. For a moment, Yihan was startled by his senior's words. No matter how he looked at it, the moment Agoldos took charge of this magic circle, there was a high possibility that he would turn pale and die instantly within a few seconds. Hurry, well, I said come out, you'll collapse. When Agoldos tried to pull Yihan out and take his place, Yihan also became desperate. Thoughts came out of his mouth without going through his head. If someone like you takes charge of this, you'll collapse right away. An awkward silence. Agoldos bowed his head deeply, having nothing to say. Yihan felt very sorry. You're right, you're a better mage than me. Why are you saying that, senior? You have the years of experience you've accumulated. It's a 1-year difference, you bastard. Agoldos was dumbfounded. Of course, 1 year at the Magic Academy had an incomparable density compared to 1 year elsewhere, but it wasn't to the extent of expressing it like that. Moreover, it was even less something Yihan should say. It's fine, I'm sorry. I couldn't even help and kept getting in the way. But are you really okay? Yes, the recovery rate is faster than the consumption rate. Don't bullshit me, the king of ghouls was dumbfounded. Isn't he lacking dignity for a king? Yihan threw a contemptuous gaze at the king of ghouls trapped in holy magic. Even if they were both kings, the king of frost giants had dignity, but the king of ghouls was like a street thug. The king that summons speak of. It's like a title given to the strong. At Agoldos' words, Yihan nodded in understanding. Indeed, it's like a self-proclaimed title, right? Gainando also sometimes referred to himself as the mage card king of the Blue Dragon Tower. How dare you? Yihan ignored it and said, Senior, I have a favor to ask. Yes, tell me, Agoldos shouted with delight. Then, realizing that he had shouted too excitedly, he became embarrassed. Ah no, tell me, please give me some water. I've been thirsty for a while. Okay, come to think of it, this junior was in a situation where he had been fighting and climbing up from that underground prison. It wouldn't be strange if he collapsed from exhaustion right away. Agoldos held his staff and tried to summon water. Water. However, the lump of water that formed in the air, a few finger widths in size, emitted a sour stench. Seeing that, Agoldos belatedly recalled. Oh no, it was the undead realm. The realm itself was filled with dark elements and negative mana, affecting the use of other elemental magic. It was the worst in a situation like now when they needed to create drinking water. Senior, wait a moment. Agoldos concentrated more desperately than when taking the dark magic final exam. To purify this water now, the types of poison I can purify. Bacterial poison might be difficult to handle. Can dark elements be removed with magic? Ah, right. I had a purifying handkerchief. Senior, just a moment. No, I just summoned it myself. Agoldos turned his head. Yehan had summoned a large lump of water and was drinking it. Don't drink it. Pardon, there's poison in the water. Agoldos ran at the fastest speed of his life. He ran so fast that he lost his balance and fell over. Thud. I said there's poison, there's no poison. I checked. Even if you can't see it, there could be. I even used component separation magic to check. It's the undead realm after all. Agoldos, who was lying face down on the floor, tapped the lump of water floating in the air. It was water composed of pure water elements, without any trace of the undead realm's dark energy. Would you like some? I'm fine. Oh, senior, why are you being like that? When it was visibly clear that Agoldos was dejected, Ian tried to appease him. You must not have water to drink either. No, I have plenty of water. He really wasn't lacking as he could summon water with mana as much as he wanted. I'm really sorry for not being helpful. Ah, why are you saying that? Your help was so great. You helped me earlier too, didn't you? Agoldos tilted his head. With what? Reducing the number of undead. Agoldos felt an indescribable feeling. The biggest self-loathing was that his junior was considering his feelings in this situation. This can't go on. Agoldos made a resolution to at least maintain the last bit of dignity he had left. Let's do what we can. For now, I'll try to find the way around here. Be careful, senior. Only 3 remained in the vicinity of the throne in the palace where the fierce battle had ended. From the undead mage to the berserkers, everyone had been swept away, and only the king of ghouls was trapped in holy magic, constantly grinding his teeth. There may not be any direct danger, but the paths in this palace were like a maze and not easy to find. Don't worry and rest. I'm really worried. Yehan was very worried about not being able to leave his spot to maintain the magic circle. Wait, senior, just a moment. Why, just a moment. Yehan took out colored pebbles from his pocket. They were divination stones learned in the first semester divination magic class. Let's be careful. Although Yehan was confident in tackling most magic, divination magic was a little different. It would be strange not to be nervous when the professor kept scaring them whenever she spoke. Finding a way to escape with divination magic. It would be dangerous if it's something easier and simpler. After pondering, Yehan made a decision. Stones, is it okay to let my senior out? At that moment, an image of negation flashed by. Yehan looked at Agoldos and said, it doesn't seem okay. Is that so? Originally, he would have got angry and been stubborn, but Agoldos had no intention of doing that now. Rather, he was curious about something else. Can you already use divination magic? Isn't it dangerous? It should be fine if I use it carefully. Probably. Crazy bastard. Agoldos was disgusted by Yehan's answer. He thought that a true genius of magic should be at that level. The madness of throwing one's own life into magic without any concern. Senior, yes, why? I'm going to prepare a meal. Is there anything you'd like to eat? The range in which the magic circle could be maintained was wider than expected. Yehan walked around the hall, scanning the surroundings. In the meantime, Agoldos rummaged through the backpack Yehan had been carrying. Surprisingly, it was packed with various emergency rations, seasonings, and even tea leaves, coffee powder, and sugar. You've been carrying this around. Pardon. Oh, don't all Einregard students do that. Not to your extent. Is that so? That's interesting. Agoldos quietly shut his mouth and searched for the rations that seemed to spoil the fastest and took them out separately. Then he moved the intact rations to Yehan's portion. Would you like coffee, tea? Yehan offered him. Water is enough for me. Senior, by any chance. Wow, what is it? Feeling like his inner thoughts had been exposed, Agoldos hesitated. Yehan silently brewed another coffee and held it out. If you don't drink it, I'll give it to the king of ghouls over there. Why are you being like this over something like this? Agoldos, who was sipping the coffee, spoke with a flushed face. I'm sorry for suspecting that a junior like you who entered wasn't sincere about dark magic. Actually, it wasn't completely wrong. Yehan's interest in dark magic was due to the possibility of a stable job with less competition. Anyone can have such suspicions. I'm just happy that you're apologizing like this, Yehan answered hypocritically. Agoldos was greatly impressed once again by that answer. Where else would there be a junior with such a great capacity? If you need help later, let me know. I don't know what help I can be, but I'll do my best to the extent possible. Ah, then when we go back to school and enter Einregard, could you please bring in some supplies for me? Agoldos chuckled at Yehan's joke. Although his sense of humor was strange for a junior, this joke was definitely funny. It wasn't a joke. Yehan secretly cursed a little. After having a simple meal, Agoldos began to search the hall further. Although they were trapped, the place they were trapped in was the center of the palace and where the throne was located. If there was treasure, it was the place with the highest possibility. Of course, doing it blatantly in front of the owner made the owner furious. You bastard. Ah, shut up. Yehan threw a pebble even though he knew it wouldn't work. The magic circle operating with holy magic burned the pebble as it was. Seeing that, Yehan suddenly had a thought and picked up a pot. What are you doing now? Ooh, chiik. Yehan poured the remaining trash in the pot onto the king of ghouls and exclaimed in admiration. Surprisingly, it cleanly burned even the remaining trash. Although it was unfortunate that they had the same name, which made it sound unpleasant, the undead mage Verduz was an incomparably good person compared to the professor. It was evident just by the fact that he sacrificed himself to complete such a magic circle. Yehan hoped that Verduz would recover quickly and respond to the summoning. Ignoring the King of Ghouls' creative curses unique to ghouls, Yehan called out to Agoldos. Senior, did you find anything good? Just a moment. Click. Agoldos, who had been diligently investigating while even taking out the dark magic book he had been carrying, opened something on the wall and shouted with joy, I found it. I found it, Junior. Do you mean treasure? Yehan, who had been playing around by throwing trash at the King of Ghouls, was also startled and got up. Yes, it's treasure. Wah. What kind of jewels are attached to it? Yehan asked, suppressing his excitement. Then Agoldos answered as if asking what he was talking about. It's bones. Pardon, I said it's bones. I'd like you to have this. You'll have many occasions where you'll need it. Agoldos returned excitedly, holding an armful of bones mixed with purple and black colors. Although it was unclear exactly what kind of being the bones belonged to, just by looking at the color and mana pattern, it was evident that it was a considerably powerful being. For dark mages who enjoyed using bone element magic, bones used as reagents were very important. The quality of the bone fragments used as reagents not only simply enhanced magic, but also increased the limit of usable magic itself. Of course, such knowledge was meaningless to Yehan. Yehan became gloomy and threw trash at the King of Ghouls again. Well, this person is also a dark mage. Wouldn't it be dark mages who think of bones as treasures instead of jewels? Yes, this is really great. When we return to Einregard, take a closer look at them. Yehan, who was picking up the bones with a bitter smile, suddenly thought of something and shouted, Senior, yes, if we keep staying here, won't we be late for the start of the semester? That's true, but is that important now? When Yehan asked with a pale face, Agoldos was startled. He didn't make such an expression even when the King of Ghouls was rampaging. No, isn't it obviously important? Yehan spoke with a serious expression. Until now, the junior who had been polite no matter what Agoldos said suddenly became serious, making Agoldos feel like he had made a huge mistake for some reason. Is that so? By Agoldos' standards, wouldn't it be better to enter Einregard late? Even if he entered early, the Skull Principal would only harass him more. Ah, is it because of the punishment room? Of course, I understand that you, as a first-year student, fear the punishment room more than necessary, but as you attend Einregard for a long time, you'll get used to the punishment room too. The punishment room isn't as bad as you think. When you get used to it, it can be more comfortable than the dormitory at times. First-year students tended to fear the punishment room more than necessary, but that was all a trick of the Skull Principal. If you fear the punishment room too much, you can't survive in Einregard. I've been to the punishment room a few times. What I was worried about was missing lectures. I guess it can't be helped, Senior. Yes, please help me study a bit. When Yehan took out a book, Agoldos was shocked. Crazy bastard. Agoldos trembled at the sight of a junior who was worrying about his second semester grades first while being trapped with the King of Ghouls in the depths of the undead realm. He had seen many people who seemed crazy at school, but that wasn't crazy. The truly crazy person was here in front of Agoldos. How many days do you think have passed? Well, it's often hard to trust your sense of time in other realms. A week. We should be able to catch up in about a week, right? It's enough for someone like you. What do you mean enough? Don't say it so easily. Yehan suddenly got angry, and then he immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Senior. I shouldn't have got angry at you. Ah, no, I'm fine. Agoldos inwardly shook his head at the sight of the junior, who had been polite no matter what insulting words he heard in other aspects, becoming very sharp when it came to lectures. What kind of first-year students did Einregard accept? So, Senior, going back to bone element magic. At first glance, bone element magic seemed to have less potential for development compared to other elemental magic, but this was also a type of magic that could be delved into as deeply as one wanted if explored deeply. Basically, in addition to summoning bones to shoot or bind the opponent, there were many aspects related to alchemy or enchantment magic, such as strengthening, transforming, and fusing the bones themselves. One of the characteristics of bone element magic is that the more pre-preparation you do, the stronger it becomes, right? That's right. If the bones themselves were pre-strengthened with curses, poisons, or dark elements, the power of the magic itself would be greatly amplified. You can think of bone element magic as magic that deals with corpses. The core of a corpse is ultimately the bones. A mage who has mastered bone element magic can create a monster capable of facing several imperial knights with just one skinny corpse. Yes, what I'm curious about is that I want to pre-infuse the bones with cold curses, paralytic poisons, and dark elements, but the bones can't withstand it. Is there a way? Agoldos wanted to cry at the sight of the junior asking a question that even fourth-year Diarth would say, "Wait, let me call the professor," so naturally. The most distressing thing was that the junior was asking purely without any malice. I don't know much about that. Is that so? That's a shame. Ian turned the page with disappointment. Agoldos glanced at the page. The dark magic book clearly stated, bones can be strengthened with additional magic, not let's try strengthening them with cold curses, paralytic poisons, and dark elements. Could it be that if I tell this guy to summon an undead, he'll summon a bone dragon? Senior. Yes. Now when Yihan called him, he became a little scared. This bone element magic can be combined to strengthen summoned undead, right? That's right. Putting additional bone armor on summoned undead or giving them weapons was the most basic method, and skilled mages often strengthen them in various ways, such as with blood, poison, flesh, and spirit bodies. I'd like to see and learn how you do it, Senior. Wait, I think I need to search this place a bit more. Agoldos hurriedly got up from his seat. When he saw Yihan combining skeleton warriors into one before, there was a high possibility that he would be very disappointed if he saw Agoldos' undead summons. Are you going to search again? Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? What's so hard about this? Don't worry. When Agoldos got up from his seat, Yihan closed the book with disappointment. I should read another book while he's searching. Yihan took out and studied how to increase the power of lightning element magic. Contrary to Furkuntra's claim that lightning element has the most powerful strength among elements, he had recently felt a lack of power frequently. Are you planning to be trapped here for the rest of your life? The King of Ghouls asked. The more you condense lightning, I don't understand. I think I've condensed it quite a bit. Do I need to condense it more here? You must also feel it, the fear rising from within your heart. He continued to goad Yihan. Next page. No, shape transformation. Yihan was amazed. Contrary to the misconception many mages have, shape transformation of lightning elements is not impossible. Of course, I won't deny that the difficulty level is higher than other elements. The most common mistake novice mages make is attempting shape transformation of lightning elements poorly and running out of mana. Professor Belatti was a really kind person in his books. Instead of forcing difficult magic, he advised to solidly build the foundations. While reading the book, Yihan suddenly fell into doubt. How can a person like this be like that to me? Anyway, shape transformation of lightning elements was theoretically about strongly compressing lightning with mana to give it mass, and then transforming its shape like other elements. Considering the mana consumption and difficulty level, it was understandable that mages didn't perform shape transformation with lightning elements. Magic was a miracle of omnipotence, but mages were always those who pursued efficiency. Don't deny it. Your fear, you must also feel it. The voice didn't stop. Like this, oops, BZZT. It's harder than I thought. The lightning that lost control flew towards the King of Ghouls. Yihan licked his lips and concentrated again. Since it was written in the book, there was a high possibility that Professor Belatti would come out saying do it or die during the second semester. Do you think it will change if you pretend you didn't hear me? Yihan put down his staff and turned his gaze. Sorry. I was unconsciously ignoring you because you were so noisy. Okay. Why did you call me? Although he was the King of Ghouls who had cut off the breath and brought countless enemies to their knees in the undead realm, he had never met anyone who gave him a sense of humiliation like this young mage. The King of Ghouls was suffocating with anger. Fear, you will be trapped here for the rest of your life. Let's compromise now. Are you still saying that? Yihan looked at the King of Ghouls as if it was absurd. I think you're misunderstanding something, but my situation is different from yours. What's different? If I stay here quietly, there are people who will come to take me away. It was take away, not rescue, but the King of Ghouls didn't notice due to his anger. That's your misconception. Does my palace look that ridiculous to you? This palace located in the depths of the realm is absolutely not easy to. He's full of bluster. Although the King of Ghouls was speaking sincerely, it didn't resonate with Yihan. Honestly, the Skull Principle seemed stronger. If Professor Mordum couldn't find him, he would tell the Skull Principle, and if the Skull Principle heard, he would come to find him on his own. And the punishment room, thinking about it makes me angry. Yihan threw the snack wrapper he was holding at the King of Ghouls. Come to think of it, wasn't this mess caused by this bastard sitting on the throne without any tact? If it weren't for this bastard, he could have peacefully explored the palace and sold it for a high price. You're finally revealing your true colors. I know you're also anxious. Think whatever you want. Compromise. Let's compromise. Stop denying it. The compromise is to offer you to the principal and negotiate how many days to reduce from the punishment room. Ah, wait. Yihen suddenly became curious. The king of ghouls had nothing to offer Yihen right now. What was he trying to do? Tell me. What kind of compromise do you want? Of course, it's to undo this magic circle. Thinking that Yihan was finally interested, the king's voice became soft and cunning. Although he didn't use it often after gaining power, the king of ghouls was a being who could show such cunning schemes whenever necessary. Why would I trust you? Of course you would think that, but think carefully. If we keep arguing like that, we'll only run parallel lines forever. If you don't want to be trapped here for an infinite amount of time, you have to trust me to some extent. Of course, it won't be easy to just trust me. I swear on my honor as a king. Even if I get out of here, I will never touch you. Even Gay Nando wouldn't fall for such trickery. Yihen looked at the king of ghouls as if he was pathetic. What meaning would there be in putting his honor as a king on the line? From what he said earlier, it didn't seem like he had much of it anyway. Yihan was also someone who could put anything on the line if necessary, starting from his honor as the top student of the year to his family's honor, so it didn't resonate with him at all. However, Yihan pretended to seriously consider it for now. There was something he wanted to ask. Really? Yes, but it's hard to believe. Believe me. Then if you show a little more sincerity, I might be able to believe you. What is it? Are there any more treasures left here? The king of ghouls instinctively felt uneasy, but he intentionally ignored it due to his impatience. Are you hiding them, even after saying we should trust each other? Fine, I'll tell you one. Yes, that's a good idea. I'm starting to trust you. But I need to find something. Agoldos carefully read the patterns on the wall. If he had known this would happen, he regretted not taking more ancient language lectures at Einregard. The professor said that all studying would be useful someday, and it turned out to be true. Senior, I am looking for it now. Just wait a little longer. Agoldos shouted hurriedly. He suddenly became scared, not knowing what Yihan would ask while studying dark magic. Let's search behind the third pillar from the left. What? Agoldos was startled. Why, I heard it from the king of ghouls. Wait, did you have a conversation? While I was gone, Agoldos was surprised. Having a long conversation with a powerful being from another realm was not a good thing. In the case of an inexperienced and young mage, they could be deceived by the other party and make a huge mistake. Although the king of ghouls was trapped in a magic circle, he was still a dangerous beast. Rather, being trapped inside could make him even more dangerous. He would try to persuade more desperately. But you should be fine. Didn't this person's answer come out a bit late just now? Yihan looked at Agoldos with a suspicious gaze. It seemed like he had unnecessary thoughts. Clank, as the wall behind the pillar was touched as instructed by the king of ghouls, a hidden space was revealed with the sound of a mechanism moving. Seeing that, Yihan suddenly became anxious. It's not bones again, is it? Come to think of it, the concept of treasure for the undead could be a little different. Still, since he's a king, at least a few jewels. Junior, Agoldos, who had entered first, shouted with a voice full of joy. Yihan asked excitedly, "What's in there?" "It's bones, bones." I said bones. Yihan became serious for the first time in a while. Don't you know what treasure is? Don't you know what kind of item those bones are? How dare you be so brazen? The king of ghouls was enraged by Yihan's attitude. He finally revealed the treasure he had hidden, and yet he was met with such a brazen attitude. Those bones are a treasure to dark mages, not to me. Nonsense, you are clearly a dark mage. Yihan summoned lightning elements and tried to compress them, but failed again and threw them at the king of ghouls. Not only that, but he also drew out the morning star. Look at this. Do I still look like a dark mage to you? Recall when we fought last time. Yihan could argue as much as he wanted to get what he wanted, and from the king of ghouls' perspective, he couldn't help but waver. Recalling when Yihan fought last time, he wasn't a typical dark mage. If you want us to trust each other, you should bring out something proper, shouldn't you? Yihan harshly reprimanded the wavering king of ghouls. It was like a professor reprimanding a student who didn't do their homework properly. Agoldos looked at that scene as if he was looking at a madman. What the hell is he doing? Although he had learned a lot about points to be aware of when dealing with undead beings from other realms in dark magic lectures, he had never seen anything like this before. Wait a moment, I'm thinking. Are you trying to hide the treasure you have now? Shut up and stay still. Do you think I, as a king, will remember every single treasure in the palace? The king of ghouls snapped, annoyed by the disturbance while concentrating. Doesn't he remember everything? Yihan was surprised. If Yihan were the king, he thought he would have memorized the entire list of treasures. I remembered one. I knew it. I had faith in you. But before that, swear on your honor. Originally, he wanted to bind him with a proper contract, but now that they were separated by the magic circle, the only thing they could trust was each other's words. Swear you won't find fault anymore and will open the magic circle. The king of ghouls had no intention of keeping his promise, but he didn't think the other party would break their promise. It was because he believed that only he himself was wicked and vile. However, there was an even more vile being right in front of the king of ghouls. Of course, I swear. There is one more hidden warehouse on the opposite side. Do undead have a habit of creating warehouses around them, to install several secret warehouses in the space where the throne is located? It was very clear how little he trusted his subordinates. Yihan, who revealed the hidden warehouse as instructed by the king of ghouls, hesitated. A huge door he had never seen before was guarding the warehouse. The metal door, engraved with unique patterns, was emitting a strange mana, though it was unclear what material it was made of. Agoldos, who was next to him, let out a groan. This is going to be tough. People without experience often thought of exploring dungeons or ruins as a skilled technician suspiciously close to thieves' guilds, but definitely not a thief skillfully unlocking locked doors and disassembling devices. However, most explorations did not go so smoothly. Usually, locked doors or devices were much sturdier than the skill of the person unlocking them, and most of the time they had to turn back or avoid them. Hey, King of Ghouls, what's the meaning of this? I clearly told you. It's just that you can't open it. Originally, that door can only be opened with my power imbued in it. The King of Ghouls spoke, trying not to let his cunning show. In fact, the door to that warehouse was made by the top undead sculptors and blacksmiths in the realm under the orders of the King of Ghouls. A door made by gathering 8 metals, mixing them, feeding them the blood of 13 tribes, and tempering them with the flames of 6 realms. As it was a masterpiece completed during the heyday of the kingdom, it was not a door that could be opened by a few mages trying hard. If you let me out, I will open that door for you. I see. All right. I'll try my best to open it. Didn't you swear not to find fault anymore and open it? That's when I have the treasure in my hands. Yihan ignored him. Even if he got it, he had no intention of keeping his promise, so if he couldn't even get it, he had no intention of even pretending to listen. The King of Ghouls cursed from behind, but it didn't reach Yihan's ears. Senior, please step aside for a moment. Yihan made Agoldos step aside and poured out magic. Quack, 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 quack. From water bullets to arrows overlaid with enhancement magic, he unleashed the maximum firepower he could, but the door was unscathed. Shouldn't we just give up on this and wait? It can't be helped. Wait a moment, Senior. Please look at the side here. Yihan pointed to the huge rock next to the door guarding the warehouse. One of the water jade bullets that had just missed had left a small mark on the huge rock. Should we try digging through this side? Are you serious? Agoldos was dumbfounded. If they went through the door and entered, they could come out right away, but if they dug through the rock on the side and took a detour, he couldn't even estimate how much they would have to go around. We have nothing else to do anyway. That's true, but seeing his junior trying to dig through the rock when he couldn't break through the door, Agoldos thought to himself, he would be really popular in the punishment room. If other students trapped in the punishment room saw him, they would swallow their saliva and attempt to recruit him. Is that something you should be saying now? When Professor Garcia roared, Professor Mortem shrank back. If there are such dangerous ruins, you should send the students out first. That's a bit overprotective. The saying that a person who doesn't usually get angry is scary when they do get angry was a perfect fit for Professor Garcia. Professor Mortem couldn't meet Professor Garcia's eyes and crawled away. And why did you take a first-year student into the undead realm? Well, I thought it would be fine since he had faced the king of frost giants. Even Professor Garcia, who had been angry, was momentarily at a loss for words. Thinking it was an opportunity, Professor Mortem quickly sent a request for help to the Skull Principal. Mr. Gonidalts, please help me. It's not good to always protect the students, is it? To become a great mage, they need to overcome hardships. As the Skull Principal was someone who usually tried to forcibly give students a crisis, Professor Mortem thought the Skull Principal would take his side. Protecting students is meaningless. They need to be thrown into a crisis to improve their magic skills. Wasn't this the theory that the Skull Principal usually argued for? However, the Skull Principal coldly refused. No matter what, there's a limit. Taking a first-year student into the undead realm was a bit too much. Professor Mortem looked at the Skull Principal with eyes full of betrayal. He could understand Professor Garcia getting angry. She was originally someone who cherished her students, but the Skull Principal acting like this was very hypocritical. Isn't this too much? The one who went too far is you for taking a first-year student in. Don't you have any sense? That's why the number of students wanting to take dark magic is decreasing. The Skull Principal coldly cut off Professor Mortem. He had already been warned by the Emperor of the Empire. In such a situation, even if he couldn't stop Professor Mortem from causing an accident together, there was no way he could look favorably upon him. Rather than taking his side and getting scolded by the Emperor together, it was best to put the blame on Professor Mortem. I'll remember this. Professor Mortem gritted his teeth at the betrayal of his respected mentor. He had no intention of ever giving out useful undead when asked for them later. So, is that all for the current situation? You've organized it quite neatly, better than I expected. The Skull Principal spoke while floating around and looking at the surroundings. In fact, Professor Mortem had made the best choice. When Yihan and Agoldos went missing inside the palace, he immediately took the remaining students out and went in alone with the undead to search. He had found him well like that. He would have been told well done by other professors, but unfortunately reality was different. The palace was protected by such powerful magic that the search took a lot of time. As the start of the semester approached, Professor Mortem swallowed his tears and sent a message to the Skull Principal, who then relayed it to other professors. I was going to get rid of the other adventurers if they were here. I didn't know the knights had such a sense of work. Could it be you? No, it wasn't. Then I won't praise you. Call the knights. I should praise them a bit. To break through the defense of the profound ruins inside the realm gate, it was best to minimize variables. If there were adventurers wandering around and making a fuss that the way to another realm had opened, he was going to catch and devour them all to drive them away, but the knights had already done it. The Skull Principal was quite impressed. The knights accepted the Skull Principal's praise with the most polite attitude possible. While the professors could joke around with the Skull Principal, the knights absolutely could not. If they did that to the notorious Grand Mage Gonadouts, they could end up being turned into frogs and trapped in a cage for the rest of their lives. Yes, keep doing that in the future. But the adventurers are strongly requesting to be released. What would be the best course of action? Keep them locked up. Nothing good will come from releasing those noisy adventurers. The Skull Principal spoke indifferently. From now on, he had to concentrate on breaking through the realm ruins, so he didn't want to release the annoying adventurers. If he released them and they sneaked in again, how bothersome would that be? Professor Garcia cautiously asked. Won't they protest? Let them do it, if they want to die. The Skull Principal ignored it as if he would no longer pay attention to such trivial matters. Saving his students was important, so what did it matter if a few adventurers were locked up for a few more weeks? They would be well fed anyway. Of course, it was a bolt from the blue for the anti-magic extremists who were locked up. No, why can't you release us? Is this how Imperial Knights should behave? According to Imperial law, I have the right to be protected. Call an administrator. Day 1, how much progress has been made? I've found about half of the rules. That's a relief. Professor Mortem answered with relief. No matter how old they got, the mentor was always a reliable presence in front of their students. Day 2, how much progress has been made? There were some traps in the rules. Oh no, that's really unfortunate. When Professor Garcia sat next to him, the Skull Principal tried to say something but stopped. Day 3, how much progress has been made? I removed the defensive magic and reinforced it so the palace wouldn't collapse. Wait, why do you guys keep increasing in number? The Skull Principal was displeased with the increasing number of professors in the town. The semester had already started, so who was going to teach the lectures? I just stopped by after doing it. Professor Garcia is fine, but the other professors don't seem to be that diligent. Do I really have to evaluate you seriously? Professors who abandoned their lectures and came here, go back immediately. At the Skull Principal's petty threat, the professors grumbled and got up from their seats. However, there was also someone who didn't get up. The Skull Principal spoke to Professor Belatti as if it was absurd. Professor Bagrak, before I hang you upside down and chase you out, go back quickly. Why are you dumbfounded? The one who should be dumbfounded is me. After chasing away Professor Belatti, who had stayed until the end, the Skull Principal grumbled. How nice would it be if everyone was like Professor Garcia? Just taking a little break, I see. By the way, when are you going to start the next ta? I'm going now, I'm going. The Skull Principal flew away, shuddering. Although it was often forgotten due to her normal appearance, Professor Garcia was also someone who had tried to take all the school's lectures at Einregard. If only we could bring a sane professor to the school. It was really hard to find a professor who was both excellent in magic and mentally sound. The Skull Principal could only lament the unfortunate state of imperial education. Phew, jays. Could you please stop, Professor Garcia? Pardon, you've been sighing dozens of times since earlier. I'm sorry, I'm just worried. The Skull Principal had come out to rest for a bit after finishing today's work until the next path opened, but Professor Garcia didn't spare even that short moment inside. The Skull Principal lamented the fact that Professor Garcia was diligent. Even if he wanted to send her back to Einregard, there was no excuse to do so. Wardenaz should be fine. That's what the divination magic showed as well. I was worried about student Agoldos. The Skull Principal gave Professor Garcia a dumbfounded look. If a first-year student and a second-year student were trapped together, one should worry about the first-year student. Realizing that, Professor Garcia also made an excuse with an embarrassed face. Of course, I was also worried about student Ihan. It doesn't seem like you were that worried. Of course, I'm worried. If they're trapped inside the ruins, the first thing is food. The Skull Principal thought, if they're trapped inside the ruins, shouldn't they be more worried about traps or attacks from sentries rather than food? But didn't bother to ask. You don't need to worry about that. Wardenaz always carries quite a lot of food wherever he goes. Ah, yes, I see. Professor Garcia was at a loss for words. What the? Excuse me, Mr. Gonidouts. The adventurers are demanding a meeting. What should we do? When the knights came and asked, the skull principal answered as if it was bothersome. Tell them that if they bother me one more time, I'll bury them upside down until the work is finished. Keep a close watch. Adventurers have a knack for making things bothersome because they don't understand rules. Understood. After the knights left, Professor Garcia asked again, still, won't they run out of food since the two of them have to endure? Well, considering the amount they carry, they should be able to endure sufficiently until I go in. At the skull principal's words, Professor Garcia's face brightened slightly. Then that's a relief. Student Agoldo's will also be fine since Student Ihan is with him. Haven't you noticed anything strange while talking since earlier? Senior, to prepare for any unforeseen situations, we need to save some food, so today's dessert is one slice of cake. Hey, I'm also an Einregard student. Agoldo's was dumbfounded as he received the chocolate cake. By Einregard student standards, this was a luxurious feast. Regardless of that, Ihan started tapping on the rock again. The king of ghouls, who had been mocking him at first, seemed to be getting impatient and tried to interfere with all sorts of tricks. You'll never be able to break through like that in your lifetime. Think again, what if it collapses? Doing that is useless. Agoldo's was newly impressed by Ihan. He had been impressed by this junior several times so far, but this time was a little different. How could he so thoroughly ignore someone's words? If it were Agoldo's, even if he pretended to ignore, he would have been bothered and responded or refuted. However, Ihan truly ignored the king of ghouls as if he didn't even exist, so much so that the king of ghouls was screaming as if he was having a fit. Papapak. Seeing the falling rock powder, Ihan carefully checked the distance he had dug. The saying that a water droplet can pierce a rock is not wrong. Float the water orb, spin it, and shoot it. While repeating this simple process over and over again, Ihan was also gradually becoming more skilled, although he still couldn't immediately summon a perfect spin. Bang, oops, I was too hasty. Ihan clicked his tongue when the water orb burst out as soon as he tried to spin it at high speed right after floating it. He still had to either spend more time or lower the speed and be satisfied with an imperfect spin. Fine, I'll tell you what's inside, the king of ghouls shouted, getting impatient as Ihan kept digging. Of course, Ihan ignored him as if he didn't hear. If he put his mind to it, Ihan had the ability to hear someone shouting next to him as if it were nothing. Let's think of it as the professor's words. 10,000 demons are sleeping in there. So stop. Even if you keep trying to open it, it won't be good for you either. In the undead realm, as well as in realms overflowing with violence and struggle, the loser had to kneel before the winner and beg for mercy. The king of ghouls had also cruelly trampled on those who had been defeated by him on his way to his current position. One of those traces was the space sealed by that door. A space sealed so that the defeated, whose only souls remained, could not be resurrected with power. Agoldo's face became serious. If those words were true, opening it like this was quite dangerous. Since it wasn't opening a properly sealed door but blowing up the rock itself in a crude way, it was hard to predict where the trapped ones would fly out. Junior, I think we need to think about this for now. Do you think he's telling the truth? Honestly, it sounds quite plausible for a lie. Trapping threatening rivals like that was exactly the kind of thing a powerful undead would do. Ihan growled in anger. How dare he deceive me by calling that a treasure? It is a treasure, though, Agoldo's thought to himself. Such powerful souls could be used to create grand magic or artifacts, so it was no exaggeration to call them treasures. Of course, it was because Ihan wasn't trying to open the door properly now. Why are you like that, Senior? That's right, calling this a treasure. Ghoul bastard, you've really gone too far, Agoldo's answered hurriedly. There was still a subtle anger left in Ihan's voice. If that's true, it's really the worst, Senior. It's not the worst, is it? We can just wait for rescue. Having to study without being able to salvage more treasures in the remaining time. Agoldo's couldn't really empathize, but he stayed still because he was scared of his junior. Quajajajajik. At that moment, the mana enveloping the entire palace shook like crazy and started to shatter. The mana guarding the depths also screamed as it swirled around in all directions. Q-Huck, Agoldo's fainted and collapsed due to the too strong wave of mana. Although it wasn't a direct attack, the turbulence of mana rushing in like this was powerful in itself. Quayang, isn't that method too rough? Wardenaz will be fine, so stop worrying, Professor Garcia. Wardenaz. If you're alive, prepare to go to the punishment room. No, it's about student Agoldo's. Ah, the skull principal was silent for a moment. He won't die. You, the student, is listening, Professor Garcia. Stop cursing, Professor, I'm here. When she found out that Ihan was there, Professor Garcia stopped cursing and ran over. Just by looking at her expression, one could tell how worried the professor had been. Student Ihan, I'm sorry for making you worry, Professor. No, it's the fault of the person who took a first-year student in. I was the one who said I would go. Since he was the one who had insisted on the dream of making a fortune, Ihan felt a little sorry for Professor Mortem. Student Agoldo's, he's fine, that's a relief. Although he had fainted for a moment, his complexion looked good, indicating that he had been safe and well until then. Professor Garcia sighed in relief and looked around. There were all sorts of trash, starting from the fact that they had eaten well as a table and a magic book carved out of stone. If it were other people, they would have been shocked, but the Skull Principal and Professor Garcia weren't very surprised. It was only natural to study during break time. You've set it up quite comfortably. But what's that? The Skull Principal pointed to the King of Ghouls trapped in the magic circle and asked. The King of Ghouls seemed to have instinctively sensed what level of Grand Mage the Skull Principal was, and lowered his body. That's the King of Ghouls. Yihan, who had spoken, added an explanation in case he looked too weak now to be the King of Ghouls. Although he looks much weaker now, he was a bit more powerful before being trapped, and also, since the title of King of Ghouls can be self-proclaimed. What the hell are you trying to explain? The Skull Principal was dumbfounded. If he had eyes, he could tell that was the King of Ghouls. After hearing the explanation of what had happened, the Skull Principal sighed. I should tell Mortem to avoid Professor Garcia for a while. He thought they were just trapped, but they had fought the King of Ghouls and were trapped. Professor Garcia's fists were already clenched as if they would burst, and the veins next to her temples were bulging and wriggling. If there were no students, a few staffs would have been shattered, but that's his own problem to deal with. The Skull Principal decided to worry about Professor Mortem only to that extent. If he was that old, he should be able to take care of his own life. That bastard is really vile and evil. Yihan complained as if his teeth were chattering. The Skull Principal was puzzled by that. Wasn't Yihan someone with strong guts, enough to calmly overcome even when harassed by guys like Bagrak or Verdus? But he was complaining like that. Was the King of Ghouls that threatening and violent to that extent? He told me the location of the treasure and made me do all this work for nothing. The Skull Principal was dumbfounded when he saw the almost pierced rock. He knew Yihan had a lot of mana, but trying to pierce that huge rock with the remaining time by making the most of that mana was a different story. Who would have imagined such a thing? It completely surpassed the common sense of mages. He is indeed an evil bastard. Undead are usually like that. Even the torments of hell wouldn't be enough for him. Why are you, as a member of the Wardenaz family, so greedy? The Skull Principal seemed to have given up and made the King of Ghouls, who was spewing curses, shut up and flew away. Then he finished piercing the rock and swallowed the souls of the demons inside in one gulp. It was such an intense scene that even Yihan and the King of Ghouls were shocked. The Skull Principal emitted a blue light from his eyes and directly bound the swallowed souls. Then he compressed them into a single bone and trapped them. Take it. The Skull Principal made a bracelet out of the bone and threw it to Yihan. It was a rare and unusual artifact containing the evil souls defeated by the King of Ghouls. He usually didn't give such special treatment to students, but this much should be fine. Yihan looked at the Skull Principal with a slightly impressed face. Principal, yes, but shouldn't this kind of artifact originally have jewels in it? I'm not asking this with any particular intention. I'm just curious in terms of stability. Yihan quickly backed off after noticing the Skull Principal's shocked gaze. I just asked, in an academic sense, what kind of bone is that and what are you saying about jewels? The Skull Principal spoke bluntly. Unless it was a weak bone that couldn't withstand such souls, the bracelet made by directly carving the Skull Principal's bone couldn't be escaped by 10,000 demons even if they raged. Of course, jewels weren't necessary either. What a pity. This guy is thinking it's a pity. The Skull Principal cursed while looking at Yihan. That shameless bastard. If it were Professor Mortem, he would have shed tears of gratitude. Are there any precautions when using this bracelet, like absorbing a lot of mana? If it's a bracelet that absorbs your mana, I don't even want to fathom what level of curse it would have to be. It's not such a dangerous item. Tusk. But it's not that easy either. Think about the beings inside it. Yihan pondered deeply after hearing the Skull Principal's words. According to what the King of Ghouls said, the beings embedded in this bracelet were those who had been defeated by the King of Ghouls. Then, do you understand? Strong. Weak. Oh, are they strong? Then why would he bother trapping such weak bastards like that? The Skull Principal was dumbfounded by Yihan's words. If they were weak beings, there would have been no need to trap them like that, and the Skull Principal wouldn't have woven them into a bracelet. Wasn't it made like that because they were quite useful? I thought they were weaker than expected since they lost to the King of Ghouls. The Skull Principal was a dark mage who was usually ruthless to the undead, but this time, he sympathized with the King of Ghouls. How hurt must his pride be to receive such disregard from a young first-year student? You'd better watch your words. The ones inside might be listening. They may be too busy fighting each other now, but someday one of them might pop out. The inside of that bracelet was like a miniature version of the underground prison Yihan had gone through. Fierce and noble beings never cooperated even if they were trapped together in defeat. Rather, they tried to relieve their inescapable resentment by trampling on each other. Although it wasn't visible to Yihan, countless souls were fighting inside the bracelet right now. However, if Yihan's skills improved further and he became qualified to attract the interest of the trapped souls, the souls might stop fighting and attempt to communicate with Yihan. Communication. You mean they'll obey my orders? Well, I don't know about that. The ones trapped inside are probably all fierce and stupid. You just told me to watch my words, but one thing is certain. You are the owner of the bracelet. They are enslaved prisoners. Make sure they recognize that. Then they might listen to your orders. Indeed, like Einregard's students, the Skull Principal ignored it as if he hadn't heard. Meanwhile, Professor Garcia lifted Agoldo's as lightly as a straw. Let's take him out for now. Yihan's respect for the professor suddenly rose at that sight. It was because of how she took care of the student, not because she lifted Agoldo's lightly. It would be better to let him rest here for a day rather than moving him right away. If we make him move unnecessarily, it might get worse. Principal, Yihan was slightly touched. He didn't expect the Skull Principal to take care of him like this. No matter how much they disliked or liked each other, there was no one else but Einregard people. I'm talking about Agoldo's, not you. You're perfectly fine. While Agoldo's was snoring and resting well at the inn, Yihan asked Professor Garcia about the missed classes. The fact that he had missed 2 weeks of classes made Yihan more distressed than the fact that he had been trapped for 2 weeks. 2 weeks late, I'm finished. Yihan, I don't think it'll be like that. How can I catch up in 2 weeks? Can't he sufficiently catch up? Professor Garcia thought so inwardly, but she couldn't say it out loud seeing Yihan's face distorted with sorrow. Since it's the start of a new semester, no one taught much. The other professors all taught only basic things. In Professor Garcia's view, the progress other school professors were making now was the part Yihan had already achieved. Honestly, it seemed like he could catch up even if he took a break for 2 months, not 2 weeks. Come to think of it, what are you teaching this semester, Professor Garcia? This semester, I'm teaching magic that is useful in real life. Since she had introduced other school magic and taught the basics in the first semester, she was planning to teach magic that wasn't part of any particular school, but would be useful for young mages to know in the second semester. Knowing these would be advantageous for surviving in Einregard. To miss such lectures for 2 weeks, I'll teach you now, so calm down. The magic Professor Garcia had taught for 2 weeks was a magic that separated specific mixtures with the power of magic, which was essential for mages preparing potions or reagents, and was a magic that allowed one to see even in the dark, although with unclear vision. And both were magic that Yihan had already learned beforehand. Oh, I know both of those spells. Professor Garcia found Yihan annoying for the first time in a while. I'll explain the second semester lectures, since you haven't heard them. Unlike Professor Garcia, who taught, most lectures hadn't changed much. Professor Ureger was still teaching. Likewise, etc. were all lectures that were an extension of the first semester. Fortunately, none of the professors went missing, so it was maintained as it was. Yihan got goosebumps at Professor Garcia's smile. Is it okay to say that so innocently now? Wait, Professor. In my case, I couldn't register because I was late, so what should I do? But Yihan, don't you take almost all of them anyway? Yihan was at a loss for words. Professor Garcia felt a little sorry and quickly changed her words. That doesn't mean you don't need to register. It's just that I registered on your behalf since you weren't there. Yihan received the paper Professor Garcia handed over. Lectures almost identical to the first semester were written. Professor. Why is the principals included? What? It's a mandatory lecture. You took it in the first semester too, right? Yihan turned his gaze away as if he was disappointed that she didn't understand. Professor Garcia glared at him, but Yihan looked at the paper as if he hadn't seen it. Wait. Yihan felt puzzled when he saw the list of lectures written under his name. Basic Practical Magic Garcia. Understanding Basic Alchemy 2nd Volume in Depth Ureger. Repetitive Training of Basic Magic Combat in Depth Bagrak. Magic Character Education. Why are the handwritings all different? Some professors came in person, wrote, and left. Yihan's eyes widened. Putting aside Professor Garcia writing on his behalf, the professors came, added their lectures, and left. Is that even allowed? Is that even allowed? Weren't you going to take them anyway? That's true, but I might not take them. Is there anything you want to remove? There isn't, but... Professor Garcia tilted her head, not knowing what the problem was. I have a bad feeling for no reason. It was fine now, but the fact that it was possible made Yihan afraid. Of course, she said she had to take over as a proxy due to an emergency situation, but don't the professors at Einregard tend to think everything is an emergency situation when they are in a hurry? Yihan vowed to submit his registration, while avoiding the professors during the registration period in his second year. Wait a minute, Professor. Why is here? I've never taken this. What? I didn't write that either. Both Yihan and Professor Garcia were puzzled. An elective lecture that neither of them had heard of nor written was included in the list. I added it, no. Yihan looked at the Skull Principal as if he had been betrayed in the most vile way in the world. Is adding one more lecture something to react to like that? Why would I take that? The Emperor, no, you're too engrossed in magic. You need to have other hobbies too. Professor Garcia almost unconsciously nodded her head. That's why I'm taking swordsmanship, writing training, geometry, and language. Young people in the Empire generally don't call those hobbies. Anyway, it's already decided, so I can't change it. Take at least that much, don't lie. With the principal's magic, you should be able to change it. The skull principal wanted to hit the disciple who was talking back without knowing his place, but he held back. If he met the emperor later and said, "The principal hit me," he might fly over saying, "Come to the capital immediately." "Wait, the knights are calling me outside." "Principal, principal. I can seriously send an anonymous letter to the imperial capital." The skull principal flew away, snorting. "I've heard all sorts of threats, but that's the most absurd threat I've ever heard. Go ahead and try your best." The knights really did call the skull principal, Mr. Ganedouts. The adventurers were making such a fuss that we investigated, and among them there were criminals with bounties. What should we do with the others? When one of the party members was a criminal, the disposition of the others became quite ambiguous. Although there was circumstantial evidence, there was no physical evidence, so it was clean for the highest-ranking person at the scene to make a decision. And the person in charge of this place was the skull principal. The skull principal resolved it cleanly. "Do you know each other?" "No, you stupid bastard. Don't answer the mage's question. You're lying, you know each other. Send them to the capital's prison." "No, no." Amidst the screaming anti-magic extremists, Bagjugul was shocked. He couldn't believe how the Grand Mage of Einregard knew and arrested them. Putting aside grudges, his terrifying ability was frightening. How did he do it? Did he foresee it with magic? That's absurd. While the skull principal was praising the knight's clean handling of the matter, Yihan came out and spoke to him. "Principal, Senior has woken up. All right, let's depart soon. But about that dance and socializing. You have one serious problem." Ignoring Yihan's words as if he hadn't heard them, the skull principal changed the subject. "What is it?" Although he should have been trembling in fear, Yihan looked at the skull principal with a gaze of distrust. It was enough to startle the knights next to him. "No matter what, is it okay to act so arrogantly in front of Mr. Ganedouts? How much favor does he receive? Because you stayed too long in the undead realm, an evil aura is strongly emanating from your soul. When you spend a long time with spirits, the scent of spirits emanates from your soul, but when you spend a long time with the undead, the scent of the undead emanates from your soul." It wasn't for no reason that dark mages were unpopular. However, Yihan was puzzled by the explanation. Doesn't it not matter? Anyway, he was unpopular with spirits, and if he was going to learn dark magic, it didn't matter much if he had an evil aura. It was a bit sad, but originally, it doesn't. What problem would there be if the scent of the magic you're learning emanates a bit from your soul? The problem is that your mana is more than expected, that evil aura is greater than expected, and lastly, there are undead who hold grudges against you. A mage who emanates the scent of spirits often receives visits from spirits, while a mage who emanates the scent of the undead often receives visits from the undead. On top of that, if you have a lot of mana like Yihan, strongly emanate an evil aura, and even have undead holding grudges. It was unknown what kind of dangerous undead might take an interest and come looking. Yihan's face hardened as he realized the seriousness of the situation. Dark magic really has too many disadvantages. Learning magic diligently leads to visits from the undead. What kind of magic is this? But you don't need to worry too much. There's an easy way, taking dance and socializing. No, stay in the immortal Phoenix Tower. The aura of the priests will drive away the evil energy. This semester should be enough. The skull principal spoke as if it was no big deal. In fact, it was no big deal. Just staying with the priests would quickly reduce that evil aura. However, Yihan spoke in a serious voice. "Principal, what? Then my friends might starve to death, right?" "People don't starve to death that easily, probably." Despite the skull principal's words, Yihan started to worry about his friends in the Blue Dragon Tower. It had been about 2 weeks, but were these friends eating properly? Wait, if I go to the immortal Phoenix Tower, I can't do business. Realizing that fact, Yihan's anger toward the King of Ghouls erupted once more. Of course, he could sell food to students from other towers, but doing business with the same tower was the most profitable. To cut that off. That King of Ghouls is a truly evil bastard. He should be imprisoned forever for the peace of the Empire. Why all of a sudden? I've already completely imprisoned him without you saying that. The skull principal was puzzled when Yihan suddenly shouted in rage. The King of Ghouls was already in the skull principal's grasp. As a powerful undead, he was struggling to escape, but once properly trapped like this, it had to be considered impossible. If he continued to resist and finally succumbed, he would be reborn as the skull principal's servant. But if you think about it, student Yihan was the one who captured the King of Ghouls, so shouldn't you give him a reward? Gasp. Is that so? I didn't know. If you give one, I'll gratefully accept it. The skull principal blinked his eyes in annoyance, looking at the mentor and disciple. A leave pass. Yihan was lost in thought over the leave pass inside the skull principal's carriage. For other students, a leave pass would have been a huge reward worth risking their lives for, but for Yihan, it wasn't that big of a reward. The escape route, no. The leave route he had made in the first semester was still there. The path to escape through the sky using the stable at the spire. This was a path that even the skull principal hadn't noticed yet. Even the skull principal probably didn't expect that Yihan would have gone outside in such a short time with the cooperation of outsiders. But I still have to use the leave pass, Yihan calculated coldly. If the Skull Principal saw that Yihan was still using resources abundantly without even using the leave pass, he would definitely notice that guy is going out. Someone like Gaynando might say, why do you have to pay attention to that? But Yihan was different. The devil is in the details. The moment he made a mistake in a trivial part, the devil would come to put Yihan in the punishment room. What are you thinking about so amusingly? I was so happy thinking about the lectures I'll take in the second semester that I couldn't contain my excitement. Right, I felt the same way. It's a time to have fun. Yihan got goosebumps at the sight of the two professors accepting his bullshit so naturally. Am I the only sane person in this carriage? We're here. As the carriage passed over the walls of Einregard, Agoldos's body next to him became transparent and disappeared from Yihan's sight. While Yihan was watching it with mixed feelings, the Skull Principal stopped the carriage in front of the tower. Go in and bring out the rest of your luggage. No, it would be better to go together. Are there traps inside or something? The ironheads of the Blue Dragon Tower might grab you and not let you out. They're not that kind of friends, probably. Can't be, it's a lie. It must be a lie spread by those White Tiger Tower bastards. Denial. Gaynando, you bastard. You should have gone in. Why? I tried to go in too, but I couldn't. It's Professor Mordum's fault. Didn't the White Tiger Tower bastards hide and ambush him? Anger. Fine. If Yihan comes back now, I'll forgive the professor. Me too. If he just comes back within this week, I'll donate to the Empire's dark mages. I'll donate so. Bargaining. Why do these things only happen to us? Is God jealous of our bloodline? It's because of those White Tiger Tower bastards. Depression. They're repeating the following process. At the Skull Principal's words, Yihan made an expression that was hard to describe. If I go in, will I really not be able to come out? The Skull Principal seemed to think the same, so instead of sending Yihan in, he cast a spell. Yihan's luggage in his room flew out one by one through the tower window. This should be all right. Yes, roughly. Okay, then. Ironheads, the Skull Principal shouted in a resounding voice. At that, the first-year students of the Blue Dragon Tower were startled and stood in front of the window. Seeing that, Yihan clicked his tongue in pity. They immediately stick their faces out when the principal calls, even after being treated like that. If it were Yihan, he would have first checked if there were any traps outside the window before sticking his face out. Yihan of the Wardenaz family has returned. Ray really. Wardenaz, over here. His friends opened the window and waved their hands. They all looked haggard and worn out, of course. It took a bit long, but who am I? For the first time in a long while, the students of the Blue Dragon Tower started cheering, calling the Skull Principal's name. It was unimaginable how long it had been since the Skull Principal received such voluntary praise mixed with respect. But there was one more surprising fact. Did Yihan bring in chocolate cake? Wardenaz currently needs treatment until the evil energy disappears. Oh no, dark magic is really. Gaynando cursed dark magic, fuming, so it seems he will stay in the immortal Phoenix Tower during this semester. Then goodbye, have a good evening, everyone. The Skull Principal grabbed Yihan and flew away. A scream that even the demons of hell would have a hard time making erupted from the back tower. Please take good care of me, everyone. Yihan was surprised by the quiet atmosphere when he opened the door and entered the immortal Phoenix Tower. While the places in the Blue Dragon Tower gave a luxurious and splendid feeling, the immortal Phoenix Tower gave a serene and solemn feeling. In fact, the students inside greeted Yihan but didn't raise their voices very loudly. Welcome, Mr. Yihan of the Wardenaz family. We were worried that you came late. Perhaps because they were from a priestly background, the students of the immortal Phoenix Tower didn't bother Yihan further after greeting him. It meant that anything more than that could be bothersome after hearing the explanation. Each of them sat in their seats, reading books, praying, or talking about doctrines with other students. Yihan was touched by that sight. This is what students should be like. What kind of students are obsessed with chess or mage cards and play around? Seeing the diligence of the immortal Phoenix Tower students, he was touched for no reason. Priestess Tigeling. Yes, please speak. Priestess Tigeling, who was preparing to pray next to him, turned her head. Can you tell me about the rules of the immortal Phoenix Tower? Although Yihan was acquainted with most of the priests here and quite close with a few of them, he was a student who came to the immortal Phoenix Tower midway. If he didn't know in advance, there were definitely parts where he could make mistakes unintentionally. Of course, however, the rules are not that strict. I'd appreciate it if you could tell me comfortably. According to Priestess Tigeling, the rules of the immortal Phoenix Tower were basically focused on respecting and helping each other. If someone is doing a difficult task, help them. If someone is stuck on an assignment, help them. If someone is sick, find a way together. Yihan, who had seen his friends from the Blue Dragon Tower grabbing each other's collars over a single card played wrong, shook his head bitterly. My friends should see this and learn. Prayer times are as follows, and dinner time is. Oh my, it's almost dinner time. There won't be many ingredients since I came in a hurry, but I'll do my best to make it. There's no need for that. We prepare it together here. Not only the priests sitting in the lounge, but also the priests in their rooms came out and started gathering the ingredients they each had. There weren't many ingredients, but the priests washed the vegetables and peeled the skins with a serious face as if they didn't mind. Yihan took out the seasonings and spices he had brought. Two priests came to ask about the recipe and took them, saying they would do it instead. Do you always prepare together like this? The amount of food each person has will be different, right? Yes, it may be different, but if you give, you can receive it again someday. Here, Mr. Yihan of the Wardenaz family, I've peeled all the potatoes. You must be tired from the long journey, so wouldn't it be better to rest a bit? Yihan suddenly started to feel very comfortable in the immortal Phoenix Tower. What is this comfort? Yihan must be feeling lonely by now. The weekend ended, and a new week's morning dawned. Yaner tilted her head at Gaynando's words, but the other students reacted intensely as if they sympathized greatly. Of course he would be. He went to another tower. The principal isn't evil for nothing. How could he do such a ridiculous thing? Even the princess was nodding her head. Yaner doubted her eyes when she saw that. Let's all go and greet Wardenaz. He must be lonely in the immortal Phoenix Tower. That's a good idea. The students of the Blue Dragon Tower headed to the immortal Phoenix Tower to soothe Yihan's homesickness. Even when trapped in another tower and feeling lonely, true friendship helps overcome it. If they conveyed that Yihan's friends from the Blue Dragon Tower hadn't forgotten him, Yihan would also feel a bit better. Wardenaz, Wardenaz, we're here, Wardenaz. The students of the Blue Dragon Tower shouted loudly as they climbed the hill below the tower. However, the sight that entered their eyes was different from what they expected. Yihan was laughing and having breakfast with the priests in the courtyard in front of the immortal Phoenix Tower. You're really amazing, Mr. Yihan of the Wardenaz family. It's nothing. It's not that great. No, it is. To make such a soup with just these simple ingredients. Please have some more cheese, Mr. Yihan of the Wardenaz family. Shall I pour you some more soup? The students of the Blue Dragon Tower stared at the breakfast scene with a greatly betrayed look on their faces. Tears welled up in the eyes of some students. Can priests do that? Can priests be so vile like that? Hey, don't curse at the priests. Damn it. That's not what's important right now. This is too much. Just you wait. The students of the Blue Dragon Tower gritted their teeth and turned around. They were determined to let the students of the immortal Phoenix Tower know which tower Wardenaz originally belonged to. Just you wait. That was a really good meal. No, it seems we are indebted to you. While the students of the Blue Dragon Tower indulged in luxury with food from outside in the first semester, and the White Tiger Tower and Black Tortoise Tower gathered ingredients within the school, the students of the immortal Phoenix Tower showed the knack for using the received food frugally. The frugality of boiling and dissolving hard bread or cold rice balls to make them more filling. Seeing them trying to give more, Yihan made a firm resolution. I must make sure they eat their fill. By the way, Mr. Yihan of the Wardenaz family, I apologize if this is rude, but do you have a religious order that you believe in? It might have been his imagination, but for a moment, Yihan felt the air among the priests, who had been soft and kind, burning with a sense of competition. Surviving as a mage in a magic academy, this must be an illusion. Despite his reluctance to believe it, Yihan couldn't deny what he had just witnessed. These were the priests of the immortal Phoenix Tower who, until just moments ago, had been trusting and caring for each other, making him believe that there was a glimmer of hope even in this hellish place. Surely such priests wouldn't fight over which religious order Yihan believed in, would they? I'm currently interested in a few orders. Does that mean? You haven't chosen a true faith yet. How does it sound like that? He clearly said, I'm interested in a few orders, but to the priest next to him, it sounded like, I'm wandering around, unable to find a true faith. I'm not wandering around unable to find a faith. It's more like I'm supporting temples, as is common for nobles in the empire. To persuade the priests, Yihan did something he normally wouldn't do. He claimed to be a typical noble of the empire. Of course, it was of little use to do that now. Nijizer of the Afar Order spoke as if puzzled. I'm embarrassed. When they heard that Yihan had visited the temples of the Afar Order or the Prasinga Order and participated in events, the eyes of the other priests sparkled even more. To the priests right now, Yihan looked like a wandering lamb. Please visit our order as well. You will surely find the true faith you have been seeking. Among the empire's orders, there were those that allowed having multiple faiths together, and those that insisted on only their own faith. Since Yihan was trying to gain benefits by visiting the former, he couldn't get close to the latter. That's not important right now. If you just find a true faith, you will forget about other faiths. Wait, I can't accept that. Forget the faith of the Afar Order. There are few people in the empire as faithful to the Afar Order as Mr. Yihan of the Wardenaz family here. You're just saying that because of mana. Yihan cursed Nijizer inwardly. The guy who thinks of Yihan as a huge fuel tank for flames. You seem to be interested in other orders, but it's the flame order after all. Look at your alchemy grades. Even if you say that, my grades in other lectures are all. Siana ignored him and changed the subject. Since you've been consistently working in the alchemy workshop even during the break, you can't help but be satisfied if you visit the flame order. Not all alchemists believe in the flame order. In my opinion, Mr. Ihan of the Wardenaz family, you are very interested in swordsmanship. In other words, our order that worships the sword. You're all wrong. I heard from Mr. Gaynando that Mr. Ihan likes mage cards the most. Worshipping luck, the priests sat at the table and began a heated debate. Their attitude was polite, but the force contained within was unyielding and uncompromising. The priests gradually raised their voices as if they would never back down. Passing students looked their way, wondering what was going on. Wait, everyone calm down. At Priestess Tidgling's shout, the students of the immortal Phoenix Tower flinched. Ihan was touched by that sight. As expected, Priestess Tidgling was sane. Even if the other priests were blinded by their desire for faith, only Priestess Tidgling didn't lose her mind. Priestess Tidgling spoke quickly. Let's all draw lots and decide the order. If we consider each other, we can create a schedule that satisfies everyone. Indeed, as expected, Ihan suddenly wanted to return to the Blue Dragon Tower. Hey, your Wardenaz has returned. If you talk to me, I'll kill you. The students of the Blue Dragon Tower growled in a voice full of murderous intent. The students of the White Tiger Tower, who had tried to talk to them without much thought, were naturally flustered. What? Ah, no, I just wanted to ask. If Wardenaz had returned, the students of the Blue Dragon Tower, without exception, grabbed their staffs with a fierce look on their faces. There was a firm determination that they would not hesitate to fight if they were spoken to any further. The students of the White Tiger Tower were overwhelmed by the spirit that seemed to be shown by a knight order that had been abandoned by their lord and returned from a place of death. What's with them? Are they crazy? Wait, are you going to leave those guys alone? The students of the three towers, except for the immortal Phoenix Tower, didn't get along well with each other. Usually they would exchange a few sharp words, but if they openly picked a fight like just now, they had no intention of backing down either. Whoever won, it was a matter of pride to have a fight. But let's leave them alone today. Why? I think Wardenaz was seriously injured. The students of the White Tiger Tower made a startled expression. No wonder, I see. That's definitely why they reacted like that. The guys from the Blue Dragon Tower are arrogant and rude, but it's not an honorable thing to mess with them when they're so sad because of their friend. Let's let it go today. You're right, we're knights. The students of the White Tiger Tower sniffled and looked at each other with satisfaction. They couldn't be more proud that they were each other's friends. But Wardenaz was injured. Why was he injured? Didn't he challenge the principal to a duel? Yesterday, a guy from the Black Tortoise Tower said that the principal was flying around carrying Wardenaz. Could it be that? Wardenaz. That guy, I knew he was fearless, but to that extent. The students of the White Tiger Tower suddenly fell silent. Will that guy be okay? What's with you? Don't tell me you're worried about him. I'm not worried. You're the one who's worried, aren't you? I am not worried either. While chattering like that, the students of the White Tiger Tower arrived in front of Professor Garcia's lecture hall. Creak every. Wardenaz. Ihan was puzzled to see the students of the White Tiger Tower startled. Didn't you know I came back on the weekend? Weren't you injured? No. What nonsense. Did you hear some strange rumor? Ihan looked at the students of the White Tiger Tower as if they were pathetic, knights being swayed by such false rumors. Then why the hell did these Blue Dragon Tower bastards go crazy? I don't know, I guess they're crazy. The students of the White Tiger Tower gritted their teeth and sat down. Just you wait. Meanwhile, the students of the Blue Dragon Tower also started coming in groups of 3 or 5. They looked at Ihan's side with a gloomy face, and then they widened their eyes, realizing that the students of the immortal Phoenix Tower were not there. Wardenaz, the priests, they're sitting over there. Ihan pointed to the area where the students of the immortal Phoenix Tower were gathered. The priests waved their hands in greeting. Why, with us? Will you sit with us? Not sitting with the immortal Phoenix Tower over there. Did you guys eat something wrong? Ihan was flustered, thinking his friends from the Blue Dragon Tower had gone crazy. However, the crazy behavior of his friends from the Blue Dragon Tower was just the beginning. Wah, Wardenaz, I thought you would leave us. Even if you're in another tower, we're still friends. The students of the Blue Dragon Tower clung to Ihan's arms and legs and started bursting into tears. Ihan seriously considered hitting them with his staff. These guys are embarrassing me in front of all the students from other towers. We'll do better. Don't leave us again. We'll clean the lounge on time from now on. Didn't those bastards not even clean the lounge separately? A student from the Black Tortoise Tower next to them was shocked. What kind of trash are they? Oh, student Ihan, shall we give you some more time? It's fine, Professor. Ihan peeled off his friends who were clinging to him like leeches one by one. Gaynando, who remained until the end, was pushed away after being hit on the head. I'm glad student Ihan is back, as you all know. It's because he was late recovering from the duel with the principal, right? A student from the White Tiger Tower spoke as if he knew everything. Ihan thought to himself as he saw that. Do those guys believe all rumors? If he spread a rumor that, if you bury all your wealth in the courtyard, a spirit that grants wishes will appear, would they fall for it? No. Oh, it's not. The students of the White Tiger Tower were abuzz. A student from the Black Tortoise Tower next to them spoke as if it was pathetic. I told you, pathetic guys, it's dragons, Tusk. It's not dragons either. He was just trapped while exploring, so everyone stops your strange imaginations. At Professor Garcia's words, the students were abuzz, just getting trapped while exploring. Does that make sense? Are you hiding it? SHH. Let's acknowledge it. If we keep prying, he might get angry. Professor Garcia gave up on speaking further inside. The students followed behind Professor Garcia and moved. Ihan asked Yaner, was the last lecture held somewhere else too? Yeah. The professor made the lecture hall like a cave. No matter how much it was for the dark vision magic to think she would change the lecture hall into a cave. Ihan was amazed by Professor Garcia's scale. It would have been nice to see it in person, until a huge lake appeared before his eyes. Gaynando, who almost fell into the lake after opening the wrong door, staggered and tried to grab Asan's clothes. Asan dodged as if to say where he was grabbing. Gaynando cursed profusely. While grabbing the back of Gaynando's neck as he was about to fall, Ihan asked, Professor, is the magic we're learning today by any chance? You noticed, student Ihan. Humidifos is water bullet or evaporation. Look at the name of the lecture again. Of course didn't teach water bullet or evaporation. The magic they were learning today was underwater breathing magic. Ah, indeed, Ihan was visibly relieved. He was worried about what kind of monster might be in that lake. Everyone gather in pairs. First, try casting the magic on yourself, and when you're somewhat familiar with it, try casting it on your partner as well. As soon as the professor finished speaking, the students of the Blue Dragon Tower started pushing and shoving each other. Move, you bastard, you move. If Wardenaz is disappointed because of you and transfers to the Immortal Phoenix Tower, will you take responsibility? Shall we do it fairly in order of grades? Who had good grades in enchantment magic? We should do it with water element magic. I'm the closest, so if you take one more step, I'll throw you into the lake, Gaynando. While the students of the Blue Dragon Tower were fighting over who will firmly grasp Yihan's wavering heart and bring him back to the Blue Dragon Tower, a shark mixed blood priest from the Immortal Phoenix Tower spoke cheerfully. Mr. Yihan of the Wardenaz family, let's do it together. All right, since there was no reason not to, Yihan readily nodded. But why? There should be other priests too. I drew the first lot. Yihan couldn't help but be amazed by the diligence and cooperation of the Immortal Phoenix Tower students, who had made lots and decided the order in that short moment when he wasn't looking. If it were the Blue Dragon Tower students, they would still be fighting over who would draw the lots first. Sharukul, was it? Yes. Those who worshipped Igaltakwa, the god of the sea and storms, were usually sailors or marine creature mixed bloods. In a way, it was natural for Sharukul, a shark mixed blood, to believe in Igaltakwa. I think this is fate. What? There's no better place to show the teachings of Lord Igaltakwa. Look at this sea, it's a lake. When I see this sea, I think of Lord Igaltakwa. Yihan decided to listen for now. Even if the priests were usually taciturn, it was different when it came to talking about faith. At times like this, he had to act as carefully as possible. If he stimulated them carelessly, the conversation could become several times longer. So Lord Igaltakwa got drunk and spilled his drink, and that became the sea. Mr. Yihan of the Wardenaz family, I heard you are the most interested in magic among the students. You can call me comfortably without being stiff and formal, and I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding about that. Your humble misunderstanding. Yihan tried to explain in detail, but gave up. If Yihan were Sharukul, he would have said, what nonsense is that? If someone who took all the school lectures said, I'm not that interested in magic. So why? I was thinking about how to make you interested in Lord Igaltakwa. Wealth, power, such things would be meaningless to you. No, it's not. Yihan was dumbfounded by Priest Sharukul's words. If any religious order declared, if you believe in our order, we will give you 1 gold coin every time you pray. Yihan was confident that he would become a fervent, hardcore believer of that order from then on. That's when I realized it. The only thing that would interest you, who has no interest in wealth or power, is magic. So I prepared to show you the holy magic of Lord Igaltakwa. Yihan suddenly felt intrigued by Sharukul's words, but I won't be able to learn holy magic. There were words left by excellent mages Yihan knew about holy magic. Principal A, I also have little interest in faith, because I'm too smart to believe in gods. Head of family B, learning holy magic is a good idea. If you want to waste your time in vain, that is, compared to real magic refined with formulas and theories as a background, holy magic is just the act of savages intoxicated by belief and emotion, howling. Even if he didn't go to that extreme, Yihan agreed with the principles of holy magic argued by those two mages. The magic of the empire was based on long accumulated theories and knowledge. What is the most efficient and accurate magic to embody a certain phenomenon? And when this magic is repeated, will the same results come out? Does it have reproducibility even when used by other mages? These histories and principles were the driving force that allowed the mages of the empire, which was so vast that the end was not in sight, to communicate, interact, and develop together. Without these, the mages of the empire would still be playing separately in their own regions with their own rules. However, even the magic of the empire, which was like this, could not explain everything in the magical world. Primitive magic found in places untouched by human feet, ancient magic whose lineage had long been cut off, psychic powers instinctively triggered by people who had not even systematically learned magic, holy magic that ran on belief rather than theory. Such magic that ran on individual ability and sense rather than theory and knowledge still remained. Some imperial mages even made it their job to analyze and explain such magic, holy magic, because belief is essential. Among the magic that ran on individual ability and sense, belief was important in holy magic, intense belief in God. That belief made it possible for peculiar phenomena that were different from the magic of the empire to occur. However, Yihan did not have such belief. In the first place, wasn't he a fake believer who was only interested in benefits? Honestly, I think the Skull Principle's argument is right. It's not that God really exists and borrows his power, but the will-called belief sent by countless believers is influencing reality, right? Since mages also change reality with their will, it wouldn't be strange for the will sent collectively by many people to create an intense force that shakes reality. So what kind of magic is it? Yihan couldn't guess what magic Sharukul would use. Since holy magic had a large difference in individual ability and sense, the magic that appeared was not consistent but varied. Of course, there were general tendencies depending on the characteristics of the order and the god they served, but Agaltakwa, who sees through the deep abyss, send your limbs to me. Sharukul chanted the spell in a low and heavy voice. It was different from concentrating the mind or arranging the flow of mana while waving a staff. Swish. There was a sound of something moving under the lake, and fish began to gather near Sharukul's feet. Yihan was amazed by that sight. Is it summoning marine creatures? That's right, Mr. Yihan. Seeing the other priests also exclaiming in admiration, Sharukul's holy magic was clearly at a remarkable level. Well, it's not an ordinary thing to summon creatures from such a far place when they're still first years. Yihan was also amazed, forgetting that he was also a first year. To show such power to reach creatures in such a distant place, and even in the adverse condition of being underwater, with the magic of the empire, complex processes, theories, and preparations were needed. However, if there was belief, it could be solved at once in such a way. Although it was not as diverse and versatile as magic, it was so effective in certain situations that it was unmatched. How is it, Mr. Yihan? Sharukul asked, sweating profusely. Even though he had succeeded in magic with belief, there was bound to be a consumption of mental power or mana. To quickly relieve Sharukul's burden, Yihan answered, it's admirable to summon creatures from so far away like this, and it's very useful. I'll catch them right off. That friendship truly shines like gold. I'm envious. Yihan quickly changed the subject. Sharukul continued speaking, not even suspecting that Yihan had thought of his friends as fresh sashimi ingredients. When I was young, I once drifted after encountering a storm while riding a small boat out to sea. I prayed and prayed to Lord Agaltakwa. Fortunately, Lord Agaltakwa must have thought highly of me and gave me this magic. I was barely able to return with the help of my sea friends. Listening, Yihan spoke with a serious face. Indeed, then should I also ride a small boat and encounter a storm? What? There's no need for you to do that, Sharukul answered in a disgusted voice at Yihan's extreme remark. What kind of absurd asceticism was that? Really? But if there's no set method, following someone else's experience as it is has the highest possibility. That's too dangerous. I just wanted to say to pray with that much sincerity. I see, that seems too weak. Apart from Yihan's own faith, he was a bit skeptical of prayers in such a way. Why would so many priests awaken holy magic in crisis or urgent situations? People's beliefs naturally become stronger when they fall into extreme situations. Putting that aside, Yihan's own magic skills had also increased dramatically when his life was threatened by Professor Bagrak. Oh my god, I'm thinking like Professor Bagrak. Yihan was startled by his own madness. It must have been because of Professor Bagrak. They say when you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes into you. Okay, then I'll try praying. Yihan was going to do his best to pray to repay Sharukul's sincerity. Whether he succeeded or not, it wouldn't hurt to leave a good impression on the priests. Even if he couldn't use holy magic, a diligent believer was usually rewarded with something from the religious order. What will the Agaltakwa order reward me with? Sashimi ingredients. Why is that guy not practicing underwater breathing and doing something else? Stupid guy, it's Wardenaz. He must have already mastered something like underwater breathing. Yihan raised his head at the chattering voices of the White Tiger Tower students next to him. Sharukul, yes. Let's practice underwater breathing first. Oops. I succeeded. The two White Tiger Tower students practicing next to him glared, but Yihan didn't notice. Sharukul, you don't need to practice. I can originally breathe in water, but the two White Tiger Tower students practicing next to him glared even more sharply than before. Okay, then how do I pray? Try praying with the thoughts you usually have towards the sea. That's how those who believe for the first time usually start. Shahrukh was very excited and grinning from ear to ear at the sight of Yihan acting sincerely towards Igaltakwa. In contrast, Yihan had a lot on his mind. I have no thoughts about the sea. If he had to say, he had considered investing when there was a herring craze in the southern part of the empire last year, thinking it might be good. Lord Igaltakwa. Yihan tried to somehow draw out faith that he didn't have, but gave up. It seemed right to try it his own way, whether it worked or not. Imagining the beliefs of the many people who believed in Igaltakwa, envisioning that vast ocean of energy, and I can't just ask for it, Yihan thought rationally. Since he didn't have the faith and devotion that other priests offered, Yihan decided to think of it as just magic. I'll offer my mana, so please let me borrow a little from that ocean of energy as compensation. At that moment, Yihan's mana moved and was consumed. The offered mana had disappeared. As expected, nothing happens. Although nothing happened, Yihan was not disappointed. This was usually normal. Not every phenomenon occurred as the mage wished just because they consumed mana and wished for something. The order and rules of the world were basically tougher and more solid than the will of mages. Still, conscious of Shahrukh's gaze, Yihan offered his mana a few more times. Anyway, unlike other mages, it didn't matter much even if he wasted mana. Squirm, Shahrukh's eyes widened. A heterogeneous mana different from ordinary mana began to be felt from Yihan's body. Mana that any priest could recognize. It was holy power. That's it, Mr. Yihan. As expected, you had a genuine faith in Lord Igaltakwa deep in your heart. More, pray more, that's the start. Wait, why is everyone coming this way? Shahrukh shouted urgently, realizing the gazes felt from behind. The priests of the immortal Phoenix Tower had gathered at some point and were making very anxious expressions. Before Shahrukh could finish his words, the holy power that had been spreading from Yihan's body disappeared without bearing fruit. Although he had succeeded in creating holy power, he had failed to manifest it into magic. However, that alone was remarkable enough. Originally, most believers couldn't even create holy power. Holy power was the foundation and origin of holy magic. A person who had once created holy power would eventually reach holy magic someday. Phew, sighs of relief escaped from here and there. They were sighs that meant, thank goodness, to anyone who heard them. You're not happy about this, are you? Shahrukh spoke in a slightly sulky voice. Shouldn't priests pray for the awakening of holy magic for believers of other orders, no matter what? Even if they served different gods, they were comrades walking the same path. Ah no, we're not. How could that be? Actually, a little. The other priest stopped Nijizer, who was about to admit it honestly. In fact, if it were another believer, they could have sincerely congratulated them, saying, congratulations on awakening holy magic. However, Yihan was a bit different. If Yihan awakened the holy magic of the Igaltakwa order, wouldn't he cut off his interest in other orders, thinking my faith was actually in Igaltakwa? From the priest's perspective, it would end without even having a chance to show their faith. Moreover, there was one more reason. The fact that he had awakened holy power itself meant that he had the talent for faith and belief. Since ordinary believers couldn't even awaken holy power, it was indeed an extremely rare talent. In other words, if they took him now and persuaded him well, there was a high possibility of awakening the holy magic of other orders. In fact, in the case of Priest Nijizer, he said what he wanted to say even though the other priests stopped him. Since you've awakened holy power now but holy magic hasn't manifested, isn't it faith in another god, not faith in Igaltakwa? Let's be quiet. Priestess Tigling made him shut his mouth. While they were chattering like that, Professor Garcia approached puzzled. It was rare for the students of the immortal Phoenix Tower to gather like this and do something else during class. What are you all doing? Is there a part you're stuck on? Ah, Professor. We were just talking about which order's holy magic Mr. Yihan of the Wardenaz family would awaken. Is my lecture not interesting? After that, the students diligently focused on the underwater breathing magic. It was definitely not because they were afraid of Professor Garcia. It was because they didn't want to disappoint the always kind Professor Garcia. Yihan, you're going to our tower's lounge, right? No. You're going to the immortal Phoenix Tower's lounge. Yeah, of course. Gaynando spoke, avoiding his gaze. I'm going to the vegetable garden to work. Ah, Gaynando's face brightened. Good, you come and help too. Ah, Gaynando's face darkened. Actually, I have something to do. That guy Gaynando has nothing to do. He said he was going to make a new card deck this afternoon. Yihan's friends from the Blue Dragon Tower kindly informed him. Yihan nodded. If you have nothing to do, you can come and help. I was on duty yesterday too. Yihan was puzzled by Gaynando's words. Duty? Did you guys divide the work among yourselves while I was gone? How admirable. Honestly, it was a touching thing. Of course, if the students from the Black Tortoise Tower heard it, they would say, why is Wardenaz touched by that? But the students from the Blue Dragon Tower were basically guys who had never washed their own clothes in their lives. Guys who knew that the messy lounge would clean itself up without Yihan giving instructions one by one. Hearing that such students had decided on duties by themselves and worked hard since the second semester started, he was touched for no reason. So this is where the positive function of Einregard was. Ah, that's not it. I'll explain it to you. The Skull Principal's voice was suddenly heard. A few students from the Blue Dragon Tower almost fainted, screaming. Skull Principal had come down floating, not from the side or back, but from above. The Skull Principal never scared students in the same way. You probably don't know since it happened while you were gone. As you know, you Ironheads spent a semester here. Even in their empty heads, some wisdom must have grown. Of course, it would be a lighter amount than fluff. The students frowned at the Skull Principal's heartwarming praise, so I decided to give you guys a little more freedom in the second semester. Although the Skull Principal spoke in a kind and gentle voice, no one was fooled. Yihan, who still didn't understand, asked, "What freedom? Perhaps permission to go out on weekends. Did you lose your mind because you came 2 weeks late? Anyone who hears you will think you're the professor." Then what is it? The freedom to take responsibility for the school's work and do it on your own, the Skull Principal kindly explained. While Yihan was gone, the other first-year students had all been given an explanation. Each tower was given the responsibility to take turns handling the school's chores. Cleaning the alchemy workshop's waste disposal area, organizing the kitchen warehouse on the first floor, tidying up the lecture hall that had become a mess due to experiments, cleaning near the stable, and so on. Considering the vast grounds of Einregard and the almost infinite interior of the buildings, there was an endless amount of chores for the students to do. The Skull Principal had bestowed upon the students the freedom to do these chores. Wow. Sometimes there are students who misunderstand the Magic Academy, but this Magic Academy is not a place like a prison. It just grants freedom befitting one's qualifications. If I let them loose without qualifications and they get hurt, how much would my heart ache? Truly amazing. Right, thinking he had sufficiently ruined the students' joy, the Skull Principal flew back into the air. Gaynando looked at Yihan with a gloomy face. I couldn't even play yesterday because I was cleaning up the spontaneously generated slimes. I see. Come and help. Gaynando was startled by the sight of Yihan mercilessly taking him along, even though he clearly seemed to be in a forgiving mood. Wasn't he going to let it go? So what's the Immortal Phoenix Tower's assigned work? Ah, we'll probably get a new assignment this evening. I see. Since I didn't do anything for 2 weeks, I want to participate. At Yihan's words, the priests' faces suddenly hardened. Seeing that, Yihan flinched. Did I make a mistake? Can I participate too? One of the priests suddenly said, "What are you saying? You worked hard last week, so you should rest this week. I decided to do it this week. What does the order matter when helping with work? Haha, you'll get sick if you overdo it. Rest." Yihan shook his head and turned around at the sight of the priests competing to work. Gaynando, who didn't know the inside story, was very envious. Wow, the priests are volunteering to work. I'm really envious. Be quiet and let's go to work. The vegetable garden behind Professor Ureger's cabin had become quite messy while he was gone. Yihan cleaned up the surroundings with Gaynando and fed the chickens. The chickens, who recognized Yihan returning after a few months, clucked happily. Gaynando swallowed his saliva. Are you going to catch them? They're forgetting eggs. HMPH. Gaynando tried to pet the chickens, thinking that eggs were better than nothing. However, the chickens didn't leave the mage with evil intentions alone and immediately pecked him with their beaks. Ack, these bastards. Gaynando, stop playing around and come here to clear some weeds. I need to plant new seeds here. Gaynando, who was panting while doing chores, suddenly thought of something and asked, "Wait, can't you summon undead? They can work too. It's a good idea, but undead aren't suitable for this kind of work. Bad mana sticks to them." Gaynando cursed dark magic inwardly. It was a magic that really didn't help much in life. After sweating for nearly 2 hours, it was roughly finished. Yihan packed vegetables, mushrooms, eggs, canned food, pickled meat, etc. into a basket and gave it to Gaynando. "Take it and share it." Great, I'll cook it well." "No, don't cook it yourself. Just deliver it." Gaynando pouted. "I can cook well too." "No, just deliver it." Okay, Gaynando tilted his head as he received the basket. The vegetables were one thing, but the rest of the food was unfamiliar. "But isn't this from the professor's cabin? Go back quickly. I'll finish up here and come later." Yihan sent Gaynando away as if chasing him out. Then Professor Ureger and Professor Bungiger were seen walking from afar. "No wonder it felt clean. You cleaned it up. Good work." Professor Bungiger laughed heartily and praised Yihan. "You worked hard inside." "How did you find such a ruin?" "I was lucky." Professor Ureger, who was listening next to him, spoke as if dumbfounded. "Is that being lucky?" "That much is being lucky. He found it and came out safely." "What do you mean?" "Ah, earlier the prince came out and the canned food in his basket was it mine. Anyway, I'm glad to see both of you like this." Yihan immediately changed the subject. "Yeah, you're a bit late, so to catch up you have to work hard." "No, work a little hard." "No. Just take it easy, you'll still catch up." Yihan was dumbfounded by Professor Ureger's half-hearted words. "How can I catch up if I take it easy instead of working hard? You're the kind of guy who will work hard even if I tell you to take it easy." "Ah, did you go see Professor Bagrak?" Professor Bungiger asked while putting down the sack she was holding with a thud. the sack had written on it. I haven't gone yet, but why do you ask? Huh, didn't you decide to raise the basilisk? Didn't you hear? Yihan became gloomy upon hearing the name of the monster he had forgot. Didn't Professor Bagrak bring the basilisk egg during the break and say, if you raise this well, it will try hard to kill you? Of course, the exact words were a bit different, but the meaning was roughly the same. Later, if I catch a basilisk, I should throw it into the Duke's mansion or something. Yihan cursed the Duke and said, yes, I knew he was trying to hatch the egg. Yeah, he's trying to hatch it this semester. It seems possible since it's an egg in good condition. It will be a good experience for you too. Yes, well, it could be a good experience to diligently care for and hatch a basilisk that was trying to kill him. When Professor Bungiger brought something to drink from inside the cabin, Professor Ureger asked, he's going to hatch a basilisk. Yeah, Professor Bagrak. I don't think he can hatch it, even if he can kill it. It requires a lot of care. Hatching a basilisk from an egg was no easy task either. Even if Professor Ureger wasn't close to Professor Bagrak, he knew well that Professor Bagrak was accustomed to killing basilisks, not raising them. It would be difficult even if he got advice from Professor Bungiger, right? Professor Bungiger sipped her beer and answered as if it was fine. We have a disciple here. He'll do well. Aha, indeed. Yihan wanted to argue what was, indeed, but he held back. Surviving as a mage in a magic academy, I had also vaguely guessed it. Yihan had also felt it, since Professor Bagrak was not an expert in raising basilisks and probably didn't have other disciples. There was a high possibility that Yihan would end up taking care of the basilisk. However, that didn't mean his heart wasn't aching. Do your best. It's a really valuable experience. Ah yes, good experience, valuable experience. Why do you have to do that kind of experience? Professor Ureger grumbled as if it didn't make sense. Then Professor Bungiger was dumbfounded, asking what he was talking about. Think about it. When and where else will you get the experience of caring for and raising a basilisk egg? And how helpful will that experience be? After doing that well, other snake monsters in the Empire will feel like babies. As if there were countless monsters in the Empire, so there was no need to prepare for snake monsters in advance. Couldn't he just not go where they appeared? I think it's right to avoid dangerous places or leave it to snake experts. Professor Ureger said that while holding out a basket with food to Yihan. It contained bread, rice cakes, a large chunk of meat wrapped in a bag, cheese, salt, sugar, a bottle of fruit pickled in honey, and a few cans. What is this? Take it and eat some. You'll be busy coming late anyway. Although Yihan could sufficiently catch up with the progress of other students even if he came 2 weeks late, that didn't mean it wasn't hard. Considering the things to do in the second semester, he had to at least eat well. Yihan was honestly touched. There weren't many professors who did this kind of thing. Professor, HMPH, don't misunderstand. I'm giving it to you because you work well. Yihan bowed his head and then took out the cans he had hidden in his bosom and put them back in the basket. Seeing that, Professor Ureger glared at Yihan. Evening, Yihan prepared a simple dinner using the food he had brought from the cabin and the vegetable garden. It was more abundant than the meals provided by the school, but since he hadn't been able to properly bring supplies from outside yet, there were clearly empty corners on the table. The priests weren't the type to actively hunt or gather either. It's a bit of an eyesore. Yihan skewered rice cakes, meat, and asparagus, roasted them over the fire, and then held them out to the priest. It's still a bit lacking, but please bear with it until the next outing. I'll bring it back packed full when I go out. What? This is more than enough already. That's right. If we eat more luxuriously than this here, we'll be punished. The priest said while gobbling down the soup made by boiling potatoes, vegetables, spices, and rice. Seeing their admirable appearance, Yihan unknowingly felt pleased. The guys from the Blue Dragon Tower should see that and learn. Just a moment ago, while preparing, he had thought, I wonder if the guys from the Blue Dragon Tower are eating well, but seeing the priests, his thoughts changed to well, they'll do well on their own. Ah, Mr. Yihan, will you go with me to get the assignment? It's already that time. Sure, Yihan nodded at Sharukul's words. Sharukul hurriedly started to drag Yihan down, worried that the other priests would notice. Why are you in such a hurry? If the other priests notice, it will be troublesome. No, I was originally supposed to go and get the new duty, but I'm a bit late. It doesn't seem that late. Where did Mr. Yihan of the Wardenaz family go? Who knows? Didn't he go into the tower for a bit? Wait, didn't Priest Sharukul go to get the assignment? I think he went together. Chase after them. Yihan stared at Sharukul. Sharukul ignored his gaze, pretending not to see it. Let's go quickly. Don't priests dislike lying? When they arrived in front of the main building, the undead waiting there greeted Yihan and Sharukul. You arrived quickly. But why is the bloodline of the Wardenaz family among the priests? There are circumstances. If you ask the principal, you'll know. Ah, does the master want to torment the students of the Blue Dragon Tower? It's not for that reason. No, is it? Indeed, the first years of the Blue Dragon Tower had it too comfortable last semester. The master cursed them several times. Yihan decided to pretend he didn't hear it. While they were talking like that, students from other towers arrived one by one. Unlike Yihan and Sharukul, the faces of the other tower students were full of tension. Yihan waved his hand and called his friends. Did you have a good dinner? Did Gaynando properly deliver the ingredients? His friends noticed Yihan and started crying instead of waving back. Wah, Wardenaz. Sob, please come back. Did Gaynando cook? No, I told Gaynando not to cook, but a student from the Blue Dragon Tower said, sobbing. Yihan had tried to be careful in his own way, but there was a flaw in that thought. Even if he told Gaynando not to cook, it wasn't like his other friends were particularly good at cooking. The students from the Blue Dragon Tower made all the mistakes beginners would make, such as burning, seasoning incorrectly, and mixing incompatible ingredients. No matter how much an outstanding student in alchemy like Yaner tried to control it, there was a limit. Reduce the heat. I said reduce the heat. Why, isn't it better if the fire is strong since the cooking will be done faster? Measure the salt properly and put it in. Don't just sprinkle it. Warden has just sprinkled it. Isn't it done by feeling? What feeling when you're doing it for the first time? You there, don't add more water. I told you there's enough moisture in the vegetables. Why don't you change the tower name to the Hungry Blue Worm Tower? We're not that bad. Ho ho. The students from the White Tiger Tower, who were listening next to them, suddenly became arrogant. Of course, it was an absurd thing to say in Yihan's eyes. What are these guys who can only grill saying? They were better than the students from the Blue Dragon Tower, but that was something that should be obvious for a human being, and the students from the White Tiger Tower weren't particularly good at cooking either. He knew it well from hearing it from Jijil and Dalju. I caught a rabbit. Oh, let's grill it. I got some bread. Oh, let's grill it. I bought some fish. Oh, let's grill it. I got some spices and sugar. Can't we make something with this? Like the dish Warden has made. That was delicious. There's a good thing. Let's sprinkle it after grilling. Guys who only know how to grill, well, at least they grill. You guys just eat it raw. Don't bother cooking. When it was confirmed that all the students had gathered, the undead opened its mouth. Attention, everyone has gathered. Then I will explain the things to do this week. First, the third-year students tried to raid the kitchen on the 4th floor but failed and a fire broke out inside, so this needs to be completely cleaned up. A student raised his hand and asked, but why aren't the third-year seniors cleaning that up? Good question. The third-year seniors are cleaning up the accidents caused by the 4th years. And next is, has anyone been to the forest stream south of the main building? I have been there. A student from the White Tiger Tower answered. Seeing that, Yihan felt a bad premonition. I see. I haven't told you to go there yet, so you went in secretly. I'll remember your name. Ah no, as expected. You absolutely couldn't let your guard down when answering either. Anyway, I heard it's swarming with pests. They're not that strong, so you can just go and deal with them. Next is, organizing the 2nd floor warehouse. It seems to take a long time because there's so much junk. When his friends flinched, Yihan asked, puzzled, why are you surprised? That came out last week too. The White Tiger Tower members were in charge of it. I see. Yihan looked at the students from the White Tiger Tower and asked, how was that? It wasn't that difficult. Warden as. But there was too much, so we couldn't finish it. Yihan immediately noticed from their shaking eyes. It must have been hard. Judging from the reaction of the White Tiger Tower guys, it was clear that the workload was large and difficult. If not, those guys would have tried to do it again. Well then, let's divide it. The undead hurriedly made lots and threw them one by one. Sharukul grabbed Yihan's wrist and spoke seriously. Mr. Yihan, how about praying to Lord Igaltakwa? Wasn't he the god of the sea and storms? Yihan had never heard that Igaltakwa also presided over drawing lots. Yes, but Lord Igaltakwa's power is great, so if you believe and pray. Yihan unfolded the lot, organizing the 2nd floor warehouse. I'm sorry for no reason. It seems like you drew a difficult one. No, how can there be easy and difficult things in this kind of work? That's right. Difficult work is more rewarding. I can't get used to it. Yihan was distressed by the priest's words. If it were the students from the Blue Dragon Tower, they would have been blatantly shameless, but the priests here were too kind, so it was a bit distressing at times. When the door opened, a huge garbage dump greeted the students. It was a warehouse where all kinds of junk were tightly stuffed in, though it was unknown who had piled it up. The terrain inside Einregard changed frequently, and as a result, spaces like this that many students had secretly used as a warehouse would suddenly pop up. And now, if it was left here, this space could suddenly explode and scatter garbage in all directions. Once discovered, it had to be cleaned up as quickly as possible. Wait, looking around the mountain of junk, Yihan noticed a cloth covering the corner next to it. When he removed the cloth, there was a new pile of garbage inside. That in itself wasn't so surprising, but this pile of garbage doesn't seem to have been created long ago. Yihan felt suspicious and checked the top of the pile of garbage. Then, the broken wooden swords frequently used by the White Tiger Tower students appeared. It seems the White Tiger Tower guys got lazy while cleaning and hid the garbage here. Oh my, we have no choice but to work harder. The priest spoke as if it was unfortunate. Yihan stared at the priests for a while, then thought for a moment and said, can I go to the tower for a bit? Of course. Go ahead and come back comfortably. You don't have to worry about the stream forest. There are no dangerous ones. I've been hunting there many times. Really, the student from the White Tiger Tower who had been in the forest spoke confidently. Yeah, there are absolutely no dangerous monsters here. Ack. Thud. Ihan subdued one of the White Tiger Tower students by shooting magic from behind, then pointed his staff at another student. Raise your hands. The moment you move your fingers, one of your bones will break. Wah, Wardenaz. You bastard. Earlier, you made fun of us by calling us the Hungry Worm Tower. What are you talking about? No, the guys who cleaned the warehouse last week. Did you do it properly or not? At Yihan's question, the White Tiger Tower student flinched. Anyone could see that he had something to feel guilty about. We worked hard, I see. Move 2 steps to the right. WHY, if you faint there, you might fall into the stream. You wouldn't want your clothes to get wet. Actually, we used a little. Trick, I see. 2 steps to the right. A little. It was really just a little. All right, I'll forgive you. Phew, the White Tiger Tower students let out a sigh of relief, until Yihan said his next words, then let's go. The students looked at each other in confusion. Where to? To the warehouse. Since you did the work carelessly, you have to do it again. The students, who belatedly realized what Yihan meant, stammered and asked, We have to do this too. Yeah, you can come back later and do it. You can come during the day. It's not just us who use tricks. Other guys use tricks too. Even better, call those guys too. The White Tiger Tower students glanced at the stream next to them and then at Yihan's staff. It was getting cold enough to fall into the stream. You came to help like this. The priests were surprised when the White Tiger Tower students came to help. You didn't need to come like this. That's right, it's our job. The priests didn't notice the gloomy and sad expressions of the White Tiger Tower students. Yihan whispered from behind, Hey, manage your expressions. Come to think of it, it seems like too much for the priests to handle. So we came to help, that's right, if we had done well, last week. The priests wouldn't have had a hard time in the first place. Sob, White Tiger Tower is really not just a tower of knights. I was really moved. At the priest's sincere gratitude, the White Tiger Tower students inwardly made a tearful face. It was hard to even get angry when they acted like that instead of exploiting them. That's why I told you not to hide the garbage. I said you get caught and go to the punishment room. We didn't get caught. It's because Wardenaz found it. Tap, 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 tap. The White Tiger Tower students started clearing the piled-up garbage in the warehouse with skillful movements, as if they hadn't done it a week earlier for nothing. An 8-legged chair, 2 of the legs were definitely octopus legs. A half-burned magic book, the cover read, It's fully cooked. Dye, a coat with 3 colors of blood on it, not only red, but also green and blue blood and so on. Impressive. Anglago. What? Anglago asked back in a nonchalant voice at Yihan's praise. He couldn't be in a good mood after being called in the middle of the night when he could rest comfortably. This guy is trying to pick a fight. The warehouse organization. Your knack is amazing. Do you have anything to teach me? Yihan's praise was sincere. Even though the priests were not lazy or lacking in skill, the speed of the White Tiger Tower students overwhelmed the priests. MHMPH, well, there's nothing I can't teach. Anglago seemed to not dislike it, as he grumbled but started explaining. First of all, do you know what to clean up first? Relatively light garbage, right? Since it was piled up like a mountain, it was also important to reduce the amount as much as possible. Clearing the light things first and then the heavy things. Wrong. We thought so at first too. The first things to clean up are the garbage that doesn't look dangerous. You can just pick it up and drag it out. The dangerous ones are the ones that look obviously dangerous or the ones whose identity is unknown. The ones that look dangerous are rather better. You can just attack them first. The garbage with unknown identity is really dangerous. Anglago let out a deep sigh. It felt tiring just talking about it. Yihan was at a loss for words. Well, the school's work can't be easy. Even when magic collided with each other, there were conflicts and unexpected phenomena occurred, so if a place where more than 1,000 related items were piled up was fine, that would be even stranger. Of course, among the tasks assigned to the first-year students this week, organizing this warehouse was one of the most difficult, but that was no consolation to Yihan. There's no choice. Yihan waved his staff and threw bone fragments. Shuriken popped out and skeleton warriors rose up in droves. It will be too much for this. I'll have to combine them. Yihan combined the skeleton warriors with each other and compressed them, as he had learned in the King of Ghouls' palace before. Just having a large number didn't really help with the current organization, and I'll have to call Ganedouts too. What? Don't be surprised. It's the name of my summon. Isn't this guy crazy? Undead appeared in the warehouse along with an eerie mana. Seeing that, some priests coughed uncomfortably. Oops, sorry, I needed more hands. No, we also know well that dark mages are not actually trying to insult death, but are trying to understand death and comfort the deceased. Yihan tilted his head. Was that so? I don't think so. The priests attending Einregard had less prejudice than other priests because they seriously learned magic other than holy magic. Naturally, they tried to understand dark magic rather than blindly hating it. But as expected, there were misunderstandings since they didn't directly learn it. Okay, now that the preparations are done, let's divide the work. White Tiger Tower students, come this way. I'll cast enhancement magic on you. Oh, the students were delighted at Yihan's words. Regardless of whether they disliked him or not, everyone acknowledged Yihan's magic skills. If they worked with enhancement magic, it would be several times easier. What are you even saying? We have to help each other when working together. Wait, Wardenaz, why don't you cast it on the priests? The priests will be doing the work of pulling out the luggage here and taking it outside. Then what about us? You guys now have to go in and clean up the unidentified garbage over there. The White Tiger Tower students glared at Yihan. I'll go in with you. That doesn't change the fact that you're mistreating us. Should I make you something to eat when the work is done? What kind of offer is that? And Glago answered furiously at Yihan's question, which seemed to imply that all would be well with just a good meal. Gasp, what will you make? So sorry, and Glago. Honestly, the food Wardenaz made was delicious. It was hard eating only jerky for 2 weeks. Yihan asked, puzzled. Can't you exchange with the Black Tortoise Tower? What have you been doing all this time? Last time we went to their black market and got into a fight, those guys didn't apologize first. Yihan looked at the students as if dumbfounded. No matter what, wasn't it a loss to fight each other for 2 weeks? Don't tell me these guys won't try to reconcile first if I'm not here. The White Tiger Tower students looked at Yihan with hopeful eyes. Since they were also suffering from a shortage of supplies, they secretly hoped that Yihan would mediate. Yeah, all right, let's clean up. Wardenaz. That's it. Don't you have more to say? I don't know. What the hell is this used for? A White Tiger Tower student muttered, holding a wing that looked like a hang glider. They probably tried to use it like a bird's wing. It might have been pretty good if you flew from a high place. Why this? To escape. Ah, the White Tiger Tower student looked at the unknown senior's attempt with a mixture of awe and reverence. Can't we repair this and try using it? You're going to try it? Huh, is it dangerous? Wouldn't it be dangerous if you did? Yihan was about to tell him to just try it, but he stopped. He was worried that the other person might really do it. I see. Then can I try it? Should I hit him? Move, move, move. As if reading Yihan's inner thoughts, a golem's hand suddenly shot up from the pile of garbage, and it immediately tried to slap the White Tiger Tower student. It's a good thing I had spatial perception cast in advance. Yihan read the trajectory of the golem's attack and shouted urgently, "Turn into iron, O cloak." He was worried because it wasn't his own cloak, but fortunately, the White Tiger Tower student's cloak turned into solid iron. Yihan immediately threw the student back. The student who rolled over the pile of garbage let out a groan and rolled away. Everyone, prepare for battle. It's a golem. How did you deal with it last time there? There was no golem. What? I said there was no golem, you crazy bastard. Why is there a golem? The White Tiger Tower students shouted in a panic. No matter how many unidentified pieces of garbage there were, there had never been a golem. Only then did Yihan belatedly realize and said sheepishly, I see. I thought there must have been one. If it were such a place, we wouldn't have come even if you beat us to death. Golem has moved. Executing command. The seniors definitely made it. Everyone couldn't help but admire the golem's name, which felt like hatred towards someone. The golem, made of granite, basalt, 2 unidentified rocks, and birch wood, was half destroyed but slowly moving. Sharakin, I will strengthen the skeleton warriors. Let's attack together. Yihan prepared for battle as he had done before. Explosively strengthen the skeleton warriors and then fire elemental magic. Although the golem's strength looked quite solid, it was advantageous for them since it was half shattered. If they kept shooting the golem's weak point, the core would inevitably be hit. Starting cleaning. However, instead of preparing for Yihan's attack, the golem silently started picking up the garbage and throwing it outside. And Glago, startled by the suddenly flying garbage, threw himself to the side. It's an attack, it said, cleaning. Yihan and the White Tiger Tower students were amazed, staring at the golem suddenly doing the work for them. Despite having one leg blown off, the golem cleared the garbage at a fast pace, but it won't be able to move for long. Yihan read the mana felt from the golem's entire body. The amount of mana emitted with each movement was considerable, and the amount lost from the damaged parts was also significant. Then it would need to be additionally healed or filled, but seeing the golem's mana itself gradually weakening, it seemed difficult for it to move for a long time. Well, if it could move for a long time, it wouldn't be here like this. It must have accidentally touched something wrong and reactivated. You're amazing. It would have been great if we had met you last week. Did not understand. You don't have to understand. Executing command. Explosive potions have been found. Please step back. However, contrary to Yihan's thoughts, the White Tiger Tower students quickly became friendly with the golem. Can't we somehow make a new leg for it with this? Rather than that, let's find the fallen leg. It might be in the garbage dump. The guys who had been whining that they didn't want to clean up until just now were rummaging through the warehouse, trying to outdo each other. It's good that you're working hard, but it's time. Let's come back tomorrow and do the rest. Is it already that time? The golem will clean it all up by itself while we're gone, right? At the White Tiger Tower students' words, Yihan answered as if asking what they were talking about. That won't happen. Why? Because it will stop after about half a day. The White Tiger Tower students looked at Yihan with eyes that said, "How can you say such harsh things?" "No, it's damaged and there's mana consumption, so it's hard for it to operate for a long time. Look, if it were intact, would it be operating like this now?" "Ah, even so, you shouldn't say that in front of the golem." "Wait, is that important now?" Warden as. "Then can it be fixed? There's a way to fix it, right? If you fix it, it's fine." The White Tiger Tower students spoke earnestly, but it was impossible to say that the impossible was possible. Yihan was also a first year, so how could he fix a golem? "Can it be done?" Sigh. "He says it can be done. That's a relief." As expected of Warden as. Yihan felt a headache coming on for the first time in a long time. It was the same headache he felt when he was contemplating where to start explaining to Gaynando before an exam. "All right, listen carefully. You White Tiger Tower guys." Yihan did his best to explain how excellent the level of this golem was. At first, the White Tiger Tower students listened, thinking that guy Wardenaz, he really beats around the bush to say his magic skills are excellent, but they must have felt something strange as their faces darkened. Don't tell me. You're saying you can't do it." "Wardenaz, I've been saying that since earlier." The White Tiger Tower students were too shocked to answer. Their staggering and dejected appearance was so lifeless that even the priests were worried. "Are you sure you're okay?" "I'm worried about them." "It's fine. They'll regain their energy soon." However, contrary to Yihan's expectations, the White Tiger Tower students were still gloomy the next day. They were more into the golem than he thought. "They'll regain their energy soon." Yihan didn't pay attention to it, until the White Tiger Tower students suddenly started treating him well. Thud. "Wardenaz, I heard autumn rabbits are delicious." Thud. "Wardenaz, here's a deer's hind leg." Thud. "Wardenaz, here's the highest quality imperial ham aged for over a year." "Where did you get this from?" "The kitchen." "SHH. I thought 2 people were missing. Did they get dragged to the punishment room?" It was fine to just keep receiving gifts, but Yihan's conscience wasn't that bad. Yihan sighed and called Nglago and his friends together. "I appreciate the gifts, but what can't be done can't be done. If we catch a whole wild boar next time, it's not that I'm not doing it because I have the ability, you bastard, it's because I can't do it." Yihan finally exploded after holding back and hitting Nglago's head with his staff. "It would be better to ask someone else." "Who?" "Like Professor Verduz. There's no way that Professor would listen to our request." And Nglago spoke as if asking what he was talking about. They also knew, of course, that Professor Verduz was an outstanding master of enchantment magic. But no matter how excellent his skills were, what was the point if he had no intention of helping? Indeed. Perhaps if it's Wardenaz who asks. "That's right, you're his cherished disciple." When a White Tiger Tower student spoke in a hopeful voice, Yihan shook his head firmly. "Don't talk nonsense." "No, yeah, we don't have that kind of relationship. I'll try asking since I received something, but don't expect too much." Since there was a meeting with Professor Verduz in the afternoon anyway, Yihan decided to at least mention it. If he received this much, at least mentioning it. A golem, bring it next time. Not only Yihan but also Nglago and the White Tiger Tower students were surprised. Yihan was so surprised that he couldn't speak carefully as usual. "Professor. Are you perhaps unwell?" "Wah, Wardenaz. The professor said it's okay, so why are you doing that?" The White Tiger Tower students were startled and tried to stop him. Why on earth was he trying to provoke Professor Verduz? "I'm fine, except that Ganedaltz is making me work a lot. More importantly." Professor Verduz hesitated and looked at Yihan. At that, Yihan suddenly felt fear. It was always scarier when a usually rude person suddenly became polite. Professor Verduz, who usually said what he wanted without hesitation, was hesitating and being mindful, giving Yihan goosebumps. What the hell was he trying to ask for? "Don't tell me he's trying to extract blood or bones. I heard you're raising a basilisk." "Yes," Yihan answered while holding back a sigh. He wasn't even curious about how he found out anymore. "I should think that the professors are all connected by telepathy. Can I go see it with you?" "Pardon, why are you asking me that? You're going to raise it in Professor Bagrak's lecture hall, right?" "Probably. If I go alone, Professor Bagrak might attack me." "Why? What did you do to make him?" "I don't know. He just attacks." Professor Verduz answered with the face of an innocent beaver. However, Yihan was not fooled by the appearance of a cute animal. Professor Verduz had done too many things for Yihan to be fooled by that. "Rather, I think he'll attack even if we go together." Yihan thought that but didn't say it. In the end, the one getting hit would be Professor Verduz anyway. "Anyway, if we go see it together, will you help the golem?" "Huh? A golem is a golem. Seeing it is seeing it. What are you talking about?" Come to think of it, Professor Verduz was not a smart enough person to make a deal like that. He just accepted the golem because it looked interesting, and the asking to see the basilisk was a separate matter. "It's nothing. Then let's go together after it's over. I had to visit you before the evening lecture anyway." Professor Verduz's face brightened. "Yeah, then tell Professor Bagrak not to attack me." "Oh, well, I'll try mentioning it." After the enchantment magic lecture was over, a few students were carried to the healing room for taking out heated stones from the bonfire with fire resistance magic cast on their hands. Yihan moved his steps together with Professor Verduz. "Professor." In the second semester, you're teaching mainly enhancement magic, right? In the first semester, they learned the basics of enchantment magic and practiced casting it on inanimate objects. So in the second semester, it would be in order to practice enchantment magic that is directly cast on living beings. Huh. No, did I? I just followed the order in the book. Maybe I did. Ian smiled faintly at the sight of Professor Verdu's treating students like rolling stones on the street. There was nothing to be surprised about anymore. Then what did you teach for the past 2 weeks? What did I do last week? That's it, that. Blocking arrows. Pardon, blocking flying arrows. It's good for checking enhancement magic, right? Should I have come even later? Then there's a high possibility that you'll mainly teach enhancement magic until the midterm exam. Is that what's written in the book? Then probably. Is the midterm exam artifact production like last time? No. For the first-year freshman's second semester midterm exam, Professor Verdus frowned and thought deeply, then said, "That's it, preparing traps and throwing each other in." Pardon? Wait, Gonadals told me not to say this. It's a secret. Ah, yes, that. Yehan was rather flustered even though he finally got a hint. What kind of midterm exam was preparing traps and throwing each other in? We're here, Professor. Yehan knocked on the door and entered. Professor Bagrak was sitting next to the desk as always. The only difference from usual was that a familiar large egg was located in the center of the lecture hall. Is that the basilisk? Professor Verdus asked, his eyes sparkling. Instead of answering, Professor Bagrak immediately raised his staff and attacked Professor Verdus. The beaver mixed-blood professor screamed and threw himself to the side. Stop him. With what ability? More importantly, Professor, why are you attacking Professor Verdus? He tried to steal the basilisk. Professor, Yehan looked at Professor Verdus with a sense of pity. No, I didn't, Professor Verdus shouted, squawking. I just wanted to touch it because I was curious. What are you saying? Yehan snorted. Professor Verdus, who was rolling next to the corridor, looked up, wondering why Yehan was acting like that. There's no way you came with such pure intentions, Professor. I'm telling you it's really not. Professor Verdus felt wronged for the first time in a long time. Of course, I was going to take some materials when the basilisk was born. Without permission. With permission, nah. At Yehan's suspicious gaze, Professor Verdus felt wronged for a truly long time. Professor Verdus, who usually had an iron will and didn't care what he heard, felt strangely wronged when Yehan acted like that. Was it okay for a disciple to doubt his teacher like that? I'm telling you it's true. All right, get up. Professor Verdus grabbed Yehan's outstretched hand and got up from his spot. At that moment, Professor Bagrak's magic shot out from inside the lecture hall again. Professor Verdus was hit directly and rolled to the other end of the corridor. I told you to stop him. No, I'm not someone who can stop him even if I try. Try it before you say it. Yehan shrugged as if there was no choice and said, Professor. Can you stop attacking Professor Verdus for a moment? All right. Professor Bagrak lowered his staff. Professor Verdus glared at Yehan. Didn't he just get hit by an attack he didn't need to get hit by? Even with the basilisk egg, Professor Bagrak's lecture didn't change. How proficient are you in the dark element? I can do basic casting, but the lightning element, practicing shape transformation. The water element, summoning magic, enchantment magic. Professor Verdus sat next to them and silently watched their conversation. If it were another professor, they would have reacted, "Isn't that a bit too much?" But fortunately, it was Professor Verdus, so he had no thoughts. We'll have to catch up on the parts where progress is lacking. At Professor Bagrak's words, Yehan nodded and slowly moved to the side. If an attack flew, he was thinking of using Professor Verdus as a shield. He won't attack right away with the professor here. As soon as the thought ended, Professor Bagrak started shooting bullets made of dark elements. Professor Verdus, who was sitting next to him and suddenly got hit, screamed and fell to the side. You said you'd stop. I didn't attack him. Ah, I see. Yehan wanted to retort, but was too busy dodging. Yehan quickly grabbed the fallen Professor Verdus and lifted him up like a shield. The bullets composed of dark elements bounced off mercilessly. When will this end? I think you'll have to wait a bit. Professor Bagrak, who had enhanced Yehan's sense of the dark element through simple basic training, declared a break. Utilizing the environment is good, but basic skills come first. I'll keep that in mind. Then take care of the basilisk. Yehan was slightly taken aback by Professor Bagrak's words. What? You're not going to teach me? Usually when telling a first-year student to take care of a basilisk egg, don't they teach them things like, you have to do this and that, don't do this? Of course, Yehan had asked Professor Bungiger this and that before coming, but I was going to tell you anyway. Thud. Professor Bagrak threw a book. Yehan thought it was rather fortunate. Professor Bagrak was a person who was better at explaining with books than with words. I wrote it based on the Blue Dragon Tower's standards, but it shouldn't be much different for the immortal Phoenix Tower. Pardon? Yehan was about to skim through the book but stopped. What did he mean? Professor Verdus next to him said, if it's hard to move the egg, should I help? Realizing that he had to raise it in the dormitory, not in Professor Bagrak's lecture hall, Yehan seriously considered transferring to the White Tiger Tower. Professor, no matter how I think about it, it's impossible to take care of the basilisk egg in the dormitory if it hatches by mistake, by mistake. Anyway, if it hatches, an accident could occur. Yihan wanted to step on Professor Verduz's foot, but the distance was a bit far. Yihan felt regretful, but I received advice from an expert that it's better for you to take care of it. Which crazy expert? No, I'm sorry. Excuse me, but who is it? Yihan wondered if the Skull Principal had said such nonsense. Professor Bungiger. Yihan tried his best to stay calm and listened carefully to Professor Bagrak's explanation. According to the explanation, it seemed that Professor Bungiger had answered Professor Bagrak's question as sincerely as possible. However, no matter how hard one takes notes, raising and nurturing something requires interest and sense that goes beyond theory. Worried, Professor Bungiger said this. Wouldn't it be better to just entrust it to your disciple? Indeed. Professor Bagrak decided to respect the expert's opinion. Indeed, but Professor Bungiger's words don't mean for me to take it to the dormitory and raise it. Is that so? Let's compromise and raise it in a third space. You'll need to prepare a lot of things to take care of the basilisk anyway. Yihan pondered where would be good. Professor Ureger's cabin was also a pretty good option. It was located away from the surroundings and good for additional work. It wouldn't be good to anger the food supplier. Indeed, given Professor Ureger's personality, if Yihan said he would take care of the basilisk egg in the cabin he cherished, there was a high possibility of him sulking. Yihan gave up and opened his mouth. I'll find a place, then you will build it. Me. You said you'd take the materials. What does that have to do with it? Professor Verduz asked, genuinely not understanding. Yihan smiled at the sight of the genius trying to transcend the concept of a deal, and he asked Professor Bagrak, Professor, please persuade him. All right. Hot during the day, cold at night. In addition to a fireplace, we'll also need a space to enhance cold magic, heat enhancement and cold enhancement. Both are magic with no fun at all. Ignoring Professor Verduz's words, Yihan moved his steps. We'll need a lot of water, so near a stream would be good. Since it's a basilisk, we'll have to go to a place with few people. Professor Verduz will take care of materials and such. This was the good thing about constructing with a mage, especially an excellent enchantment mage. Yihan went north from the main building, thoroughly searched the forest at the entrance of the mountain range and made a decision. Please build it here. All right. Professor Verduz swung his staff without a word. In an instant, the ground was firmly compacted and deeply hollowed, and logs were stacked up, starting to take the form of a house. A quite cozy log cabin, although not spacious, was quickly completed. Professor Verduz cast a flame enhancement spell at the location of the fireplace and even cast a cold enhancement spell at the opposite location. After raising the basilisk, should I store food here? It seemed a waste to just abandon such a solidly built building. Yihan carefully placed the basilisk egg in the center of the log cabin. The energy of life could be felt wriggling inside. Oh right, we have to prevent intruders from coming, right? Professor. Why, I'm surprised. I didn't expect you to think of that. Yihan was honestly surprised. Of course, since it was a cabin for raising a basilisk, he was going to ask for detection interference or direction confusion magic to be cast around it so that other students couldn't come, but for Professor Verduz to do that himself. Professor Verduz answered smugly. Of course, what if someone else steals the basilisk? That's right, Yihan canceled his surprise just now. Professor Verduz cast magic without minding. If you don't follow the red marked trees to enter, you won't be able to find your way. Indeed, what are you doing now? I'm making a meal for the basilisk. Yihan poured the basilisk feed made by Professor Bungiger into a pot and boiled it with water. A foul smell spread inside the log cabin. To hatch a basilisk, a considerable amount of nutrition is needed. According to ancient texts, it is written that 7 chickens, 4 sheep, 5 pigs, 2 oxen, and 16 fish must be caught and fed to the egg every day, but if feed mixed in the correct way is given, it's not necessarily so. Otherwise, Yihan would have had to catch all of that. The smell is bad, do you really have to make this? You can catch and give 7 chickens, 4 sheep, 5 pigs, 2 oxen, and 16 fish if you want. All right, work hard. I won't, I'm going to give this. Why? Ignoring Professor Verduz's words, Yihan started feeding the egg. The basilisk egg absorbed the boiled feed porridge like a sponge absorbing water. Does it like it? The egg slightly trembled, and the flow of mana waves could be felt. It wasn't certain, but it seemed satisfied with the meal. Yihan, who had been carefully feeding the egg, called Professor Verduz to prepare for the next task. Professor, please feed it for a moment. Professor Verduz grumbled about the smell and picked up the ladle. Then the egg trembled again and emitted waves. This time, it was a considerably negative reaction. Professor, I'll just do it. Yihan snatched the ladle, thinking it couldn't be. Then the egg reduced its negative reaction. To be hated by a basilisk that hasn't even been born yet. Honestly, it was surprising. That was also a skill if it could be called a skill. Why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. Professor, next is mana, the task of periodically infusing mana. For other mages, it was an annoying task of having precious mana taken away regularly every day, but For Yihan, it was the easiest task. Whoosh, the egg seemed to be even happier than before. Perhaps it was because Professor Verduz had moved away. I might have to keep Professor Verduz at a distance. If he kept stressing the basilisk for no reason and its personality became strange, only Yihan would suffer. Knock, knock, knock. Are you here? Yihan opened the door of the log cabin. Professor Bagrak was standing with an armful of groceries. What did you bring? Canned food. There's still basilisk feed left. These are for you to eat. While Yihan was touched, Professor Bagrak came inside. Then he pulled Professor Verduz out of the armchair he was lying on and stacked the groceries in that spot. Various canned meat, fish, and pickled fruits. And things like coffee and sugar were also neatly stacked on top. Professor, you'll need food if you're going to stay here and take care of the basilisk. Professor, I'm going to return to the dormitory in the evening, Yihan answered with a serious face. Evening, Yihan called the White Tiger Tower students like last time and started cleaning the warehouse. The only difference was that the White Tiger Tower students were sighing with each task. Sigh, if the golem was here. Oops, there's no golem now. We can repair it tomorrow. I was busy today. Even at Yihan's words, the White Tiger Tower students didn't stop grumbling. What were you so busy with? It's just studying anyway, right? Magic is important, but you don't know what's really important. Wardenaz doesn't understand people's hearts. I spent time preparing for the basilisk egg hatching under the professor's orders. Satisfied, the White Tiger Tower students suddenly became solemn. I told you Wardenaz must have his own circumstances too. By the way, Mr. Wardenaz, what is it, Priestess Siana? When Siana, the snake-mixed blood priest from the Flame Order, spoke to him, Yihan turned his head. Since you worked last time, you don't have to work today. Ah. But I came late and also came from another tower, so I'm trying to do more. If it were the Blue Dragon Tower, he would never show such kindness, but the Immortal Phoenix Tower priests deserve this kindness. However, Priestess Siana firmly shook her head. There's a problem. What is it? Originally, it was your prayer time, but you're being robbed of that time because of this work. That's true. Now it's my turn. Did those White Tiger Tower people perhaps ask you to work together, so you had no choice but to come out? What? No way. The White Tiger Tower students were upset by the absurd misunderstanding. If Yihan had dragged them out, that would be one thing, but for them to have dragged him out. It was so upsetting that they couldn't even speak properly. But there aren't many reasons to keep coming out for unnecessary work. And it seemed like you were pressuring him to fix the golem earlier. It wasn't pressure, it was a request. Yes, many people say that. Priestess Siana spoke as if she didn't believe it at all. The White Tiger Tower students couldn't believe why they were being suspected like this. If Yihan and the White Tiger Tower students were together, who would have beaten up whom? 100 out of 100 times, the culprit would be Yihan. You know how strong Wardenaz is. But I heard that mages are usually slow at casting, so they often lose to knights. That's true, but such disadvantages are meaningless to Wardenaz. He's someone who can ambush first as much as he wants. There's no way Mr. Wardenaz would do that. He's such a polite person. Not only the White Tiger Tower students, but also Yihan felt a bit embarrassed. Who knew the compliments he gave every time they met would come back like this? What was surprising was that the other priests also agreed with that. That's right. There's no way Mr. Wardenaz would do such an ambush. No, I do it though. Are you telling a white lie so that the White Tiger Tower people won't feel embarrassed? That's not it, I really do it. Yihan explained as kindly as possible. They really came out to work together, not because they threatened me. The golem was their request. Yes, well, if you say so, if you say it like that. Yihan realized that explaining now would have little effect. He could hear the other priests working next to him whispering. Did the White Tiger Tower people forcibly drag out Mr. Yihan Wardenaz? Well, I don't want to hastily speculate, but judging by their current attitude, hey, Wardenaz, you go and rest. But I called you guys, so I'd feel a bit sorry if I rest alone. Is this the time to say such things? The White Tiger Tower students learned one fact. Being called someone who threatened Wardenaz could be even more upsetting than being called someone who was threatened by Wardenaz. Forced to take a break, Yihan asked Priestess Siana. By the way, Priestess Siana, wasn't it not your turn this time? Is it that difficult to do a little more work to convey the true meaning of flame? That's right. The subtle madness shown by the Immortal Phoenix Tower priests sometimes overwhelmed even Yihan. While students from other towers made all kinds of excuses and tried to skip because they didn't want to go, they came together with the sole intention of spreading their faith to others. And I know that Mr. Wardenaz originally wasn't supposed to come either, right? At Priestess Siana's words, Yihan hesitated. I'm a little different. Really, it seems similar. Shall we pray? Feeling that it wouldn't be good to talk about this topic for long, Yihan changed the subject. Priestess Siana's face brightened. I've always thought that Mr. Wardenaz is the one who will inherit Flame's will. Is it because of the compliments? Pardon, it's nothing. Priestess Siana laid out the ritual tools one by one. They were tools used by priests who served flame for prayer. Bowls and cups, glass bottles and lamps. The attitude of serving the gods differed from order to order, and the flame order was more formal than the Igletakwa order. O one who sees through the essence of things and brings about change, as I send my faith like this today, please give the clue of change to this believer. The essence of things. Yihan recited Priestess Siana's prayer, and just like he did to Igletakwa, he offered mana to flame. Whoosh, when the holy power manifested just like last time, Priestess Siana was overjoyed. As expected last time with the Igletakwa order must have been a coincidence. Flame's faith must have briefly strayed off course due to coincidence and misunderstanding. How could someone so sincere about alchemy be a believer of Igletakwa? With the holy power manifesting so quickly, it wouldn't be long before holy magic awakened. Yihan, who had been practicing hard, paused for a moment and asked, Priestess Siana, can you also use holy magic by any chance? There was no better teaching than seeing and experiencing the magic one was learning beforehand. If he could see the holy magic of the flame order, it might help him get a sense of it. Ah, I should have shown you that first. As expected, you can use it. In the flame order, Yihan praised for about 1 minute. The passing White Tiger Tower students looked at him with an expression that said, did Wardenaz take the wrong medicine? Priestess Siana prepared the magic with a very triumphant face. It's nothing much, but the snake-mixed blood priest cut her finger with her fingernail. Then she put a drop of blood into the water in the cup. With an incantation, the water bubbled and turned into a potion. Impressive. This wasn't flattery, but sincere. Yihan had painfully realized how demanding the process was to make a single potion while suffering in the workshop during the vacation. Although holy magic often broke rules and common sense, to make a potion with a single drop of blood like this, it's not that impressive. The potion's performance also has limits. I heard that outstanding priests make even more amazing potions. Yihan listened very intently. If what Priestess Siana said was true, the holy magic of the flame order was definitely attractive. If one reached a high level, wouldn't it be like making gold with blood? Does it have to be made with blood? You can spit, but considering the feelings of those who drink it, isn't blood better? Yihan was about to ask if it couldn't be hidden, but he held back, thinking it wasn't something to say to a priest. I see. I will definitely try to awaken holy magic today. Ah, no, you don't have to do it today, and it's not like you can do it by forcing it. Priestess Siana waved her hands in embarrassment at Yihan's reaction. Unlike other magic, holy magic couldn't be done just by being motivated. One could get hurt by being too eager. Of course, Priestess Siana also didn't expect to see results today, but that's right, don't overdo it. If you try to forcibly awaken holy magic, you can hurt your body. What are you all doing here? Seeing the priests who had gathered behind him at some point, nodding their heads and giving advice, Priestess Siana glared at them as if dumbfounded. These priests, really. In the end, Yihan failed to awaken holy magic. Yihan pretended not to hear the sighs of relief from the other priests. On the way back, a thought suddenly occurred to him, so Yihan threw a question at Priestess Siana. Hey, did you perhaps become curious about flame? That's not it. I was just wondering if you know what kind of potion this is. Yihan took out the potion recipe he received from Yaner's sister, Yonan, during the vacation. She didn't tell him what kind of potion it was, saying he would know if he made it himself, so Yihan still didn't know what kind of potion this recipe was for. It seems to be an enhancement type, but this potion is, wow, it's really amazing, Priestess Siana exclaimed as soon as she saw it. Regardless of which alchemist guild or workshop made it, the skill of arranging various ingredients without a single gap to maximize the effect was not ordinary. The alchemist who completed this recipe must be a perfectionist with no flaws. It's amazing how they came up with this idea. After examining it for a while, Priestess Siana nodded and said, I'm not sure, but I have a guess. I helped make something similar at the temple. As expected, Priestess Siana. Priestess Siana stopped Yihan, who was about to praise her. She still had more to say. Wait a moment. The ingredients include blue myonil flower, dunghaso, and jurin, which are often used when making divination-related potions. I think it might be a potion that enhances divination. Yihan was surprised. A divination enhancement potion. Does that have any meaning? There were various types of enhancement potions, starting from mana enhancement to stamina, strength, agility, reflexes, recovery, and so on. However, among them, potions that enhanced divination were extremely rare, so rare that even Yihan had never heard of them. It probably won't have any effect, right? The problem with divination enhancement potions was not the difficulty, but the effect. Even divination magic itself was difficult to cast, and even if cast, it was hard to be sure if the results were properly interpreted, so a potion that enhanced divination was even more absurd. Why would anyone develop a potion that was difficult to judge whether it was properly enhanced or not? That's true. Divination-related potions are not often made, but the temple occasionally makes them. Seeing the skill of the person who made this, I think they must have had some confidence to make it, right? Even if the effect was difficult to see, there were cases where they were made and used as a last resort. especially since the holy magic used by the orders was not systematic. High-ranking priests often poured in the maximum possible resources when using holy magic. Hearing about such precedents, Yihan started to become slightly interested. Miss Yonen's skills are definitely excellent. If it's a recipe that has been attempted several times even in temples, it might be a much more improved version. Strong divination was similar to excellent intuition. Yihan imagined himself drinking this potion and taking the skull principles exam. Quack, I'm so frustrated that my skull is going to shatter. It probably won't be to that extent. Oh, Mr. Wardenaz, yeah, you can finish the praise you were giving earlier. For a moment, Yihan thought Priestess Siana was a bit like Gaynando. Morning, since there was no morning lecture for once, Yihan was going to spend it leisurely. Go to the vegetable garden and tend to the crops a bit, check on the basilisk egg, go to the stable and see Nifurg's face a bit. Actually, it didn't seem very leisurely, but Yihan tried to believe it was leisurely. Wardenaz, let's go quickly, until Englago and the White Tiger Tower students came rushing in and called him. Can't we go after lunch? All right, let's go. Yihan was about to say they could go later, but he gave up after seeing the faces of the White Tiger Tower students. If he refused, they looked like they would really wail and roll on the floor. Bang, bang, bang. You brought the golem. When he knocked on the door, Professor Verdus came out of his tower yawning. While the professor was examining the deactivated golem, the White Tiger Tower students watched with anxious faces. Wardenaz, will it be okay? Can it be healed? Why are you asking me that? You have no heart. So sorry, I got too excited. I'm worried about the golem. Were these guys always this emotional? Yihan inwardly changed his evaluation of Englago and his friends. He had thought of them as a pack of beasts who only swung swords and went, roar, I swing the sword. It's well made. Even though it's over 10 years old, it's still in this condition. Could it have been made by your disciples, Professor? Who knows? I don't really know what my disciples make. Verdus picked up a quill and started scribbling. Then he handed it to the students. Here, 5 bundles of well-groomed birchwood, 3 boxes of granite bricks, basalt in large chunks, a bundle of jamyang, 2 bottles of Sevelin Mountain binding potion. What is this? Materials needed for repair. The White Tiger Tower students were taken aback. Of course, they thought Professor Verdus would just fix it. Moreover, there were more materials required than they thought. It would be several times more difficult to obtain them inside the school than outside. Professor, don't you have the materials? Me, I do, but then you can use those, right? Why, it's your golem. The White Tiger Tower students, at a loss for words, looked at Yihan as if asking for help, but Yihan ignored them, pretending not to see. Professor Verdus was right about this. All right, we'll get them. If we bring them, you'll definitely fix it. Yeah, bring them quickly. Seeing the White Tiger Tower students burning with passion, Yihan asked with a bit of worry. Will you be able to get them? Don't worry. Wardenaz, we are knights. Once a knight makes a pledge, no hardship can break that vow. All right then. It seems there are absent students, Professor Ingerdl said, looking around at the students gathered for the swordsmanship lecture. I don't give disadvantages or anything to those who say they won't participate. In the end, if you don't put in the effort yourself, you can't go higher in swordsmanship. Now, let's split up. Wardenaz Jijil spoke to Yihan. Yihan quickly reviewed what he had done during the vacation and answered. Why? Do you think those who didn't show up? No, never mind. What's never mind after saying everything? I didn't attack them. What did I say, Moradi? I said Yihan isn't the culprit. Dalju answered in a very relieved voice. For someone who firmly believed in his friend, he looked too happy. In life, there are times when you can be absent. Yihan, who was speaking, hesitated. Come to think of it, the ones who were missing were Englago and his friends. Don't tell me these guys skipped the lecture to gather materials. It was an amazing determination that was hard for Yihan to even imagine. Let's go into the forest. Today we'll assume a situation where we fight in the forest. At Professor Ingerdl's words, Yihan asked the two, I'm curious about something. What is it? Yihan, if Professor Ingerdl goes into the forest and sees the absent students playing in the forest, will he get angry? The 2 White Tiger Tower students were taken aback by their friend's sudden question, but they answered anyway. He probably won't react well. Maybe. Even though Professor Ingerdl is a lenient person, I don't think it would be good to meet him. Yihan, I see. There's a high possibility that Englago's gang is currently skipping the lecture and playing in the forest. The two couldn't believe how that made sense, Yihan. Even though Englago doesn't like studying that much, to skip the swordsmanship lecture, to fix the golem. If it's that, it makes sense. I can understand. Dalju immediately understood. Englago and his friends had been whining inside the tower, saying the golem is broken, how can you not fix it? So much so that Jijil couldn't stand it and swung her dual swords. We should tell them to avoid it well. I don't want to see an angry professor. How, don't you guys have a means of communicating with each other? Like a secret sign? At Yihan's question, the 2 students looked at him as if asking what nonsense he was talking about. Why would they have such a thing? Are you being serious? Yihan, does the Blue Dragon Tower have that? Yeah, I learned it from someone from the Shadow Patrol and we're using it. When entering places like forests, we leave signs before going in. The two were overwhelmed by the unexpected crazy talk. Jijil inwardly vowed that from now on, she should tell the White Tiger Tower students to leave signs like that too. Anglego swung his wooden sword and cut down the bushes blocking the path. Key it. Blade flies again. Duck, a sparrow-sized insect, flew in with a sharp sound. The continuously vibrating wings were sharper than expected, so if hit wrong it could inflict a deeper wound than a blade. However, unlike before, the White Tiger Tower students' senses had been sharply honed through rigorous training, not to mention the missions they completed during the first semester break. Burn. As the burning wooden sword brushed past, the insect crashed down. HMPH. Compared to that guy Wardenaz's magic, you're nothing. Hey, do you have to say that? So sorry, I didn't mean to. No, I'm sorry. Anglego and his friends looked at each other passionately. The close friendship formed while facing an evil great mage could not be destroyed by a trivial argument. According to the map, it should be around here. The Black Tortoise Tower guys didn't trick us, right? Those guys have no conscience. No way. Even so would they do that. Wardenaz also deals with them. Even if they can't trick Wardenaz out of fear, they can still play tricks on us, right? Anglego suddenly started to feel suspicious of the forest map he was holding. Thud, the White Tiger Tower students were startled. A heavy sound echoed from inside the forest. What is it? Be careful. Strength, dwell in me. Sound, linger in my ears. The White Tiger Tower students cast enhancement magic and raised their guard, although they were mocked by other tower students, saying, if you're going to fight with your body, why did you enter Einregard instead of joining a Knight Order? The White Tiger Tower students also had areas they excelled in, especially for enhancement magic, which required a skilled sense of the body. Their progress was faster than other tower students. The magic they just cast was not as high level as comprehensive enhancement magic-like, but even this much had a substantial effect. And the magic Wardenaz cast for them had too many side effects. I don't see it. The White Tiger Tower students walked forward with tension. It would have been a scene that Yihan would have lamented if he saw it. If a strange sound was heard and the identity of the enemy was not visible, one should explore in as many ways as possible and gather information, not just recklessly go in. And that carelessness immediately paid the price. Swish. Thick branches shot up from the ground and grabbed the White Tiger Tower students' ankles, lifting them upside down. It's a ghost tree. It was a monster where an evil spirit, instead of forming a spiritual body, merged with a tree. The thud sound heard earlier must have been the sound of the tree waking up. Burn. The White Tiger Tower student who tried to chant a spell dropped his staff from his hand. The monster, instinctively sensing mana, suppressed him by applying force. Anglego, left alone, was in a dilemma. What I can do now is... Anglego suddenly thought of Wardenaz. What would Wardenaz have said if he were here? Anglego, save us quickly. What are you doing? Attack. What are you saying? You're going to leave us. Damn it, I'm coming. Anglego changed his mind and gripped his weapon tightly, but he couldn't help feeling uncomfortable in a corner of his heart. Yihan, then in a situation like now where there are no signs, what should we do? Yihan looked at Dalju as if asking what he was talking about. Dalju was slightly taken aback. Did I say something strange? That. If what you said is true, didn't Anglego and his friends enter the forest first? I think we should quickly send a message and make them come out now. The professor might get angry, and above all, it's not right to skip the lecture and search for them. Dalju pondered the methods they could use now. If it was a mage like Yihan, he could send a paper bird or maybe tame a messenger pigeon and send it. I can't do that. You can't. Then is there another way? There isn't. There isn't, Yihan nodded. Dalju was at a loss for words and just blinked. Dalju, I appreciate you highly evaluating me, but I'm not skilled in all magic. Now that there are no signs or ways to contact them, what we should do is something else. What? Insist that we don't know even if those guys are discovered. In that sense, I'm at an advantage since I'm from the Blue Dragon Tower, but you two will have to cut ties quickly. Dalju's mouth gaped in absurdity, but Jijil agreed. That's right, there's no need to take joint responsibility for no reason. Dalju, the living must live. There's no need to get points deducted for nothing, right? Ah no, what are you all doing there? While they were talking, Professor Girdle, who had gone ahead, called the three of them. Yihan and Jijil immediately answered. We're coming now, come up quickly. Oh, Wardenaz, I received a message from the White Wood Knight Order and was very surprised. What did you do to receive such praise? I think it's because the Knights of the White Wood Knight Order were kind. I don't think they had that kind of personality. Professor Girdle tilted his head. Thwack, ack, a student who was walking ahead screamed and tumbled. A human-sized wooden puppet with a weapon had popped out from the side. Professor, there's a strange guy here. Ah, I prepared that for today's lecture. We were surrounded. Another student belatedly realized the situation and screamed. he realized that Professor Girdle had not just set up one, but densely placed them around the forest. Don't fight with strength, fight cleverly using the terrain. Fighting in the forest is different from fighting in an open space. Professor Girdle gave advice to the students. Fighting in a forest packed with bushes and branches, with slopes and rocks that could bind your feet at any time, was a fight against yourself. Only a swordsman who could save stamina, calm down excitement, calmly grasp the surrounding terrain, and flexibly utilize the situation could fight for a long time in the forest. This way, break through the encirclement, break through the side, scatter, scatter. Professor Girdle was taken aback for the first time in a long time at the sight of the students scattering in groups of 3 or 5, trying to break through the encirclement and run away. Ah no, if you all fight together. He had prepared for everyone to fight together in the forest, but they were trying to escape, leaving their other friends behind. Professor Girdle didn't know that the students who had been dealt with by the Skull Principal had become accustomed to this situation. When caught in an encirclement of unknown scale, the most strategic choice was not to fight together and get caught, but to scatter and survive as many as possible. Professor, I'm sorry. Yihan of course knew that principle, so as soon as the wooden puppets appeared, he was breaking through the encirclement at the shallowest point. Space be perceived. Dalju, this way, Moradi, that side might be weak. Is this the time to play tricks? Jidal got angry. Yihan was playing useless tricks. Who was he trying to use as bait now? If caught, one should be a bit embarrassed, but Yihan didn't even blink an eye. He shouted at another White Tiger Tower student. I think that side is weak. Let's go. Yihan, who sent another student first to shake the encirclement, hurriedly ran out. As the wooden puppets rushed in, Yihan drew his wooden sword and chanted a spell. Cold, dwell in me. The strength of cold magic was that even if you couldn't land a direct hit, you could still damage the opponent. Frost swirled and stopped the wooden puppet's feet. Yihan thought it was enough for the open space ahead. I broke through. Although there were still many wooden puppets left, they were far away and many students had scattered. If they suppressed the other students first, they wouldn't chase after Yihan's group. I underestimated you all. I should have thought of it as a real battle. Professor Girdle's serious voice was heard from behind. Yihan suddenly became uneasy. It was rare for things to go well when professors spoke seriously. Swish, with the sound of tearing a scroll, a powerful wave of mana spread out, and the number of wooden puppets started to increase like crazy. Although it's different from the plan, a chase in the forest will also be a good experience. Everyone, try your best to avoid them. Damn it. Yihan vowed that from now on he must stop the students if they try to ignore the professor's curriculum and act on their own. Turn into iron. Oh cloak, clang. The cloak turned into iron, blocked the wooden puppet's attack and made a dull sound. 5 wooden puppets popped out at the same time and tried to beat Yihan. Yihan defended against the attacks with his cloak and rolled his feet. The footwork he learned from Arlong saved his life. Too many. He newly realized that numbers were a formidable weapon, seeing that the numbers were still increasing. Yihan gritted his teeth and glanced at Professor Girdle in the distance. Wardenaz, you can't fight with magic other than enchantment or transformation magic. Tusk, how did he know? Yihan, who was trying to secretly use other magic, clicked his tongue. Jidal twisted the wooden puppet's legs with her dual swords, knocking it down and shouted, let's scatter too. In a situation where the enemies had become several times more than before, it was a luxury for the 3 of them to stick together. Yihan nodded and raised his hand. Jidal also raised her hand. Dalju looked at the 2 in confusion. Why were they raising their hands? I won, I won, Jidal shouted with a highly excited face. It was the first time Dalju saw Jidal so happy. Damn it. Did you just decide who gets to choose the direction to escape first? What, you didn't know, it can't be helped. Dalju, you choose first. Yihan yielded the second turn. Dalju had many things he wanted to say, but there was no time left now. He had no choice but to hurry and run out. Yihan, who was left last, looked at the wooden puppets rushing from behind and took out an iron orb. Move. It wasn't taken out to use in battle. The method he thought of earlier but postponed. Yihan ran towards the cliff with no path, grabbed the iron orb and hung his body in the air. Thud, however, the wooden puppets were more persistent than expected. They started jumping into the air together to grab Yihan. Which professor's summons are these? Yihan cursed inwardly and swung his staff. Although it was a confusing situation, it wasn't unexpected. Water. With the incantation, water quickly took shape and gathered from below. Even in a desperate situation where he was holding the iron orb with one hand, supporting his body, and wooden puppets were jumping down in front of him, the incantation was completed without wavering. Unfold, Professor Girdle had no choice but to admire it honestly. He wanted to see only swordsmanship, but how could he criticize a student who cleverly escaped like that? Splash. Yihan, who landed on the water, rolled to the side and quickly took a stance. The wooden puppets shattered as they fell behind, but he couldn't let his guard down. They might resurrect, quickly escape and go down. Wardenaz. What are you guys doing? Yihan was genuinely taken aback when he saw Nglago and his friends hanging upside down. Anglago and the White Tiger Tower students were too ashamed to answer right away. However, Yihan immediately grasped the situation. You stupid fools were caught by a monster while skipping the lecture. The lecture doesn't matter. The White Tiger Tower students were perplexed because it seemed like Wardenaz was angrier about them skipping the lecture. Clatter. Suddenly, there was a sound of trees colliding behind them. Yihan clicked his tongue. The broken wooden puppets had split and new wooden puppets appeared. Which professor made these? To be able to increase the numbers like this even after being destroyed. As a fellow mage, he couldn't help but admire the skill, but as a student taking the lecture, it was a persistence that made his teeth chatter. Yihan took a deep breath. There weren't many options as long as the ghost tree was behind them. Finish it as quickly as possible and deal with the ghost tree. Thwack. Impressive. Anglago admired while hanging upside down. Although he had many problems with his personality, Wardenaz's swordsmanship was undeniable. Solid swordsmanship reminiscent of a walking fortress. The Azure Rock style that Wardenaz had mastered did not have many forms, nor were its variations complex or peculiar. Compared to all kinds of complex and abstruse ascending swordsmanship, the Azure Rock style seemed like a low-level swordsmanship at a glance. However, conversely speaking, there had to be a good reason for the Azure Rock style, which did not have many forms or complex variations, to gain fame in the Empire. Although it was a simple swing, there was nothing more powerful than that attack if it couldn't be avoided once unleashed. The simplest attack is the most powerful. Only those who could achieve this easy but difficult style with patience and dedication could be called true swordsmen of the Azure Rock style. What are you doing? Anglago shouted, forgetting that he was hanging. While he was admiring, Yihan was using some strange trick. Suddenly, the length of the wooden sword increased, and the wooden puppet flinched and retreated. It was fine up to that point, but seeing that there was no damage even when it hit, that was a real trick that deceived the opponent with an illusion, not a real sword. Don't talk to me. You'll break my concentration. Ah no, why are you using such a technique? He was admiring the pure swordsmanship just now, but it was a bit of a letdown when he used a strange trick together. He wanted to see the beautiful Azure Rock style that was perfectly polished without a single gap. Of course, Anglago's expectations meant nothing to Yihan. Yihan generously poured out the tricks he had recently learned and knocked down the wooden puppets. The wooden puppets couldn't react and crumbled at the sudden tricks that came out of nowhere. As expected, tricks are the best. Of course, using such sudden tricks against a truly outstanding swordsman would not only be ineffective, but also a suicidal act. In the first place, Yihan had no intention of facing a truly outstanding swordsman. If they were truly outstanding swordsmen, he should avoid them. What else? Wardenaz, be careful. Before Anglago's shout ended, Yihan had already kicked off from his spot. Branches shot up from under the spot where Yihan had been until just now. It was an attack from the ghost tree. Ho how, of course I was on guard, Yihan said while dusting off the dirt. With the magic. Wait, you guys didn't use magic. Magic was not only difficult compared to its circle, but it was not a magic that could be wasted like Yihan did. Even if the White Tiger Tower students succeeded, the duration would not easily exceed 10 seconds. For a moment I almost cheered for the ghost tree. Swish, an attack flying from behind. Yihan dodged it by rolling his feet to the side as if he had already anticipated it. The ghost tree made a crying sound as if annoyed. It realized that the surprise attack didn't work on the opponent. Thwack, 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 thwack. Branches swung like whips and attacks burst out again. Yihan dodged while keeping his distance. The ghost tree made a mocking sound as he skillfully threw his body and rolled. It seemed to be mocking a warrior with a sword who couldn't even attack, let alone keep his distance. Yihan was slightly taken aback by that mockery. Isn't that guy misunderstanding something right now? Now was not the time for the ghost tree to be at ease. Because, burn, more than a dozen flames bloomed in the air. They were vicious flames, small in size but containing powerful mana. He didn't use long-range magic when dealing with the wooden puppets because it was Professor Ingirdel's lecture, but the ghost tree didn't fall into that category. The moment he gained distance, he planned to immediately chant a spell and cast magic, but it was being leisurely. Rather, the ghost tree should have rushed in and prevented Yihan from gaining distance. Realizing that belatedly, the monster started to rush in a hurry, but it was already too late. The flames that Yihan had conjured up crackled with a fierce trajectory toward the exposed trunk of the ghost tree. Splash, Yihan poured a lump of water on the White Tiger Tower students. He was worried that the fire that had spread to the ghost tree might splash onto the students. Are you okay? There was no need to pour water on us. The students who had become like drowned rats got up with a groan. It was no ordinary dizziness after being hung upside down and swung back and forth like a pendulum. Is everyone all right? When they heard Professor Ingirdel's voice from above, the students were startled. Why is the professor here? While Wardenaz, don't tell me you sold us out. You crazy fools, you were fooling around at the lecture site. Yihan was dumbfounded. After all the trouble of saving them, we have to run away. They're not entirely thoughtless. No matter how thoughtless Anglego and his friends were, they at least knew that it wasn't a good idea to face the professor when they had skipped the lecture. Forget it. Stay still. Why, dude, don't tell me you're trying to sell us out. Shut up before I hit you. In Yihan's view, the White Tiger Tower students had fallen into such paranoia because of the skull principle. He had dropped them into traps at night and made them run here and there. This is all a misunderstanding because of the principle. The principle? No, it has nothing to do with the principle. Be quiet. Anglego wanted to say, we're suspicious of you because of what you've done, not because of the skull principle, but he was at a loss for words. What is everyone doing? Professor Ingirdle, who had come down, looked at the situation and spoke with a puzzled face. Yihan answered as if he felt sorry. Anglego and his friends here were caught by a ghost tree. Because of this, they couldn't even participate in the lecture. What a pity. That's right, Anglego was the quickest to catch on. He belatedly realized and matched his words. You were caught by a ghost tree. What were you all doing here? We were practicing swordsmanship in the forest. Oh my, Professor Ingirdle's expression was filled with emotion. He knew that the White Tiger Tower students were sincere about swordsmanship, but to this extent. Everyone, stay after today's lecture. Pardon, you must be very frustrated now. I understand. I will help you not to lose to the ghost tree. The White Tiger Tower students stared at Yihan, but Yihan ignored them and looked over the ghost tree to see if there was anything to salvage. Wardenaz, work hard, our golem repair. You can do that in this, work hard. Yihan patted Anglego's shoulder. However, the ungrateful Anglego frowned. Wardenaz, you did well. You handled the wooden puppets well. Oh, Wardenaz, about the White Wood Knight Order. They said they would visit the school. What? Yihan was startled. The knight's actions always surprised Yihan. When you say, let's have a meal together sometime, the knights actually visit for a meal. Of course, they need permission, but it will be difficult, right? Fortunately, the principal also gave permission this time. What? If they were a ragtag bunch, it would be one thing, but the White Wood Knight Order always makes generous donations. It seems to have worked out well. Professor Ingirdle nodded his head as if his deduction was highly likely, and this time Yihan's face frowned. Why do we have to move this? Blame your friends. After the lecture ended and while Anglego and his friends were receiving supplementary lessons, Yihan moved the lumber together with the White Tiger Tower students. Anglego had also whined and insisted, we finally found it. If we don't take it now, we might not be able to get it later. But if the golem is repaired, it might be useful. At first, it seemed too unlikely, so he didn't pay much attention to it, but now that this many people had gathered, Yihan's thoughts gradually changed. If they had a golem of that level, how convenient would work be? Now that Einregard was giving him more and more tasks, that golem would be a reliable helper. Yihan, I heard about the warehouse. How about searching the warehouse more? Daljiu asked while wiping the sweat from his forehead. To obtain the materials needed for the golem, they had to search every corner of the school. The warehouse, which was now piled with junk, might look like a garbage dump at a glance, but if they searched well, they might be able to salvage something good. Originally, garbage and junk were not much different. Yihan admired. Daljiu, you bastard. Are you trying to take advantage of the White Tiger Tower students being deceived to quickly finish the chores we have to do at night? You're a genius. Ah no, that's not it. It's a good idea. White Tiger Tower guys, let's go. There's a place to get more materials. Yihan shouted at the White Tiger Tower students who were putting down the lumber. The White Tiger Tower students were fooled by the atmosphere and mindlessly followed Yihan. Yihan was pleased to see that. Whatever else, this loyal innocence was the strength of the White Tiger Tower students. It would be nice if we could finish everything before the weekend. They could do that. He would be able to study leisurely on the weekends to catch up. Clatter, clatter, bang, bang. The White Tiger Tower students who had flocked to the warehouse took out the packages one by one, just like last week. How much of this garbage is there that there's no end to it? Oh, this is basalt, right? I think we can use it if we trim it. That's monster poop. Thud. Yihan felt something hit his foot and lowered his head. A heavily rusted bronze handle was connected to the floor door. Wait, everyone come here for a moment. Wah, Wardenaz, we weren't playing around. I'm not scolding you, so come quickly. Yihan vowed to treat the White Tiger Tower students a little more gently. Have you seen this before? What? They haven't. From the reaction of the White Tiger Tower students, Yihan realized that this floor door leading underground had never been discovered before. It must have been discovered as the mountain-like piles of junk were cleared away. This. Wardenaz, isn't this that? That. What is it? Yihan asked with a bit of anticipation at the White Tiger Tower students' reaction. Did they know something by any chance? An underground passage created by the seniors that can escape outside. It doesn't seem like there would be an underground passage connecting the second floor of Einregard to outside the school walls.